Success is the future of this country. If it is food, we have enough to eat for ourselves and our children. If it is management of our family, we can do it for ourselves without seeing you. But we all say we must get together to rescue this country. Yes. So that the future of your children, my own grandchildren, and yours, we have a country they can be proud of.
We reduce the purchasing power of the people. We can further slow down the economy. Let's widen the tax net. Those who are not paying now, if it is inclusive of Bola Tinubu, let the nets get bigger and we take in more taxes, and that is what we must do in the country instead of additional layer.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
I'm sorry.
Alexi, always be classic.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paula, some of you guys, that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph, and today is Saturday, July 1, 2023. It's another episode of Have Your Say 247. We want to thank you for joining us. We have interesting topics today to discuss. One of them is European Union finally put out their final report on the election 2023. And we are going to talk about it, what is in the report, and how INEC is reacting to the report. Also, we are beginning to get an idea of Tinubu's philosophy, or you can say the doctrine of Bola Tinubu. The presidency of Tinubu is showing itself to us, and we're going to talk about what we've seen 30 days after he took over Nigeria. And of course, people are in pain. There are serious issues with cost of living in Nigeria as a result of the oil subsidy removal. And we're going to talk about it in terms of how are people surviving, what is the new president going to do with over 400 billion naira that already is saved from removing oil subsidy. So we are going to go in and begin the conversation. We have some of our friends here. We have Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Rudolph, Ovie, hello, and everyone watching and the guys in the chat section. Hello to you guys.
Ovie, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, ya Jama.
All right. I know that we typically start with just in case I missed something, what's important. One of the things that I think is important is the video story. All right. So there was this woman, Anita Brown, here in New York, actually somewhere near me. She came out to say that she's expecting a baby from the video, and but that's not the story. The story is that other women are coming up from other places, including France, and so we want to talk about that. What does that mean for Afrobeat? What do you want me to do? We have to find something softer than politics all the time.
I agree.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about that, and what else? We also have. I'm interested in Tinubu's doctrine that is shaping up. So, sure. What do you think is missing in the topics I have listed?
Just before we go, Mysterious said I will not participate today. I'll be busy. Please, how do I get my book? Mysterious, that's the person that won the book last week. Actually, what's this brother's name? The brother from Canada. Eddie actually won the book. Well, he gave it to Mysterious. Okay. So please, Dr. Damages, if you can drop your email address in the comment section so that Mysterious can contact you, and you can.
All right. Yeah.
I don't think we should get his details live.
Yeah, of course. My email is always out there, drdamages@gmail.com. So
Mysterious, drdamages@gmail.com. So if you drop your details, and Dr. Damages will get in touch so you can get your book. Yeah, lucky that I just saw your comment. So now that is out of the way, hello, sir. The thing that I think you probably didn't mention is the another, jungle justice meted out to someone in Sokoto, and that was I think that one was based on religious madness, and there was another one that happened down south, because in Calabar, because we have to balance it out. I mean, yes, it might be prevalent in the north when it comes to blasphemy and religious BS, but in the south as well it happens, where people are just called a witch and witchcraft. You kill this person without proof, and they just burn people to death. I think there was a young boy that was killed in Ekiti recently, less than 2 months ago, because they said he's a Yahoo boy or something. They killed him. Another woman was killed recently in Calabar only a few days ago. So these sort of things, they are the sort of things we want to get rid. And also the police officers who drove, I saw the video. I just saw like the first 5 seconds and I turned it off. Police officers I think it's in Edo State, that drove over a citizen. I'm not sure what ensued. I know the police are...
The man was handcuffed when this was happening.
Yeah, so I know that the police authority, they're already looking into it, but all these sort of things are the things we want to clear out from our system. So that's another thing. And on a lighter note, still to do with the police, Ogun State Police Command, they retweeted something to do with, I think it was a football story that broke. Maybe a player was transferred to a club, and Ogun State Police Command retweeted it. And this is the same police command that will not, they won't reply to their people. Their DM is closed. You can't report cases. But their Twitter account was quick to retweet a football story that broke.
That's interesting. Ovie.
Yeah, I think it's also important we talk about what happened in America this past week.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
I would say the election campaign has started already in 2024, but most importantly, the Supreme Court struck down the affirmative action, which I think in a way we can correlate it with what we have in Nigeria as a quota system. So what is the future of that compared to what just happened in America? And student loan, Supreme Court also strand out of student loan that the Biden administration was trying to forgive. Again, they are trying to forgive one. We don't know if it's good or bad, but Bola Tinubu administration is introducing student loan in Nigeria. So I just think at one time in our history, we'll be where America is now. We think that if we are going to stop quota system and all that. But again, France is burning, and well, I won't say I'm surprised that the mainstream media is not talking about it. But I can also relate it to Nigeria. I think what I saw coming out of France, even though it's not what happened in France was due to the fact that I think I can see police brutality, right? They start somebody in traffic and kill him, and the whole country went into flame. A lot of people were expecting that kind of flame in Nigeria during this election, but I would say the elites are able to postpone it with things that is happening. I don't think we are far from any what is happening in France if cares are not taken by not just elites but even us the citizens.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let me skip Paul. I'll come to you and Niger man. Let's go to Alexander. I know he's always busy. Doctor, welcome to the show. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Doctor Kedu, let him.
I know.
Alexander, before you start, I see this 1 month of city board administration. I think it's looking good on you. You're looking a little bit chubby.
You know, I have my local government man ruling the country right now. So wow. I'm looking forward to him turning the country to a world economy because he has the wherewithal to do it. I know. Don't let's fool ourselves. He's not well. Tinubu is not a well man. I've done an analysis on him based on his appearance, based on his interaction. He's not a very, very well person. But having said that, he's an old man, and that's to be expected. But from a performance perspective, I'm looking forward to him in the next 4 years turning the greatest black country in the world into the greatest black economy in the world.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Should we be expecting your name to pop up in the awaiting list of the ministerial? Should we be expecting your name, Mr. Alexandra?
No, you shouldn't, because I think I'm too busy in America right now. But I would want to particularly pay my dues to my home state of Lagos when I finally give up my job. I want to give back to the state that I consider the greatest state in Nigeria. Not Nigeria per se, but Lagos. But I would know a lot of people in government, and I'm hoping that they will bring their wealth of experience, like I said, to turn the country around. My people are suffering. My people are in dire need. They're in dire straits. So I just pray that over time things will turn around, because the level of poverty there is unbearable and it's unacceptable. So let's hope that in the next 4 years we would see the greatest black country become the greatest black economy. Thank you. Thank you, Nam. Shikin.
All right, you are good.
I speak it well. I learned to being around Igbo people in 5 years. I'm very good at languages.
Very good. I'm
really and I need to stop people coming on this platform chastising me that I am a Tinubu accolade and all that. That don't make any sense, because I'm in court with Tinubu right now. My brother was PDP rep for Lagos Central last senatorial election. He won the election and Tinubu stole it. So it would be stupid for people to come on this platform to say, oh, he's a Tinubu accolade. Tinubu is a wonderful human being. If you know him, you can't meet a more generous human being. But he has his flaws because he's a human being. But I think he has a lot to offer. I'm not sure, and I'll say it here, I'm not sure if the last election was conclusive, but as it stands today, he's the president of Nigeria, and we as Nigerians should be patriotic and wish our country a much better, brighter future than it is right now. So that's my position.
All right, yeah. Doctor, before you go, let me quickly, if you can tell us, in the last 30 days, what have you seen that is giving you hope, giving you concerns, and what do you think should be done with the money that is being saved now from this oil subsidy, especially considering that poor people are suffering? in the country?
As a healthcare professional, I think we need to improve our healthcare facilities in Nigeria. Also, the standard of education. You know, this morning I was talking to myself. JAM wasn't in existence when I was in high school, but I see that to get admitted into University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, these federal universities, you had to get you have to have a minimum of 200. So I always thought it was 200 over 300. I didn't know it was 200 over 3.
Over
yeah.
400. Yeah.
Yeah.
400.
So that's 50%. That doesn't make it. It shows you the quality of education in Nigeria. You know,
They've dropped it to 140.
And then you come across. Let me say this before I go. This is very important. And when I say people think I'm exaggerating, about 3 years ago, I was in my office trying to pay my staff and my bills and all that, and I had a brain fog. And somebody came over to my office, and because I was multitasking, I asked the guy. I said, "No, what is 3 multiplied by 7?" He's a college graduate, doctor. He turned around and told me, "I'm not good at math. Let me have a calculator." 3 multiplied by 7. A college graduate from Nigeria. Wow. That is unacceptable. So to come back to your question, education, the health sector, they need to be improved dramatically, because where it is right now is a no-go. It's bad. It's very bad. You know, if you meet a Ghanaian, Rudolph, and they say they're college graduates, take them from India to China to wherever, they can defend their certificate. Our college degrees now are not worth the paper they're written on. And me as old school, I'm ashamed of it, because back in my days, you get a college degree in Nigeria, you can go to England and get a job easily. But right now, nobody respects us. So we need to improve our education and the healthcare sector. Thank you, Rudolph, for having me.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. So let's continue. Just what we are missing on the topics we posted, or we are talking about. One of them that I mentioned on my alert I sent out to people is that Buhari spoke from England, and he said he ran away to England because people were disturbing him at home, you know, in Daura. So, which is interesting, because I thought he was going to go to Niger Republic, but it's one of the topics we have. Niger man, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you?
Fine. Dr. Damage, the damager. Long time.
You look like you are professional. Okay, one Niger. Okay, yeah, I got it.
No, you don't know. Long time I've been following you. Very good. Show my man. I love you. Very good. Yeah, what are we talking about?
No, we just want to know what topic is.
We should start from the topic, or just as you said.
No, we have not started. We just want to.
The Tinubu. Okay. So when we started, let me keep on watching now.
Yeah. But do you have any that you are interested in that we didn't mention at the beginning?
The INEC Festus Okoye, the interview with Esheun.
Okay. All right. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Okay. Paul, welcome.
Yeah. I took he just took what I want to say now. It's the INEC thing. That's
what you
that's just a good tonic for me. It was too funny when the guy said, I'm not good in computer, it's a disaster, he's just playing with all around. But Shehu is trying to ask him layman question. Of course, I've been struggling with my computer for the past 20 minutes. You understand? I am not Mr. Scribe, but at least I know where I'm going. I know what I want to do. I may not know how to use all the shortcut like Mr. Scribe. Then for me to just say, no, I'm not good, let me just leave this thing and start making phone calls. It's a joke. That's my take.
All right. Osi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
So, Osi, what are you thinking about? What is topic that's of interest to you?
Nothing. I'm just here to listen. I'm currently suffering from comment fatigue about my.
I like that. Comment fatigue.
Yeah, I will just listen. If there's anything of interest, I could chime in. I will, but I don't have
But are you still
Nigeria for there? You can't get better than that. That's love for Nigeria. You are fatigued, but you still want to listen to Nigerian.
Exactly.
That's can't get better than that.
All right, Osi, so where are you now? I heard somewhere another place that you are enjoying in an island. Where are you?
Oh yes, no, I'm back to the US.
You're back to the US.
Yeah, with my family, we went to Costa Rica for a short vacation. We came back yesterday, so I'm back to the US now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I always like to have people compare where they are with Nigeria, especially other countries, so that are. All right, let's start.
Mr. Osi, that means you took Nigeria with you on that vacation. That's why you are so fatigued.
No, I don't take Nigeria to anywhere. As a matter of fact, with what you said. So just to chime in a little bit. So Costa Rica is a country, of course, in Central America, about 7 million in population. Okay. But if you get in there, it's in some reason, it looks like Nigeria in the sense of, the colonial past, Central America, not really North America, and all those kind of stuff. But so if the city itself, which is San Jose, is the capital city where we went to, it almost looks like Lagos in terms of the buildings and all those things. But it's anything that Nigeria is not, because you have 24 hours of electricity. Security is there. You don't have to go around and worry about somebody attacking you on the street or some unknown gunman. You flip the switch, you turn on the tap, and water is running everywhere. So you have, even though it looks like Lagos or any city in Nigeria, but it has all the trappings of modern infrastructure. So these are the places that you compare to Nigeria and say, what is wrong with us? And last year we were in Jamaica. Jamaica is a black nation, as we all know. Okay, the roads are just very small like this. The house is not so gigantic and all those, but yet they have all the trappings of modern city, just like I explained: water, electricity, some degree of security, and all those things. So you start to, each time you go to all these places, you start wondering, what is the problem with Africa? More specifically, what is our problem with Nigeria? That's why I'm tired of commenting. I beg, make una carry go.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's just start by watching this video of Tinubu in. All right. So that was Tinubu in the Oba's palace. Who watched the whole visit? Sure.
Definitely not me. No.
All right. So he made news there. He talked about how his campaign was essentially saved when he came to the Oba to visit him. That the Oba told him to go there and run. That if the Oba had told him not to, he wouldn't have continued. And then he made that speech where he said it's his turn to be president. And the spirit of, I've been corrected by somebody, a friend of mine said, freedom that he got from Ogun State was the one that backed him up and made it possible for him to win, despite all the people trying to stop him. And he mentioned people who try to use the change of currency, people who try to use, what else did he mention that they tried to use to stop him, but they failed. All right. So, Ovie, I know you've been on this case for all through the week. What is that?
I think the first thing he said when he, got the mic was to actually admonish the monarch. And from there, you can tell that there's history politically between these two people. He said, "You are a father of a Monaco, Nadeco, and now you are the father of a president." Right? So that would make me to be a little bit of research. So the man has been, that's it, for the past 60 years. So he's one of the longest serving monarch in Nigeria. But most importantly, seeing it from a tradition perspective is, he's just trying to pay homage, but most important to reinforce among the Egba people that yes, this is very important. And him referring to coming to Egba land twice to invoke, the first time to invoke the spirit of freedom, as he put it. And again, he said, if not for the Baba that said I should go, I give him courage. And looking at it from the Yorubas, we know it better. It's a sign of respect, not just giving to the elderly person, but to what the throne and the people of Egba reinforce. Again, this is it also came into the kind of politics we used to practice, right? Identity. So if that is part of the pillars that actually you wrote to get to where you are, it's only fair enough to come and you fuel that that to believe that yes, this is it. And if you also look across the Niger too, his vice president with the same toy was at Sultan of Sokoto's palace, to say thank you for what you've done. We need your support. Again, a lot of people are interpreting that visit that he went there to use the Sultan to rally around the North so that they could support their presidency. Because as we all say again, the issue of legitimacy is their sake. Other people interpret all this as an antics of just to, get more legitimacy from the people and all that. And the question is that, is it working? Yeah, if that is the goal, I think it's working so far. Is it to us as Nigeria? Do we really care? I don't think, I don't care. At this point in our history, what we are going through, I don't think we need all that in our faces, right? We don't even need to see it on camera and all that. But again, we understand. Somebody will say it doesn't take much to appease Nigerians. That part of the country right now, they are good, right? As far as they're concerned, you can just continue like this for the next 4 years. Well, that's the one part of us that we need to sit down and actually see what is wrong with us, right? 3 months ago, it was hell. But today, it's hey, all good because our man is there. So there's just various dimensions to look at what transpires in the Ogun State. But as a traditionalist, as somebody who believes in his tradition, that's okay. But I don't think it needs to be in our faces just because of what all of us are going through. But again, now more expectation, right? How long is he going to, project around? Is there more expectation? And that's also give me fear of what may come after all this. But maybe that's a later discussion. But
all right, thank you.
On that, he went to invoke the spirit of freedom. Said he went twice. They tried to. He recited the. If you help me here, we will vote and we will win. I'm a what?
Oh, I think or something. So basically saying that nothing could have stopped the election. We would vote and we will win. Yes.
So for the fact that Baba is with me, the spirit with me, my people is with me, say go ahead, whatever they say. So it's just pretty much as far as I'm concerned, it's just been a clown, but it's working for him so far. But how long is it going to take? Yeah.
All right. Thank you again. Nijaman. Unmute yourself, Nijaman.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Talking about Tinubu, this is not the first time the president are going there. Now, Jonathan went there, Buhari went there. So this is not This is not the first time. So this normal. This is a traditional ruler. The traditional ruler called Tinubu when he arrived Lagos from London. He said it there now. When he called him, he said, okay, I will come and see you. That is when he come the next day. He went to 3 chiefs there in Ogun State. So everybody's for their own interest. That man there you see there is the knee. That knee is treating. They have to always fly him abroad to go and treat it. So where is the money coming from? So before he came there, many people have called. So that is it. Everybody, if Obi went there, all Igbo will go. What is our own interest? That is normal. If Buhari come down, so all those that will say tribal is normal for everybody. My brother went there, I will go there. What is being my own? Our Oba will call. That is normal. So everybody is for their own. Because he went there, so Tinubu went there, he will tell you, my children, this one, what is their own? Give this one contract, give this one this. That is interest. So it's with that we watching, we'll be talking about, it's normal. That is the traditional rule of Nigeria. The what he said there, this is what he said during the campaign in Ogun State, in the rally. So that is what he was telling the other day. That they invoked that spirit there. Because Ogun State is not just a ordinary place. He says the first place he started it when he said when he called Dapo, that is the governor of Ogun State, Eleyi. You understand? That is when he said he declared there. The second one, he went and declared there too. So that is what he's trying to say. But anything that works for anybody is okay for him. So he believed that one. As far as he gets what he wants, and that is it. We don't need to too much deliberate on that. There's more thing to talk about Nigeria.
All right. Nigerian, what we're trying to say is if we are beginning to see his kind of philosophy or his what they call the doctrine, because by seeing him in different places, how he operates, what he says. For instance, he says something there where he said that I'm not going to, I know what's at stake, and I'm not going to make excuses. Which I found interesting, because you find out that most.
Sorry, Dr. Dame, you didn't finish it, but you just take that after content. But what he said and finish it, that's supposed to be what will surprise us, because you are elected. You have said that. Everybody have said that. All president, governor, they said that. But what he now said, he said they didn't force him. He had for the job, but he was not telling us that God will fix Nigeria. How will God fix Nigeria? Or he will fix Nigeria?
Good. That's I'm trying to.
So that one is not. That is only when I'm afraid. Don't come and give us God. We are here God so much. Don't leave that God there. God cannot come and vote for you. It's with that vote. So with that, then God doesn't create Nigeria. It's we human being that create Nigeria. So don't use that one. That is only where before you will know that the old governor will start. The other governor, that was reading Bible every time arise. Quoting all the over, but is the first one that go to EFCC. So all those God, church, they should leave those things aside and do what the money. Oh, excuse me, sorry, let me just butt in a little bit. The money they said they are the 10 billion now, because that is what because I followed the business analysis yesterday throughout. The 10 billion they said they have recovery from the first subsidy. And we are still seeing where is the 10 billion? I don't understand.
Did you say 10 billion or 400 billion? Where did you see 10
billion? No, 400 billion. 400. That's the one for the ask IMF now to borrow the loan. That was the 400. But they say 10 billion. That's what the business economy said yesterday. That they have recovered that for 1 month.
It's 400 billion.
Oh, it's 400 billion.
For 1 month now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why did they want to take another loan again in World Bank?
So we're going to get to that topic after this. I want to know what we want him to do with the money, because in 3 months we will have more than a trillion naira in Nigerian position. But we talk about that next.
Yeah, Rudolph. To add to that, Oguti, there's another thing that one note to keep note there too. It's a spirit that actually the emotion that ran through that room when he started talking about the Nedeco, and if you follow that their history, can say that they fight for democracy or they fight to be in power, right? And they came close by Abiola. So if you study the body movement between the old man himself and himself, you could see it's like it's emotional roller coaster of what that institution represents and what they're able to went through. That finally we got it. That's pretty much that one is.
Sorry, OVA. Just that one, that man you say there, that's a chief, After all those one we are seeing that camera, those are film that they want us to see. After they finish that king, we take him inside room, bedroom. He take Jonathan there. Whatever he had Jonathan come and he was not able to recitate. He take Buhari there, the same thing. You still take this man there.
You people should leave my king alone.
We say to
That's Awujale.
after they say Awujale, when he finish, we take him inside there.
Leave my king alone. Leave my king alone. I beg.
Where we use what they call asset for Tinubu, tell you what we want. Tinubu will not hesitate it. So let's forget all these people. How many bag of dollars stopped there yesterday?
Sure. Is that why you didn't want to comment? You don't want.
Sure, cannot comment. So mistake, Maguma. I know what is happening now. You know what is happening now.
No.
No, normally Ogun State is not for the. If you read that the history of Ogun State, Ogun State is not just an ordinary state. It's like where you can go. There is something there. You understand? If you go and read it from 1950 something before the so there's I forgot most of the thing. Maybe if I read it again, if you go there is a place you can just make proclamation. You understand? It's a spiritual land or normal on its own. Why Tinubu go and make that thing there? You ask yourself, why the first time he declared that in Ogun State? The second time he declared it in Tandem Ogun State. So that is it. After he declared, when he go and meet Buhari, when he go and meet Buhari, after he declared, do you know the second day he went to Aso Rock? When he meet Buhari, that is where Buhari begins to connect with INEC, that Buhari begins to change mouth. He went start campaigning with Tinubu. You read something from there. That is the place. That is why he's praising that man. He said, "You give him to me." He said it there. You thought so. There's no all this one. He called him.
That man, you know the fear juju will go come out from that house. So maybe
who's like juju? You know where I be.
Let's get out of
juju. My pocket. That man don't know juju. Na money just there for them.
All right. Okay. Thank you and good morning. I think there's two things about around that region from what he's saying. Tinubu is trying to do their culture thing this thing that they say when a young man washes his hands very well, he's going to eat with old person. So that is what Tinubu is doing. In the essence of it, why he went there, remember, Ogun State have this thing that for some time, great leaders have come out from that place. Precisely like talking about governors back in the days, come more from the Egba region. You understand? But Awolowo is from the other side, from Ikene. That is where Obasanjo also got married. You understand? So the Egbas and the Ikene, they have...
Awolowo granddaughter is married.
Just to balance it, the Egba take more advantage of the Ikene people. But the Ikenes are the Jebus, I mean to say, the Egba take more advantage of the Jebus. But the Jebus are very, very big. But the Egba hold power. So what he tried to do, he tried to balance it before rivalry thing will come out from that state. So that's why he went straight to Ijebu and at the same time went to the Alake of Egba. So just to balance that aspect of it. So I just think that's what he's doing in the name of power. I've been coming, NS Shonikon, Abiola is from Egba, all these people, they all come out from that place. So that's why he went there to say, things have happened in this place, but saying Ogun State is one special state, or that we special than the.
You don't know, so just forget. Just forget. Very special. Don't deny that. Go and read it. Go and read it.
If you read your history very well.
And I will become special.
Well, don't put talk for my mouth. I'm a student of history. If you read your history very well. The Oromiyan for your people pursue the Egba people all the way to.
We don't talk war here. We talk to your ancestral land.
So I'm teaching you history now. People that you are talking about, they push them. That's how they run to what they call that. That's why they named that place Abeokuta. That Olumo Rock. Those places. These are the places they pursue them. They run. How to run under the rock. That's why they named that place Abeokuta. Do you know the meaning of Abeokuta? They are under the rock. So sometimes let's not make people too powerful. Then we get scared of the thing that we create. I'm the one that creating one small shrine in my compound. Then very soon again, I start getting scared. Cannot even drink ogogoro, but I'll be buying Hennessy for my shrine. These are the things that the men have been doing. There is nothing special there other than they have their rich culture and their heritage. But say anything spiritual or mystic thing, nothing special. Read your history very well. Your shoot them.
All right, thank you.
Tinubu don't carry my people go where we don't know. See Ogun State. It is well.
Can you talk about this idea that when I was happy that he said he will not make excuses for any failures, then he went on and said that God will save Nigeria, God will rescue Nigeria.
Yeah. So first of all, let me say that I don't share the philosophical underpinning that some of our commentators are giving to his travel to Ogun State or anywhere. I think this is a guy who, if you look at all his body language, even before declaring for the presidency, he's always been like, it's my turn, Amy Locon, and he's interested, very, very interested in, enjoying all the perks with all the 104 vehicles in his convoy and all those kind of stuff. So I think his journey to that place is more or less just, trying to show off on those and maybe extend some hands of fellowship to those that he feels helped him get to that position that he is on. Now, about what is his comment about, being, that the box stops at the table, and at the same time, he's trying to push everything to the hands of God. I mean, that's the typical default of Nigerian politicians. They don't want to take responsibility. I come from a state that the immediate past governors, his slogan is "Enugu is in the hands of God." This guy, basically went AWOL on the state, and he wants us to believe that God is in control. So I really don't pay attention to any of those things. But just to add, so Tinubu has just been in office for 30 days or even less. So you can't make any meaningful judgment on what he has done. He has taken some steps, which some people like to call very bold. Maybe so. The only thing I could tell you is that, I am not very inspired just because of the fact that, like I pointed out before, there is no president that will come to Nigeria, even if it's Jesus Christ, will come and make any significant difference, at least within the foreseeable future, because the rot is so much. So it will be, it will not be fair to Tinubu to expect him to have done magic just within the time he has been. That said, one thing that I've also pointed out is the fact that a new Nigerian president, more or less, is going to be the moral signaling of, where the direction of the country, to be that kind of somebody that, figuratively, we can look at his actions and say, okay, maybe this guy is out to change things, Now, when somebody starts off with the huge, starting off on having that kind of convoy, that's one. Then we saw that the current president, what's his name? Senate president now is Akpabio. The fact that out of everybody in the Senate that he chose Akpabio, we know, of course, they're going to say, oh, it's the job of the Senate to elect whoever will be the head. But we know it's not like that. We've been told that Akpabio was Tinubu and remains Tinubu's favorite. Now, this is a guy with an extensive rap sheet. This guy has a lot of corruption charges leveled against him. In fact, he's a fugitive for justice. Meanwhile, this is the guy, somebody who came to the presidency and wants to start on a clean slate, chose to be the Senate president. So at the end of the day, you find out that they are not really out. And then we talk about the cost of governance, which is one of the big things that even if you can't do now all the huge things, at least being able to signal to people, okay, I don't need to have 5 presidential jets in a country where more than 150 million people are living in multi-dimensional poverty. I don't need to go in a convoy of 104 vehicles in a country where I mean, where do we want to start? You know, so all these things is not giving me, they're not giving me any cause to think that this guy is out to do anything different, aside from the fact that, oh, it's my own turn. I've done all I should do. It's not my own turn to be in that position. And I'm ready to reap all the benefit, all the perks of that office. That's why I say it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, please, 1 second, please. I forgot my line when I tried to argue with that, my brother. Remember, we blame Buhari. Buhari first blame was that 6 months he did not appoint minister. Tinubu should be very, very careful. 1 month now is using it for all type of private visit. He should just be careful and roll his sleeve and start working immediately.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Anybody here? Like, I'm sure he's gone. I know he's in London. But everybody here, I think everybody here that I can see is in the Eastern Standard Time, CM and 1 man, they're in London. Good afternoon.
I'm in Sabongeri, Kanu.
No, you know. Well, anyway, having said that, I did not watch anything. Not even. I mean, I saw some of them. You know, when I was with VA. I mean, he was showing, you know, what happened in Lagos. So I didn't watch what happened in Ogun State, and I don't really care, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, maybe he's taking a victory lap. There's nothing wrong with that, but I just think a lot of the thing was too extravagant. All those convoy, 200 or 1 something. I mean, that was unnecessary. But that's Nigeria for you, you know. We tend to waste, you know, money when we don't have any money. So, like I said, I don't have any more to say about that. To me, it was all a caricature. Whether it's victory lap for him, that's great for him. But anyway, what's going on in Nigeria is so depressing, and I see all these Abado people. You know, when Buhari came, it was say Baba. Now it's say Abado. That's what's happening in Nigeria right now. So they are all hailing him like he has accomplished nothing. He hasn't done nothing yet. I mean, everything that he put in the paper, you know, we implement them. Nothing has really yield fruit right now. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any issue. You know, I'm not going to give him any grade right now. I mean, in my own opinion, maybe 6 months to a year. Maybe we see where the trajectory is heading, whether it's getting better, because it's not getting better as of right now. Let's be realistic. He's been in the office for about a month plus. I mean, since it's worse than when things is worse than right now, like when he first came in. There's no doubt about it. So Nigeria is suffering. So we see what happened. I'm not going to condemn him, you know, because we see what happened until things actually, whatever he's trying to implement, actually working. I don't know if it is going to work, but history has told us that Nigeria, things doesn't work in Nigeria. So hopefully Tinubu will be different, but I don't know. So that's what I'm going to say in that situation.
All right. Thank you. Janaba.
Good morning, afternoon to some of you. He went to Ogun State to say Miloko, and he got it. So it's a language you use in Nigeria, whatever it works for you. And another thing is that the lazy mind of Nigerians, when you say everything is in God's hand, then it's everybody withdraw from it now. You can't say anything again. It's like if you say anything, you're anti-God. So end of the day, it's either God take the glory or he take the blame.
Okay. Thank you. Obediently obedient. Welcome.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is he suffering from hot breakfast?
I know. Good evening, everybody. Yeah. Dr. Damiris, how are you, sir?
Good. Yeah. So what did you about 30 days after?
Well, there's nothing really surprising, because I do tell people, and anyone that cares to listen, this is the best we can see. Are you getting me now?
What do you mean? This is the best we can see.
If you are expecting anything really concrete or developmental from Tinubu, you are probably wasting your time. Imagine a country that is holding a lot of debt. that is owing a lot of debt. And you can see them throwing money around, going with more than hundreds of vehicles as a convoy. Imagine if I lend you some amount of money for business purpose. I now later discovered seeing you in your village, throwing a party, remembering somebody who has died about 40 years ago. How do you expect me to feel? We are debt. We are owing a lot of money, and look at the manner we are spending. So if anybody is expecting anything reasonable from Tinubu's government, I think that person must be a daydreamer. Imagine from the first day to the 30th day now. They said he has signed a lot of bills into law. What are those bills? What are the benefits of those bills to the common masses?
So imagine obedient. If it's true that we saved 400 billion naira this 1 month after the removal of the subsidy, you can be sure that in another 3 months you will have 1 trillion naira to play with. Don't you think that
that brings you back to the question I had just now? That what is the benefit of those money to an average?
The plan may be that when he gets the money, then he can make things happen.
That is maybe you and I know. We know how it's been done in Nigeria. We will recover some loot, and those loot will still be relooted.
All right.
That's the optics. All these things Tinubu is doing all around is just an optics. Just be moving around. When it comes to the real issue, just what happened in Paris, you see, you will not find him.
All right. Let's continue. We will get to details of what we expect him to do next, because we are sure there won't be excuse that there's no money anymore because money is coming in. One man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to be here, Rudolph. Good to see you. Yes, I just thought I'd pop in, say hello, see what you guys are up to. I saw about San Diego there. It's not on the seat anymore. Yes, really. It's really just to catch up with the Tinubu space, you know. It's more or less a month into the administration now, and the speed of change. I'm not quite sure that has ever been recorded in the history of the country. The speed of change. So now the removing of the fuel subsidy, that's necessarily something that had to happen. So it was a brave move, but it was an inevitable move. He had no option but to make that decision. But what especially excited me was the removal of arbitrage in the exchange rate, to the harmonization of that space. And then all these stealth tax that is introducing into the Nigerian space as well. You know, of course, that Tinubu is all about taxation and then repointing of resources. We saw that with Alpha Beta in Lagos, and I think we're seeing somewhat a rehash of that same play at the federal level. So he's harvesting all of these funds, which is quite exciting because the country has no real wiggle room for borrowing anymore, because we're over-levered under the wasteful administration of Buhari, but he still has to govern. So he's now harvesting through creative means. But how he then repoints this money that he's harvesting now is where the real decision will be made as to the success or failure of his administration. So how he repoints these monies that he's harvesting is where the decision is going to be made on the success or failure of his administration. And the other excitement to come is the composition of his cabinet. So that would tell us of a directional travel as well. So I feel that that is where the conversation is now, as we settle into this administration now and we see it take shape. So Rudolph, I just came in to say hello. So I just pop in just to insert that into your conversation, and then I'll listen in from the background.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you just one question before you go. How are you reporting Tinubu now that he's president? Did you make any change in your program? I've been in and out. I've not been very I've not had enough time.
Yes, we're looking at Tinubu with proceed with caution. That's how I would choose to describe it. Proceed with caution. even this most virulent critic, they acknowledge that a lot of the moves that he has made has been decisive and necessary. But a lot of acknowledgements, are those changes too fast and too heavy though? Because the weight of those change on the stagnant Nigerian average income, the weight of those changes, is it unbearable for the Nigerian person? How do you insulate between the immediacy and the medium term where the gains will be made? So those areas we're looking at. So it's proceed with caution. That is how we're looking at it on my platform.
All right, one more thing. Sorry to, because I see that you discussed Oni of Ife saying that people are suffering, that he should slow down in some of these things he's implementing. What are the people who are on your platform? What are they saying about that? Are they saying that there is need to slow down? That people are suffering? Do people appreciate that?
I think there's a universal acknowledgement that the changes that Tinubu is making, they are necessary changes. And irrespective of who sits on that seat, those changes are necessary for the repositioning of the country. But the speed of it is just the suffering of the people is where the caution is. So that's where I think there's a universality, at least on my platform, that those changes are necessary. But the weight of it on the people, the speed of it, and the lack of palliative to insulate the immediate scar, that's where the contention is.
All right. Thank you, one man. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for having me, man.
All right. CM, welcome to the show.
Well, good afternoon, Rudolph, from here. Good afternoon, everybody. Our protocols duly observed. What actually is the question anyway? Because
the question is, are we seeing a Tinubu doctrine? Are we seeing anything that we can frame as the beginning of this new presidency? So you can make it wide that way in the last 30 days.
There used to be a criminal called Al Capone in Chicago. When the government of the day came to collect tax, he said you cannot get a legal tax from an illegal business. What we are seeing with Tinubu is a government of criminals. I don't need to, you can't construct legality on a foundation of illegality. The man called Tinubu, this is just a criminal. All this is doing is just doing people boju or what they call it. The more you look, the less you see. This is a man. Look at convoy in a country in which people are buying petrol.
CM, hold on. This convoy thing. Let's talk about it actually. Right. That did anybody count how many vehicles followed that Buhari when he came to Lagos the last time? Was it that Buhari had less number of cars?
If it is, listen, that's what they call cutting the cost of governance. Even if it is 20 cars, all of them are using petrol. All of them, for what? What is the point? Particularly now that Nigeria is under severe economic strain, people are crying. Look at a liter of petrol. People are trekking to work and it's going to increase. Nigerians are complaining that sometimes 2 months you won't have electricity and NEPA will provide bill. They say they are going to increase the price of darkness by 40%. Haven't you heard it? In the Western world, if they want to increase your energy tariff, you know that you are having electricity 24 hours, all of us here. So if they are increasing it, you can understand. Now, right now in Nigeria, electricity is maybe some area, 2 months, they've not had anything. I asked somebody from Unewi the other day, and they want to increase it by 40%. So which means the darkness you are giving them, you want to increase the cost of the price of darkness. What are we talking? And somebody is coming here to come and bamboozle us. He will do this. The guy is a criminal. He's not supposed to be there. It's a very sad commentary that the first time in the history of global leadership, a drug baron is in charge. Where has it happened before? Where has it happened? Look at the revelation at the Electoral Tribunal. He will tender NYSC certificate 1983. Later, he will tender this, that is NYSC discharge certificate issued 1983. Later, he will tender NYSC exemption. Now, how can you participate and then be exempted again? Look at fraud. His age, you don't know. He's lenient. His genealogy, nobody can talk. Look. The guy is ill-prepared, just a criminal. He just going there. Okay, he went to Paris. What did he do? He's promising Nigeria. Who is expecting something good from him? What he's doing is exactly what people. I mean, even there was a video trending now. Those that he sent to go and kill and do electoral fraud, they are now saying the truth that they laid their lives on the line for him. Now he's giving the high electricity cost. Anyway, there's a petrol station somewhere in Bajulaye area of Shomolu in Lagos. Bajulaye Shomolu. They said if you go there, they sell you for either 37 naira 98 kobo if you have APC card. But that is one, then if you can remove your shirt and they see where they stabbed you, maybe when we are doing Agbero for Tinubu, they can reduce it to 17 pound 50 kobo. That is the only place. So is that the type of country we want? Look, this is a waste of time debate talking about this. Nigeria has gone to the dogs. Yeah. This is a government of criminals. Simple.
CM. Just think about it. This is where I couldn't get over this, that we served 400 billion. Okay? And he's going to, hold on, CM, he's going to decide what to do with this money. So we better start having conversation about, it's not about the past now. The past is also important, but about what will happen. In 3 months, we have 1 trillion. And people decide to give double the pay of all civil servants. And that will happen. And then what will happen? People will start praising him. So I think we should start fashioning ideas about tomorrow as while we wait for whatever is happening in the judicial system, man. But this is what I also have a conversation on.
Lagos state government, they say they generate about 100 billion naira every month, IGR. Tinubu takes 15%. That is, Tinubu will declare how much Lagos state collected because he is the person collecting through Alpha Beta. If Lagos state generates 50, he can declare 30. Out of 30, he takes 15%. So telling me about billion, how much did he give INEC? He went to use, look, I'm not interested. The billions they are collecting from Lagos, Makoko is still an eyesore. And they say they build Lagos. See, when people are even saying all these things, I thought we should have moved the discussion beyond criminality. I mean, how can we be discussing a criminal-minded human being? Look at his certificate for the first time. Somebody, I mean, I'm really shocked. Somebody from the Yoruba background. He can't boast of a school cert. Which school did you attend? And you are telling me you want to give student loan. Student loan to where? So if tomorrow somebody forged certificate now and said you will tell the person you go to jail. Or if tomorrow I happen to be at a Murtala Mohammed Airport or Nnamdi Azikiwe at Abuja and you open my suitcase, you saw heroin. What? By the way, is there any justification for the establishment of National Drug Law Enforcement Administration, given the fact that the real Baron, the real Capone is in Aso Rock? What really are we talking about? How can somebody in NDLEA arrest me if I'm in Nigeria? Say, oh, we saw this thing with you. We are going to handcuff you. We're going to answer for bringing drug into the country. When the man who did it and even forfeited I mean, look. Sometimes I don't know why Nigerians are easily this way. Nigerians are easily sort of, what can I say, distracted. This is a criminal. He's not supposed to be there. That is what we are saying. Thank God, let the presidential, the panel, let them hurry up. This is a national shame. What does he know he's talking about?
CM, thank you so much. Let's hear other voices. Hebi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here again, and I see that Mr. Kalakuta, aka Kulata, my brother from my village, is there. We are here again today. I will just piggyback on what CM has, vented most of the thing that I was harboring. We're talking about Tinubu now, but let's even examine. I mean, the other Dr. Alex, I was listening to him. I was having my breakfast then, or brunch, I would say. And he was saying that Tinubu is a wonderful person. I wonder what's the definition of being wonderful? What does that mean? And he also said that we should go ahead and become patriotic. That is there now. That reminds me of several groups that I belong to, WhatsApp group here in North America that Nigerians are. And some people are pushing now as soon as Tinubu got there and say, we should forget, we should. In fact, they started preaching to us to pray for Tinubu. I just wonder if the same God, that David worshipped and that wrote that, you should follow goodness, sincerity and all that. It's that same God. He doesn't normally care again if you do wuru to jump and become something. Then it's okay to now start praying for that. I really don't get that contradiction, because if you tell me that somebody is a wonderful person and he has fraudulently jumped on, obviously, on the throne, and now you're telling us, giving us patriotism, preaching, and we should come and be patriotic. What does patriotism do? What we have in Nigeria right now is kakistocracy. All right? When I first heard that word, I thought it was khaki of soldier. And I was like, maybe it has to do with soldier. But it was actually a Caucasian man who said kakistocracy. So, and I know khaki, they don't usually use it to describe army or whatever. Kakistocracy is right here, government by the least suitable and competent citizen of a state. Now, for those who are wondering what we will get in the next quote unquote 4 year and maybe 8 year, if it's not booted out from the electoral panel, which I'm hopeful will happen, because there's too much evidence of fraudulence by Bola Tinubu, who is technically actually a female, who get an exemption, NYC exemption when there was no exemption, who has 2 different university certificates, all sorts of things. Is it the Akpabio that he has set there? Is it the obedient man that is left? He described Akpabio. Is it not the same man? Off your mic. The same man that is so obvious to anybody who has half a brain to see that this is a thief? Is it the same Akpabio who built a gigantic hospital in Akwa Ibom and rented the equipment and presented it as if it's been installed? And after the commissioning, the company where they lease, I think a South African company that leased the thing, moved it away, just like the Nigerian Airways, Abu Sirika, who took a queue from Akpabio template and now brought a jet, and then Nigeria Airways, the same people. Is this the same guy? The same Akpabio who say he's doing wonderful thing. He has done wonderful thing in Akwa Ibom, and so a few years ago when he had just a sudden breaking at a red light and his head hit and just do jiggy jiggy, and the next thing he flew to abroad and he didn't go to the hospital in Akwa Ibom. You're looking for what Tinubu will do. Go to Lagos. Just go to Lagos. That's what you will get in Nigeria. You will get a partitioning of the most rich and the mega thieves, and the partitioning of poverty on the other side. That's what you will get in Nigeria in the next 8 years. In fact, you will crave for Buhari. The danger with getting a very smart thief is worse than getting a mumu thief.
It's true.
Buhari was clueless, but deep down is cluelessness for us, is foolishness, and we can't tolerate it. But when you now have a man who is clueful, who understands how to steal technically, is already putting in place all the instruments, is a careful strategic. A former drug boss, you know how they do in your backyard, Mr. Rudolph, when the Capones, there is no, is either you are sincere 100% or they cut you off. You get it? That is what you're going to get. He's going to surround himself with people who he himself will put their hand in the jar, so that it's not only him. It's very strategic, and he's already putting that in place. We're talking about subsidy, and we're hearing, people come on national TV telling us that a friend told him that he actually told Buhari to stop the subsidy, that they are tired of taking money, right? And up to today, the DSS, who is everywhere, catching people if you sniff against anything, has not gone to ask that man, can you tell us that your friend? So that we go ahead and get him. No. We have an Asari from nowhere appear. Now it's raining. That gives you an indication what you are going to get. It gives you. You have the MC Olusegun threatening people for votes. Nothing happened. Now MC, because MC Olusegun could not speak good English like Asari, that's why Asari has an edge. So Asari is now operating the federal level now, of MC Olusegun didn't like this, So what am I expecting? I know they expect anything, my brother. A city built on a very terrible foundation will never prosper. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Abi. Thank you so much. Shegun.
Dr. Damiji, can I speak after Antonio?
After
San Antonio, the next.
Oh, okay. All right. Ike, you're next.
Dr. Jakarimi Damages.
How are you, man?
Okay, Mamun Anititi. Thank you for this afternoon. I said that I would join today. Actually, I'm in Atlanta for a convention, so I said, let me join you guys to chip in. Last week, I wanted to join in so much, but I find myself, I have to talk to my patient, I have to get out. So, really, Nigeria system should have now learned something about Tinubu. And I appreciate what he did. One of the fundamental things Tinubu did is to grow human beings, to invest in human beings in a funny way. He invested in people in a funny way. And that is the reason why I'm sorry for anybody that is here that doesn't have it in his head that this tribunal is a charade, that nothing will come out of it. Because one of the fundamental things Tinubu did was to make sure that he put people in places and cultivate them, culture them, grow them, and make them to be stand. I was watching TV, somebody says, look at how he took people from different regions of the country. He's working, this and that. That is rubbish. Every individual Tinubu put in these things are the people that he has cultivated and nurtured them to be in that position. P2B used the word, I think, human, I forgot what he called it, human, what was the word? I can't put the word in my head. But Tinubu did it. He have grown human beings and make sure that he put them in places where they can nurture his interests. Let's talk about subsidy. We're going to save 400 billion 400 billion that is in the air. We don't even know where that $400 billion naira is. It's not real because subsidy is not real. So him telling us, oh, we're going to save 400 billion this month, next month 400 billion, the following month, that will put it about 1.2 trillion. But that money is not real. It's not real money.
No, hold on. Don't say it's not real. You can say that, what you can say is that this is what we will have spent, or other people who are bringing.
Okay. So the people that steal money are not going to steal that one, right?
Yeah, we are not going to pay them. So, which means, because if you say it's not real, you're giving room for the government to actually do whatever they like with the money. There is money. It's money. It's real money. People are paying more to buy petrol. So it's real money. So they should account for it. That's where you should be thinking about, not saying it's not real. So which means, all right.
Well, I say it's correct that it's not real, but the money, let's look at the history of Tinubu and the money. What is his history? His history is to collect and say, this is how much I collect. We don't know how much he collect, but he says, this is how much I collect. Then you give me some percentage and take this some percentage. He now was only in Ibola, they say, he's the only one that collects and decide how much he collects. Then he will give the state, and the state will give him 15% or whatever percent they give him. Right. My brother, Tinubu is not going to work. Everything that is happening now is narrative. People come and do narrative and say, look at what he have done in 1 month. He haven't done anything. Whatever he have said, whatever he have done, haven't manifested into any outcome. And in 6 months, we can't even see outcome of whatever he's doing. My brother, everybody, we wish Buhari is still president of Nigeria in this regime. That is my own take.
All right, Ike, thank you so much. When I come back to you next time, I want you to think about what should we do, because our job as citizens is to hold whoever is there accountable. So he is there. We can't say because of what he did in Lagos, we can't do anything to him. But that's when I come back to you. Shegun, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and greetings to everybody in the panel. I'll just say this and then fall back to the background. I think we started off by about all these trips to Ogun State and all stuff like that. I think my reading is, I think Tinubu is still in a victory parade mood 30 days after election. And I don't think that's supposed to be where we are. At the moment, he's gone around to various places and all they are doing is singing his praises. I hope that they are not seeing this as an end in itself, because the victory to the presidency is only a means to help Nigeria get out of where we are at the moment. So at the moment, I'm seeing it as a victory parade, and that's not what we need, because people are suffering. We need to see him get back to work. He's made some pronouncements, but in my own opinion, the pronouncement doesn't seem to have a method to it. I mean, just those decisions he has taken, they are very important decisions, yes, but again, where are the plans to ameliorate the effects of this decision? And all of them are coming almost at the same time, and it's weighing on everybody. The fuel subsidies has increased fuel price and has increased skyrocket price of things. Unification of exchange rate, which is also a good idea, but has also caused an increase to things that we consume in Nigeria, because most of everything is imported. But where is the plan on this is how you want to ensure that people are able to withstand the shock of this thing? So in one of his speeches, he mentioned that from Monday we'll start seeing things. I don't know what we'll see, but we really need to see concrete plans on ground of what he needs to do. At the moment, they are still in a parade mode, which is not good. Talking about the 400 billion, you keep saying, I don't understand where this 400 billion is coming from. Mele Kyari said that even the federal government is still owing them subsidy money for previous years. So where is this 400 million coming from? People should not just think because he has made some proclamation, things will just start happening. That's not how things work. Proclamations alone and change of policy alone are not enough to make things happen. So I don't believe there is any 400 million coming anywhere.
Billion. You are talking about billion.
Sorry, billion. Sorry. So I don't think there's any 400 billion coming from somewhere. We have to really see the transparency about things like this. I think so far the pressure is on the people, but again, we are not seeing the government in itself making sacrifices. He's made some speeches which I think is in the intention of trying to inspire hope in people. Like when he said after the prayer at the ED that people should make sacrifices. We also need to see government officials make sacrifices. A convoy of so many cars, even though some argue that it's not just Tinubu's convoy, but people who have to fly from Abuja just come and welcome Tinubu in Lagos. What sense does that make? I mean, you have National Security Advisor. Don't they have work to do? You have IG of Police. Don't they have work to do? I mean, so I really don't understand what they are doing, what they are up to. It's not about just making proclamations. Somebody told me that this is the first time that we're having a politician as a president. And what do politicians do? They try to make popular decisions. But that is not enough to take us out from where we are. So, again, I think I don't know what to expect from Tinubu. We only hope the country goes on right. But then the indication is they need to get back to work. We need to see plans for ameliorating the suffering of the people. The pressure is much on everybody, whether you like it, whether you're on this side of the globe or you're on that side of the globe. But again, for me, 30 days after being sworn in is enough time for us to start saying concrete things. If you look at when Obama came in US, at least we know it was at the beginning of the economic crunches. And if you read some of the biography that has been written about those actions that were taken in the immediate 7 days, immediate 14 days, that is what we need to see, because Nigeria is just down there and it's drastic action. So victory parade, it should stop. So that's just what I wanted to contribute to the discussion. I'll fall back to the background and then listen to you guys. Thank you,
Shegun. Thank you so much. Prince, a question here next.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, other panelists. Pretty much, I think you guys should be in the afternoon by now. As for me, the truth must be said. Whatever you did not get in the right way will definitely slip out of your hands. Why am I saying this? It's a month now that Tinubu has been installed. And, it's very clear to everybody, if anyone amongst us or anybody says, oh, yeah, he got it, by merit, no problem. The only thing I would tell the person is we'll all be accountable to one being, which is God, and all that stuff. Do I trust the judiciary? I don't trust them, and they are gone. But guess what? They should be hiding their faces, in shame. Because at the end of the day, for me, in Nigeria now, you have the professors who are just shameless human beings. Those in judiciary who are also shameless human beings. People keep talking about, oh, in this couple of weeks, he has made this pronouncement, he has made that pronouncement, he has made pronouncement, a policy is not the actual thing. Good. You can say anything. The same thing he said on the day he was being inaugurated. The next day he changed it. He never said it. Another time, that it was not even in the that it was not in his speech. That he just added it. By Monday, the fuel or PMS in Nigeria will be increased to 700. I think it's 700 in the north and 600 in the in the southern part. But we all know how it goes. Before you know it, it will be 1,000. My happiness is that they will all live and see this happen, because it's not only affecting Mr. A, it's affecting Mr. B and every one of them. They shouldn't complain, no. They should not cry, because they will live and see all this. It's gonna happen. He went to he came, the what do you call it? Came to Lagos, all the fanfare and all that. He went to Abeokuta, Abeokuta to Lagos is less than an hour. But they flew him now, and all those things continued. No worries. No worries. The only way that it pains me is because that's my country. That's my country of birth. I still have cousins and relatives over there. If not, I would care less. I would say that country can go to hell. But like I said, we'll all sit here and we will watch them, and they will be burning. As a matter of fact, it looks like they said the coming of Christ, I think it's there. It's starting from Nigeria. It's going to start from there or whatever. We'll watch them, Yeah, I rest my case for now.
All right. Thank you. Let me skip Paul, man of prestige. I know you guys said something. I'll come back to you. Let's go to KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Doctor, now we sleep, don't they catch me? You see, they skip me again.
Okay, you can weigh in on the other aspect, because I know when you came on, because KJ is having difficulties. When you came on, we were just talking about the visit to Ogun State. So you can weigh in on the subsidy money and every other thing about him, because we are just exhausting Tinubu now. We're going to the next topic after this. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. AB, they laugh me like that. Don't worry. I'm coming close to you. See, don't they near? Very soon, I can stand up and say, below come.
Is it me or Paul? Rudolph?
Let's pause.
You can go. Now that you have good network, you can go.
Paul, just wake up. Make it talk. Make it no go see.
Okay. All right. I will make my contribution very quick, and I'll move on. I didn't want to come in today at all, but the last somebody who spoke really provoked me. That guy is is it one man or thereabout? There's some statement that you make, and those of us who have families in Nigeria become agitated. I mean, no thinking person will say what's going on in Nigeria right now is something you can celebrate. What are you celebrating? What are you celebrating, for crying out loud? Is it that people are suffering? Do we just want to see people suffer? Yesterday, I was watching someone, a Nigerian British, and said that she sat in her room and reapplied for a passport that belongs to her daughter, okay, changing the former one that she was temporal to a new one, a more newer one that she can use to travel. She didn't have to see anybody. She didn't have to leave her room. She didn't have to pay anybody. Right from her desk, the former one was changed, returned back to her by post, and the new one issued, without her going to queue and be waiting for one man to issue a visa. Come on, guys. Let's be realistic. We're not different from where we are now. We are the same human beings, carrying the same kind of brain. We are even more intelligent as science will have it. And so when we have a system where people keep eulogizing failure, mediocrity, or whatever it's called, I begin to wonder. Now, listen. They are saying they're going to get 40 billion. You can get this 40 billion, like I've always argued here, just by cutting off, the corruption, the bribery going on in the system. Not even the oil yet. Just cutting off the SSCs people have built into the system. You can get that money without having to worry yourself. Okay. So what's the big deal? What has Tinubu brought to the table that we were not seen before? Or what he has been able to do, renaming airports? That's what you cannot do in a day. Is there anything that is new that other former presidents have not done? What is the one thing that he has done different? Nothing.
So, and what I see is a rush to consolidate power, to make sure that people accept you, because you know that people are having difficulty in accepting you. So all they are putting in place is to grab power and consolidate on it. Okay, you went to one of the states and said that you actually invoked the spirit of Omiloko. Whether that is true or not, you see, are we bringing juju also into the leadership of Nigeria right now? That sacrifice was done for you to the spirit of Omiloko? That doesn't make sense at this, this era in which we are in. Okay, now, taxing people. You are taxing people who do not even have jobs, who find it difficult to eat one good square meal a day. One, I'm not saying three. Okay, not to talk of those of you who are living in a very developed world. After you finish eating, you take snacks or gazette or whatever you call it. We're talking about somebody just eating one meal. One, you are taxing them. Then you have also introduced 1,000 naira more for you to register your car, because proof of ownership usually comes when you register your car. It comes with it. Something that we have been paying for before, but now you have singled it out, and so we're going to pay additional 1,000 naira. Is that what we should celebrate? Okay, I thought that anybody who is serious in making a change in Nigeria will be looking for how to, first of all, create jobs for the people, alleviate their suffering for now, before beginning to introduce new systems that will cause them to pay. I mean, how do you tax a hungry man? You're only creating issues for the system. Okay, and then what's the other thing that I wanted to emphasize on? Okay, the convoy, we can give it to him that he was going to the
all right, we can't hear you anymore.
And so many people came. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now for the convoy, we can say that because he was going back to Lagos for the very first time, so it was also forgivable, But if we see that in certain time, then we will begin to blame him. Okay, so let's it's not how Nigeria is right now. People are struggling for positions. They are hustling for ministers' job and all the parastatals and all that. So every one of them will go to the airport to just show face and be part of that convoy. So that is not generally his making, okay? But what we are saying is that please do not put more burden on the people. That does not show that you have become a successful president. Don't put more burden. Find a way to elevate it. Look, you see, sometimes I wonder why is it that everything that comes to Nigeria must come with suffering? Must we always have to suffer for whatever? Even to go to the bank to withdraw your money, you have to stand in the queue. And the teller or stupid guy who is sitting there tells you nonsense. I have a friend who asked to wire money to me through GTB, and the money wasn't sent, and they charged 40,000 for it, and they will not return the money. He said the bank was telling that they send the money only for Bank of America to call and say, look, you guys didn't transfer any money. There's not even an attempt. We're looking at our system. There's no attempt to even send this money. Talk more that it bounced back. And I said, well, we sent it. And they told the chap who was sending this money that we can't refund your 40,000. This is the kind of country we have built. You did not, provide a service. Yet you collected the person's 40,000 with clear eyes. With clear eyes. How long do we keep doing that? So you see, like I said, I didn't want to say anything today because I'm trying to rest. But that guy, let's look. These are people now. We'll be human beings. Let's not be just eulogizing someone because he's from our tribe or he's from our region or we're going to get something from him. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you so much, KJ. Someone made a comment on the comment section that why are we talking about holding someone accountable when what's going on is state capture? It's been a while. I can't remember who that was. That what's going on is state capture. So what I don't think we should do, but of course people are free to think any way they want to think, is to basically give up and say that there's nothing anybody can do. This is what's going to happen. It has happened in Lagos, and that would be a failure on our part as citizens. We should be whoever is the president, we should continue to insist that they should do the right thing. These conversations we're having is important, and it impacts the policies. I can tell you that the issue of the convoy, with people saying that people are foolish for talking about it, that, those kind of things. But eventually you see that they will scale back. They know that people are not happy. All right, let's hear from Masca. Welcome to the show.
Doctor, you still skip me again?
Oh, I thought we agreed that we're moving.
Okay,
after him, we'll come to you.
No, Mr. Rudolph, let Paul. I will go ahead. I like his contribution.
Okay, Paul.
Yeah, I almost forget, but thank God that I allow KJ to speak, and that makes me remember something that I almost forgot. Doctor, I worked all my life as an aviator, so I understand the way the aviator work. I work in Nigeria, and I also work here in the US. Doctor, if the president is coming to Lagos and make it official, we are losing 40 billion naira as at present day. This is how we abuse things. The way Nigeria is being structured, we have just two major hubs in Nigeria, Abuja and Lagos. Port Harcourt is trying, but not there. Kanu is trying, not really there. But when we are talking about hub, we have two major hubs in Nigeria, Abuja and Lagos. The president is coming to Lagos. They make it official. The president have not left Abuja. They shut down the airspace in Lagos. They shut down the airspace in Abuja. Do you know what happened? Which means it's as good as the airline is on environmental sanitation day. If some of you know the meaning of sanitation day. They shut down everything. And aircraft are supposed to take off from Lagos to do 25 minutes to Warri and quickly do fast turnaround under 20 minutes to Abuja, stuck in Lagos. Everybody will miss their flight in Warri to Abuja. Another aircraft from Lagos to Benin to Abuja, shut down, the same thing. There is no much aircraft. Go and look at airpiece. You might hear airpiece. They don't even have up to 20 aircraft. But quick turnaround, you see them everywhere. So when you shut down Lagos, you shut down the aircraft. Doctor, I know you live in New York. You see what is going on with United. Because they have problem in New Jersey that happen to be their hub in Newark, New Jersey. Is affecting over 20 million right now. So when you shut down Lagos, you shut down turnaround every other place that the president is not coming. We all understand VIP movement all over the world is 15%. 15 million simply mean you are even encroaching Lagos airspace. Then you shut down the airspace so that the president can land. That's how it works. But in our own case, president have not taken his shower. Abuja shut down, Lagos shut down. Simply mean you shut down the whole aviation in Nigeria. That is wrong. They've been telling from president to president to president. Even at the time, they even advise, president, if you want to come to Lagos, make it secret. After all, the president land in VIP. The presidential wing, that is Air Force. The Air Force will pick him. He will still take jet again and leave. The shopper will pick him right there. Not like it's going on the road. I'm not even talking about other people, businesses on the road. They will shut Agege Motor Road. They will shut Oshodi Apapa Expressway. They will shut down everywhere. What is wrong? That is one aspect. From president to president, not only this president, to the lives of Jonathan or Obasanjo, they've been doing this nonsense. And it's not good for the industry. That is one. Then, another thing I want to talk again, talking about the so-called monetary thing that they said, single exchange rate. Doctor, it makes me laugh when I hear this thing all the time. I see professionals also support these things. But in as much as I do aviation work, I'm also an Igbo man in another aspect of me. I'm an importer. I do Nguka very, very dirty. You understand? I buy school shares, desks, computers, and everything I send to Nigeria. These are things that I just start small from sending to my primary schools. It has become a very big thing. Doctor, Let anybody tell you that in Nigeria you can do Western Union from Nigeria to the US. It's not there. Even if your kids school in the US, you have to go to bank, to CBN, to do all type of thing to pay school fees. It just don't make any sense. At my own comfort, I'm sending money to my friend in Manchester. I'm sending money to my friend in Amsterdam. How come you can't do single exchange rate that they are talking about? And another way around, my Igbo man like CM will laugh because the Igbo man will go buy black market rates of dollar for 800 to take to China. Meanwhile, the other Dangote will buy this dollar for 400, the CBN rate at the bank. So now everybody is getting the same 8 something. It's kind of funny. Then another person will want to make another analysis that it makes sense in the sense that if they give somebody this money from the bank, the person will just take the money quickly and go sell it back to Aboki. So if they make everything single rate, then it makes sense. Then I laugh. I said, that's not how it works. We have to walk back with SWIFT and open up our Western Union, not because of politicians stole money. Then you cannot be in Nigeria to send MoneyGram, Western Union to send money. If Dangote need money, let him stay at the comfort of his computer and pay whatever he's buying his cement in Brazil at the comfort. You don't need to walk to bank. Every one of us can be going to bank for any transaction we want to do. At your own comfort, I have money in my account. This same computer that I'm using, I can use the same computer to do Western Union, transfer money anywhere, buy goods and services. We don't need to go to bank. That way, I don't need to take a 400 or something from bank and quickly run to a bookie to go sell the money. It's simple. That's all everything. These bankers don't need to be seeing our face in every single thing we do. That is true. Then the so-called economy that they are talking about, introduce that. Tinubu is just doing all this funny thing like I'll borrow from show. He's just doing things for 100 days. The student loan is not there. Even though if I want to support Tinubu to some extent with student loan, doctor, it makes sense for you to give student loan with interest so that private sector will come in. Take government out of it. That way you also cover corruption. How do you want to do student loan with no interest? Then no private sector will come in. So that tell you on its own, it has already failed. So if government is to do student loan, guess what? They just take the money for themselves. Nobody will qualify. Nobody will do. So I don't see anything that he's doing. He's just not doing anything. 1 month now, you use all for private visits. You've not done anything. We've not yet anything. And people said, oh, he's taking so fast. He's doing things well. I can't figure anything. These are my take. And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Man of Prestige.
Yep. Thank you very much. The situation in Nigeria.
Mr. Rudolph, I thought it was my turn that I said, okay, let Paul go. But it's it's all right. It's okay.
No, what happened was that you gave it to Paul, and that means that I have to follow the path back to you. Otherwise, Man of Prestige will now be on my neck. Go ahead. It's coming to you next. Okay. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. From what I gathered, speaking about what Tinubu did in Lagos, and so Tinubu Doctrine is going to be God will save Nigeria, right? Okay. So that's going to be his doctrine from now on. God will save Nigeria. So we go from there, see how God is going to save Nigeria without working for it. Having said that, I have some bulletin points which I just jot down that Tinubu can use, and how it's going to help Nigeria before I proceed. But I'm afraid I don't know if that's going to happen, because we have a pirate who is the captain. I'm scared that he might, he might direct Nigeria to a disaster, That's what I'm concerned about, but I don't know yet, but that's my fear, judging from his antecedent, not because of what he did in Lagos or not, that kind of things, but from corruption point of view. So the removal of first subsidy, I have something that I just jotted down, it's going to increase government revenue, so they can redirect the revenue to other places, that is vital to the country. So they can utilize it for other programs such as education, healthcare to develop Nigeria. This is supposed to lower the fuel, the fuel price. If Dangote has started refining, the refinery. It's not supposed to increase the fuel subsidy the way it has done right now. I think up to 300 or 400%. I don't know. It was 190 something. Now it's 500, 600, 600 somewhere you can get. So it's supposed to lower the fuel prices in Nigeria, but we're having a contract. We are one of the most oil producing country in the world, but that hasn't happened. Increase the domestic production. Nigeria definitely needs to increase the domestic production if we want to see any headway, going from, because we have to be a very productive nation. All this thing they're doing about exchange rate and everything, it's not gonna make any difference if we are not producing, more than we import. Nothing good is gonna come out of it. And there have to be efficiency, improve efficiency, by reducing cost of production, which lower the cost of fuel. That is very paramount. Probably one of the most important one, corruption. That's where I made that comment about a pirate, steering Nigeria, to a different level. I don't know how that's gonna work, but some people were saying that when you have a criminal, he knows where all the whole bodies are buried. So he can be able to do that. If anybody is gonna do that, it's Tinubu, because he knows where all the dead bodies are buried. Being that is his antecedent, for a criminal, whether it's a criminal, but he's very corrupt. We can know that. So he can be able to eliminate that. Corruption is very important. Maybe invest in a renewable energy. That will definitely help Nigeria. But so all these points that I just enumerated, if Tinubu can focus on all those and let there be an accountability, not just getting all this money. It's not telling us where the money is going to be used or whatever. I mean, we need to ask questions. Where are you going to use this money? Be very transparent. I remove the fuel subsidy. This is what I'm going to do with the money. And this is the amount we have garnered today. Everybody needs to be questioning the present government. I mean, he's the president and he's going to be the president. So I don't know what's going to come out from the tribune. I'm not even having any hope in that regard. So he definitely, need to do that by, any means necessary in order to save that country. I read something about the World Bank was saying, I think there's some of them said 3.6 trillion. I think the other World Bank said about 11 trillion, they can save from the removal of fuel subsidy. So I don't know which one is correct, but there's a caveat to that commentary, because they say about 70 million of Nigeria will go to poverty. So you have to find a way to elevate that poverty area. If they're going to actually get that, 11 million between now and 2025, that's what the World Bank said. So they have to find a way to implement and use this money properly. All I'm doing right now is hope. So, but hope doesn't solve problems. So let's see what happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Maska, you're next. Unmute yourself. Oh, you just muted yourself. We can't hear you when you were. Go ahead. We can't hear you. All right. So we'll come back to you. Something is wrong with your connection. But it was good when you spoke last time. Janaba, you're next.
I think the 400 billion as a result of the fuel subsidy removal, how did it benefit ordinary citizens should be the issue. And so far, the system we have is going to be difficult to reach out to all Nigerians, even if he decided to give palliative to all Nigerians as to pushing the difficulties, financial difficulties that are going through. So, and those things are not things that can be done overnight. It's a structure that is not in place. So, if it has to be a way. How did we move forward from this where we are now? With the last time that they have this COVID thing, Nigerians give a lot of money to so many people that they give or borrow, or there's a corrupt way they did it. But it's not to all Nigerians. Some people feel form. They say they are giving them 500. Whoever help you, we take 200,000. All of those things that went across Nigeria. So let's speak to the issues that at least they know that, okay, ordinary the rich people, the elite, they don't feel all of those things. They don't even have to go to gas station to queue or to lack anything.
So how do we channel their energy to benefit all Nigerians? That will be what I will be interested in than saying that nothing or something somebody is doing or somebody is a criminal or criminal. The DNA of Nigeria is in the DNA of all Nigerians, except those that are brought up with integrity and they told you that this is not good. At least there's a common fairness. And when the KJ came with, I don't know why juju or all of those things, our belief system scare other people. Say, oh, we are, it's like it's primitive. Or it's like we should not talk about juju or all of those things. So if I find juju now that will give me money right now, and I don't have to kill anybody, I don't have to do anything. Show me that juju place. Me, I would like to visit there. So there is nothing, if any, as far as it does not jeopardize any other person's life and you do not take anybody's life and you do not do this, show me where that juju day, where they work, where if you go there you will get money, or if you go there you will live longer, or if you go there, any benefit that juju they give you. Let's say that church, you go to church, they say, I used to hear pastors say I cannot be hospitalized, but they carry doctors around wherever they go. I don't understand that kind of a logic thing. So I think we should know that if there is anything that black man have, we demonizes it. And that is our own problem. We don't grow in our own space. And we always trying to imitate other things that we don't have a structure for it. Somebody says that Obama, when he came 8 days or 14 days, it's a structure. We don't have such thing. We don't have it. Thank you.
So Janaba, I know most people want to move on, but if you say we don't have the structure and you run for president and you know these are the issues that the country is facing and you won the election, quote unquote, if you don't want to believe it, you won the election and you are there now, do we have to now say you blame that we don't have structure because you knew the country you were going to run, you knew the country you were going to.
That's what I said. That it should be. We should channel our criticism so that you even if you say you have 400 million today, that 400 billion cannot reach Nigerian because we don't have the structure. What are you doing that makes sure that this money reach ordinary Nigeria? And I gave example about the COVID-19 palliative, whatever they give, that it doesn't reach to all the people. It's some few people who can fill up a form and have somebody that work in so place and can help them. Some people get, some people doesn't have it. So he should start that system in place so that we know that really you just collect the money and keep it somewhere. Let it circulate to all Nigerians.
All right, thank you. Osi.
Yeah, so we're talking about what to do with the.
We are rounding up on Tinubu. Yeah, what to do with the money? Whatever you.
Yeah. So 400 million for. I mean, it's not such a big money, but it could also make a difference. 400 billion, as a matter of fact. So I think it's important that with the kind of economic challenges affecting everybody, especially those at the bottom of the economic ladder, there has to be some form of palliative. And what I mean by palliative is not in terms of handing out money to individuals. I mean, I just don't see the logistics of how that will work out. But I'm talking in terms of partnering with at the subnational level with the state governments and the private sector in providing things like public transportation, which will be heavily subsidized. And that will also help because companies like e-nursing can make those buses, which again will also provide job for the youth, who will be hired to make those buses. And because I mean, you can't think of any modern city that doesn't have an effective public transportation system, because that will reduce the number of people driving all these big SUVs, which are, fuel guzzlers and all those things. You live in New York City. I lived in New York City for 5 years, and my family and I, we never owned a car till the kids came. That's because they have the subway, they have the local bus transportation and all those things. So I think if some part of that 400 billion is channeled into providing those kind of things, every sector of the economy will benefit from it. And as we're doing that, of course, we are hoping that Nigeria, having invested that kind of money, the billions of dollars in Dangote refinery, when it comes on, then the price of fuel should not be still 500 naira and above. But that's by the way. Then the other area I feel like the subsidy should be going is in the area of security. There is pervasive insecurity in the land, and there is nothing that can work in a country with this level of insecurity, where somebody living in Enugu can't even go to Onitsha and buy goods and come back and sell, and vice versa. And I'm just using Enugu as an example because this example can be multiplied in all the 6 geopolitical zones. So security is something that has to be addressed, and that has to do with sitting down and redesigning the entire security architecture of Nigeria. Then, of course, equipping them. I mean, we've all heard about police officers telling you that, each day they are assigned with 2 bullets. When you have criminals that, have like, full load, trailer load of ammunition. So redesigning the security of architecture, making sure that they're well equipped with modern gadgets, making sure that they are well compensated in terms of monthly remunerations, that will go a long way because, the primary responsibility of state before anything else, life and properties. If we do that, then even in the midst of all the suffering, people will be able to wake up every day, go wherever they want to go and hustle and probably help the family and all those things, and what goes with this is also an extensive reform in the Nigerian criminal justice system. Because it's almost like when you have a case, it might linger for years and years and years and years. And that is how criminals get a break, because you can kill somebody and maybe it might take 10 years. During the time, money has exchanged hands and probably you can go free. But if we reform our system in such a way that there's a quick dispensation of justice, it will also help reduce crime, going back to the whole thing about insecurity. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Osi.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. First of all, it's not 400 billion alone. If you remember, I think around April 5th or thereabout this year, they got $800 million from World Bank for cash handout to subsidize for. They foresaw today, however you want to put them. So there's money. So I saw you going back and forth with one of our brother here that there's no money. There's money and more still to come. Let me clarify that. I think about the convoy that that generated a lot of reaction. I think we should also understand that it was not only quote unquote VIP. It was the president, the Lagos State governor was also have his own convoy. I think the IG, up to the security man to his daughter will get his own convoy. So that one day. So, but we also understand that it's taxpayer money. Again, some people will argue security is also important. So, just as I should put that right there. Rudolph, if you remember clearly, I think around a year ago, we have this subsidy conversation where we see have Ralph, White, Maculata, even CM and everybody. And I think the conversation then was, it's a political suicide to see a government that will just come and say they want to take the subsidy out. And people who had that view based on what happened in the past. Good Luck is a clear example when tried it and we all know what happened. Buhari to some extent, it did when they first came in 2016, but he ended up taking it to a place that I don't even know how, right? So, and there's also other argument that the ripple effect of removing subsidy is going to be so hard that the political party will take advantage of it, or that special interest might take advantage of it, and we will send your country into chaos. So that was the conversation. That was about a year ago. Now we are here. My people say, if you see anybody where they win, right? Two things: celebrate with that person, or you respect that person. That is the whole point of the first 30 days. We say, okay, some people say Tinubu has hit the ground running. I said, yes, I give it to him because he said he's going to do this during the campaign, and he ended up doing it and all that. But again, according to Professor Ikechukwu, that said that Tinubu did not hit the ground running. Tinubu was only circling in the air and eventually landed. Now, landing, however they arrive, there's going to be effect. And we're already seeing it. Projected for it to be $400, and nothing is going to come down. It's just going to go on and on and on and on. Now, what do we do with that money? I foresee three scenarios here might likely happen, right? And I'm basing the what I'm already seeing. One, the attempts to subject a lot of Nigerians to the mercy of government or to the few is what I'm seeing here. Because if you say that money should be invested in agriculture, who are they going to be competing with? GMO that's already been approved. Right? If you say you want to put down for education, I mean, the same people that got their education free handle the economy since then. For no reason, they can't explain how we are going from free education to loan. So if there is no deliberate attempt to subject a lot of Nigeria to this, to hardship, to mercy of government, there's no other better way to, explain that. Again, palliative. Palliative is a word that all of us have come to fall in love with. When I mean all of us Nigerians, right? Most of us don't even know what the word means, but palliative is all we want. If I want to quote Professor Jibril Ibrahim, that says we should be careful. The palliative could be another fuel subsidy. And he went ahead and gave examples of, they say they feed schools, our school children. Nobody can account for exactly how and how much. Traders' money. So we should be careful what we all, be asking for. If we just get them. Then if the field decide to say, let's give him a chance, let's say, okay, what everybody, those who actually expect, who know him very well, Kulata, no pun intended, if you actually come and explain to us how you intend to expect the tax, is it tax bracket now how to generate more revenue, right? I think is one man also stretch that point too. You come and give us more detail. If you are not providing job, how are you going to do all that? So if you say we should advise him or we should take his genius tree as say Tinubu is, advise him put it in subject that part of that money to electricity. Let the palliative come from there. I think it's the last speaker, OC, that says that talk about state economy and all that. I remember growing up, being a village boy, but looking back there now, it's a full-fledged life. Everybody they trade, activities was going on there. So why can't we do that again? Why can't we empower our rural dwellers? Right? Go to the riverine area. Why can't you create an avenue for them to be able to generate fish? Go to the north and all that. So if you can do that, maybe we stand a chance to say, okay, yeah, that's the man. But if not, we are in for on a long thing. And I don't know if Nigeria can actually take it, because if it's going to a point whereby their bargaining power is shrinking by the day. Not luxury now, not to even buy car builders, but when a so-called middle class is finding it difficult to say, yeah, I want to feed my family. I don't think either religion or ethnicity can stop anything that will start from that. I will also use France as an example. It's boiling. As some people trigger around. So
yeah, thank you so much.
Good luck to all of us.
Thank you so much. We have to round up this topic on Tinubu and what he's doing, but it's important to frame it so that we also. I'll come to you. I know you now. I'm coming to you, but okay, and sure. But let me just, for the purpose of reframing it, so that we can also, there are so many things going on at the same time. First of all, the labor union refused to. They wanted to protest about this oil subsidy. They met with the government and they were convinced, let's say, quote unquote, convinced not to do anything. And now that more things are coming up, including the 1,000 naira tax on every car owner, including the electric tariff, including what we predicted, that I just got a note that to travel from Lagos to Onitsha is 35,000 naira now. So basically, it's impossible for this to be sustainable. And the government, even though they are getting money, they will be getting money from whatever subsidy removal, but they don't even know what to do to reach people, because this transport cost is not going to come down. It's not going to come down. So even if you give money to people who work for the government, you are not going to give money to everybody in the country. If you try that, the money will not mean anything. You know, at the end, if you give somebody 15,000 a month, that doesn't help the person whose son has to go from Sokoto to Lagos once a month. Whatever he is given is lost. And the prices of things are going up, medication, food, everything. So this is what we predicted that will happen. And the government, hopefully, they have a plan that they are going to roll out in weeks to come. Otherwise, there will be a situation where people will find out that it's unbearable and they are going to react. And what happens then? Mascot. Oh, yeah. We still can't hear you. Can anybody hear him?
No.
Okay. Sure. Let's come to you. I'm sorry.
He's still in court. He's in court.
Sure. Go ahead. Oh, even sure, we can't hear sure.
Sorry, I just needed to unmute myself. I've listened to what most people have said, and I quite agree with most of their submission. This is the part where we would need the people who support Tinubu and believed in his mandate, in his strategy. This is the part where we would need them to probably be part of the show. Put their big boy pants on and join, and probably tell us how this is going to work out for the masses. Like you've just said now, transport from Onitsha to somewhere is 35K. So how does somebody who needs to make that journey, how do they make that journey? You can't just tell them it's temporary. That does not solve the problem. Someone needs to travel. Based on their last pay, they can no longer travel. So tell them in layman's term, this is how you go about it until the government can solve the problem. So you can not just tell people, deal with it, it's temporary. No, it's beyond that. See, the story of the grew Lagos IGR is true. No one would doubt that. I've never contested that. One of the questions is, what did they do with most of it? Who benefited from the growing of the IGR? Who benefited the most? That's the question that a lot of people are not willing to answer. So what happened in Lagos in terms of taxing people and raising revenue is going to happen across Nigeria. And it started. Now, you might not be aware, the prices of car park at the airports have gone up. There are a lot of places that you won't see, that won't make the news. And when they say we shouldn't go to Twitter, no, we'll go to Twitter, because you don't expect Arise or Channel to be spending a lot of time on this sort of, small quote-unquote news. But the prices of car park at the airports in Nigeria have gone up. There's now 10 naira per liter sugar tax on non-alcoholic drinks in Nigeria, sweet drinks, carbonated drinks. 10 naira on every liter. It's going to be introduced. So they're taxing non-alcoholic drinks now. They shouldn't touch our alcohol. They should leave it alone for us. So they should leave that one. Who wants to drink Fanta should drink Fanta. But jokes apart, that's another tax being introduced. So there'll be so many subtle, small ones that if you put together would generate a lot of money. Now, petrol, that's no news to anybody. Customs duty, I saw something floating around the internet about how much it costs to clear one particular car. They listed about 10 brands. Most of them have gone up about 39%. Universities will now decide how much they're going to charge, because they would literally say to students, there's a loan for you to take. So the days of cheap university education is gone. So you can see that as subsidy being removed or tax being introduced.
electricity tariff will go up. While I came here and was saying, please give our people electricity if you are going to increase their fuel prices, not knowing that electricity will still collect, not our electricity that comes here, but in terms of power in Nigeria. Car ownership, the 1K. I don't know how many cars are in Nigeria, but 1K per year. That's that. The dollar is what, 780, 760. The initial thought was, once they float the naira, once they have one market, no more parallel market, everything will be fine. Now dollar is 780, knocking on 800. Pounds was 1,000 to 1 naira. 1 pound to naira was 1,000 2-3 days ago. Today is 995. The money I sent today was 995. 2 days ago was 1,000. Now, I know what they would say. It's early days. Just wait. Just wait. There's nothing. You remember the way they told you to wait for the price of rice to crash when they did that nonsense charade, the rice pyramid? They told you, just wait. It's a matter of time. You have to be patient. The price of rice hasn't gone down. When they closed the border, the price of rice will drop. It didn't drop. So when people don't have faith in this sort of moves, it's not because people are crazy or are envious or are angry or are jealous or whatever. If Peter Obi came and implemented these things, and I'm seeing this sort of hardship, I would say exactly the same thing I'm saying. I think this is what separates some of us from those who support Tinubu. It's blind followership. You ask them, please explain, how would this work for the common man? Don't sit in the comfort of your home in Lagos or London or New York where things don't affect you directly and just say, oh, it's a matter of time. These people are not statistics. 4 more million people in Nigeria have been put into poverty. It was 133 million before. It's now 137 in the space of a month. These are 4 million people. See, stop seeing these numbers as statistics. These are human beings. These are real people. So when we don't have faith, it's because we've been dealt this blow before. The pyramid. Can any APC Buhari supporter come and tell us what happened with the rice pyramid that was meant to drop the price of rice? It didn't happen. So why do you want me to believe this one? It's the same APC. But now, you know what's going to happen? The ACN APC are going to start blaming the CPC APC. Oh, Buhari got things wrong. Buhari did this wrong. These same people that would never allow you criticize Buhari over the last 8 years will now start telling you it's Buhari's fault. We've seen it before. It's a game. But I don't see it as a game because human lives are involved. I wish Nigerians luck. A few of them have started complaining. There's a video that trended the other day, the one brother that was shouting, with our life, we voted for you, we did this. Yes, it's tired lines. You can say it's tired lines because it doesn't affect you. If you are the one suffering on a daily basis, you won't see, these tired lines are the daily realities of people. Until it stops being a tired reality of people, we will keep repeating it. You can't say we should stop repeating it because you're fed up of hearing it. People wake up to this reality every single day. So you sit down somewhere and you say they are tired lines. Say something else. Until the people's reality change, why should we change the subject? What would you like us to talk about? What? The new suit you got? The new car you got? What exactly would you like? Tell me. Be my guest. What do you want us to discuss? I don't come here with some BS, futuristic things. We are talking about people deciding to go to work or to eat. And you're saying tired lines. How selfish, how wicked are people? Why? Because it doesn't touch you. It doesn't affect me personally, but I care for people. And I care for APC and PDP people and Labour Party suffering in Nigeria. It cut across party lines. APC supporters, some of them, have started to complain in Nigeria. These are real people who are suffering. But you mention it's tired lines. Say something else. What should we discuss? You got a new pair of Louboutins? Or is it Bottega Veneta that you bought? What exactly? You got yourself a Rolex watch. Let's talk about it. Is it Seamaster? What exactly did you buy? Piss off. Gosh.
All right. Thank you. Sure. If you are watching us in Nigeria and you have the means of joining us, please do. We want to hear from you. I have been hearing from people in Nigeria. It's not pretty. People are not going to work. There are people who just stay at home. They can't afford it. They just can't afford to pay 50 naira.
You have to provide data for them now if you want Nigeria to come in.
No, I said if they can, those that can, that they have.
Sorry, one more thing, Rudolph. See, I saw something in the Punch newspaper.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm in Nigeria.
I saw something in the Punch newspaper.
Who is in Nigeria? Hold on. Sure. Who is saying he's in Nigeria?
I'm in Nigeria. Emmanuel.
Okay, Emmanuel. Okay, we'll come to you next. Go ahead. Sure.
Sorry, just quick one. I saw something, some of the things that make you think we can't carry on like this. I saw in the Punch newspaper saying ex-service chief had to get 4 bulletproof SUVs 20 domestic aides, and 36 soldiers, ex-service chiefs. So when we say, these people are tone deaf, you cannot let the people be facing such. And at this same time, you are saying that the ex-service chiefs will get 4 bulletproof cars, SUVs, 20 domestic aides, and 36 soldiers in a country that is poor. You keep telling us that we are poor, but you're splashing. This is why it gets annoying, and it's almost like you're rubbing it in the faces of the people, like we don't care. It's not fair on the people. So when I complain, I'm not complaining for personal interest. If they better the lives of people in Nigeria, it does not benefit me directly in any way. No, the people who are closest to me in Nigeria, yes, they're struggling, they're feeling it, but they will get by. Thankfully, but how about the other people? And when you mention it, they will tell you, change subjects. It's boring. No, it can't be boring until the people get the life that is decent.
Thank you, sure. Let me also mention that, putting it in context, there's something we are missing, I think, sometimes when we talk about Nigeria and what happened in the last few months. There was an expectation by some people, I can say people who were listening to P2B. There were some expectations. So the things that used to be acceptable, okay, like the president moving with various vehicles, having this entourage, they are no longer acceptable. Even though P2B is not the president, people bought into some of the things that they've been said, that we want government that is manageable, that is within our own size of our economy. So that's why it's a different thing now that is happening. Not that because Buhari did not do the same thing. People are expecting something more. And I think it's a good thing. And I think the people who are demanding for change should continue. People should not say that they give up, that there is a state capture. No, I don't think any single person, Abacha was not able to capture the country. Babangida was not able to capture the country. I don't think Tinubu has the means to capture Nigeria. So people should insist on these changes, and that's how countries change. Countries do not change because people gave up and said it's not within their means to reach it. All right, Emmanuel, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, Emmanuel, can we see you? We ask that people should be seen here when they come.
Yes, you can see me. I'm writing code. Yeah, so
where are you joining?
Me, I'm fine.
Where in
Nigeria? I'm in Abuja.
Okay. So
Abuja.
Okay, how has it been for you in the last 30 days?
Well, I don't know. It's not something you should be proud of, but just like they say, we should endure the pain for now. But I think the pain is becoming unbearable. Some people are beginning to, rob themselves unnecessarily. You go to the street of Abuja, you see police station empty. You see there is no car on the street. Nobody is driving again. From just like a 100 kilometer, just a distance of 100 kilometer, they'll be charging you 500 naira. You understand? So it's not easy. Like these days, people don't go to church on Sundays. As far as the church has a little distance, they will not go to. If you go to church, everywhere is almost empty. The pastor begins to tell that you should be try to, if you have a car, bring people to church. We know that this kind of thing will happen, but at least what I'm even saying is that the way it's going, I don't think it has an end for it, because this man said that he's removing subsidy, but he did not tell us what we should expect, like what we should anticipate. This is what you're going to get in 5 years, or in 4 years, or in 2 years. This is where this whole money is going to be. This is what you're going to benefit. There's nothing that there's nothing we are looking up to. So that is how he's supposed to, at least for the fact we are facing this, or we are experiencing this pain. If you have something tangible that is being futuristic, that you're going to hold on to, within 2 years I'm going to experience this thing. There's nothing we're expecting. He didn't tell us that we are expecting something like this. It ended up coming to tax us. I opened a new shop in Abuja, spent a lot of millions of naira opening a new shop. Government did not assist me in any way. Just for the day I opened the shop, they came saying that I want to collect. It's not what do they even call it? That's one name they call it. They came and collected 15,000 naira from me. Like, it was a serious fight. I told them that I passed a law to open it. Why would you come? I said that is how it is, and they'll be coming every year. So, but these people are not putting nothing to assist us that are even small business that are trying to come up. They are not even assisting anything. They're just suppressing us. I felt so bad. I fought them. I will not lie to you. They said that if I'm not ready, they will close this shop. So it's something. It's frustrating anyway. It's frustrating. You are not happy.
Emmanuel, what
you're taking away from them.
Can you tell us things you've changed in your life because of the situation now? Are there changes you made?
Changes?
Yeah, you made in your life as a result of all this economic hardship.
Well, I have not seen any positive change. The only thing I'm experiencing now is negative one, which I'm saying that supposing that this thing I'm experiencing now, if I have something that I'm going to hold on to maybe in 1 year, that I will be happy doing it or experiencing this thing now. But President did not tell us that this is what we are going to experience in 1 year or 2 years. When he removed subsidy, what did he tell us that we're going to experience? We end up bringing out.
Emmanuel, hold on. Let's channel this. If you're asked now, what do you want the government to do for you that will make your life better, that will make it easier for you to deal with all these changes?
Okay, for instance, like this subsidy they removed, this price of fuel affects everything about the life of a Nigerian, everything about it. From the food you're eating to where you're going, it affects. So now we know the number of the fuel we consume as a nation. So if they can subsidize that one we use as a nation, because all this while they have been stealing this money. So if they can know the amount that we use and subsidize that one and bring it back to where it was before, right? I hope you
Okay, Emmanuel, hold on. Okay, I saw somebody else who's in Nigeria. You are fading out. I can't hear you. Fix, you are in Nigeria, in Abuja. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Dr. Damages.
Yeah, Fix, welcome.
Good evening to the panelists.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
So what are you any changes in your lifestyle because of this oil subsidy removal?
Honestly, Mr. Dr. Damages, everything is very, very bad this time around. Honestly, your money is just disappearing, as in you are living your normal life like the way you used to live it, but your money is just disappearing, Like let me say for past 1 month now, this thing that started, the issue of the transportation. I haven't gone home to see my family, like to go home, because if by the time you start going home, I'm just hanging around my working place. If you go home, your money will just be going like 1,000 naira. You go home.
Fix, hold on. You say home. What do you mean by home? You mean
like going to my house now?
You don't see your immediate family. You mean you have what family?
My child and my wife, because it's costly. If I do it for 1 month, I might not just sustain it. It's very hard.
So you sleep at work?
Yes. The electricity bill is up already. The only thing I can say is gas. Gas just came down like, let me say 34,000 to 31,000 200. That's the only thing that there is, as in for 50 kg, that is different. But I don't know. This thing they didn't plan it well. Is like a torment. I don't know how.
Fix. What about the prices of things? Were there changes in the prices of basic items you buy, like what?
That one is the worst. Like something that we used to buy 100 naira now is 250 for donut. Egg roll 300. Normal bottle, small bottle of mineral. That tiny bottle, like 35 cl, is 170. You know. In fact, these people, I don't know if they even care for the masses. Everything just overnight, just like you sleep, wake up, they carry you go another place where you don't know. That's just where, except for 1 month.
So
I'm not going
the money you make, is it enough for you to sustain?
That's what I'm saying. Now calculate it. In a month, I'm on the salary of 35,000, maybe. From other allowances they are giving, you cannot.
They live on news. Is it news?
You calculate it now. If you want 1,000 naira going to my house, coming for 1 month, how much will remain? So it's very hard.
Fix. Who are the people behind you? Who are talking there?
It's some of my colleagues.
Do they want to talk to us?
Huh?
Put them on. Let's talk to them.
Okay. So honestly, since past just few this month, I don't know. They should have make an arrangement, in a place. I don't just know what is happening again. I'm confused. And some people are still hailing. Do something for us. Let's at least the ordinary masses. How can you be on a 35,000 naira salary and transport is eating everything? How are you going to feed? It's very hard. Whatever you have saved, it will clear it up, and there is no time limit when it's going to stop. That's just the thing. They are just telling us to sacrifice. So honestly, I don't know how people are going to survive under this government. Like,
is there anything that the government can do?
I'm not finished. Can everybody hear me?
Who is speaking? Emmanuel, hold on, okay? Emmanuel, hold on. Okay, Fix, go ahead. Is there anything that the government can do that will help you?
The thing that the government can do that will help is currently not to carry the money they say they are collecting from World Bank, because that money, if they share that money, I don't even know how many people that money will get to. I don't even know how many people that money will get to. And even the World Bank itself, I think they are trying to even enslave us forever and ever. So let them start from that electricity bill. It should go back to the normal level the thing is, and the transportation at least, because everything in the market now is skyrocketing. Everything going high. Nothing is coming down. Honestly.
So, Fix, one last question. If your pay is doubled, you don't work for the government, you work for private company.
No, yeah.
If your pay is doubled, would that help? Would that solve your problems?
What the organization, the institution I'm working for, what they are offering is to give me a day off. So they are not even talking of adding money. They are talking of giving me 1 more day off. So I think that one is not there. It's just either the government just leave me with option of either you leave that work and go back home, or you continue working for the people who are working and be paying transport. And it's not so. I don't understand, Mr. Damages. Honestly. So for a person like me, people in my category, let them take the transport back. transportation, the fuel back to the this thing. Either they let them do it like halfway, because it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
All right, Fix, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Despite your situation, you're able to join us, and we'd like to hear from people who are actually feeling this impact of this thing we are talking about, because sometimes we talk about it like academic thing, it's real. Let's go to Isimile. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Hello, my voice. Hello, Dr. Damages. Hi, panelists. And hello, viewers. Please like, share, and subscribe to this wonderful channel. Well, I don't have much to say. I'm just relaxing this wonderful afternoon here in the UK. It's been a beautiful day. Well, in Nigeria, I'm not there. I suppose from what our brother just said, things are really hard. And with the subsidy that had been removed, it's really going to be difficult to balance things. Hence, Nigeria is owing a lot of money. Where they're going to, where is Tinubu going to get quick money now to balance things out? Perhaps maybe they didn't plan their landings very well to balance things up, knowing that removing that subsidy is going to make costs more inflation and going to affect a lot of Nigerians. It's still early days. Is he going to perform miracles? I mean, Tinubu himself. It's going to be very, very, very difficult for him based on the kind of load that he's carrying or that he's met there, based on a lot of money that Nigeria is owing. The whole of the structure is suffering. So Tinubu is inheriting a very difficult task, and a lot of Nigerians are expecting so much from him. That's what I believe. This is my voice. I can't speak for anyone else, and my voice is going to sound loud. So this is what I believe. I myself, I'm happy to give him a chance. Whether he fails, he's not the first person to fail. Failure comes before success. Other countries in other parts of the world had been failing before they got it right. As a Nigerian, I've learned that being patriotic, whether the government appreciates it or not, it gives me joy, because like I say, outside of Nigeria, I'm a proud Nigerian. I carry Nigeria like, it's my life. To anyone that is going to talk bad about Nigeria, where I am, but I still will be able to speak the truth where I believe the government are failing. This is my own voice. So let's see what's going to happen. I wish him all the best, but it's going to be really difficult. Some people will cry, some will laugh. I hope that he would really think twice, knowing that before a lot of people didn't vote for him, and that some people are watching him with third eyes to hoping that he may fail. Let him prove people wrong, but let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be perhaps a miracle. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Concerns. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, Concerns?
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
So,
I know Sian is there.
Yeah.
And every brother and the sister that is there. God bless all of you. You see, what I want to say is this. If Nigeria is a good country, a saint country, Tinubu is supposed to be probed, or if the police they're supposed to investigate him now. Because he knows earlier that subsidy is not good. But when Jonathan wanted to remove that subsidy, they protested. If they didn't protest and that subsidy was removed that time, by now Nigeria could have known where they are now. And now he's thinking that his people will accolade him that he's tried. What have you done? Because if that Nigeria is a good country, honestly, that man's supposed to be probed by now. And ask, why did he remove the subsidy now? While for how many years ago Jonathan wanted to do it and he refused. And now he's trying to, because I think he did it because he wants Jonathan to fail, he wants Buhari to come in, and he wants to be president also. That was why they protested that time. And now look at how Nigerians are suffering now. Now going other like the Yoruba elite chiefs and so on and so forth, who are hailing Tinubu high and so on and so forth, welcoming him. They're supposed to know that if everybody, they're encouraging people to go into cocaine, into nefarious activities, into things that are not good. Because if the society goes into killing, goes into cocaine dealing, I don't know how the country is going to be. They're supposed not to be hailing Tinubu, because Tinubu is even ashamed that a drug dealer is ruling Nigeria. I'm ashamed. Now, if anybody says happy to say it's a Nigerian, well, I'm not happy to say I'm a Nigerian. Because look at other countries. We are moving forward. Malaysia, Botswana, all those kind of Namibia, all those kind of countries. Or any same country cannot allow such a man to rule them. Then going from one place or the other, and people are happy. Nah, this one is ruling. If everybody today goes into cocaine, goes into heroin dealing, you forget that even in the Bible, even in the Quran says, I think it's Quran, it says when somebody is dealing on cocaine or heroin, he's killing people, he's destroying people. Somebody who destroys people is the one that rules Nigeria. It's ruling Nigeria today. Now let's go again. These people that
Concern. Sorry, we have to leave it. Concern. We have to leave it at that. We just want to round up on this topic and move to something else. Thank you so much. I'll come to Ngozika and then Mama Echo. Echo, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damage, can I pass a comment? Can I pass a kind of like it's not comment. It's kind of like some kind of like appreciation from Ngozika. Ngozika, it looks like you guys are in summer at Enugu. Though we just seen you outside, so it looks like the weather is so beautiful outside. Welcome.
Yeah, she will talk to us next. Let's hear Mama Echo so that we'll get.
Yeah, it's really beautiful outside. I wish you could see. This is almost 7 p.m., but it's still daylight. There's still a lot of daylight outside.
All right, we'll get to you, Ngozika. Let's hear Mama Echo, then we'll come to you for the final words. Go ahead, Mama Echo.
Good morning from here to all the panelists. Me, I don't know why we expect somebody.
I don't accept and reject your good morning.
At least your rejection not they pay my bills. So I don't understand why somebody who didn't prepare for WAEC, he go write WAEC, you not expect to make it pass exam. Somebody when be say during the campaign, you not talk to now. The only thing when he tell you now, I will start from where Buhari stop. Maybe what he tell you now be that. He can't say he go recruit young Nigeria into the army. He go give them agbado, cassava, and corn. At least those are the major headline this person give up during the period. So now go expect her make him plan before he remove subsidy. You know say if you not plan for this life, you dey fail. He hear say other people talk about subsidy. Those people get plan in place, so he just also okay. As I don't rig my way inside, make I take over subsidy without planning. Now they ask whether they want use money when they're supposed to pay subsidy do. Okay, I go tell you now. All the money when they bribe in way into power, he go use that subsidy money they recoup and back. Because he knows that that seat when he day is a placeholder. And those when they wait for us, make he bring minister. How he go bring minister when he be placeholder? He just go, he want the dealing until they give verdict in the court. So that if rerun won't happen, he won't find out whether he go belong to those when they go say, make they go do rerun. So you get to keep this oil subsidy money to take do rerun of election. And if you know fit take and do rerun of election, say if you do wuru, God can say make him continue. Oil subsidy money now recouping of all the money when they bribe away into debt. If not, into say that he had he no colo, like as in don't display for France when he go. He not supposed go there, follow the talk, how the Kenyan people talk. So now when you see that they wait for person when don't tell us ain't go start from where and continue from where Buhari talk. Meaning say una suffering go double. That is the language there. He come back from France, he go Ogun State, and people they clap. Hey, what a shame. I'm not saying that's why our mumu rich. So going to Ogun State an achievement. And if they even tell you how much they spend for that recession when they give out to Ogun State, it don't help to solve some of the problem when we get to our higher institution. Very soon, as we go start their strike. So these are all the achievements. Hey, now they wait for achievement. Make everybody go when they rigor in. I notice so I begin so when he come into power, the suffering not go reach them. And then for one platform, the other they went what they say, Buhari, Tinubu, I use all my life to make sure you enter power. Now suffering. It's a pity, my brother. Say, what did they pay you? You never reach $50. And it's so painful. You have a wife, you have a child. And people like Abobaku that came to grace this occasion in the morning, they're not the see people like this, they talk. They say, make una endure, and then they increase their allowance. Dr. Damage, you want ask you they ask what you want me to do? Good, I go tell you. Tell all your senator, House of Rep, go state and the governor, make everybody they collect minimum wage. All of them, including Tinubu. Maybe why say they're not coming to power to collect money. Make everybody collect minimum wage. And all the money when they collect from retirement, from retiring as a governor, retiring as a senator, make all those money, make them return out to Nigeria. And now your governor, when he talk say, he tell Buhari, say make he remove oil subsidy because in friend, they say when they chop the subsidy money, say they don't tire to make money. You see that money when they use subsidy make them return out to us. Because it is all fraud. So make the return and make we take quench this effect. Now what do we want make government do for me and my children be that? Thank you.
Doctor, you're mute. Doctor, you mute yourself.
Maybe somebody did. I have some people who have the power here. So I was trying to see if we could get Ngozika to hear her perspective from Enugu, but I think she's out now. But the next topic we have is I really want us to talk about this. It's about the man that was killed in Sokoto for blasphemy. What's his name? Buba, I think. And also the lady that was killed in Calabar for being a witch, accused of being a witch. I want us to look at this conversation about people trying to fight for God. People trying to fight for their God. So let me... Sorry, I'm getting... someone was trying to get into the studio. Please, if you're the one trying to get into the studio, please don't. Let me let you in. Let me figure out what's going on. All right, so I have some administrators who have the right, and sometimes it gets... all right. So we are going to talk about that in the context of the mob action, actually, mob action, and I want to spend time maybe people who understand this concept. I don't understand it. People who are trying to fight for their God, or to defend their God or the prophet of God, or to defend the Son of God, whichever one you have, whatever you call the person. So, but I would like to see if we can, Ngozika can come in. Her connection is not very good, but whenever she's able to, we will hear from her about the situation in Nigeria and what. Yeah, okay, she's here. Ngozika, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. David. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, nice to see you. So, how are things for you in Nigeria 30 days after?
I'm not coming back from the market. I would have showed you what I was able to buy, but I've already put them away as soon as I came back. A quarter bag of rice, local, is 7,005. I didn't say half bag, I said quarter bag. Quarter bag of local rice.
What was it before?
Before, it was in the range of 4,000. As at the last time I bought it. The one that even drove me crazy was a carton of Indomie. Those small Indomie. As at last year ending, the last time I bought it at 2,007. Today, I went to price, they said 4,003. A crate of egg, I bought one today. It is the cheapest protein. A crate of egg is now 2,004. A crate of egg, 30 pieces.
What was it before? So that we can
if
get
you want to buy onion, as a last, I am giving okay. It was around 1,006. Yes, 1,006. The last time I bought it 1,006.
So when you said last time, how long ago? Ngozika, when you said last time, how long ago?
I am talking about the last time I bought it. This was okay. This is July. This should be somewhere in February, March. Yes.
Okay.
February, March. So the transport I took to that place, usually I could get keke drop for give or take 500. If you take a man 500, this is where he go look you. I was lucky to get a ride. I don't know how I would have been able to pull it off. People have wares. I was in the market. I think my mistake was not coming into the studio when I was in the market. People were sitting in the market looking at their goods. Money to buy it no day. The ones that I felt bad for the most are the ones who sell perishable goods. Things like tomatoes, fresh tomatoes, pepper, green vegetables, and the likes. If they are not able to sell it, whether they make a profit or not, they lose out. So what they do is in the morning, they try to break even at least. And if by this time, as I just came back from the market less than 1 hour ago, during the evening time, if they're not able to sell most of those perishable good things off, they now slash the price. Sometimes they don't even see their gain. As I was getting into the market, there was this girl selling green vegetables. She was pushing it on a barrow. The whole vegetable was on the floor. I wanted to buy some, so I had to wait for her. She was crying. I said, "Why are you crying?" She said, "Car knocked her barrow down and her things fell down." I said, "So why are you now crying? Instead of packing it and coming out of the road, you are still blocking road now. Let me help you pack it." So and see, the one that is spending her, the man did not even stop to say sorry. She had a wheelbarrow full of vegetables that she has not been able to sell as at 2 hours ago. She's probably going to spend the next few hours in the evening market trying to sell those vegetables up, and they've already been watered. I don't know how many of you have an idea how ugu works. Once you sprinkle water on ugu and you don't use it almost immediately, it goes bad. These vegetables have already been watered. But she was not crying that she has not sold them. Her own problem was, aside from the fact that she has not been able to sell, somebody knocked her wares down and didn't even tell her sorry. That is how hard people's trigger. People are now on edge. Everybody is on edge. Any small thing can trigger anybody. So when I see people still, it's so funny that those who were gloating and telling us that he will be your president for the next 8 years, they've lost their voice. They've lost their voice. Let them come and shout it now. And I don't know if it's going to get better. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I don't know.
So,
I don't know.
Is there anything that the government might do that will be of help to you or people in Nigeria? So for instance, the issue of transportation, because they float that idea, they said they are going to flood the cities of Nigeria with buses that will be subsidized, and that people can be able to go to work, and that will be taken away from the cost of this increase in cost. Would that do the magic?
Well, you have to realize that some of these things, not that things were so cheap before this whole fuel subsidy removal, but what it did is that Nigerians have this thing with fuel. Once the price of fuel goes up, everything goes up. And it's not that these things go up that is the problem. Though the problem is once they go up, some of them never come down. I can tell you for free. The only thing that I know that once the price go up and things later normalize, it will come down is cooking gas. That is the only thing I know, that when the price finish going up and things start normalizing. But every other thing, even if it will come down, just minute. So I don't know what they are going to do. I'm really hoping there's something there, because oh God, it's heartbreaking what is going on out there. It's heartbreaking. We are making jokes about it. Everybody is doing fit farm.
Do you, Ngozika?
They don't born you what chop 3 square meals.
Ngozika, do you use a generator? Do you have a generator? How is the lights, electricity supply?
I do not use generator. I don't. And this place, I just moved in here, this new area. I moved in here 1 month ago. Today or tomorrow will make it 4 weeks that I moved to this new area. They have light, but not like my former place. My former place, we used to have averagely more than 15 hours of light. But this place, they still do have like when I joined the show earlier, there was no light. So I had to stay in the balcony, but right now there's light. Even though my bulb, I'm going to change that. It's quite low. I'm going to change it. So the thing with let me use myself for an example. So this place that I moved into, we use postpaid, right? We use postpaid. So when people were scrambling to get electricity units before the new tariff increase, people like us can do that. We are the mercy of NEPA. Whatever bill they bring now, we have no choice. We are their mercy. And you can't even complain because you'll be told, Shady, you know they've increased tariffs. So those that even to me still have it easy are those that use prepaid, which is what I was using in my former place. But this new place, we use postpaid. So for anybody that uses postpaid, so I was having this discussion with a friend of mine today, and he said that for those in highly populated areas who use postpaid, situations are about to get worse because NEPA will not be stressing themselves to come and be they will finish giving you light. To collect money will be problem, and they will have to come and go through the process of disconnecting your light. And so what they will do now is, for those of us that use postpaid, I am thinking we might be having shorter hours of light supply because they will tend to give more to people who use prepaid. That is the way I'm seeing the situation right now. I could be wrong, but that is the way I'm seeing it. But the bill will be out in the next few days. I'll take a picture. I'll send you my own bill of electricity in 1 month when the bill is out for postpaid. And I don't use anything heavy. I don't. What do I use? If I don't use anything heavy.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you as much as possible if you are able to stay with us. Triple Man, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Doctor. How are you?
Good.
Good evening, everyone.
So, Triple Man, I don't remember where you are, but I don't think I remember you being in Nigeria. Where are you?
I'm in East London.
Oh, okay. So you don't
Well,
know.
Nigeria, great man. And I was watching your interview with Mazen Nandika, and I just ran into it just the other day. And I was looking and I say, hey, this guy, you're doing great. Okay. For my brief contribution, I'd like to say that Nigeria has never really worked for anyone, only but for the elites. The last time Nigeria worked for the Nigerians were in the 60s, early 60s into mid 60s, when Dr. Chief Awolowo was doing great wonders for the western province of Nigeria, and Ahmadu Bello was doing great things, turning the northern Nigeria into the food basket of the country. And Michael Okpala in the eastern region had the fastest growing economy in Africa. Good competition at the level of the provinces then. But since then, it has never really worked. It's all sharing. I hear a lot of people saying it is too early to judge Tinubu's performance. Too early, and so what? This is the same thing that happened when Buhari took over power from Jonathan, and we're saying that it's too early to judge Buhari. Look at where he took everyone to today. And it's so mind-blowing and it's so baffling. And after the monumental failure of APC, Buhari's government, and a lot of people Nigerians contributed votes to rig Tinubu, another APC, into power again. It's so shocking, And now Nigeria is happening to everyone. And we're here lamenting. It's so sad. He went to Ogun State to meet with the chiefs and the traditional rulers to do a milokon for them. And when Tinubu was shouting a milokon, people didn't understand what that he was inferring to. It is his turn. His turn to enjoy Nigeria. His turn to rule, not to lead, and all of that. And today everything is falling apart. The country is a nation of elites, elite wealth distribution, a nation with more military generals than the foot soldiers in the field. So it's so sad what is happening now. And like I said last time, that by the time we are done with this Tinubu APC government, Buhari's government would be like an angelic government. And this is just the beginning. It's so sad that these things are happening right now. And my question would be, as I conclude, is that looking at what happened with the submission of the Labour Party at the Court of Tribunal and that of PDP, looking at that, the evidence is so alarming, and the way it's going, I believe that if the judges were to do the right thing, and in the end, what if, let's say, Labour Party win with the kind of humongous evidence they have, what really is going to happen with this government? Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for that contribution. Let's let me go to CM. CM, round up for us. we are moving away from this topic. We are going to go to a different topic. So CM.
Okay. Well, the thing is, at least we've heard what everybody said, particularly those in Nigeria. In fact, something must have to give. Look at the level of suffering. You see, one thing we tend to do is this. I was asking somebody, in the West, there's one type of subsidy or the other people enjoy. In the UK here, they subsidize the milk that farmers bring out. The milk, as cheap, it's very cheap. That is the cheapest thing anybody can buy in the UK. Fresh milk. Go to supermarket. Egg and bread. These three things. In every home, you must see it. If not for the kids, for the adults. People drink tea with reckless abandon. We put your milk. You may not put sugar. People drink coffee depending on your money. But milk is there. Milk, that is the cheapest thing. Government subsidize it in the UK here. Sometimes they may say that the cow, if there is a disease, government will give them money, slaughter the cow and just bury them so that people do not put them into the food chain. And government will pay them, reimburse them as if they didn't lose anything. That is subsidy because of the people. A manager at Tesco once told me that if they should charge what they should charge for milk, it will be maybe twice what we are getting it. He said the government subsidize it for the farmers. Apart from fresh air that you people, Ngozi, can breathe in Nigeria, there is nothing. It's only that petrol that the poor people enjoy. In terms of, because you take Okada 50 naira here, 80 naira. If they say 200, you beat it down to 120. You go where you are going. It's for everybody. Now, if you want to remove such thing, can you tell me an oil producing country in the world without a refinery? Can you tell me an oil producing country in the world without a refinery? Even countries without crude oil that import crude, they have refinery all over the place.
Please
Why
don't
can't
be angry. Somebody is asking me this yam that I showed. Don't be angry. Somebody is asking this yam how much. I had to beg, like literally beg. This you are seeing here. You see how small it is? 650 naira. I had to beg the woman.
Can
650 naira.
you
They are
show it
selling
again?
one.
Can you show it again, Gozika? Let me see.
show the yam
This is it.
again?
This is it. This thing you are seeing here. See the yam.
How
This
many?
is 600. This
How
is
long will it last?
650 naira.
How long will it last for you? I can finish it myself. Just
See yam way small like banana. Yam small like banana.
I can actually
Jesus.
finish.
I had to beg. You know, beg. She's my old time customer. I had to beg. Mama now, give me now. Let me buy 4. I had to beg to get it. I was there. She sold it to somebody for 800 naira.
Do you have a farm behind the house you live? You have to have a farm now because at this rate.
my village is not far actually, but I'm not cut out for farming without begging. I used to be beaten by all those insects. When I finish farming and come back, if you see my body, you will encourage me not to go back again.
One day I will show you guys my farm here, small garden. I have some stuff there. All right.
Anyway, Dr. Damages. You say why I'm talking about this is that it's becoming even if those that even voted for Tinubu with all the things they say, I don't know whether they're enjoying a different pump price for petrol, and they are now complaining. You see, what I'm trying to point out is that what I've learned from governance is that no two countries are the same. George Bush, I said this somewhere, during the Kyoto Accord, they say America is the greatest polluter because of ozone layer and all those things, all those their science. They called George Bush, the one that handed over to Obama. George Bush said that we never sign any agreement that we put Americans out of job. That was the guy's shoulder. He didn't sign the Kyoto. He was out of it, or it was Obama that restored America, took America back to it. Why I'm saying this is that if you're a leader of a country, you don't copy what they do anyway. You have to look inside. In some countries, they may be buying petrol expensive, but Nigeria, the common people don't enjoy anything except that petrol. So for you to remove it, why not build a refinery? At least 6, we can do it in every part of Nigeria, so that we can at least that even if you are removing it, it won't be as expensive because we are not importing it. Now look at the mess they put people into because of increase in petrol everywhere, and now they've given themselves a salary a pay rise. Is that the way to govern? Do you take even those that voted for you? Tinubu is anyway. Well, to me, it's a placeholder, like Mama Hecho said. So to round up, I only tell people that let's keep our faith. By the time the tribunal resumes, let them pronounce P2B the winner, and then we know that the journey to reform Nigeria will continue. As for what is happening now, something must have to give. We can't continue like this. You can't increase the price of darkness. Because you know this, there's no light in Nigeria. It's not steady. 2 months, some people may not have, and then you want to increase the darkness they are having by 40%. What sort of nonsense is that? That is an insult to the sensibilities of the public. It shouldn't have happened. This man is just a palace, is a placeholder, a criminal like this. What else do you expect? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ismaili, yeah, go ahead. 1 minute.
I have a question.
Okay.
And this, CM, you may answer it or you may not. If Obi is pronounced, let's say, for example, he wins this case in the court.
Yes.
Do you think that the incumbent government is going to actually obey the decision of the court? Do you think that they will now allow Peter to be the president of Nigeria?
Well, the thing is that yes, they will, but I want to play the devil's advocate, assuming they did not, because I know that's where you're heading to. So that thing that they were expecting to happen in the next 20 years will not happen the next day. Why wouldn't they? Yes, because if the court pronounces then that you are illegal, you should give way, this is the right man, and you insist, it means that you want anarchy. That anarchy, Peter Obi has been holding back, telling people, please, let's take it easy. Then, you can't hold my mandate. The mandate Peter Obi is defending is vote between people. That is the thumbprint we give. And we say we don't need you. And the court has seen evidence that you were there fraudulently and you refuse. Nigeria does not belong to you. Nigeria doesn't belong to you. That's what you are trying to tell us. Nigeria does not belong to you. You are not the first person. So that anarchy, people has been avoided. In fact, there's a book I'm even reading. It's called The Coming Anarchy by Robert Kaplan. It's about what happened in Yugoslavia. Please, people should find it and read. The Coming Anarchy. Probably it's because of this type of question you are asking. If they refuse to get out, people can resort to self-help. You cannot be there. What are you trying to say? So that is a simple answer, but I don't want it to end that way. I'm convinced they will just quietly move away so that the suffering people will now say, okay, let us continue. But if they refuse, nobody is God now. Kakino be leader.
I beg, nothing will happen.
So, the case in court, wait. The case in court is not LP.
Nobody
the case.
Okay.
Wait. The case in court. Let us get something straight here. CM, please. The case in court is not LP with Tinubu or APC. The case in court is not Peter Obi versus APC or PDP. If you people don't understand the case in court, the case in court is the placeholder versus Nigeria people who are tired of bad governors, who are tired of suffering, who are tired of being treated as a slave in their own country. That is the case in court. So if the case in court decide that Nigerian people should take over what they have worked for, whoever is there should be ready for war if he refuses to leave. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Damage, just for context, you see that yam that I showed you in April, I bought the same size of yam for 350, 400 naira in April, ending of April. I recall correctly because that was before I went on this trip. So I recall correctly, ending of April, I bought this size of yam, 350, 400. Today, I bought it 650. I know fish out. But lie.
All right, thank you. So we can assume that the prices of things doubled in Nigeria. So that we can get a context.
The cheapest bread, though, the one where don't get anything inside, the cheapest bread that we used to buy 350, that I used to buy. Oh God, I'm so pissed right now. The cheapest bread is now 500 naira. If you see the bread, if that should be bread, you want to eat it.
All right, I think Prince Apathy wanted to say something. 1 minute.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is, Ngozi, before I get off, please, is there a possibility that you can, you can reach out to me through Facebook? I just wanted to something, especially just when you reach out to me, we'll talk more on that. It's a charity thing. Okay.
All right, thank you. Who else wanted to say something? I think we are covered. Abby, no?
You see,
You have, I'm just sort of what, to be honest. You know, here we are again. For 8 years we had Muhammadu Buhari. I still remember the beginning, like play like joke, how they start drumming up this man with propaganda here and there, addressing him really nicely. A spokesperson started telling us I still remember in 2015 when the first few weeks, I don't know which part of Nigeria were getting light, and the spokesperson of Buhari, Adesina and Garbage Shehu came out, you know, uh, you know, uh, saying that the body language alone is already working. That he has not even started working, but Buhari's body language is no nonsense. Very efficient, focused man, super, integrity, you know, alone, that vibe alone is what is making light to on. And I wonder that I was even thinking that we have Nicholas Tesla here as president. He's able to bring electricity from thin air. He just by oozing it out from Aso Rock, the meters were blinking and there was light everywhere. It didn't age well. Here we are 8 years later. The integrity man who has whether now 100 cows after 8 years, he was declaring his asset now still 100 cow. What the hell? This is comedy. So we have Bala Blue now, who is in fact a much better propagandist than Buhari. Buhari doesn't care. Even if you insult him, you call him cow, goat. He does. How many press conference did he give? He doesn't care. But Bala Blah, he's a very smart guy. And that is why I'm more worried. I'm really worried because he's really a genius. We call Babangida evil genius. This one is much more than that. And that's why I'm worried. When you have a very smart thief sitting, we are in big ship. We're in big trouble. Talking about subsidy, I was just Googling why people were talking. I can't find any country that does not have subsidy in one way or the other. As a matter of fact, I am seeing here Indonesia having, I don't know what to call this. Is it after trillion? What do you have? Is it pico? Their figure in their local currency.
Zillion.
Zillion, right?
Zillion.
So trillion should be billion is 9 if we're going by American.
Yes.
All right. And then
Yeah.
I have 12. In fact, I have 15 figures of their local currency in 2019. Indonesia as subsidy. I have Korea. Every country have subsidy. This one suddenly overnight subsidy. This virtual subsidy has become the only factor to make us move forward. It's bizarre. You see how propaganda works. We are not even talking about as the stealing of the oil stopped. Where is the plan for the agriculture to?
I don't know nothing about the Tinubu because he never came out to answer any question. He never. And the same thing will happen in his tenure. And that is why he went to France. The only opportunity again for him to stand. Whether question will come, the organo will remember. He just, you will never. If they don't remove him and he's eventually there, throughout, just like Buhari for 8 years, you will never have the opportunity to interact directly with Tinubu. You will never. And let me tell you, he is 100 times smarter than Buhari. So expect a more subtle, cunning arrangement, a more formidable team that he has, which is really cunning. I wish they use this to benefit the people. He's got smart people around him, but they are going to use it to milk Nigeria dry. And I pity people. Let me even go back. I didn't want to come to this. I just want to listen today and just maybe sit in the comment section, enjoy, because I really like the comment section. I just wish the people on the comment section, please be respectful. Don't call people Malu or whatever and all that, or shut up there like Mysterious, who is now my friend, told me last week. Shut up. No, please, let's type your comment as if you are with the person. Some of you, if you meet some of the people on the panel here, one-on-one, their presence, you will not be able to tell me you're a fool when you see me one-on-one. So please. So why I came on the show today was, before now I was listening, and during the week, even my wife, we are now beginning to get strange calls that we don't get from Nigeria. And you know what that means? When Nigerian people start calling you to greet you, to miss you, express
happy new month.
In fact, before month end, it is really getting hot. We know that. I mean, my dad is still back home. It's difficult. It's difficult. We have to pump up the money now. The money you give them can't buy anything anymore. You can see the folks who were speaking from Nigeria a while ago. I feel very pained for them. I feel really pained. I don't know where we are heading to. And here we are. They are dealing with them with inflation and just on people-like policy. But all we can react to is to kill somebody who is black, maybe somewhere, somebody somewhere that we have never met, that we don't know where he is. They have just killed the butcher. Meanwhile, the butcher was talking about something else, was just making an analogy and even Muhammad himself does not say he is God, right? Peace be upon him. Muhammad is adored. He was a prophet as he is, but God is above everybody. I think they said that was what the butcher was actually saying, and they said he disrespected Muhammad, and they helped Muhammad to kill him. And he's gone. And then in Akwa Ibom, or is it Cross River?
Yeah,
they killing somebody, calling him a witch. Meanwhile, if you want to really get popped up in science, they call you a wizard. It's respectable. If you call me wizard, that means I got some things you don't have. Now they went there and just killing ourselves. Meanwhile, they are dealing with us like crazy from Aso Rock, and we can't do nothing. And we still have people praising those people. It's crazy. We are wonderful people in Nigeria. I just don't understand sometimes. Anyway, I hold my thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ebby. I think we should take a 2-minute break. And then when we come back, we talk about these killings in Nigeria, especially mob action and the danger.
Ebby, why don't you tell them that that Jeep that Tinubu is using, you have that same Jeep too. So people can't talk to you anyhow when they see you in the streets.
No need, bro.
Yeah. So let's take a break, just 2 minutes break, and then when we come back, we will talk about these killings in Nigeria.
At a global level, where even countries like Kenya pay, we do not want anything for free. You will pay more eventually because you have a bigger economy. We will pay commensurate to our
paper.
economy. And we want those resources controlled not by IMF and World Bank. Because IMF and World Bank, you have the final say. We don't have no say. We want another organization of equals, where you have as much say because you pay, as much as we do because we also pay. That's the organization we are looking for. And that is why we are saying we need a new financial architecture where governance, where power is not on the hands of a few people. We can agree on the governance of the institution. We can agree on the sharing of power so that all of us have access to resources that go to making sure, number one, renewable energy. We invest in decarbonization. Number two, adaptation, mitigation, smart agriculture. Number three, restoring our planet, restoring our biodiversity, and making sure our carbon sinks work. This is what we are saying, and we would appreciate a little understanding. We want to be, we are talking the normal. If we continue talking the normal, Emmanuel, we will never solve this problem. Things are not going forward, they are going backwards. Tokenism, installment will not solve this problem. We have a much bigger problem than the installment we are discussing here will solve.
For the 2023 convention. During the event, they raised over $60,000 to rehabilitate their general hospital and provide health insurance for the elderly in their hometown. The three-day event kicked off with a meet and greet at the home of one of their illustrious sons in America, retired Professor Ferdinand Ofodile, and his wife, Carol Ofodile. The preeminent plastic surgeon is the brain behind the ongoing project to equip Norby General Hospital and make it a center of excellence for more than primary healthcare services. Professor Ofodile's group, the Norby Diaspora Health Group USA, has raised funds to equip the hospital with 24-hour electricity, water supply, medical equipment, and decent residential spaces for doctors and consultants. The group had undertaken several health missions where they worked with health centers in Norby to identify people with chronic illnesses like diabetes and high blood pressure, provide treatment and register them for regular monitoring and continuing assessment. The Norby Union of North America, NUNA, used the 2023 convention to raise funds to support and expand the work in progress at the General Hospital. Speaking at the convention sideline, the hosting's affiliate president, NUNA, in Tri-State, Reverend Father Cosmos Nziabalu said, "We're doing nothing new or unique. We're just following in the footsteps of our fathers who built schools and post offices, levied themselves to provide electricity to the town and other amenities that the government provides in other parts of the country." The gathering was also an opportunity for Norby people across America to meet each other face to face and for their children born abroad to connect with Norby cultures and traditions. Norby dignitaries from around the globe came to grace the occasion. Those who came from Nigeria were the following: Igwe Norby, His Royal Highness Igwe Engineer Modum Nick Obi, or mainly Igwe Norby, High Chief Emeka Agbanari, Ike Idemili and CEO Seaman Group, and Barrister Emeka Okafor, Ide Norby. From Maryland, USA came Chief Hamilton Ezion Ikemba Norby, Professor Chuka Oba, Professor Peter Ezekwena, Pastor Joe Ezegbo, Professor Ikenna Uzuegbunam, Dubem Amakaize, Joan Okigbo, Martin Ogwachi, and many others. From Virginia, Chief Samson Okafor and his wife, Dr. Stella Okafor. From Georgia, Dr. Clement Emeka Okpala, Silva Okodili Egbotre, and others. From Florida, Emma Ezenyi. From Michigan, Reverend Father Oke Okagwe. From Minnesota, Chief Godwin Okolwe. From Dallas, Texas, Steve Ezeon. From the Tri-State of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut were Professor Ferdinand Ofodile, Akajiofo Nobi and his wife, Carol Ofodile, Dr. Charles Ezeonyim Ezengbede Nobi and his wife, Ona Ezeonyim, Sir Solomon Nduka and his wife, Dr. Chinwe Nduka, Sam Ngudo, Nze Atukulu and his wife, Omayeli Ngudo Asampete, Timothy Agaj and his wife, Ijeoma Agaji, Felix Okafor, David Ezekwesili, Theo Okanume, OJ Ifeanyichukwu and his wife, Dr. Ifeoma Ojukwu, Uche Ezeonyim, Fidelia Okeke, the immediate past president of NUNA, Ifeoma Udogu and her husband, Prosper Udogu, and many others. During the Saturday event, the organization elected a new set of executives who will champion the organization's affairs for the next 2 years. Those elected into the new national executive were OJ Ifeanyichukwu, President, Ebele Nwanyị, Vice President, Stephen Ezeon, Secretary, Ikenna Uzuegbunam, Assistant Secretary, Sylvester Egbotre, Treasurer and Financial Secretary, Obi Ngudo, Publicity Secretary, and Rudolph Okonkwo, Provost. The organization announced the Maryland branch as the host of the 2025 convention.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. What did I miss? Can you guys hear me? Let me sound like man of prestige. Yeah, I didn't have any other video that I have the right to, so I had to put on that video. The 2-minute break lasted longer than what I planned. Welcome back. So let's talk about what happened in Sokoto. Let's start from that to widen the conversation about mob action across Nigeria. But in Sokoto last week, a butcher was killed for a piece of blasphemy against Prophet Muhammad. I was hoping that we have maybe some people who are Muslims, Ovie maybe partly Muslim, will go to him, who will lead us in this conversation, because there are so many questions about why. So there are many things I don't understand, and probably most of the people here are from the southern part of Nigeria. But this is not the first time. We know that Deborah Samuel, a year ago, in May of last year, she was killed at the College of Education, Sokoto. So it's not just a Sokoto thing, and we are also going to expand the conversation about other killings going on in other parts of the country. But let's start from there. Ovie.
I think Mr. Ebi is from Muslim background, even though he goes saying to be Muslim now. His early days, he used to be there. So, have you, Mr. Ebi?
Why did you think that?
Well, maybe first because you're from the southwest, so there's that 50% chance.
Well, there's 50% chance anyone who is a Christian today can be a Muslim. It's all depends.
Rule of now, like 5% chance.
On your parents, yeah, exactly. It depends on your parents, right?
Yeah.
Most of us, I mean, I came to this world. It was when I came, they gave me Ebenezer. So that's you see where I came from. And they gave me my name. I didn't bring it. And then they gave me religion. And when I continued to grow up, started looking at the book they gave me, I started researching and all that, and I abandoned the line of thought, So, yeah.
Yes.
So, go ahead, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll take it from another angle. This actually further strengthens my argument that we human beings are the most dangerous animals on the planet Earth. Right? We are not just dangerous to the environment anywhere we find ourselves. We are the only animal that I know of that kill each other for fun. Every other animal kill for defense or to survive. We kill for fun. Just tell me. I mean, if if this is not for fun, what is it for? There is a witch, or is so. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But again, that's who we are as Nigerians. We don't feel, in every sense of the human, we failed. We don't feel even keep our immediate environment good enough for us to live on comfortably. That's the basic thing. Any animal if you do any animal if you do that they feel at least make themselves comfortable for where they find themselves. We could not just do that simple task. So what is the difference between us and every other the animals that we eat? So I see from that angle, and I just thought, man, we are terrible. We are dangerous to ourselves.
Yeah, but
we should avoid ourselves.
No, okay, narrow this down. Do you understand it or you don't? If you don't understand it, you can say you don't understand the concept. You know, the idea that you should not. I can actually read out some things that the statement issued by the governor of Sokoto State after the event, that you have to protect and respect Prophet Muhammad, and kind of saying that the reason why the man was killed was because he did not respect the Prophet Muhammad.
I mean, I don't understand it, because if it's maybe from somebody from a different faith or unbeliever at all, so I will understand that. But this is also a staunch Muslim, so I don't understand. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's no way anybody can convince me. That's just your point. You can't convince me otherwise that it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
You're right,
there's
sir.
nobody.
Just the way Boko Haram has, we may say maybe by statistics they have dealt more with the Christian in the north, but when they started, they were really dealing with Muslims as well. So it makes it really bizarre, and we shouldn't be surprised. We have the Sunnis and the. I mean,
I heard it's an Izala from the Izala sect.
Okay. All right. So you see, there's a fight there. You know, you have the Iran and the and the Saudi, loggerhead because of the difference, despite the fact that Mohammed, peace be upon him, is the main man. In the doctrine, there's some conflicts. They are different, and they are always at loggerhead, and that. The same in the Christian world. It's just that these days is no more prominent to see that very crude way of killing. But historically, the Christians are also not left out, and this is what many Christians of today don't know, because people don't go back to research how what they are believing came to be. This is a very sensitive topic if we really want to slam the truth with the fact that some of us have discovered and made us like, wow, even the concept of God and how we are being told in Christianity that is the Almighty, all omniscience, omnipresent, omnipotent God who knows things even before they were. But when you start analyzing that, you wonder what was happening in the Garden of Eden, and it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So the fact that the man is the same faith with them and he was killed even makes it more worrying, because you just wonder what exactly are we believing and what exactly is the truth and who has the truth. In the Christian world today, you have millions and thousands of denominations, and anyone you meet believe that they are the true and the best. And they take the same book and it's interpreted 100,000 ways. You now wonder, how can a perfect God, omnipresent, omniscience, present a book that is now being mutilated and interpreted in so many ways? And why should we need people to stand as the chaperone to always interpret that book to us when we are all children of the Most High God? So So this thing I don't understand it. I just don't get it. Why every somebody will say God told him to tell the rest of the people. I mean, what are we talking about? If I have kids, I sit and I tell everybody because they have equal access to me. Why will I need, somebody to stand in for me when we are all equally made in His image? I don't know. I think we may, Dr. Damages. I don't know if this platform will be. I think you can schedule something so that we have. I really want we have most scholars in various religion, Christianity, and even other natural people, so that we can discuss this as a major program, because it's gonna really it's and we want people that will be objective. No, don't, not and we can discuss it. There's a lot that if we start throwing out here, some people will lose members.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know people talked about this is sensitive topic and all that. Maybe I'll go to a few people who may want to weigh in, who have understanding more than most of us. I'm assuming someone like John Abba. I know you live in the north. What do you understand by this phenomenon? I'm not saying killings are not happening across the country, but we are talking about the issue of respect and protection of Prophet Muhammad.
It's just like every other religion, the way we've been taught. I give so many examples. I'm from a polygamous family, and we have different people going to different denomination in my family. My big brother is a deeper life pastor, and he doesn't believe that I'm born again enough. So the only thing, cannot take a knife and kill me because he can do that. But that is how ignorant we are when it comes to this belief system. It's a brain washed, and the reason why some of these people, they know the truth and they cannot talk about it, is that the majority of the community where they live, they will turn against them. Even if the governor says something otherwise, they don't mind to invade his house. Even no matter the forces, the military that will put down, they are gone. They will be outnumbered. So, like Ebi said, it's a very sensitive issue that not only in Nigeria, but the whole Africa. We have lost our bearing, and we hunt one another based on somebody else's religion, that they taught you that you cannot even pray in your own language, that somehow God do not understand you, the one that created you, that you have to speak in another language for him to understand you. That is the deep of the brainwashed. And it's going to be a pleasure of our generation until we have the boldness to talk to people that I do not need to come through you to go to my own Father. And I do not have to speak your own language for me to relate with the Almighty, if quote unquote is the belief system. And it also, like you said, it also happened in the Christian family. There are some Christian family, the fact that that you even go to church, but you don't go the one they want you to go. To them, you are not a believer enough. So in a Muslim family, we have that divided among themselves. The Shiites and the Sunni, the origin of that belief system, they believe that one is more religious than other. But in terms of people like the governor say such thing, is simply because he's afraid of, well, he goes to mosque to pray, if you know that. So if he say anything otherwise in public, he's going to face the consequence. So they're all just living in pretense.
All right. In 2021, a factory manager in Pakistan was killed over the same kind of allegation against for blasphemy. He's from Sri Lanka, and he was killed in Pakistan for that. And the prime minister of the country had to give a speech where he said, this is the quote, he said, called it a day of shame for Pakistan. In Sokoto, the governor of Sokoto State did not feel that he needed to talk to anybody. he just issued a statement saying that people should calm down. But that Sokoto is a purely of holy Muslim states that people should respect Prophet Muhammad and protect him. I think that because we are not willing to talk about things like this, maybe people who will start thinking about what we do, how we operate. Like I said, we are going to talk about the one about witches in the south and other things going on across. But there should be a conversation. What is the right thing to do? And we as Africans, that's a wider conversation. All these foreign religions, how we accept it and put it on our heads and now carry it as if that's how we started. Anyway,
I'm not cutting you short. The last time that that thing happened in Sokoto, remember that Atiku put up a tweet and then withdrew it. That is how sensitive you cannot compare Pakistan to Nigerian religion, even in Christianity. The way they carry Christianity in Nigeria, you can't even compare it to what's going in Jerusalem or Israel. So when we have that ignorant approach and we have that fear spirit, like I said, there are places not only in the north, even in the east, like you are saying, that there are pastors now that will tell people to jump into the water. That is even worse compared to the one that say the blaspheming of the Muhammad name. And then the pastor look at you and say, okay, jump into lagoon, and they will jump. That is how backward we are for now.
Janaba, one last question. I know you lived in the north. I want to ask you, when you were there, did you know for sure what not to say about Prophet Muhammad, not so that you won't be in trouble? Did you know?
Of course. I nearly get killed. I went to Kumshe. It's a boundary between Cameroon and Nigeria. And we have this Christian, we have our own church in the campus, and they have their own mosques. And during prayer, I was coming from what we call dining hall, and the prayer was going on, and I didn't pass through midst of them, of course, simply because I passed close to them. And another reason is that they can easily lynch you based on somebody that hates you and call you any name. It's just like in the north, in the east or west, somebody say ole ole. Some people that doesn't even know, you did not see that thing, they don't have evidence against you, can just rush you and harm you. So the sensitivity of, you should know your line. And that's another thing. Is it the right thing? No. But if you are in the society where that kind of a thing is not tolerated, you have to work on that fine line.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. The situation that happened in the north, I read a little bit about it. It's very concerning. I guess I'm looking at it from two dimensions. Look, the Muslim from the west, the Muslim from the southwest and the north seem like they are different, because I've never seen such a thing happen in the west. But the northerners, they tend to take this religious to a different level. This blasphemy stuff. Stoning somebody to death. But they are not the only Muslim. We have Muslim-dominated Senegal. We have Muslim in Ghana and some other part of the country. I've never heard about, maybe there is, maybe somebody can educate me. I've never heard about all this atrocity about blasphemy going over there. They don't have people who misspeak and whatever, and I've never heard about them killing somebody like the Muslim, in the north. I think it's too radical and very primitive for them to adopt, this killing. Because of what I heard about the way the man was stoned to death, it doesn't even make sense. And you had the governor coming out there to say you can't disrespect the prophet. You can't disrespect the prophet. What does that mean? It's not even saying anything to bring people together. So that's kind of very concerning. Maybe somebody, Dr. Rudolph, we need to bring a scholar from the Muslim point of view to come and explain why is that damaging. why can't you take it to the proper tribunal, take it to the chief or wherever, he can answer if it is against the law. I mean, is there any law that the part that when you speak, against Muhammad, you should be, condemned to death? I don't know. You probably need to bring a scholar in that area who can come and speak to us. But the whole thing, seems primitive to me.
All right, we're going to bring.
I'm thinking that they are very radical about it because the Southwest doesn't do that. I mean, half of the Southwest are Muslim. We never had anything like that. So I think they are taking it to a different level or whatever it is.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Doctor, when you talk about religion and everything, it's so funny. Once religion comes, sometimes like my big bros will say smart corrupt leader and mumu corrupt leader. When religion comes, we just lose our sense of belonging. It's so painful with the things that we do when it comes to religion. I keep saying it, and I've been saying it in this platform. Some of my siblings, they hate it when I say it. It is religion that killed my mother. I'm telling you, my mother, she's well off. She gets a lot of rent. She don't have no kids that she's training. She gets money from us. What is she doing? My mother was so tired. She can't even go to church. The church find my mother house. They use the house to do the church. I'm telling you, they take everything. I beg my mom, renew my mom passport, get her a visa to come back to the US. They understand that is it this same stupid person that will send money. If my mom get to the US, how will she send money to them? They told my mom if she goes there, she's going to die. They started giving my mom cooking oil, like they call it in Nigeria, olive oil. You understand? They started giving my mom olive oil. She couldn't take her pills as when do want to pray, believe, and never that. That's how I lost my mom. Somebody who suffered. I could remember when I was struggling to get to Unilag. My mom sold her gold for me to go to school. You understand? Time to pay back. They just deny me that enjoyment. I remember some of the things that I did to my mom. My mom cried. At the time, I threatened my mom that why my mom hates my kids so much. How will I be sending you money, be taking it to take care of my siblings, my niece and nephew, but don't want to see my own kids? She felt bad. But guess what? This is what these so-called pastors did to my mom. I live here in the US legally. I can take good care of my mom. And she also have other grandkids here that are schooling here in the US, not only me, I myself. So if she's tired in the heat, she can go to the cold. The way we live and every other thing, she can go to the cold. But my mom couldn't stay because of the convince her with all this nonsense shenanigans. Something happened to me some years back. It's so painful. If I remember it, I just laugh. I could remember when I put in for my citizenship. I never told my mom anything, and my mom don't know anything because what everybody know in Nigeria is called green card, and I've had my green card for years. I just at the time put in for my citizenship. After getting my citizen, I just told my mom. I said, "Mommy, I become a U.S. citizen." I had to explain to my mom. Guess what? My mom went to the church and tell them in the church. The church said my mom should buy 150 chairs. I didn't apply and tell my mom that my mom went to church, they started praying. I already have it in my back pocket. I already have the certificate. You understand? When I told my mom, and my mom went to the church, tell them, they said my mom should buy 150 shares years ago. You can imagine that. It was so funny. My mom had to tell my younger brother, I say, say this is your senior brother, like this person. My brother said, I don't even have Nigerian passport. I don't know where passport office is in Festac. Why would am I the one that gets citizen that I'll be buying shares? This is what religion can do for you. They take your sense away from you. You understand? You can't reason no more. All the hard work. I saw my mom sold nearly everything while trying to send every one of us to school. My mom worked hard. My mom liked fashion, liked material things so well. But when we were struggling, my mom was selling everything, do everything within her reach to give us the best. Because she denied her own self-education. She had what it takes to go to school, but she denied herself. And she see the impact with her elder sister. she used her kids to correct it. You know, all the hard work, somewhere along the line now, it has become the prayer that pastor prayed that is making us do well. At the time I started asking, I said, some of my siblings who also believe this pastor, why are they not doing well? Me, the devil. Why is it that it's me now that is doing well? Why? And the way the same my mom that raised us, if the Muslim people give us those salaram and everything, we'll go buy poly bag and go throw it away the next 3 streets. Is that not so? But now, me, devil, now, if I give them money, they'll take
Hold
it.
on, hold on.
Get my money.
Paul, don't go further. He said, what happens when they give you salami, you throw it away?
Exactly. This is not how religion trains us. We thought the other people are the bad people. But now, at the chopper, anybody will not give me ram now, the vessel, at the eat that well. We will buy poly bag, go throw it in the next 3 streets so that they will not even know that we didn't eat it. You understand? But now I'm a devil. But if I send money to my siblings who love God, they take it. Why did they reject this my devilish money? They take it. That is one part I don't understand. But my mom trained us not to take it. It's devil's money. You know, they take it.
All right.
For when they invoke the blood of Jesus, is washed, it becomes clean.
Why would we invoke the blood of Jesus? It goes round. You understand?
Okay.
So I'm sorry that I'm taking it personal, but it's so annoying. Like Ovie said, why will you take human life like this? You understand? This religion thing, God loves us. He loves us so well. He meant well for us. He does everything for us. But the same God, if I disobey this same God, He will send me to the pit of hell. What type of love is that? That's like going to casino. You understand? If I lose everything.
So
What type of
Paul,
love is that?
let's focus it back to, I know the conversation about God, if we expand it, it will be too much. Let's get back to, I understand what your connection.
So in the north, I work briefly in the north. I'm a very tall guy. I am very, very skinny. We love the money. So back then, there's this Edo guy, Daniel. He speaks Hausa very well. You know, he speaks Hausa very well, but he doesn't look like Edo people. He look like an Igbo man, very plumpy and everything. Me, he look like Hausa very well, but I don't know how to speak Hausa. I can only count 1 to 10. Dayabu, Kuhudu, Biaru, Shida. But when they send us to Sokoto, it's so funny. I really need the money, but I'm scared. You understand?
Why were you scared?
The religion thing. So when I go there, the allowances.
What religion thing?
Because our lifestyle alone can put you in trouble in Sokoto. Your lifestyle, doctor, that is where I started learning how to dress. I have a lot of jalamia. In fact, that is where I knew that as a slim person, this jalamia thing can fit you very well. Till today, I started buying it. You know, I learned to dress like them. I learned to do everything like them. It's so funny. Do you know religion? As a Christian in Sokoto, it's more or less like the way we profile somebody that is an Ogboni. You understand? You, as a Christian, it's more or less like you're in a secret society. If you want to practice your Christianity, you do it heavily secret. Like you tell your colleague that, oh, I'm going to family meeting. Our family is doing meeting. They thought everybody's your brother.
Are you saying there are no churches in Sokoto?
There are churches in Sokoto, but to some extent, you are exposing yourself. Doing that make you as a Christian over there like you are being radical. It's like an Ogboni man come out in the office and say he's an Ogboni. Of course, nobody will sit with him, sit around him. Nobody want to do anything with him. You know, it makes you radical if you make it open. So you cover yourself more like you are going to church, you are going to ask fellowship. You lie to your colleague that you are going to family meeting. This is how bad it can be. You know, it's that bad. My boss will tell me, I say, I don't want to go. They say, you have to go because you look like them. So they don't even know. So you can just tell them that you were born in Lagos.
Paul, were there any kind of advice that you were given because you were going to Sokoto?
All type of advice. So I could remember when I go, I work in operations. So I have I am that person who prepared the aircraft before the aircraft leave. So I'll go inspect what the cleaners do, what catering do. After catering finish, then I will bring the cleaner for the second time to detail the aircraft before the aircraft leave. Then I do my turnaround inside and outside, exterior, interior and exterior. So I have all these people working with me. So it's something that I will just give somebody 1,000 naira to go buy me food. Even when I will eat that food, maybe like say 100, 200 naira, I share it to everybody, try to borrow that kind of tradition. So they like me very well. You know, the way they want to call me Nyamiri and every other thing, but I use those things. They like me. I say, oh, no. Don't worry. I am so quiet. I can't do nothing. You can't drink. You can't do anything. Nothing. In fact, even wine, ordinary wine, you don't. Because if they profile you, and the funny part of it, they do it, but you can't do it as an outsider. That's why I said if you're a Christian and you make it known that you are going to church, your Christianity automatically have become radical. You understand? So it's just better for you to play safe, is for you to hide it. You know, it's just for you to hide it, it's just for you to play safe. But we cannot live together like that as a people. It is tough. It is tough. But the same thing, we get that same thing. The same Christianity, we also have the Jehovah Witness and the Celestial, the Pentecostals and the Catholic. These are different doctrine. That's the same thing they have. But taking human life, you understand? But they've not set any example to anybody. That's why this thing keep repeating themselves. That's all I can say about it.
All right, thank you, Paul. Mama Echo.
You see, what religion has done to us, it breaks my heart. Because if we look at the Bible critically, Ishmael and Isaac, they are the sons of Abraham. And during the reign of Christ on earth, there was no Christian, there was no Muslim. And all of a sudden, we give this name to them. And the only meaning of Christian is because they see they're living like Christ. So that is where it came from. And we that carry the title of Christ on our head today, Christian, do we live like Christ? Do we? We that carry this title, Christian, on our head, after the order of the apostle, just because they were living like Christ. And even in the times of the apostle, they never identified themselves as Christian. No. Our way of life, even the devil is a saint when it comes to us, Christian in Nigeria. If we and the devil sit down and they give the devil the second chance, we better. The devil, he better pass us.
So, Mama,
now we are talking of the Muslim.
Yeah.
This one we are practicing in Nigeria. Is it what is practiced in Saudi Arabia? I'm asking no. Because not the lawless country in Nigeria, now anything will happen and nothing will happen. Now, every day, they will stone somebody to death in the name of defending Prophet Muhammad. Is Prophet Muhammad not powerful enough to defend himself? Is he not? You see, until we have a country that obeys law, we will continue to go through this and nothing will happen. And it's so sad. Like Dr. Odo will say, Nigeria, who do this to us?
Thank you, Mama Echo. It's like, hold on, okay, let me go to Femi. Femi was born in the north, grew up there, so he has a perspective that we hear, then I'll come to you. I don't know where you were born. Maybe you were also born in the north, but let me hear Femi. Femi, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So Femi, can I do Hausa?
I don't speak it.
Oh.
Yeah, we were just buttered. We're like shielded, but let me make my point so you'd understand where I'm coming from. So anyway, so the reason this is something I found really interesting, and I don't know, Doctor, if you remember the Metasine riots.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, because those who forget history has a way of repeating itself, and whatever Boko Haram has become today, for example, actually started from Metasine, and at the time, I didn't necessarily understand I didn't have a full picture of what was going on. But as you grow up in life and you begin to connect dots as you grow wiser, and especially when you take into cognizance a lot of the things that you saw that happened and things that were said. I mean, like I said, I don't speak Hausa per se, but my parents spoke it, my uncle spoke it. I mean, I interacted with people that spoke it and it's not even just about speaking Hausa now. Now, anyway, back to my point. Now, the reason why I bring in the issue of how you can connect what's happening now, not just with respect to Boko Haram, but all of what you see with the Metasine riots, is because when it started, actually, surprisingly, I later realized I started prior to Nigeria's independence. And the guy that was actually in charge of the arrowhead of Metasine, the guy that started it all, was actually from a place called Marwa in Cameroon. And the reason why I never forget his name is because he actually shares the same full names with Mohamed Buba Marwa, the NDLE chairman. He's also called Mohamed Marwa. Now, it turns out that the Cameroonians had actually, the British had found out that it was causing all kind of problems. So they had chased them back. But this guy managed to resurface back in Kano, I think in probably the 1960s or 1970s. But what now happened was he started his own. It was like he started his own sect, just like you have with the issue that has to do with this guy that was held in prison for a long time, in custody for a long time during Buhari's Zaki. So when he started, of course, I was very young, or probably I wasn't even born. But the first iteration of what happened, the first riot that broke out, it was serious. It was a lot of people. I was told that about 5,000 people perished. There's different variations to this thing. And what had happened at the time was that when he started his crusade in quotes, not only did it come as if, just as you have some people like Joshua Igbo of the Christian doctrine that was making himself look like he was Jesus, he was actually proposing himself in lieu of Prophet Muhammad. So everything he preached was his own orthodox religion, and he preyed on the likes of the poor, poverty-ridden North. Keep in mind, there's a lot of things that are in play in the North. Part of it has to do with a lot of their elites who perpetually keep the majority poor. And it doesn't matter whether you say they're not exposed to Western education or not. The fact that is that there's a lot of atrocities that they continue to commit. So they are like ready-made fodder for people like this guy. So eventually, after he got killed, there was a lot of things that had been ingrained in the minds of a lot of the youths, the young kids of that period. That's of course not. It was also, if you don't take into consideration the fact that whether one likes it or not, majority of the North is what's mostly responsible for why Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. I mean, there's other factors as well. So if you now fast forward to this moment, the reason why it doesn't surprise me is because these things have always been there. And what complicates it more is when you realize that these religions, whether we like it or not, they are borrowed religions. They're not local to us. When Usman Dafodio came via the North to try to take over the entire, because of course he was stopped at Ilorin. His adherents were stopped by Ilorin. His post bearers. When he came in under like a general, like he had his own doctrine as well. When you see what's happening in between the Saudis and the Iranians also playing out in Nigeria, it's also because we forget there's also that aspect of where Babangida took us to join the Organization of Islamic Countries. Remember, there was that also caused an uproar in itself. Now, when you now put together all of these things, is it only Islam that's like this? No, because if anybody has a chance, I remember when I was in college in Nigeria, and we had to do general studies, and I took this part of the general studies course had to do with the history of religion, starting with traditional religion, the African way, and when Christianity and Islam came. That was the first time I was introduced to the fact that Christianity, if you read the history of Christianity, some of what is happening when it comes to Islam in some parts of the world, especially in northern Nigeria, it will look like child's play to you. A lot of this happened in Christianity, even worse. So maybe because Islam is younger, it's probably going to take time to evolve to where it's going to be more refined and people are going to be a lot more circumspect. A lot of things are worse. So the reason why I also say this is because I come from a family that's mixed. And right from the north, people always thought my mother was a Christian. She was actually a Muslim. But they'll tell her she behaved like a Christian. And the other thing, especially when it comes to Nigeria, I want to see more complex, because Nigeria is such a complex country, especially if you've lived in other parts of the country, especially in the north, and you now move to the south. If you're a Muslim in the south, it doesn't mean they don't regard you the same way as though you were a Muslim from the north, the core north especially. They actually look at you as though your belief is not strong enough. And that's why, as much as I might have my passions against Tinubu, for example, I know we're not talking about that. Do not, for one, think that they're regarding it as a true Muslim. I'm telling you from the perspective of what I know. And I've been on both sides of the aisle. I've gone to the mosque, I've seen all kind of preachings, I've gone to churches, I've seen all kind of preachings. So basically, at the end of the day, what it all comes down to, in summary, for me, is that we're just hypocritical. We're just a hypocritical nation, because at the end of the day, we don't really practice what our religious beliefs truly preach. After all, even the preachers have gone, they continue to deceive us. They've gone via the way of prosperity rather than salvation. So I'll keep it that way.
Thank you, Femi. Let's go to Isimele.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Please, if you're watching the channel, try and support this platform. We're doing an amazing job here. It's not easy to come on live and speak to the concerns of our great country. Buy Dr. Damages coffee and contribute like you contribute in other platforms. You don't give two nairas and all those £2. We don't. For me, I don't want it to give your hundreds like you give in other places. You give 100 there, you come here and give $2 or £2. It's not accepted. I'm saying that you know yourself. Thank you.
It's similar.
Are you talking to Kalakuta?
I'm talking to the person knows who he is.
He's
a generous giver. So I want him to not to be partial.
If we go on to the topic, thank you so much.
All right then. I believe religion is meant to guide morals, create hope, mental hope, and create peaceful communities. People get to mingle with each other, apart from being spiritual. I, for one, growing up, I was very spiritual, I would say. From my background, from a Catholic block rosary into other things, Pentecostal. But then, I'm not from the north. I've had some Muslim friends from the southwest. I cannot say I've not seen where someone is being stoned in southwest. All those years I had known Muslims from the southwest stoned for blaspheming or any sort of that. Apart from that, when someone steals and you hear something like "ole ole," no one would even ask who the person is, or if what the person has done is if the person has actually committed a crime, people will just start casting stone. So in our society, especially the society we live in, we've turned religion into a weapon of division, but even in politics, if the way pastors treat the congregation. Some pastors that I've known in the past, I gave some offering, back in Nigeria. Then I gave everything I had, and the pastor, because it was coins, and he said, who here gave coins? And I raised my hand, and he said, come and take your coins. I said, no, I'm not coming. I'm not going to take those coins, because I gave everything that I had. I emptied my pockets that day, and I had not even eaten, so I gave from my heart everything I had. And the pastor threw the money away. He threw the money away. And so what I'm trying to say is that I understand that religion is divisive. I don't support people using religion personally for their own motives, apart from the spirituality of what it's supposed to do to make you a better person, not to take life. I do not care what religion you practice. No one has the right to take another person's life, be it religion or anything else. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to. Hold on, guys. Let me. All right, good. Somebody help me. I was struggling to remove that picture.
Henry. Okay. Henry.
Okay.
Let's
go to Henry, I think.
Yeah.
Is it Henry? Yeah. No.
What about me?
No, not Henry.
Okay.
Niger man.
Niger man. Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Dr. Damage, I don't think I'm going to go to religion because I've missed a lot of things because religion is be there for the both sides. The Christian side is very worst. So the Muslim side is even better because we can see blasphemy. You only see that one once in a year, but the Christian is every day killing their people, killing for body, brainwashing people. Everywhere. Go to Spain. That is like that. Don't let we just take Nigeria since Nigeria is a. I don't know the way some people just take Nigeria issue, assume that it's not existing. But people talk about the country. You talk about there is no law, but you want the law to do something for you. So I don't understand Nigeria. Our character is even worse than the people in Nigeria. If you go to London, there is a place you can't go with as a Christian. You can't go the Muslim side. That is not abroad. If you go to Spain, there is a place you can't go. If you are a black man, if you go to America, all these are there. Just in a different form. Christians kill every day. They use people for ritual. They do all those things. So go to
Sorry,
I've
not seen that in England, though. Please.
You're
not truthful, man.
Excuse now. Let me talk.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I've never ever seen
it. It's my own opinion, please. If you don't take it, go and make your research, please. I don't need this battle.
I've lived here for so long, nothing like that.
So Niger man, let me ask you.
Thank you, please.
Are you not concerned that I don't know what part of the country?
Not that we are concerned, because this is something that happened in the both sides. So if you are just taking
but it doesn't mean we're not picking on any particular side. We are talking about.
If you are saying, Dr. David, please let me say one thing. Yeah. Why are we not asking those, find somebody like a Muslim, ask them, what if those that loot, what did the Islam say? Why are we not that question? You say somebody blaspheme, are you fighting for God? That is nonsense. You have to know this person is sick that even do that. Okay, what about the people that they are government that loot, that are Muslim, that they put them into poverty? When you go to know, you see 5 years doing an emergency, millions. They tie 20, 300 in one room for 6 years with change because of what he committed haram. What did they do to them? What did the religion do to them? So you have to know that this is just set of evil people in one side. Government is not with them. So there's nothing. Well of us, we are here. We talk for 10 years. They will not hear us. They are not going to hear what we are saying. So let's. Anyway. I'm tired of Christianity and Muslim in Nigeria. They are worst. All of them are worst. Putting people to poverty and enjoying. This is what fella say. Now, pastor has now if I pass. Now, imam, now he get every contract. So they will be there for ages. So they are not the people that the authority didn't do anything. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are those who are looting? The pastor who are looting using private jets. What are they? What are the government doing about those people? They are putting people to poverty. This pastor, the Muslim, those are the people, the problem of Nigeria. They don't have any other problem. If you go to Spain, there's a place that will tell you as a black, don't go there. You know, Gitanos area. You don't go there. If I go to the north, they tell me don't talk to Ibam. I will not talk about Muslim. I will do my work and go there. That is it, Oga, because if somebody is going to say because you say it, that guy is living in the north. You know that if you say such word, you will die or they will kill you. It's their own this thing. So you fix your own bushing, or butcher business you are doing. That is it. If somebody come to the south now, they told you, go and bring all your house. God is going to give you heaven on earth. Where Bible say, let the will be done on earth as it is heaven. I don't know somebody will contact you, say you go do the heaven. You go carry all your family, carry everything. See, like somebody they key. They say he's a witch. You only hear those kinds of things in the south. You hear a little child, 10 years, 5 years. They use candle in a church, light candle, that the liquid that will be dropping from that candle. A 5 years old, the mother said it's a witch. Your poverty after that 5 years, okay, you are 40-something years, madam. All that your 40-something years, you didn't make it. This is your 5 years, then you can't hold your 35 years for back. So see, this is just stupidity that make no sense.
So Niger man, you don't think that there is need to have this conversation that we're having now?
No, there is.
Somebody might hear you and talk to somebody else. Maybe you are feeling that the people doing this are not people that are connected to the social media the way we are connected. But you'll be surprised. And then somebody might hear an argument you present, and then it will get to don't underestimate where.
No, but you are not still getting what I'm trying to say. What did that law, let's say the most, let's take only the Muslim now, for example. That Quran that said, or the Muslim law that said blasphemy, that person must be stoned to death. What did that law say about those looter of the Muslim? Not forget the Christian. What did that law, that Quran still say? Those that loot, that put them to poverty, what did the law say?
Najaman, he said we should pray for them.
That's what the Christian will tell you, and you keep in poverty. So all of them are vice versa. They are vice versa. If you want to help, like what that guy said here one day, I think that was before the election. That is only what I always think. So everybody can help. Anybody that want to help Nigeria, that want to help, that know. Okay, look at what is happening now. For example, let's go. Look at the service chief that is going. We are saying about Tinubu is going with a 100 car. I don't know how the person stand counting the whole car and know the number. Look at the service chief that retired. They will go with 4 SUV and 20 domestic staff, 36 aides. That is Nigerian money. When we now hear they use 300 billion, we will say it's Tinubu, it's Buhari, it's Jonathan. Okay, look at what all these people are going with. One person going with 36 aides. And you have retired, though, you are no more in office. 20 domestic staff, 4 SUV.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof, sorry.
Because that changes the price.
It's in the punch. It's the punch today.
Yeah, but Niger man, hold on. If you want to go there, when the governors were retiring, and you know what Tinubu is getting, Ambode, all those people, you didn't do anything about it. Why would you worry about the service chips?
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, that we are worrying about Tinubu.
So that's why we are hold on. That's why we are worried about this. How do we stop these killings? We can't say because
how we will stop killing Dr. Rudolph. We are here to find a solution, not to condemn anybody in Nigeria. If my state governor is the one that will better my life, or local government chairman, it's not
we have to
Tinubu
condemn
to
it
better
and
my
talk
life.
about it. We have to
It's
condemn
okay,
it and talk about it.
Let me talk. If you reach your turn, you talk, please. Condemn me. Since you have been condemning here with the Tinubu here, your local government chairman here, I don't say just come to talk without causing ethnic problem. That is not why we are.
All right. Let's move. Thank you, Niger man. Henry,
Mr. Rudolph, you see, when people living in denial, sometimes no matter what you say, they will listen to you. I lived in Germany for many years, more than 25 years. I've traveled Asia, Europe, America, everywhere. I've never seen where they stone someone in the street of America, Germany, UK, because you talk about blasphemy.
Sorry, the one they hang in China, Malaysia, that we carry a white stuff.
Have you been there?
What is that? You don't see it. Are you be there not? The one you are talking about?
Not is my country.
Niger man, allow him.
Yeah.
Allow him, Niger man.
You live in Spain, you say you live in Spain. Have you seen it in Spain, the street? They do something like that? No. So don't cut me. Let me finish your place. So as I was saying, you see, when people come here and start taking, because they're scared to speak, because they have other agenda. I'm not that kind of person. Let's call a spade a spade. We condemn the killing. Nobody have right to take somebody's life, no matter what. You see, when you say, I mean, before I'm a Catholic. I was born Catholic, but I changed. Let me divert for 1 minute. I asked my bishop, my priest. I said, why they don't allow women to go to the altar to contact like the paps, the father do. He says it's they call it Catholic tradition. So that is the reason. Say yes. That day, that was the last day I went to church last. Till today, I don't go to church. You see, the lot of atrocity they did from all religion. That's what I'm saying. You believe in God is enough. This Christian religion, Muslim religion, they are all borrowed religions. Look at the so-called Christian go to to Israel for pilgrimage. The Israel, where they do some sacrifice, they use chicken, kill chicken with blood. They spread everywhere. They do a sacrifice. Is that not look? It's not juju. So let's put that one aside. In the north, who gave them right? Who gave them right to take somebody's soul? You see, when rich men children say something like this, nobody will touch them. When somebody say drink, to speed this person, do this. When the rich people do something like this, why they don't do it? They killed this man because he said it's because of blasphemy. Are we in a Islamic country? Is Nigeria have two laws? I just want to ask somebody who is saying Christian do more and not do more. We're not talking of doing more, not doing more. We're talking about the killing. It's not encouraging. It's ugly. When people say they are like animals, they're not animals. That's an insult to animals. Pig is better than those people killing those people in the north there. In the name of religion. If you believe your God is so strong and powerful, like you say, because I believe in God, I don't believe in any religion because religion is man-made. They are all borrowed religion. If you like, you take it or not. Where our forefathers were serving their gods, they went to serve their God when the Christianity came to Africa. Likewise, the so-called people become Muslim right now. These are borrowed religions. So if you want to kill somebody because of your religion, that means your God is powerless. That's what I believe in. That's what I say. So in that same country, we have one law. People have the right to take somebody's soul in the public. Not even one person came out to stop this stoning. And I cannot finish watching the video. I cannot finish watching it. There's no excuse.
So there's a video of that.
Yes, if I will bring it send it to your page.
No. Not that I want to see, but I just
want
to.
WhatsApp. You will see it for what I will find it, bring it to your WhatsApp. It's so barbaric.
I as soon as I click it, I just delete
you move it fast because you are human who have blood flowing inside your vein.
Now, Henry, hold on, okay? Because someone made a comment, I wanted to respond to that. The reason why someone was saying, why are you guys talking about something that if you are not a Muslim, that Muslims are the people that should speak about it? But even the killing in Calabar, or even the other places where
we talk about it.
Yeah, we talk about, but not just that. The other issue is if you listen to Paul, what Paul said, because of, I'm not afraid in Calabar, for instance, if I go there now, I won't be afraid that I'll be called a witch. I don't know how they define their witches, but the likelihood that I will be called a witch, I don't know. It's not very high. But the fear that some people have is that, like Paul, going to the north, you don't know, because these things are not defined. If it's defined, they say, don't do this, don't do this. And the fact that, like Ole, the one we talk about, that somebody's a thief, somebody can just point at you and say you're a thief in a market in the south of Nigeria, and you are lynched before you can explain that you are not a thief, that you have nothing to do with this, you didn't do anything wrong. So the same way, somebody can also say this is blasphemy, what you just said. And actually, I was accused of blasphemy last week, but we'll talk about that in a while. Henry, thank you.
No, I've not finished. No. Let me 1 minute.
You're not finished. Okay.
Can I?
I'll come to you, CM. I know. You're like my last man. Henry, go ahead.
It's not an excuse to take somebody's soul. You cannot create humor. You cannot even create living things. You cannot. Nobody would say because he say insult. If somebody want to call Jesus Christ here, call whatever. Me, I'm not interested. If my God is so powerful, He will judge this person. But why we allowed such thing to happen to this country we call one Nigeria? That's what I'm trying to say. What about what says in the Quran? Those they cut people hands will still meat. What about these people stealing Nigerians billions, trillions? The Muslim men, what are they going to do to them? Those people who stoning, a man who said Muhammad is this, Jesus is that. There's no reasons to take somebody's soul. The people they should stone is our leaders. Buhari is a Muslim. They should stone him. Tinubu, they should stone him too. These are things people they should stone. Not people who talk about their prophet. Their prophet is powerful. Let him fight for himself. You don't need to fight for your prophet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, let me just say that if you're Muslim and you're watching and you want to come and educate us, please, we're open. Just let me know. Send a message. I can make room for you if there's no room. I'll go to CM because I make this mistake of letting new people in, and CM will just stay there for a long time. And all my moderators that are here, I'll go to them before the new people weigh in. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Actually, issue about religion, I'm irreligious, I'm apolitical. The thing is, I don't really like discussing it. I think it's a reflection of our level of development that a country like the most populous, the largest country, Muslim country in the world, Indonesia, look at where they are in terms of population, and look at Nigeria. How many people are really Muslim in practicing Islam in Nigeria? They are no more than the people in Indonesia, but look at how developed they are. You know, so when I'm discussing Nigerian issue of religion, Christian slaughter Muslim fight back, it's really a shame. It's just a level of our underdevelopment. Actually, I do not even want to join any issue with that because it's been our way of life. So those that know what to solution to profile, then I support them. But for me, it's not really my call. I don't really like issue because it's a very shameful thing. I don't see anything different in it. Why I'm waiting is to say something about the video clip you showed. Didn't know be something. NUNA. I'm happy because I watched it elsewhere. Why I'm happy about the message that the people are bringing. There's a chap called this Emeka Abanari. Little did he know that when the history of this think home's philosophy, I'm talking about the Southeast, when the history of think home's philosophy will be written, he will have a prominent chapter because he is leading the drive now. After this, what is happening to Igbo investment outside the Igbo land, he has taken the bull by the horn, relocating to go and develop a massive estate on his own, housing estate in Enugu, and then the biggest rice mill probably in West Africa, in Nnobi or somewhere there. So I give credit to him. I like such things. That is really why I'm so happy he's leading the charge. I hope others will follow suit so that the tension that often being created maybe because somebody invested in your land, bought a land, then you now use it as if without if you do not make practice business or commercial activity in one place, you can't do it in another. I like what he's doing. In fact, I will call on everybody, in fact every Nigerian, take your investment to your village because it will help to reduce ethnic tension. It's not just the Igbos. Anybody from anywhere, start from your village. By the time you develop the whole of your village, you go to your nearby. When you finish it, you can talk of national. Because if we come too closely together in terms of let me leave my village, because I did my youth service maybe in Borno State and I started settled there and I want to invest there for the past 30 years I've been there. At a time it will provoke all this type of animosity. It starts all over again. So what that chap from your town, Emeka Abanari, is doing, he has my vote and I will vote for him any day. This is really what maybe we have to start developing this way until such a time when we now feel that nobody can use issue of ethnicity or religion to manipulate us, and that is what is causing this religious crisis. How can you slaughter your fellow human being? They don't do it in Indonesia. You don't do it. Slaughter a Muslim. I don't think so. Dubai is a Muslim country. But when you get there, there are even more Christians than the natives. I think I saw it in Google. Probably I'm wrong, but everybody want to go there, and you can't hear all these things. So why is it that in Nigeria, a very poor country, we don't have anything? We are suffering starvation, hunger everywhere. All we do is to go and slaughter ourselves. In whose interest? It doesn't. That's why I don't really apportion blame. But people should be able to reason. You don't kill people because of God. It's not done. If it's the tradition, they could have been doing it all over the world, but it's not being done. Everybody lives in harmonious relationship with each other anywhere you go. But when you come to Nigeria, they start telling you Christian, Muslim. I don't know whether they're manipulating people. Probably because of our level of underdevelopment. That's why somebody can tell you that this man is better than you. Don't allow this man. This is an area. Why are we doing all those things? It's out of fashion. We are still living in the Stone Age, killing each other because of religion. For what? Where is it done? Why? Is that what will bring progress? Of course it is not. Dubai is a good example people should look up to. Anyway, that is my take. What do I know? But my regards to Emeka Agbanari. He did what I expect everybody to do now in the interest of peace, so that you remain in your territory and then develop it. If it is good, others should copy it, so that this ethnic tension of these people are dominating here, they are coming here to take our land, they should get out, they should do this. People will kill at the slightest excuse. I think somebody asked a question, which is it a Niger man? I like that question. What aspect of this holy book, whether Bible or Christian, what did they say about looting? People that steal public money. What did the Quran say? And what did the Bible say about people looting, stealing public money, or impoverishing the people? That is what we should be fighting for, and not when people steal public money, keep people wretched forever, and then you go and fight for them. Thank you very much. Let me be at the back.
All right, thank you.
Let me be at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greetings, Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat and the viewers. This matter, for me, I think I've had some conversations earlier in the week about this. For one, I wouldn't recommend that anybody goes and start, annoying people with what they consider precious or something that hurts them most. When you go about, you don't want to go and start doing that. You shouldn't expect people to act rationally sometimes when you do that. That said, in the eyes of the law, you can't, and from the point of view of just our own people, we can't take people's lives just because they annoy us. That is not a death sentence. It's just unacceptable. Those sort of people, we should be setting an example with them, so that we can't be doing this also. This stuff we do on the street, sometimes we just say somebody's ole, we'll kill them. That too, you can't just be taking our people's lives. We treat our people's lives as if it's nothing. Just because somebody says something, and from what I gather, I'm be looking at it. Well, you guys were discussing about this in Quran. There's nothing like this in Quran that says you should kill somebody because they say something about the prophet. So where is he coming from? Why are these people doing these things? And so-called scholars of these leaders in the north that are supposed to condemn these things, they will shut their mouth up. There is nothing in the Quran that says you should kill somebody because they say something disrespectful. So how is that even something that they should be practicing and justify it based on the same religion that they claim they are worshipping under? I believe that this is a form of political, religious beliefs, whereby they use intimidation tactics to get their way in a society. Because if people question stuff, maybe truth will start emerging. They don't want people to question things. They don't want people to just say yes. And this is why, for me, there are some religions in Africa right now that are causing a lot of problems. If they just go around saying, oh, just because somebody questions my religion, I should kill somebody. It's unacceptable. Sooner or later, if they carry on with that kind of behavior, they're going to get what is coming to them. Every single one of them. Because I've seen nations where religion is doing this kind of nonsense, and when the change comes, they will destroy all of them, every single one of them, and all of them will pay with their. Many of them in that society, they tend to pay with their lives. Go and see what happened in Russia and what happened in China, Cambodia. Go and see the kind of behavior people this resort to when they find that these are religious beliefs and this type of behavior doesn't get them anywhere. You just keep killing people because they just said something about a prophet. No matter what he said, no matter how bad what he said was, it's not death penalty. It's not death penalty, no matter what he said. You can take him to court, and that's something that the Nigerian government should think about too. You can take somebody to court and say, you know what, they are disrespecting my religion. It's a form of hate crime or whatever you want to call it, and the law should recognize it, because if the law is recognizing that, it means that will forestall this type of angry behavior, because they don't have any excuse for it anymore. Because if there's no law saying, because after all they have hate crime law, why do you think Agwin Ironsi decided to pass the decree as a military regime? Because he felt that one part of the country was mocking the other part of the country, and it's going to lead to bloodshed. As a matter of fact, it started leading to bloodshed. Then he had to pass that decree to stop hate. This is a kind of hate speech, really. So we should have those sort of laws to prevent this sort of behavior of people, because you don't want to be annoying people. You don't want to hopefully start insulting somebody's prophet when it's so precious to them. Second, and on the other hand, you can't take somebody's life because they just said something. You can't. It's just unacceptable. That is a part that is even more serious, because that life that has been lost now, that man is not going to go on to have children. His children is not going to go on to have children, and the others will just go on. They just walk away, and nobody's trying them. Where are the people now that are responsible for that mobbing? They mob somebody to death, and they're all walking free. What kind of society is that? I'm telling you, some of the things we do in our country, it's unbelievable. And these same people will expect their country to function. They will expect it to function. They are the ones creating the problems themselves. I see Nigerians doing this repeatedly. There are some people on this panel that do the same thing. They will say they don't like something, then they will themselves go and repeat the same behavior. And they don't even see it coming. They don't see that sort of behavior. I'm sure I'm doing it, but I'm so careful at watching my own behavior that I try to remain as consistent as possible. But many people just go around, just because it's not their own destiny, maybe their own is Christianity, then they will give their own a pass. Or maybe because it's their traditional religion, they'll give their own a pass. It's their tribe, they'll give their own a pass. We have to have zero tolerance for this sort of behavior. Our people's lives have to start mattering for something. And this bleeds into the previous discussion where they were talking about security and all the rest. Our lives don't matter. Don't you see the pattern? Our forefathers were selling our people for gogoro and this umbrella and nonsense, because we don't value our lives, and the pattern remains the same. It just remains the same. We have to stop it. Sooner or later, we have to start putting our lives number one. Was it not Rudolph just read something that someone in Pakistan? Pakistan is a very religious country. It's not half Muslim, half Christian. It's a very religious country. And yet, look at what a Muslim said about another Muslim taking another Muslim's lives. We just do it, and a senior official will just come out and say, everybody should respect the prophet. For death penalty, are you mad? Those are the kind of people that, if it was in this thing now, Rwanda, they would put him in jail. People like that, they are just creating instability in the country, because tomorrow again, some other person will do it. That's how that lady was killed, they say last year. Then this year again, look at this one again. This one is a Muslim too. What else do you want? You want to radicalize the country to a point whereby then you start having religious conflicts. This is what they want. They don't want people to become a kind of more secular and more accepting and more tolerant of others. They want us to become radicalized. And those type of people, they get away with it in this country for they have been doing it for too long, far too long. And the ones that don't support it should be coming out and standing up against this type of people, because this is our country. If we carry on like this, it's not going to get us anywhere. We are just going to repeat history again. And that is if we survive it this time. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. I know we have the topic on EU and their report on INEC performance. We still have to talk about that. We still have to talk about the video and the baby mamas everywhere. And that one, I miss it because I won't be here when you guys talk about that. But sure, we are talking about the killings.
The killing of the gentleman.
So, doctor, you don't want to talk all this same thing about the video because you're a pastor.
No. I like the topic, but I just won't be here when
I'm the Gen Z now. I'm the rep of the Gen Z. I've been told a few times that I belong to the Gen Z. So
Mr. Shu,
and their family I belong. Yes.
Can you expand this conversation? Talk about. I'm really concerned also about the one in Calabar where we are still at this age talking about witches, people being called witch and being killed for being a witch. You know, what is the solution? I mean,
Well, if I knew the solution, I'll be in Aso Rock. For a start, I will have at least contested. Even if I don't win, I'll be like your friend, that Ondoman, what's his name? Adebayo. I'll say,
he's been a while. I should bring it back.
No, please don't. I saw the news yesterday, and it really broke. It broke my heart, because when you think about, like Father said, the value we place or that we don't place on human lives, and we expect other people to value us, we ourselves don't value each other. And I think this is something by the political elite. The way they've weaponized poverty is the same way they've weaponized religion, especially in the North. We have our demons that we fight in the South, but in the North especially, they've weaponized poverty and religion, to the point that some people believe in the North that they're meant to be born poor and to serve the rich people. They're not to question them. It is part of the way God has designed and destined their lives, right? So somebody would wake up and say, you disrespected our God, and the person will be killed. The vice president today said that the worst Christian, allegedly said the worst Christian will be better than the best Muslim to be the Senate president, because if you have a Muslim Senate president, it would further, legitimize the people, the claim that they're trying to Islamize Nigeria. So the VP was accused of saying that even if it's the worst of Christians, it's better for optics than bringing the best Muslim. He apologized. No one lynched him. These rules, religious rules, are made for the poor. In the North, a man and a woman cannot sit in the same keke. But the people who made the law will get on a plane, and there will be a female sat next to them, and they will fly to wherever they're going in peace. See, they've weaponized religion to keep their people in check. That's what they've done, and they've won. So how to break this shackle, I honestly do not know, because it's happened for such a long time. The brainwash has happened, it's gone on for such a very long time. To break these people, I mean, you remember in 2006, there was a Danish artist. I think his name was Kurt Westergaard. I think it was Kurt Westergaard in 2006 that did a cartoon about the prophet, and people in Borno and Katsina were burning up things. Something that happened in Europe. Saudi Arabia they are relaxing their laws to allow women, tourists, to visit Saudi. They started relaxing their laws. Women cannot drive in Saudi Arabia. That happened about 2-3 years ago. Women cannot drive. These people are advancing. They are relaxing their laws. At this point, Saudi club will sign me. If I go and bring some of my old videos from secondary school, Saudi clubs are signing players, football players in the Premiership. Before, when China did their one, they were signing people who are old and about to retire. Saudi leagues, football clubs are signing players in their 20s. They are trying to whitewash the image. They are trying to say, we're open, people can come and visit us, come and see us. And we are closing up the northern part of Nigeria. If you look at the northern part of Nigeria, it could be our Dubai. We have sand, plenty. We have camel, plenty. But you see Nigerians that have never been to the north of Nigeria, and I'm not blaming them, will come to London, come to the US, come to Canada, live there for a while, gather some money, take their family, go to Dubai, go and play in the sand and ride camels, things we have in the north. But we're closing up the north because of this religious control. It's a control. The political elite have used it to control their people. In the south, now, ours is slightly different. It comes more from, I don't know, witchcraft. I mean, when we have people like Ruben Abati saying that at Aso Rock, there are witches and wizards or whatever, he couldn't sleep, there's noise everywhere. But Dele Alake said he can sleep, or was it the other one? People, these ones are saying they can sleep. So this witchcraft nonsense that you don't like the face of someone, or they've said something. And I haven't worked in and around the medical field, because I'm not anyway medically qualified. That's not my profession. But my job takes me close to them all the time in the UK. And I've been around a lot of dementia patients in the UK. In Nigeria, those people will be dead because they're wizards and witches. You see a lot of old people who suffer from dementia. The things they say in Nigeria, they will say, oh, it's a witch. It's just saying nonsense. And they will kill them. The government needs to stand up tall. Make examples of these people. When they killed Deborah, there was a guy that held the box match. That image is in my head. I didn't watch the video of Deborah actually when they burnt it. This one, so I didn't watch it. But there's a picture of a guy who held the matches, and it was translated to say he was the one that set Deborah on fire, that started it. That guy should be dead today. Bring back capital punishment for exceptional cases. I saw pictures of kids. Pictures, still images, that's as much as I can watch. Stoning this guy that he killed in Sokoto. Kids. Those kids they're damaged. They are damaged goods. The chances of anything good coming out of those kids is very slim. Children killing people. And the government will not say anything. We have a president. This is not about Tinubu. I don't care who the president is. Buhari, Peter Obi, whoever the president is. You should be speaking up when the state governors are not speaking up. Tell them enough is enough. Stop killing people. You have no right. Who's giving you the right to do so? Bring back capital punishment. If you are seen killing someone else, you should be killed. Life for life. That's the way it should be. Watch it happen once and this thing will disappear. Who told you the woman in Calabar was a witch? Who told you? What did she do? A boy was killed in Ado-Ekiti about 2 months ago. They said it's a Yahoo boy. Something. They do rituals. It's Yahoo plus. They killed him. Why? Why are we killing each other? We blame the government for a lot of things, but even against each other. A lot of education, honestly, our educational system has also failed us, because you would find that most of the people that would do these things, maybe not educated, but saying that Deborah's son happened within a university campus or whatever, where she was. It was a tertiary institution. What was our offense? There's a WhatsApp group chat, and they were sending things like flyers, and that's why I don't join any WhatsApp group. The one from secondary school, I bought a different phone. I have a Niger SIM card. I put it inside. That phone, I put it on maybe once in 6 months. Because a lot of happy Friday, happy Monday, happy Tuesday, happy evening. I'm not interested. This girl said, let's not use our cross group WhatsApp to publicize religion. Stop announcing that there's a prayer somewhere or along those lines. That's what she said. But because it was a Muslim Islamic event, it was taken as blasphemy and they killed her. And the people are not locked up. The university is not shut down. You've not set a deterrent until the government stand up and do it. But you know why they won't do it? That nonsense handshake they tell you about across the north. Because if the president speaks up against it, they will tell him, we won't vote for you the next time. So, political office over people's life, the people you want to protect. And this is not Tinubu, it's not Peter Obi, it's not anybody who is the president. Your primary duty is to protect the lives of your citizens. We need our leaders to stand up tall, north, south, east, and west. People's lives are not to be taken by ordinary citizens. It has to stop.
Thank you, Sho. I know this topic is very interesting to a lot of people. I will just give the remaining people who are yet to speak just 2 minutes, please. I will start with Ndubisi, Darlene, and Ike, and then Kenneth. Then we switch.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, Ndubisi, go ahead.
Doctor, I have to make a protest. 2 minutes is too little for me to speak.
Yeah, but we have other topics to get to.
I know this topic is very serious. Life has become so cheap in our country, and our leaders, they are the main culprits. They have now decided to sacrifice human life on the altar of political expediency and political gain. This killing is becoming a pattern now, and unfortunately, it's going across the country. Any little provocation, people take their anger and their so-called religious extremism to a mad, cowardice or mad level. This thing that happened in Sokoto and the one in Cross River is becoming too much. We have some happens in Akwa Ibom as well, where they will just designate somebody a witch and decide to just kill the person for no purposes. What are the law enforcement agencies doing? I think it is high time they should start to talk sense and retrain our security officers to follow the rule of law. It's like rule of law has collapsed in our country. Any little thing, everybody reads religious or ethnic meaning to it in taking decisions. When they were stoning that man in Sokoto, I'm sure a police station is not too far from there. But they didn't do anything because Either they have, because of their extremist belief, those police officers there who are Muslims, or they are afraid that the mob will come after them. But if they come in two vans and begin to shoot gun into the sky, people will leave. This is not the way. The world is laughing at us. We have so many issues to talk about, and we are even going deeper and deeper into more crisis. It is too bad. And the governor came out and even the man just quietly ignored the man's killing. I was saying anybody who insults the prophet, a citizen has been killed, a father, a son of somebody has been killed for no reason. And he was saying something. You can see the kind of people we are electing as governors. Our country is now a big joke, although the biggest joke is not in charge. What kind of madness is this? The one in Cross River. How do they determine who is a witch? They say accident has been happening along that area. Accident along that area, that the woman is the cause. How do they determine that? And when they say killing the woman, I'm sure also a police station is not too far from there, because it's even in a city. It's not as if it's in a rural area, and nobody did anything. That woman has just died like that, and the governor has not said anything. They've not gone to look at whether there's any camera to fish out the culprits on both ends, the Sokoto and this one. Okay, this Sokoto is another one. Just last year, was it last year that Deborah was killed? This is another one. Maybe before the end of the year, another one will happen, and we'll all clap and say, "Oh, it's religious." Don't say it because you're not a Muslim. It's religious thing. When have we come to this stage in our country that we don't even fear God and their life again? And our leaders, all of them just sealed up their mouth. The Sultan didn't say anything. All those ulamas in the north, all those preachers, all of them just sealed up their mouth. I think it's high time all these preachers who teach in all those schools, all those malams, all those radical things should stop. Somebody should call them to order. We cannot make progress in our country this way. Any little thing they give it, the light religious candle or fuel on it to set the place ablaze. How can we live in the country as if we are barbaric, as if we are living in dark ages? It's not good. And the government will just seal up their mouth. Nobody will say anything. The president will make any comment. They just keep quiet, because if they say, "Oh," like Mr. Sho just said, "Oh," they will say he's against our religion. We'll not vote for him. Everything is about vote. At the end of the day, the vote. What is the benefit for people? Nothing. The people keep wallowing in poverty. But I believe that the extreme poverty and pain going on in the country is part of what fuels this thing. It's not good. Our people, our leaders should come out openly and condemn and bring out ways of enlightening people that we have rules, we have the constitution. We know if somebody does anything, there may be people's arrest. People can arrest people and take them to the police station and let it follow the law. Let the law follow its course. If the man that offended that, if the man really did anything, they have the Islamic court here. You can take the man to that place, from the police station to the Islamic court, and the man has right of appeal in the regular court. The same thing with the woman they killed in this. This is just the ones we knew. We don't know of others. Last year, one young man was killed somewhere in Lekki area because the Okada men they deemed him that maybe he's a fraudster and all that, and they attacked him, and that guy was just killed like that. Today, now I will not even know what the case is how the case is going on. But our country is in a sorry state, and I don't see it getting better anytime soon with the kind of people we have as leaders who are so self-centered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me stop so far.
Darling, who is that baby with you? Hello. Can we say hello? Hi. All right. So what is your take on the conversation we're having? It's very important to remember that an innocent person can also die in any of these situations. Not just that someone did something wrong, but someone who did nothing could just die because of this idea that it's okay for people to rise up and just decide to take a life. To the credit of different Muslim groups, they mentioned that nobody has a right. It's not in the Quran for anybody to kill somebody, whatever the allegation is. But of course, we know that people don't listen to that, and it has happened north south. So where do we go from this? What's the solution? It could be anybody. We take it for granted that it could be any of us. Somebody can turn around in Onisha and point at you and say, you stole my phone. And before you could explain, I'm from America. I'm Dr. Damage. Nonsense. They bring a tire and put on top of you. And that's it.
They should set an example with them when they haul them up on TV and show that after they have mobbed somebody, they are being tried. That will teach them a lesson. Whoever wants to do it next time, they will think twice. Nobody has ever hauled all these mob justice people to court before, so that they get tried for their behavior. It's very, very uncivilized behavior where you just take fellow Nigerian life and as if it's nothing. They should never be allowed to do this. We have to start drawing a line somewhere, because sooner or later it's us too they are going to treat like that. That's why police, soldiers and all of them carry koboko everywhere, flogging us as if we are donkeys. That kind of stuff, we have to stop it. We have to draw a line somewhere. If they catch you on video, this thing, carrying out jungle justice, all of you, they will know your houses. I think they have VVN everywhere now. They will go to your house, pick all of them, hold them on the media, have them tried, sent to prison. Next time you see how quickly that will disappear.
Sorry, forefather, I have to interject here. Yes, that's the ideal. This catch them and deal with them and prove to them. Who will do it?
The police.
Police that said that blasphemy, they gave credence to it softly.
Wait, which police?
That's what they shouldn't.
Is it the police that put someone down in Ekpoma and drove a car over the person? Is that the same police? We are living in a lawless country, and we now have a lawless selected president. So we just start the nonsense experience.
Mama Rachel, I don't know how we got to you speaking now. There are still people who are going to speak. But the other thing is this.
I interject like other they interject.
No, I know. But
the
interjection is always longer than the other ones. They just come in to say something, but then you start their lecture.
But maybe I just also interject or got damages. But why is all that go interject? You know, go complain. Why you like every Saturday make me I eat a quarter?
Their own don't last as long as yours. But let me tell you.
How many seconds did I bet time me? How many seconds did we talk before you turn up to this?
No, there's something you said that I wanted to point out. You brought Tinubu to this now. This is not about Tinubu. It's been going on before Tinubu. So it's not that we are blaming Tinubu for this one.
I'm not blaming him. I'm only saying that during Boo Boo, when it be disciplinary, we do all this nonsense and nothing happen. Now when Tinubu got the power, now something go happen.
Okay, I got your point now. Thank you. I called you. You didn't want to speak, and here you have to be aggressive. They will take it from you and run. And
no,
I realize that
all these people, they will take it from you and run. I know you are new, so go ahead.
But what I want to say is that first of all, we know the solution, but we all are backing the solution. All those things have been happening since I was born, before they even born my mother. I'm hearing the story about North. And I grew up, and I'm still seeing it. In the East, in the West, you can drink beer, you can drink alcohol. But if you went to the North, you will be hiding. And I'll be asking myself, is it the same one country? And people will not see starting. One Nigeria. I watched my brother here, one of our brothers that spoke last year. He come, he said, Christian, he asked Christian, join for the matter. We are talking about the person they killed. Is it Christian people that stone it to death? Why is it that when a pastor went wrong, they will attack the pastor, and we never hear a Muslim in any one man? But anytime it's Muslim, they will always drag Christian among. Always.
Jack Christian among. So, my brother, we all know the solution. The solution is to do what? Listen to those ideas, those thoughts of wisdom, knowledge that came from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He has been saying it. This man has been saying it. They have been killing people. Even the Christian that I find myself into, I find that I grown up. I find that even the Christian, he reached a question. I get many questions for them. So the Muslim, so the white people, those guys, they are very, very intelligent, my brothers. They study we Africa. That's why they bring out this religion in Africa. And another thing, education. Because how we only go to education, university, you graduate, you always remember, you can't create. We have doctors that can never find a medicine. We have engineer that can never contract road on his own without the help of the white. So what is the source of the religion in our land? The white man brought. And what is the source of the education? The white man brought. So we all know the truth, but we are beating around the bush. And if we keep on beating around the bush, what is it crying? We still keep on crying.
All right.
The best solution is that let us bring our voice together. We all are saying the truth. You can never join a oil and a water together. They can never meet up. You can never, you are wasting your time forcing a relationship between an apocalyptic man that believe when he kill you, when he fucking kill you, he will get a 7 angel in heaven. God will reward him. And
I know you are new here. You don't use any language. I muted you, so I don't know why you are still talking. I muted you. Hold on. Just to correct something. There are some languages we don't allow. Maybe, and I blame Mr. Show. Where is Show? That our laws. We promise to read it out so that we show it to new people whenever they are joining the forum. Darling, there are some languages we don't use, no matter how upset you are and what is going on. So, and you just use one of them. Do you understand me? Can you hear me? I muted you. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, my brother.
Yeah. So, did you understand what I said?
What got me so painful that make me so angry that I'm not a father. My father always tell me the problem of Nigeria. Now I'm not a father of 3 kids.
Where do you live? Where do you live, Danny?
I live in Germany.
In Germany, okay.
Is it the same story that I'll still pass to my children? My children will not be seeing it. My daughter, look at my daughter. She come back in kindergarten yesterday. Then it's for kindergarten. They told her she's not from here. She come back and asked me, Daddy, where are you from? She said, I'm Africa. I'm Africa. No, we are Africa. We are Biafran. Because I'm very ashamed to tell my daughter that we are from Nigeria. What have we? Okay, look at that. This stone down man. My daughter go they look at that. What is wrong here? But we have Muslim here. We have Christian here. This problem is happening. Whoa. And since I was born, I'm 30 something now. It's still happening. And we are here beating around the bush. We don't give us Muslim. We say they beat around the bush to find grammar. We go take cover, we go take stand good for ear, we go take 6-9. We are pushing it, right? Now they go behead pastor. We go say, and I told you, pastor say be fake. Maybe they even clear all of them. But small, they go wipe all the old Christians. Would they look now? Waiting now they cannot talk. Would they happen? Would they look now? Una, what would they look up? We finish the university. What would they look? Where they come out, bring something. When I call, they come.
All right.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. But remember, there are some words we don't use. So next time we actually remove. I know you are new. I've not seen you here more than once, I think, or but let's go to.
I like all these statements, proverbs that they don't use. Oil and water doesn't mix. With detergent they do mix. I don't understand when people say some of all these things.
Hold on.
Detergent is a chemical compound.
That's rules now. That's what rules mean. It means that there is a medium.
Break the bounding.
Exactly. There is a medium by which you can merge both of them together. So when people say these things, I wonder whether they've updated their knowledge on what is actually possible in the real world.
I know what you're saying is not adding up.
You know it's adding up.
No.
Oil and water cannot mix. Of course it can.
It will destroy the water.
Like that.
Okay, Forefathers.
It will destroy the water.
Of course,
water is destroyed.
That's what it means.
A class of ideology.
Have to change. That's what it means.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Hold on, guys. We have to move. Forefathers. Hold on. Ike, 2 minutes.
Talk English more than even the white people that bring the English for us.
It's logic. It has nothing to do with English. It's logic.
What is the solution?
Forefathers. Do I have to mute Forefathers? Ike, go ahead.
Rudolph, let me tell you, I'm still on my vacation. If you like, give me 1 second. It doesn't bother me because I'm still enjoying myself on my vacation. So, but I just want to say, don't tell me you are giving me 2 minutes because the people that have been talking without authorization didn't give them 2 minutes. Okay? I'm not new in this your platform, so I don't want to be treated with that kind of an insult. You don't tell me you are giving me 2 minutes. Why people are talking without control? Okay?
All right. So hold on.
The reason
before, I want to hear what you will say, and I want to hear what Kene will say, and then Austin. I don't know if I can stay that long. I have to go. That's why I'm trying to get to.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, I'm happy that Femi is still here. We are talking like we don't know what is the problem in Nigeria. Where is the former governor of Kaduna State? All of us watch his video that went viral. Where is Buni Sharif, the former governor of Borno State? We know the people that the architect of the problem in Nigeria, it's the politicians. I lived in Mali for 13 good years. Mali is 98% Muslim country. Mali, 98% Muslim. Never in my entire life for 13 years did I ever see any single day of a problem of Muslim Christian or Muslim. I lived in Kaduna for 5 years. John Abba also lived in the barracks. Every time he talks, he lived in the north. I lived in Kaduna when every Friday we have to close our market, the shops, because after mosque, there is going to be riot. There are Lemajeris that are killing the people. There are Lemajeris that are killing people, that are causing this men. Who are the people that are sponsoring them? Is it not the same politicians? Is it not the governors of the states? Is it not the people of the political class, the elite? And they will come and tell you that Quran did not permit that you should kill anybody. But they are the people that are leading the killing. And we all are pretending as if we don't know. Femi was born in the north, I think so. And John Abba will also confirm what I am telling you if he lived in Kaduna State. I lived in Kaduna when every Friday, by the time they go to mosque by 12 o'clock, every shop in Kaduna will close. Because we know that after the mosque, there is going to be 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 shops that they're going to set ablaze. And at the end of the day, their leader will tell you, no, Quran did not permit you to take any human life. But that's what is going on in Nigeria. We are asking why. The people that are being killed in southern Kaduna, are they not innocent people? How many thousands of lives have been lost in southern Kaduna? What is going on? How many people have been killed in Benue State? What is going on in Plateau and Nasarawa State? Who are you asking the question? Those people, are they not innocent people? Is there no government in those states? Was there not police, DSS, military? Are they not in those states? And we are looking for solutions. Somebody say, hey, take him, get him, put him in prison, put him, police is there. Which police? The same people that will do us right. And when you go to them, they will tell you, the Quran says that nobody should take human life. So, listen, if Nigeria has not happened to you, you will always come here to talk as if you are coming from the blues. I lived in North for 5 years that you can never sleep with pajamas. We sleep with our short knicker prepared, because in the North they can break your window and put fire inside your house. I lived in Kaduna when we have a whistle that we used to wake everybody in every locality in Kaduna when there is problem. When I blow that whistle from my house, somebody in the next street will blow that whistle, somebody from the other street will blow that whistle, somebody from the other street will blow that whistle. That is the way we gather ourselves to defend ourselves. And at the end of the day, the politicians will come tomorrow morning and tell you, I have a meeting with the traders and say, no, we don't allow this. Our religion is against it. Who are the people that are sending the Alamajeris? They are politicians themselves. So please, nobody, this young man that they killed is the way they killed Deborah. Just the way they are killing my brothers and sisters in Benue State. The same way they are killing the people in Southern Kaduna, even as we are speaking right now. The same way they are killing people in Plateau State. The same way they are killing people in Nasarawa State. The same way they are killing people everywhere in Nigeria. Why should we continue to pretend as if we don't know where the problem is, or the people that are the architect of the problem? It has nothing to do with the religion we talk about. It is being manipulated. It is being manipulated by the Nigerian politicians themselves, because that's the only weapon that they have that they can use to get to political power. And when they get to political power, those people that they have used continue to beg for them. When they go home, you see how they line up in their gates, and they begin to share them 10 naira, 50 naira, because they have made them to understand they can never go beyond what they are already. So what are we talking about? John Abba know what I'm saying here. Femi could bear me witness what I'm saying if he have lived in the North. I had my best friend who is from Kano State. He is the man always who is the only man who gives me information. Listen, I go to market on Friday. Don't tell your people when it is 11:30. Ask everybody to close the shop. Is it not politicians that are organizing the crime? So what are we talking about?
So what do you suggest as the solution then?
You are asking me what is the solution. You just said
I'm
here.
asking now because when I said it,
you just said here that the police you just said that the police should arrest people and they bring them to court and sentence them. I asked you a question. Was it not in this same platform that we watched the viral video of the former governor of Kaduna State? What has happened to him? Where is the law?
But that's what I'm saying. It's not happening.
But what are you
That's what
saying?
needs to change. Because if once somebody is advocating that something needs to change, and if that change is the right one, then there's no real need to just complain about the solution. You should be saying, how do we implement it?
But you know that we already have somebody that we can use to start that law. But where is that man right now?
I don't know which man you're referring to. Sorry.
I thank you. Let me just say that I enjoy everybody's contribution all the time, and there are some people specifically that I know based on their experience where they lived in the country that they will have a perspective on a particular issue that is important. And Ike is one of those people. You know, I know he lived in the north, and so we all have to have this conversation. I know they are difficult conversations, but we have to have them, and we have to think about solutions down the road. Having said that, I will now invite Kenneth to weigh in.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. You see, I'm surprised that some of us are still, I think maybe a lot of us have limited or no knowledge of what Islam stands for. And I'm not here to discuss Islam. We're here sometimes, we heard of killings in Nigeria, we all put hands together and condemn it. Last time it was Deborah killed by Muslims, and none of the perpetrators has been brought to book to today. And nothing tangible came out from the state governor of that particular state. And some of us are still confused, or maybe have no knowledge of what is going on when it comes to Islam. I'm just hearing for the first time that there was killing in Cross River or something. I don't know if it was from the Christians or from traditional believers. I, for one, I don't align with any. So don't even say that, oh, I'm saying this because I'm a Christian. I don't align with any of those people. I only know that I have a God and I worship my God. That's it. But you dare not call me Christian or call me Muslim or call me traditional believer. After all, we've seen them on Facebook, the traditional worshippers accusing themselves of using human parts for sacrifice and all that, right? But let's call a spade here. Islam rewards anyone that kills a non-Islam or anyone that blasphemes against Muhammad. It is in their Quran. So for whomever that is still confusing with this, go to Quran or Surah chapter 5, verse 33. Read it for yourself. It is written there. It is their belief, their religious belief. So do not come here and defend Islam over what they believe in. Remember last time here we discussed about Kitman, right? They will always come around and try to play around and, try to deny that.
Can you educate us on what that
Forefathers, hold on, please.
Because we can't just say make statement and you quote
Forefathers, I just gave you a verse. Go to Google. You don't need to.
I don't know this thing. You can tell us what it says.
Yes. Okay. I can read it out for you, please. In Quran or Surah chapter 5, verse 33, it says, prescribes prison or mutilation or death for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger. Who is messenger? Muhammad. Even though the verse doesn't mention blasphemy, in brackets, SABB, S-A-B-B. This is in Quran. Last time in...
But that is war, though. That is war. I don't know.
What is war?
That is stated.
What do you do in war?
Those that wage war against their...
Do you bless people in war or you get them killed? What do you do in war?
This is not war. What that gentleman did was just disputing, saying something about the prophet. That is not war.
Okay, let me help you here again. Go to Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, verse 33. It says, indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and spread mischief in the land is death, crucifixion, cutting off their hands and feet on opposite side, or exile from the land. It is in the Quran. Go and read it. I just gave you how a link to that.
You see, that one I agree with, because
okay.
he included mischief.
Last time,
what is considered mischief?
Last time in Pakistan, a cabinet minister was killed for speaking against the blasphemy law. He was killed in Pakistan. Oga Ike was telling us his experience in Kaduna. I, for one, I had experience as a little child when I was still in elementary school. An Igbo boy, you know how they do this Igbo apprenticeship? He came for that kind of apprenticeship, and he went for night cinema. Then I don't think we have this colored flat screen TV. It was black and white. So he went for night cinema. And on their way, they were arguing about Muhammad, and he was stabbed to death. He was stabbed. We all ran out to watch him. He was, how you kill, I don't know the word for that, but how you kind of try to kill a chicken, and the chicken is not properly dead, and the chicken will be aggressively jumping from one area to the other. That was how this guy was aggressively trying to survive. He died. As a little child, I still have the trauma till today.
Even based on what you just read, those people that are killing people are breaking the law. They didn't say kill those people.
Forefathers, let me finish now. You are cutting me, please.
I'm just trying to highlight some of the things you are saying.
You can still ask me a question. Now, when Mr. NDBC was making his own comment, he said he was asking why is it that the Islamic leaders are not being questioned, or Islamic leaders are not saying anything about the killing. Why would you want them to say anything? Is he not in the same country where Sheikh Gumi was partnering with Boko Haram members and nobody's saying anything about that? He was partnering with Boko Haram members because they have a mission. Some of us are not surprised. This is in their Quran. Mr. Ike, when he was making his own comment, he said that in Mali, where he lived, he had never recorded such experience. I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Ike. Maybe by the time you got to Mali, they've already completely subjugated the non-Islamic believers in Mali, and that is why they have no any other person to attack. This is their belief. It is only in the north or Islam, in this Islam, that when their daughter is married to a Christian male, the daughter must be killed. It is in Islam, it's in their Quran. So this is what they believe in. And when Darling was saying that water and oil are immixable liquid, he's right. In as much as forefathers is trying to bring detergent into it, we know what detergent does. It weakens the water, right? And that is why, to avoid weakening the water, to avoid messing up the bonds in the water, just have oil stay on his lane, water, mind your business. Everybody go in separate way. This is what they believe in. You can't stop them. They made a regulation against Christian preachers. Why are they not making regulation against Islamic preachers? You know why? Because it is in their Quran to kill. That is why they will never do that.
All right, thank you, Kenny.
There should be you know what they do with detergent water? Use it to wash, make things clean.
We need to pass a new law to stop someone like Adewale from doing what he did there.
Yes, that's true. Actually,
there should be a new law.
That's creepy, Adewale. Come on.
What you should have behind you. Let me. I have to run in another 10 minutes, but let me. I want to hear
when
from
you run the go, Dr. Damage. When you run the go.
No. Oh, that you always come when I'll hear you. I'll hear you before I go. I want to hear what a Reverend Father from the perspective, because when we look at what's happening in Calabar, I don't know people killing witches, whether they are doing it as Christians or are they doing it as, I don't understand the thinking, but maybe you can help us. The church is there. I'm thinking that Calabar, almost everybody there, they are Christians or majority. And some of the people who killed this woman must be people that go to church on Sunday. How do they do it? Like after you finish killing somebody on Thursday, on Sunday, you go back to church. Maybe I always think that maybe the church leaders failed because if like you that receive confession, okay, let me not make it personal, but I'm just thinking in the wider scale. How do how do you go back to preach to these people? You're looking at people. Let's say this you are what do you call it? You are anyway your church area. You know, people from your area where you have the church. They went out and did this. How do you talk to them, Austin? I'll come to you at the well next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. I've been listening from background because I was so busy yesterday, so I was trying to walk and rest. But having heard this topic and what so many of the panelists have weighed in, I decided to come in and just throw my own scent. To be candid, when people talk about religion, the way we talk about it, it makes me to begin to wonder if actually we understand what religion is all about. The problem we have in Nigeria is no way religion. Religion is an emotional stuff. And that is why people say religion is a sensitive thing. You must be very careful. You must be very, very cool to be able to address religion. Remember, there are tenets that goes with religion. When you talk about discipleship, apostleship, followership, these are the nomenclatures or the vocabularies you have in religion. That means people look unto you, people go with you, people follow you. So when you recruit preachers, when you recruit leaders that do not put people in the right perspective, or when you have a society where there is no value, you always talk to, there is no way you will get sent church in Nigeria when you have everybody or most people going the wrong way. Just imagine me going back to church tomorrow to tell people that taking drug is bad, doing Yahoo is bad. When I have a president that has succeeded to the highest level in the country with this negative attachment that he has not been able to address properly, how would a priest convince people that it is wrong to do all these things? So our problem is a problem of value, is a problem of what we have allowed ourselves to. The world where we are today, America and the UK, we are built by religious people. America and the UK were constructed, and where they are today is where the religion kept them. So when we condemn religion, we should be very careful. We should condemn personalities in religion. Preachers who do not know what they are doing. Preachers who just wake up, pick up the Bible to make a defense. And the politicians that have turned religion to be a tool where they use it to subdue people. Go back and read Kamas. When Kamas was telling you that religion is the opium of the people, opium of the masses, he didn't say anything different from what is happening today. So when we say, I don't have a religion, I believe in God, beloved, however you reach to God is called religion, in as much as you have a method of reaching to God. So what we should look at in our society is to begin to place values. We don't have a state, to religion. So placing religion above the constitution and above the state makes it awkward. And we come to a country where people, because they are preachers, they do whatever they want and everybody supports them. So when you follow that tenet, the society will always go down. When you come to Nigeria, I keep asking myself the question, where are the traumatic patients in Nigeria? Where are the dementia patients in Nigeria? Most of us in the Western world, you go anywhere, you see somebody will say, I'm PTSD, I'm traumatized, I'm doing this, I'm dementia. Where do you have them in Nigeria? When you imagine having a traumatic patient being a pastor in a church, what would he offer? When you have somebody that is dementia being your governor, what would he offer? Whatever that comes out. So let us be sensitive in addressing religion. Like the northern part of the country, the only way you can resolve this is to throw more light, throw more education, not the kind of education most of us have, because we just have education to read book, but not education to reason, not education to differentiate what is right and what is wrong. But we can write exams and pass it, and that's not the education. The education that makes you to understand that the more the merrier. If 4 people can be in a team, they will produce more results.
than one person. Then when you have 20 people, they produce more results. And when we don't have something that binds us together, there is no need of being together. If we gather in a meeting every day, we don't have a goal. What is the purpose of the meeting? So if Nigeria is not having any advantage over all the regions, why keeping the region together? If I don't have anything to get from the northern part, another part doesn't have anything to get from the eastern part, why being together? So these are the questions we ought to ask ourselves. If we have something we could learn, let us bring them together and work with those tools.
All right. You done? Austin?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. You didn't address
Yes.
any of my questions about witches and whether the church is preaching that they should be killed. You avoided that. That's okay. Thank you so much. Adewale Yones.
So I
go ahead.
Purposely, I decided to avoid that because sorry. I decided to avoid that because you have people that are not well trained as pastors today, as preachers today. The people just pick up Bible, and how do you do it? You use emotion to get people down. And religion is very sensitive. I may say something about religion that will offend somebody because this person, in all honesty, is doing his or her best. So we really need to know how we get our preachers, how we institute our religion.
But Austin, what do you want us to do, ordinary people? If you people in the hierarchy of the religion you are not doing anything to clean up the system, what do you want us to do? How do we know who to believe? There are people in the villages all over Nigeria who somebody will bring a Bible and say, I'm a pastor, and they go. What do you want them to do?
So what we need to do is to have our system that is working. You're addressing me because you're a journalist and you're asking me the right questions. But some people will see, oh, he's a priest, whatever he says is correct. Or you see a police officer, whatever he does. So if every individual focuses on doing the right thing, if every individual focuses on addressing the individual person, like if a pastor preaches something that is wrong, take him to court, deal with him, punish him. If a pastor is doing drug or is doing something that is illegal, the person should face the wrath. So that you're a pastor, you're a priest, does not alienate you from the principles. So when you get people addressing those right things, doing, like if you have a country where police officers do whatever they want, remember that some of them are also preachers. So they will also bring it to the church. So what I'm trying to say here, if all of us can be direct, when it comes to constitution, everybody will follow the constitution. Everybody will do what is right. Nobody is seen beyond the other person. Everybody stands equal before the law.
All right, thank you, Adewale. First of all, can you explain to us the person behind you, your relationship with the person? Some people are thinking that it's your wife, or
That is Queen T.A.'s cousin. You hear me?
Yeah, Queen T.A. Oh, okay.
That's her cousin.
I've seen that.
She's trying to shame me, or what I call photo shaming me on your show. Can you imagine?
I've seen that.
Yeah, I purposely put that picture, and I apologize in advance for whoever feel disturbed by the picture. Some people are like this though, so let's just say, I don't know. So if you feel
are you giving
offended,
us a sign how we Nigerians will look like after Tinubu is done with us?
By the time by the time it's done, every Nigerian will end up looking like this. I purposely put it up there so that people will understand that the more you look at religion, when it comes to the religion in Nigeria, the less you see. It's deeper than what we are scratching or what we're talking about in the studio. Religion is the way of life up there in the north. You can't separate the two. Even though Nigerian state does not allow states to adopt religion, but it is. Majority of people in the panel and the studios are all Southerners. I think it doesn't matter whether you live or born in the north. How do you separate North from Islamic religion? It's going to be hard. That's the reason why they adopted
Sharia.
Sharia, and the southern people fought against it. The Andoakas of this world fought against it, and they couldn't. What happens in Kano was unfortunate, was barbaric, was condemnable, but it will continue to happen because we are different. We are different. We are distinctively different from each other. And the earlier we realize that, we're able to fashion that into perhaps in our constitution or the way we govern ourselves the better. Because if you're a southern person and you go up north, let's say you go to Borno, Maiduguri, and you want to live the same lifestyle you live in the south, you're going to run into a problem. I think the only place where you can live freely as an Nigerian is the southern part of the country. I was surprised. I was really shocked when I saw a video clips online showing a southeasterner man leading prayer. I
In
was,
the mosque in Saudi Arabia.
yeah, that's another one in Nigeria as well. The video surfaced, and to be honest, I was surprised. Southeasterner, you know,
There are
leading
Muslims
Muslim.
in the south, in the southeast. What are you
I,
saying?
I mean,
In
compared to
Ebonyi
the
State, in Imo
compared to the
State, even in
southwest.
Anambra State. Yeah, there are, but there are not many. But there are.
But if you compare the numbers, it's just something that you'd never imagine for somebody who really hasn't immersed himself to the culture of the southeast per se. I always believe Christian, predominantly dominated the southeastern part of the country. But if you examine what the percentage of the Muslim in the southwest, compared to the one in the other part of the southern part of the country, they are not the same. But I think the southwestern part, and was someone who had lived his life or alive in the southern part of the country in his entire life and migrate to the north. Just like you traveling to Saudi Arabia. The first time I found myself in Dubai, I was surprised. Sunday there was no church bell. That's shock, right there. And I was trying to give example in the comment section. You know, Sharjah is still part of Emirates, right? UAE. They purposely relaxed some of those Islamic rules in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. But most of the things you would do and get away with in Dubai, you can't get away with it in Sharjah because it's strongly a staunch Islamic state. The same, and it's part of their life. It's part of their culture. So the better we understand that than looking at it from that liberal view of you live coming from the south. And the politician, don't let me use the word because that word has been flogged several times. The leaders, whether in the past or the present or in the future, will dare not. Because the more, if there any leader trying to deal with that issues by trying to put his foot or her foot down to separate, the state from the religion, will be the end of that country. And they know for a fact. And that's why the likes of articles of this world could delete his tweet because he knows he's going to run into a bricks when he get home. So the more you look, the less you see. But we shouldn't stop because if we stop talking about it, or if we stop addressing it, we'll continue to sweep it under the carpet. But that's just my view. For those who have lived all their lives in the North might have a different view or contrary to what I've just said. But I also believe that is their way of life, and to change that. Don't get me wrong, we have some fanatical Christian in the South as well. I'll give you an example of Reverend King Church in in Ajawa State there. I don't know if anyone ever attended that church. You could see the workers, even the patrons were in complete fear every now and then because they were completely brainwashed, and and they follow what is being told, not what is being written in their holy book.
Mm.
So going by my description, I said, become a Babalawo today and get your free form. That is the only religion that guarantees you will not be discriminated against. So they handed
Adebayo,
over.
don't saturate my religion. Don't
No,
monetize
I'm
my
just
religion
saying
either.
that is the only place where you would not be discriminated, whether you look ugly like the picture behind me, or you look
Ladies
people
and
that
gentlemen,
you are.
Adewale is just a faction of Babalawo religion, so it's not the authentic.
Hey! Don't religion shame my religion or what do you put it now? Okay,
All right.
the one you have is being handed over to you by your colonial master. So
I'm a traditionalist, so
okay, good for you. Good for you.
Thank
By the way,
you.
forefather.
Oh,
Forefather, you woke on the wrong side of bed today. You just came here smoking and going hungry at everything.
No, Adewale, it's what happened the last time was that forefather had cold. So
Oh.
the cold yet law. So
Oh,
fire.
I see.
all right. Thank you for Adewale. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have to go, unfortunately. Today is a holiday over here, holiday weekend. So, but I want to thank everybody that joined. Forefathers and show will take over from here. I wanted to say something that shocked me last week. So last week I posted on social media. I'm hearing comments from somewhere. Please, can you mute yourself if you're not speaking? I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, so I posted on social media last week that I have a book coming out, and just the picture of the book, the title, I got responses from people that shocked me. These are Christians, and they were essentially, without reading a word of the book, they don't know what's in there. It was, apart from people who are praying for deliverance, people who are saying that I've started worshiping the devil, they were sounding like if they could get their hands on on me, they will do harm just because of the title. And so when we look at religion and what's happening in the North, we should not exonerate the Christians too, because the reaction I saw was shocking. Um, and if you go back to history, you see that Christians were behaving the same way. That if you have an opinion that is different from what they were taught, and they could find verses in the Bible, Old Testament, where stoning you will be the appropriate punishment. So it's not something that is that even those who say they are Christians, their history shows that they participated in things like this. So I think the what we need to do, we can't give up. You have to have this conversation about the value of life and the fact that the authorities are not able to do anything really to control this, and our political leaders are not brave enough to challenge this idea, which is the problem. They are not brave enough to challenge it, and what it means is that it continues to be out there. And innocent people. My concern is about innocent people who are. I'm not saying anybody should die, but even the people who are falsely accused. There's this law, judge, that said that it's better that people who are guilty are free than to have innocent people in jail. Just think about that. That someone is killed, and it happens in developed nations. There are people in America who were sentenced to death who didn't do anything and they got killed. It happens everywhere, but we shouldn't let that continue where we come from. And anybody who can add any voice, any new idea about the solution. That's why we have this. We have this conversation. I learned some things from people here that, when I talk to my friends, when I go out there, I can use some of the ideas, some of the things people said here to advance the conversation. And hopefully, even the people we think we don't reach, it will get to them. Maybe from 4th, 5th, 6th person that we spoke to. So I don't want anyone to feel that we are wasting time here. I think what we're doing is very important. And I want to thank everybody for joining me. I will now hand over to. Oh, by the way, before I go, somebody is trying to join. There's somebody who is a moderator trying to join. If it's you, please stop. There's something you can do.
Right. Electricity.
There is a moderator.
Yeah, I'm seeing it here too. I don't know what's going on.
It's a
moderator.
moderator.
Let me try something.
Oh, it's Ngozika. Yeah, she can't even hear.
Okay, she's a moderator, I see.
Yeah, that's why. But anyway, so for show and forefathers, you can do a rant after this and get someone to win this book. And if you want this book down the road, please send your address to me. I'm forwarding them to the author so that he'll send the books to you. My email is drdamages@gmail.com. So forefathers and show, you can do one more rant and get a winner, and the winner will get a copy of this book signed by
Dr. Damages, did you miss the last week's after you left?
Yeah.
I got all sort of names. So I was called Maurice Iwu, I was called Yakubu.
Welcome to the world. Welcome to my world.
All right, Dr. Damages, I'm going to follow you, leave, but I'll leave this one. Since morning I've been here, I think I should win the award of most discriminated against so far on this platform today. It's
one man will give you a run for your money.
I was waiting because my children were so disappointed what the video did, so I wanted to speak from their own perspective. But since we are not going there for now, EU, whatever you guys are, politics and religion, I'm born again, so I don't want to get into all those mess again.
All right, Jaraba, thank you. I appreciate you. I know you lived in the north, and whenever we're talking about issues about the north, I always want to hear your points. Because it's not.
No. It's okay. It's welcome anytime. I'm pleased to have that conversation any day, anytime. I'm a Mount tenant. I'll be honest. I grew up all my life there, though. I'm from Benue, in the another side of me, but I'm Mount tenant. I'm not ashamed of it. But it's okay. I like your way. Sometimes that book that you say why you are disappointed in Jesus. When I saw it that day, I say, you are a man. Oh, you say that here.
Anyway, it's coming out in November. But thank you guys.
You are brave, and anybody that comes after you, they will come after us too. They should not. They should stop that nonsense. People are allowed to speak their mind.
Hey, Dr. Rudolph, me that is joining you from my vacation, why don't you just send the book to me? I'm enjoying my vacation, but because I love this platform, I decided to be part of it tonight. Why don't you just give me the book?
Mr. Ike, rephrase it. Not because you love this platform, because you love Nigeria.
I appreciate you, but it's not from me. It's coming from the author, and we said that there's a condition for someone to.
Obi, I miss you. I miss you for a long time. How are you, my friend?
Send me vacation notice.
Thank you guys.
You went to vacation without me.
Okay. So they said we should do one more ranting session then. Where do we start from? I think we should start from AB, isn't he? He's the one at the top.
So AB is not going to. So AB cannot play because he won last week.
I guess he's popular. He can't be banned. Can he be banned?
Did they say who we shouldn't rant?
Yes,
Mr. INEC chairman.
That's what Rudolph said just now.
Mr. INEC chairman, did they say who we should not rant?
Rudolph said 5 minutes ago.
Professor
Show. So you are saying that if Tinubu do 4 years now,
the constitution says he can run 2 terms. Our constitution here says you can only win once.
Let's not fight over this, okay?
Constitution.
Win only once.
How would you want 2 books?
Anyway,
Mama, why you want 2?
Yakubu, now you dey bring this second law, so
Yakubu. Well,
it's not going to be about rant. Oh, okay, Ngozi first, right?
Yes,
let's let them run because he gave up his win prize last week, so he might still do the same this week. So okay, please, Ngozika, if you want to go.
So
is it rant session?
It's rant session. Whatever you think about what you've heard.
It could be about anything, like of course relating to Nigeria.
Can I rant about the lynching?
Anything.
Oh yeah, you're free to anything. Are we allowed to vote? Are moderators allowed to vote?
So no. So I think the way we should do it is, so this week it's people on the panel that would compete. The people in the chat will vote. Next week, the people in the chat will compete. Also on the panel will vote. Sounds fair. So the people in the chat, please pay attention. You're going to vote for your winners.
Okay.
60 seconds.
Okay. So I nearly caused somebody to be lynched once, and I've never recovered from the trauma. I was buying something. He stood behind me, and my money went missing. I turned to him and confronted him. And in rage, he punched me in the face, and my glasses fell off and broke. While I kept asking him, why did you take my money? He said, do you want me to be killed? Why are you accusing me wrongly? I said, brother, you were the one standing behind me. Where is my money? This guy beat me to pulp in the middle of the road. My glasses were broken. It was much later on that I understood his anger. I was shaking. Till I got home. But it was much later. I forgave him later because I understood his anger. That in that very moment, if it had been places that are prone to lynching people, that guy would have been set ablaze. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if he's the one that took the money, just that he was the one directly behind me and he was just hovering around without buying anything where I was standing. So if you are in support of people being lynched, I'm not going to go into the religious killings. I just want to talk about lynching. If you're in support of it, just know that you could be a victim. Person will not like you if you just in the middle of the market, in the middle of somewhere where they are known to burn criminals, accuse you of something, and before you know it, you're going to meet Father Abraham.
Is that Nepal?
That is it.
Help Nepal.
Hi.
All right, thank you, Ngosika. Ebi.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have some opinion. Don't count this rant as rant or whatever. Yeah. Just to follow up with things that have been said, I wanted to ask Mr. Augustine N. I think he's a cleric or so. I wanted to ask him because he said, whichever thing you are doing to worship your God, that is a religion, something like that. So this I totally disagree. I wanted to ask, not about disagreement, but I wanted to ask him his opinion about what is the difference between religion and spirituality. If these are two, if they are the same or they are congruent or whatever, what is the link? And based on my research, I clearly know that religion is man-made. Spirituality is natural. As every man is born, you are connected with a radio that connects to your source. And the definition of God can vary. We all use that God, but what you mean by God or I mean by God could be very, very different. I don't believe God is a personality. I believe he's a force. I mean, I saw a video one time in YouTube and a bird. I think that bird lives around there with others. I think somewhere in the Middle East. And this bird knows the time that the man usually prays. All right, is Islamic prayer, the prayer. What this bird does, it come almost at that time or before. And the Middle East man has a shop with groceries, like, cookies and all that, everything in the shop, and how open shop and some outside. And this bird will station himself, and once the man is busy doing the prayer, he will tiptoe and steal one cookie and run away quickly. Who told that bird what he's doing or it's doing? The bird knew it's good or bad, and he's stealing. And if he's caught, he will probably end up in the pot or something. That is one. The other thing, when a suckling child, even before they have their teeth and they're sucking their mom's breast, and they beat the mom's nipple while they are sucking, I have seen several times the child will pause to see the mom's reaction. which Bible or Quran did the child read to know that I hurt the other man or I hurt my mommy? You know why? Good and bad, the understanding of it is built in as we are created. Meanwhile, we have a religion that tells you that you are evil when you are born, and that, just like John Abba said, he needs to be born again. When are you going to grow? So we need to step back and understand the psychology and principle behind, by my definition, the man-made version of our lives, which is religion. You can be spiritual without being religion. And that's why I don't believe I have to pray for everybody to hear before I pray. I should be able to connect. And the truth is, for example, the Bible, which I know very well, which I still read, because where the scripts are coming from, they are really strong. It's just that now we understand it differently, and we have totally different interpretation of what the original texts are telling us. And there are a lot of good things in those scripts. You know, the same Bible told us in Isaiah 47, where he said, I am God the Almighty. He said, I do it both good and what? Evil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So anyway, I stop at that. I can go.
I'm still wondering how you know a child has beat something. I still am curious how you found that. How can you know that though?
That happens.
Did you do
That
that?
happens.
Did you not do that?
It does happen from time to time.
Anyway,
forefathers, are you still not married?
Myself?
I'm a bit curious. I'm a bit curious how you will know except the mom reacted.
I'm asking you a question. Are you married or not? If you are married, you're supposed to know.
I don't have a personal question, sorry. But point is that how can you know that the child has done the biting without the mom reacting? Of course, now I have to.
Oh yeah, quite cool.
Thank you, guys. I'll stay. I'll just watch from behind. Right. I'll step out.
Igbo basics. Oh, is in. Okay.
I think. Okay, it's Ike. Yeah.
Your chance to rant now to win a book.
Oh, not because I'm on vacation, but just to rant and before I can win it. Ovi, I'm going to pay your ticket tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to send you a ticket tomorrow. All right.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes.
I'll come with Ify.
Any topic.
So make it 2 tickets.
Okay, no problem. Well, I want to stay with the issue we discussed last because, you know, it is good to be good. In the midst of bad people, you have good people. I talked about a particular man, Alhaji Bashiru from Kano, from Bebeji local government. Back then in Kaduna, he was my neighbor in the Kaduna Central Market. He was an angel to me and all the Igbos in Kaduna Central Market. Because of, you know, a relationship that was built out of nothing. Because he says cola, you know, and he says goro, they call it goro, you know. So every morning when I come to the shop, I open my shop, I go to his shop, we greet, and he will give me goro, you know. So from there, we build a relationship. He began to understand really that it's not really what people say is about people from the South. Let me not say the Igbos, you know, because I don't want to be tribalistic. But at the end of the day, we build a family relationship that lead me to Bebeji local government to his town. We used to travel to Kano State. To the point that he wanted me to marry the sister who was at the University of Zari there. You know, but I was not ready for marriage. And probably it wasn't God's will for me by then. This man became an angel to me and to my fellow compatriot in Kaduna Central Market. Because whenever they plan their attack in any area of within the city, he is the man who will always call me and say, hey, Ike, you have to be careful where you go today. You have to be careful what you people do. Let your community people know that after, when they go to mosque, everybody should try to close their shop and watch what is going to happen. So, and through this man, a lot of life was saved in Kaduna Central Market. You know, so when we talk about people who do this, they are not just common people like us. They are people that are highly placed, that are used these alamajeris to commit this heinous crime that is being committed everywhere. You know, so what I'm trying to say is that no matter whatever or wherever you find yourself, try to do good to people, because you never know who God is going to use in your favor. So that relationship that I built so many years ago is still there today. You know, I am just like a family in Kano, and it's just like a family in my place where I come from, Imo State. This is out of it when you are surrounded in the midst of your enemies, because the same people who are laughing with you, are joking with you, playing with you, they are the same people, the same day they're going to do that, they're not going to tell you. But he's the only single man who God always uses whenever there is an information that we need to do something to protect ourselves. That's why I talked about we have a whistle that we use there. That whenever there is a problem somewhere, somebody will blow that whistle. And the moment we blow that whistle, anybody who is an Igbo man or Igbo woman in the Kaduna Central Market, wherever, you know. The same way you blow the whistle, somebody the other side will blow the whistle. Somebody the other side will blow the whistle. Before you know it, you see the gatherings of the Igbos in the Central Market. So at the time, these people begin to understand, wow, these people really have decided to organize themselves. So what I'm trying to say finally, before I give somebody the opportunity to say something, whatever you do good to people. Don't do good because you want to receive something in return, but do good because it is worth doing. Your blessing or your reward out of the good you do today might be why you're still living. Some of us that are still alive today, it's not because you have money. It's not because you have good health. It's not because you think you avoid so many things in your life. No, it might be just a simple good you did somebody that was not valued by yourself. But that little good is what that God you believe, whatever you serve, is looking down upon your life and say that I have something to give you. And what is it? I'm going to give you a long life. Okay. So most of us are living today because of a little good that we have done to people. Oh. So my encouragement is, no matter however it is, no matter how difficult it is, please continue to do good to people. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Ike. Just something that I picked up while you were, sharing the testimony of the man that was the God-sent angel to you in Kaduna. If the man is still alive, the next time you're sharing his story, just skip his name, because you never know who is listening. If he's still alive, please keep his name out of the conversation, because you never know who will pick that up, and they will say, this is the man that stopped us from harvesting the souls.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for the information.
Hopefully the man is safe and all of that. He doesn't deserve to be lynched for being a nice man. It's good. This is your opportunity. It's your voice. Nobody can keep your voice down. You're gonna say what you're gonna say. Just let them know. Rant in 2 minutes.
No problem.
I don't want to win that book, to be honest. So I'm out of the competition.
Okay, you can win it and give it out. That's what I did. That's what Ebi did last week. If you
I'm
win
not
it,
going to read it. So I believe it's going to benefit someone here. So thank you. What I want to say is, I'm kind of disappointed and disheartened in this day and age that people are still being lynched for having a voice or for having a belief system. After all, when you believe in something, that is a sort of religion. So people should be allowed to speak freely as long as they're not endangering other people's lives. But I can understand that religion has its own ways of worship, ways of beliefs, ways of behaviors. But sometimes we humans, imagine if we are put in the position as gods, what we will do to our fellow human beings. If we were given the power, not even throwing, imagine now we're talking about this Muslim person that is being killed because we are seeing it physically. What about people that kill with their hearts, with their mouth? There are many ways you can kill someone, just like throw a stone. So whichever way it is,
Well, your audio is
I think it's
playing
internet.
up.
She's frozen. All right.
Okay, I guess the next person is
Ovie.
Is it Ovie? Okay. Ovie, go ahead. Oh, she's coming back. Okay, let's just give it a moment.
Got this pot and pan.
I think Ngozika.
Ovie, it's your turn. Isimiri is frozen. So.
Okay. Well, religion.
No religion, no rant. It could be any topic.
But we are, yeah.
Any topic.
Want me to rant about you?
Why not? Go ahead now.
I don't like your bad head. That's it. Is that good enough to win the book? Anyway, I think to me, we have the organized religions, right, which promise you life after death.
I'm back.
Life.
Can I continue with my time, please?
Go ahead.
30 seconds, please, round up.
Okay, I didn't speak for long, or don't be partial to me now. It's not nice because others spoke long. My internet was bad, so I need my own time, equal as everyone else. So what I want to say is, religion has not been good to me as a person practicing it. With a bad experience, imagine bringing someone into a matrimonial home that is supposed to be a woman of God, and getting there, the so-called woman of God that is supposed to be married, then try to split the whole family. So that is what religion can do to you. Sometimes the way we practice religion can actually make some people say, if this is religion, I don't want to be religious in any way. So for me now, when I see pastors, not all of them, but it's hard for me to believe that a pastor is upright, to be honest. Imagine a man of God telling someone here that, oh, God, this country wasn't meant for me. I'm not supposed to be in the UK, that God meant that I should be in another place. Then I didn't have my papers. He was seeing vision for me that God is telling him that I'm not supposed to be here in the UK. And eventually my paper came. I told him that vision is not for me. That is second. Another one, I went to the church and he called me out. This is open disgrace that they give to human beings like themselves, telling me that they're going to remove me from the UK. And I'm like, that vision is not for me. Can you take it back? Because I believe in the power of the mouth. It's not for me. Take it back right now, please. And in the end, I got my papers. So in Nigeria particularly, religion is making a lot of people not to achieve their dreams. You sit down at home, you're crying every day, God, I want this. I want to marry so person. I want to be rich. But what are you doing? What steps are you taking to achieve your aims? Manna is not going to fall from heaven. So heaven help those that help themselves. So all I'm saying to fellow Nigerians, if you're listening to me out there, spirituality is good. Religion for me is you and your personal God having spiritual relationship. Be a good person if you want to be, but then do the things of the earth. If you have a dream, pursue it. God is not going to pull you from where you are now to wherever you want to be. You have to work your way up there. That's my belief now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simire. What I don't observe for this platform, based on the small sample that we have here, who gonna remain for church? Because everybody does the talk now, saying it's just me and my God, spirituality, me, I don't do church. Like 10 people don't talk out. So who's still a good church? Apart from Mama H.O. Okay. Ovi, round two.
Well,
I don't say we need a good church anyway, so it's okay.
Speak for yourself. We get where we call our church. You see that rock behind me? It's called Urugu Rock. That's my God.
Okay.
You know, just like Ebi said, religions now, one are man-made, one are spiritual, natural. See that rock right there? That's spiritual. That's natural. And I worship the sun. Anytime sun hits my body, I come alive. So, and the best person to receive the best on is Oruku. That's the name of it. You can Google it. Right. As I said, we have the organized religion that promise you if you die, now you go enjoy life until you die. There's martial with it. That's organized religion. Then we have the communists, right? The capitalists who believe that the more if you put in the work, you will live your heavenly life here. Right. But my own religion, as my God tell me, say nobody is getting out of this life alive. All of us will die, whether we like it or not. We don't know when or how. So these ideas, one religion, all this kind of thing, I don't understand it. Before I come here, so goes to every one of us. Nobody tell us where would they come, right? We find ourselves here, and we are learning to figure it out. So why they worry about where you go after you die? Who you be, right? So that's how I see this whole thing anyway. So we just use the various form today. As I said, the wicked ourselves. We enjoy killing ourselves. It's fun for us. And it doesn't matter if we perpetuate it through in the name of religion, the name of anger, whatever. I just say just accept it. We are the most dangerous species on this planet Earth. And it's obvious. We cage all the animals in the name of zoos. We kill the one we kill. We are putting concrete and asphalt everywhere, building structures, destroying the planet. But we say animal would chop, now they cause climate change. You understand? Carry 5 families go put for Amazon. And tell me if that climate no go change after 50 years. We will destroy it. We will occupy everywhere with so much in the name of innovation and the progress. We are progressing. Progressing to where? So, I mean, all those things, we are here. We don't come already. We are waiting to die. So, you don't know when, you don't know how. Either I like it or not, it will happen. And when it happens, that's it. Your word has ended. Those with their life will continue. As I say.
All right. Thank you, V. That's a totally different take on it. But I quite, I enjoyed that part of, building asphalt everywhere, concrete, being the most vicious and wicked species on planet Earth. I quite agree with that. Some people might want to debate it, but I'm totally with you on that.
Call my God. That rock behind me is called Uruku. Come meet them.
Please, who's cooking? Pot and pans. It's okay to cook, but please, whoever is cooking, whether you move to different.
Somebody's cooking around over here. Very close quarters. Very close quarters.
Now only day with them now is the 4th of July. So what do you think?
Please let your rant be about the person cooking. Tell them about themselves. It's your turn, Mama Hichu.
You see.
You're muted.
Amacho, you're muted. Unmute yourself. I didn't mute you. Let me just.
When it comes to Christianity, we just use the wrong language. The beauty is not the church. The religious sect is not the church. It is me and you that is the church. But we define the beauty or the religious sect or denomination as the church, which is wrong. And that is why we are getting it wrong. And when it comes to the church, the devil is a saint. Because the Bible itself gave us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And what do? My children are what they are today. Why? Because the daddy Gio and the pastors and the reverend father, what they say in the pulpit is different from what they practice in the open for them. And since they don't practice what they say in the pulpit, they practice something and the children decide to practice what they are practicing. And that is why they become what they are today. And today we blame them. How dare us to blame them? When we are doing Yahoo Yahoo in the name of tithe and offering, didn't Adeboye tell us, say, if you don't pay tithe, you know they may go heaven? Where is it written in the Bible? So is Adeboye not a Yahoo Yahoo pastor telling us lies? What is the purpose of opening kiosks up and down in the name of church? Is it not for tithe and offering? Whereby they don't give the pastors, when they open those branches, they don't contribute anything from the headquarters for them to grow the ministry. But at the end of the day, they will ask them to begin to contribute tithe and offering to the head office, in the expense of the members who are contributing the money. And when you as a member now run into a crisis, you go and meet them, they will say, I know you not, depart from me. So what are we talking about? So when you look at Christianity, Christianity is not a title of a religion. It's a way of life. Are we living according to how Christ lived that made them to call the Christian in Antioch? The answer is no. So we shouldn't call ourselves Christian at all. Because we are not qualified to be called Christian. Because our way of life stinks. When we want to do evil, we don't call the devil into a meeting and take permission from the devil. Say, I want to go and do evil in your name. But the moment we are caught, the first thing that comes from our mouth, now the devil handwork. I want to ask you, when they call the devil handwork, did you take permission with the devil before you come to do your evil? And now this popular man, when they use good, they blindfold all our name. He don't, his story day up now. When they impregnate young girl up and down. Chibuzo, the opium man in Port Harcourt. What a shame. So Chibuzo don't join the Suleiman when they pregnate my daughters up and down. Chibuzo, the opium man, when they celebrate, if they do good up and down. What a shame. What a shame. Why? These are people who supposed to train up this young girl, prepare them for marriage. But no, they destroy them. And you will tell me we should be doing what? We are nothing but a disgrace. And they go call them the body of Christ. Which body of Christ? Even the devil, you cannot even be in body. Because even the devil, he better pass all of our call ourselves Christian in the name of religion. There's a difference between religion and spirituality. Our traditional religion taught us spirituality. But this borrow called religion, what we carry for head, the way when they practice it, now turn our country to become what we are today. We are not even truthful to ourselves. Talk less of our maker. Then when we payment, they go carry sandboard. We go carry on a go dump there for church. They pray, may they rest in peace. How can you rest in peace when you're on earth? You didn't prepare for the peace. No one that did not prepare for peace will ever rest in peace. If I don't prepare for peace when I'm living, if any of us don't prepare for peace when we are living, we will rest in pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Echo. So bottom line, do good while you're here. There's no prayer for the dead. Okay. Man of Prestige, over to you. It doesn't have to be religion, just to make it clear. It's a rant. You stand a chance to win the book of Dr. Rudolph's guest next, I think this month. He has a guest who's coming. It's a medical, written by a medical doctor, I believe. So this rant could be about any topic, but a lot of people have told the line of religion and all of that. So it's up to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I was just wondering, because I don't really like to indulge into this religious, dichotomy. I'm a Christian, but sometimes it could be a little bit of complexity that involved in that. People take it differently. Whatever you believe is your own religion, it's up to you, and you go into that. But I'm going to that about African colonization. Nigeria, for example, we have gotten our independence about 63 years ago, and you have people like Ghana that got maybe 2 years or a year before we do. So most African countries, let's just say within 50, 60 years right now, they have got independence. But up to right now, we are still complaining about colonization. Is it not about time we take the bull by our horn and become who we're supposed to be? And not just depend, waiting on this colonial master to tell us what to do up to right now. They're still colonizing us, British, France, and everyone. We stay there, we do whatever they say, we practice their religion or something like that. If we want to break away, if we want to form our own religion, and as far as we are preaching to God, I think it's about time we start creating our own religion. But depending on what you base it to, I'm a Christian, I believe in God, but you don't have to call it Catholic or that kind of things. We can form our own religion. That's just part of example. But I just believe it's time we break away from this colonization because this is what's putting us down. We're not going to go anywhere. Look at what's happening in Nigeria. We still believe that the British are the master. You went to Chatham House and speak and everything. Why are we going over there? Our president, all African president, they went to France and everything, and they're not going to get anything. They are just looking at them as small boys. They're not going to get anything because when you have the G5 and everything, that's where everything happened. But it's about time the Africans, don't we have African Union? It seems like it's not even strong. We need to start trading by ourselves. We have the resources. We probably have the highest resources, more than any part of the world. But look at where other countries have been, Taiwan, everybody, China, whatever. What kind of resources they have? It's all service. Look at British. How is British supposed to be one of the superpower we have? Do they have any kind of industry? Do they have any kind of natural resources? They don't. They depend on the world, So my point is that, Africans should start getting away from that. We have about 50-something countries in Africa. And I form our own union. We already have a union, but it seems like the union is like a dumb and nothing is really happening. And stop listening to this colonial master. That's why we are right now. And it's not going to get any better unless we change our orientation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man of prestige. Now we go to Omalicha.
I think it's iffy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Omalicha now. I can't
I see.
So is it Asamwa? So I picked this up. There's a Twitter thread that's been going on for the last 3-4 days, where there's a Twitter handle called Igbo something. Is an Igbo, mouthpiece basically. So he started a thread, or she started a thread 3 days ago and said, "Igbo ladies, bless us with your JPEGs, like pictures." And the amount of photos I have seen. Ha! Imo State and Abia State ladies, I don't know how they do it in those two states. They are different breed. They are fire. I don't know where it feels from, but Imo State, now they've started today. Igbo men, Saturday, they started today. All the Igbo girls are now coming, picking husband. Twitter is fun. If he rants, sorry.
Wait a minute, sure. Where did you bring that?
Because
if you want to speak, that's why you brought that up.
Yes, now. Haven't you seen if he's going out after this rant? Okay, you people are playing. If you talk,
okay.
Wait, you're muted. Sorry.
Good evening. I'm going out tonight, not this evening.
You see?
Hey.
I'm half correct.
No, because that's not it. I went out, since morning. I just came back home.
Kulata was right, Ify.
What did he say?
Go and read the comments. It seems like they're going somewhere tonight.
I don't know what I did to Kulata. God, please help me. Help me where Kulata is. I don't know what I have done to Kulata. In fact, sometimes when I see his name here, I just feel like getting out and don't say anything. Kulata, I beg. What do I do you? Leave me now. I beg. Anyway, good evening, everybody. I don't know what you guys have been talking about. Did you guys talk about Davido?
It's later. I don't think others will go there.
We haven't talked about him yet.
Okay,
so
don't worry.
so your rant can be about the video.
That's okay. We'll talk about that. You guys, did you guys talk about did you talk about the convoy, Tinubu's convoy?
We've touched up on it. So
Okay,
basically,
no, the only thing I want to say is this about that convoy of a thing.
Okay.
It saddens my heart that if you look at the convoy, the motor they used, or the cars, or the trucks, or whatever it is called, is foreign vehicles. But we have innocent over there. The president of United States doesn't use a foreign car. All of the foreign cars, all of them use American-made cars. So why is it that they will all use Forerunners and Sequoias and all those big Toyota cars? These are foreign imported cars. How are we going to support our own business? Like Innocent, who is producing car in Nigeria. The only thing I'm a bit skeptical of, what Tinubu did is increasing the tariff. Hopefully that will help in supporting him, because it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense that this man is doing the best, employing people, creating jobs to boost our economy, but we are still, the federal government is not supporting him. The federal government are importing cars to use. None of the government, maybe as when P2B was in power, I think he supported him by using innocent cars. But Lagos State, any other state, they're not buying from him. They rather buy from other distant. So it's this issue of developing Nigeria on, developing our economy is going to be very difficult. In terms of subsidy, I had a little bit of what Paul said. I think that was yesterday on Ovie's channel, and he said something. Where is the money we are, the money we are using, we are getting from the subsidy? We are not paying anymore. What is it used for? And at the end of the day, nobody's going to give account of that money. I promise you, we won't hear anything about it, and the money is going to go drain. And somebody said something about, why can't you use that in infrastructure? Why can't you use that, even if it's just electricity? Do you know how much electricity we do for us in Nigeria? Do you know how many foreign investors we can attract by having constant power? Who wants to come and invest in Nigeria? Just tell me, who wants to take a risk to come and invest in Nigeria? I don't think, if anybody doesn't want to invest in it, I don't blame them, because I will not. I remember during, I think it was Jonathan, a lot of people went home, started, going into industrialization, and all of a sudden, everybody shut down. So where are we now? Nobody's even talking about industry. I have a cousin that has an industry. It's nowhere to, he's not even talking about it. The cost of petroleum alone to fund that, is just eating everything up. Who's going to pay for it? The consumers. The prices of tomatoes, I heard now 4 tomatoes is 500 naira, 5 tomatoes, 500 naira. Just can you imagine, in order for you to cook 1 pot of stew, how many tomatoes are you going to use? And the president is telling us to take a baby step. The interesting thing about this is that we talked about this thing last week. We come back again, we're going to be talking about the same thing. I promise you, next week, we're going to be talking about the same thing. And 4 years will come and go, and nothing is done. And that is how it's going to be. We haven't even started. We already started borrowing 500 and something for the women, whatever, empowerment. What are we empowering? What are we empowering? The former minister, is it finance under Buhari? They were printing money for her every day. 5,000 naira, they said that she gave out to who? I did not get that money. I don't think any of you was part of that. So the thing is that we are not telling each other, we are not telling ourselves the truth in this country called Nigeria until we begin to be transparent about this is the money we are getting. This is what we are doing with it. We are nowhere near developing Nigeria. In terms of religion, I wrote some point down. See, if religion doesn't break your marriage in Nigeria or anywhere, just thank your God. If religion doesn't break your marriage in Nigeria or in Africa, your marriage will last forever. I'm sorry, I don't go to church. Nobody will tell me otherwise. My mother carried church like somebody hawking ogi on her head. When she comes here, she will pray. My neighbors will even hear her. And I told her, no, mommy, we're not doing that anymore, please. When you want to pray, just go in your room, but don't scream out loud. Religion has deceived a lot of people in Nigeria. I have a lot of friends here. One of them lost her husband when her husband was sick. Pastor in Nigeria was telling her, bring money, we pray. Your husband's going to get what? Eventually, her husband died. Another one in Chicago, the same one, paid $6,000 to somebody to pray for her mother, somebody here. She didn't tell me that it was after. So you can imagine the manipulation. The reason why I stopped going to church is because I went to church and pastor was cursing a man that they want to put, is it a canopy or loudspeaker in front of her house? And the person took them to church, took them to court. And the pastor came back on Sunday and started yelling and cursing. For what? That is noise pollution. That's noise pollution. I don't blame the man. And that was the church for me. For how many, 5, 6 years, I've never been to any church unless somebody is doing something and invites me. So we still have a long way to go. Let nobody tell you anything. I saw Pastor Chibuzo fell. I don't know where he was going and he fell. In my head, I was like, hey, Father Lord, where is his God? Oh? This is a public disgrace. Oh? No miracle to get him up. Immediately, the next picture we saw where he was in the hospital. But these are the same pastors we tell you not to go to hospital.
That your pastor Chibuzo is for because the girl when he pregnant, when born pikin, when one go do paper for the pikin, say one expose her. Now he cause that for.
No, might say something, Mama Hechu. You see, religion, it's a scam. Let me say it. Religion is a scam. Less people died when we shut down religion in Nigeria. Less people died during the COVID. Less people died, if you can think about it. Compared to now, the whole churches are open. Somebody is telling you that you're not going to die. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. Let us not deceive ourselves. Even this country I am in, we all know. You can't hear somebody knocking or clapping or singing, or you can't even tell where the church is. My sister came and was on a Sunday and said, are you not going to church? I said, go do what? What am I going to go do? So, we need to reset our mind. When people are in Nigeria, they pray so hard. When they leave Nigeria and go to Western world, they don't pray as they used to pray. Why? Because the things we pray for, you don't need to pray for it. You don't need to pray for electricity. You don't need to pray for water. You don't need to pray for good health care. You don't need to pray for road. But these are the things. They put it in our mind, just like the new president. Pray, pray. God will help us. Help you what? It's going to take a human decision to change Nigeria. You can pray all you want. We have prayed so much. In Nigeria, we have 5 churches in every street. 5 churches in every street. And tell me what he has done for us. And nothing. We have the biggest church in the whole world. That is Paul NHS church. And tell me what he has done in Abuja. Nothing. We are paying taxes. We are paying tithes, or they are paying tithes to them. And they are flying private jets. And you will be at the bus station struggling to get into a bus. Let us open our eyes. Please, enough is enough. Let us begin to think. Let us begin to think about innovations. What can we do? Let us stop depending on the white people from the West. Stop depending on them to provide these things for you. Your pastor will tell you stuff about Chinese, but he's using the cell phone made in China. He will tell you, don't listen to them. They are not Christians. But most of the importations we have in Nigeria are made from China. Tell me what we are producing in Nigeria. We can't even produce one toothpick. We can't even produce pencil. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ife. So if he's another one that doesn't go to church, you see, when I said nobody goes to church anymore, you people, I'll be praying for all of you when I go on Sunday. And by the way, after 20 years in the UK, the Jehovah's Witness, they found me. After 20 years, just about 2 weeks ago, I had a knock on my door. I was like, I'm not expecting anyone. I opened the door, Jehovah's Witness. I said, it took you people 20 years, but you eventually found me. I thought I had escaped. The guy said, can they come and check me? I said, check who? You can't check me. No. Anyway, Igbo Basics, sir. I salute you.
You start me on the wrong foot.
Why?
Because you just talk about Jehovah's Witness. And I remember that
you gave me Watchtower to read.
This one says
in less than 2 minutes.
When person die, if it live again, he say you go talk, say yes, no, and no sure. And it turns out to be something that we received here. And I looked at it, it was written in broken English. I said, this is good, don't reach far. Anyway, in order for them not to take me too far away from my topic, if my daughter,
Sir?
Don't worry about Kulata. Because if Kulata say he want kakaka, you go take him piato, with the Koelan piato. And before he go reach through that side, he go pass through me. Having said that, they say in a condition make crayfish bend.
Not true.
So all this religion where they talk, Austin talks in opium. I've been hearing about opium since I was born. I have seen all other kinds of things, but I never see opium for my eye. And then as we talk, what is there in a name? Dr. Rudolph presented a book before he left. Somebody said something about why I don't like Jesus, or not exact quote. You all saw that. My late friend, Dr. Chiko Nyani, publisher of African Sun Times, he wrote a book, and the book was titled The Capitalist Nigger. Some of you may have heard about that. What is in a name, which is the same thing that is being applicable to that cover page that the Dr. Damages was showing. In other words, all in all, before I came on, I asked my little Pekin them, because every day these children, they have their own ways of zingers. He quote for me, my Pekin, he quote Galatians 4:16. He said, so now I have become your enemy by telling you the truth. In their own case, they just shot me and say, so you are mad. I am right, bro. That's what these children speak in their own language of today. So in my continuing, I would just like to commend Ngozika, my sister, and Mr. Fix, and also Emmanuel. Those are the people who spoke earlier on today. The person where we are shoe know where they pitch. Ngozika even bring out a tuber of yam. Ngozika laid down all the things that have been going through in the market for people to be able to survive today. So if we come mix all these things, it become miskobo. Why it become miskobo? Because in 1971, for Aba, women no fit wear trouser. Women wear trouser for my Korokoro eye for Aba Motor Park. They chase them down. They throw stone at them for Aba. Oh. It happened in my own face. I don't make somebody tell me. In front of Rex Cinema, Aba. So we have come a long way. And at that time, this kind of hairstyle they wear today, you see person, if you wear that hairstyle, the people where they gather, mad people go gather you and Europe, line them up, say Nandiara. Again, we have come a long way as far as both tolerance or whatnot is concerned. Not to go too far, because if you begin to voftala all the kinds of things that we voftala, I just wanted to make sure that even Brother Paul, who talked about his experience with his mother and religion. But before I go there, I wanted to commend the people of Nobi, who had an event in New Jersey. I wanted to use that opportunity to give a shout out to Dr. Ferdinand Ofodile. This is Dr. Ferdinand Ofodile. Dr. Ofodile, a foremost, what do you call it? We describe him as the so he was instrumental. Just how do I put it? Dr. Ferdinand Ofodile has been a part of our community in New Jersey. So I want to give that shout out to him, and also to Dr. Charles Ezonia. And if you can see this picture I'm putting out, this was when we did the first Nigerian National Flag Day in New Jersey at the governor's mansion, and we were able to present a plastic surgeon. That's who he is. We presented Dr. Fodile and one Hausa man and one Yoruba man as those who were given recognition at the governor's mansion. By the way, I was the secretary. I put together the group that made that happen. So Nigeria know they appreciate what they get outside. With that said, I just look at the whole thing that you talked about today, and when it delved into religion, lynching, witchcraft, and then they call it, they say amusu. Woman where no fit by born pikin, they say na wunye dia kreabo. Say na they come chop the pikin for night. So we have come a long way in these things. And religion has taken us so far that it is not funny. To the point that when Brother Paul was talking about how the religious people came for his mother, let me just use that language, keep draining their source of income. I could understand, because if you don't protect yourself, and this goes to our listeners, and this goes to anybody, tomorrow I'll go to church, I'm telling you, I'll go to church. As far as I'm concerned, religion is the senior brother of social clubs. That's my own interpretation. People go out there to ooze out their problems, or whatever it is. It can be very beneficial. Yes, trust, believe. I am from a place called Umobase. Umobase means the children of God. That's my village. So, and I wear that in my forehead wherever I go. TB Joshua, he's dead now. He preached so much. I am the last born in a family. I walked into my mother's house, which was supposed to be my inheritance anyway, because being the last born in a family. The place where I saw I hung my children's picture the last time around, and my mother's picture, and I saw the picture of TB Joshua hung there. Hello? This is telling you to the extent that religion has eaten deep into our people. I was so furious, I did not want to make a scene. I calmed down. TB Joshua preached so much about my brother whose son was in London, and he kept on praying, bring goat, bring this, bring thousands, bring this, and eventually that child died. And of course, TB Joshua is dead today. So let's stop deceiving ourselves. They will come to your front and preach, don't do this, don't do that. Meanwhile, they have a virgin in their bedroom. After they finish preaching, they go in there and take care of business. Let's not deceive ourselves. All I'm trying to say, in the case of today, I lived in Obibo. In Obibo, of all places. From there, I lived in Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Lagos, from Lagos to Ajegunle, from there, all the rest of it. In Obibo was where I felt it to my bones when somebody was accusing the Munyedi of witchcraft. Because this woman could not born Pekin, he talked saying that the other woman way, because he said they come chopping Pekin for night each time we get pregnant. Come on now, let's get a grip. So we are in modern times, and as far as we are concerned, the things that take place today, we should taper it down. These our political leaders. If we have a choice, some of them build churches for us, and they come and get blessed. Let's cut this crap out. Because what's really going on there is keep the people down in the name of religion. All in all, if you have not been through some things yourself, you will not understand that condition will make crayfish bend. If you go through certain things yourself, and if you allow them to break through your own aura, the things that protect you, you are in. Because they will take you from Babalawo, through Babalawo, Ndedibia, through there. They will take you through all kinds of corners. Before you know it, you who is educated with your PhD, you will begin to sing their song, write their checks. So with that said, I really didn't want to.
Is there an audio issue? Sorry. Thank you. So that other people will have their chance.
I was rounding up. I was rounding up.
I know.
You should get the bell. I have already spoken.
We should get the bell. It's true.
I just wanted to land with a fact saying, I beg, shine your eyes.
Thank you. I think that Nigerian man has been very, very patient. He's been here a long time. Nigerian man, now your turn now. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, panelists. There is something, Nigeria at least. I said maybe they should go and put Nigeria in Netflix so that we'll just be watching it anytime we want to laugh. Because become a film. Even everybody's accomplished of what is going to Nigeria. So sometimes we just want to be in the panel or some platform and be saying government is governor, is Senate. Because if we are talking about pastor and all those people, what about we that are praying for somebody to die? So the God that created you, that created me, you are praying for somebody to die. That is how a person will be praying for the other one for that person to still die now. So we are still the same thing there with the pastor. So it's all the same character. Like what if he said, like a governor of Benue State, all the security card he use for a vigilante, so they acquire it from Mino company, you understand? So, but number two, let with ourselves. They say charity begin at home. Everybody always say if you go to everywhere, go to Spain, go to Germany, they say I'm taking motor from home to Nigeria. I shift 3 motor to Nigeria. How many of us don't still go there, still go back? Not be only government now. Maybe we still start. We still say, now me I buy there. Why you not go buy there? That is how we start now. You understand? So we know the government, what they are doing, they are not supporting is very bad. If they support that man now and giving money to employ, like even this is employ like 10,000, okay, employ 50,000. That is the routine of federal government. They're supposed to do, be a shorty for them. But because Nigeria, they have turned it to tribal and this thing, not be my person. That my person did there. May God help us in that one. Like Tinubu, I think he's ranting, so let me just do my, because I miss a lot of things. Like Tinubu, the 120 will be 50 card, they said is the convoy. But sometimes I think we need to be reading the paper before we start making assumption or just killing somebody before let him die before they bury him. That convoy, if you look at them, Sonwolu is there. That is a government. We come with a convoy. NSA, Ribado is there. He come with your convoy. Chief of Staff, he come with your own convoy. Some governor, well-wisher, many of them, they come with their own convoy. So Hex come with their own convoy. That is the first day since he sworn in. They sworn him in Abuja. That is the 4th day he's coming to Lagos. That you saw the parade there in the airport that day. So when he's coming back, you cannot see that one. We have before at least you have been seeing governor, presidents, all these. This is not the first one. Not that I'm supporting for Nigeria in anything, but I just try. We have to be getting something far. Don't they say 150 car? Because I wonder how somebody will just stand and be counting 150 car. So for there, Ojoro don't inside there number 1 to start. Okay. So that is for their own. But for the most of us that are saying if Obi is there, it will not be like this. If Obi is there, it will not be like this. I don't understand the way we now use somebody as God. That there is no, is a righteous man, is a Messiah. I don't know. Say Baba, say Baba, say Baba, say Baba. See where we are. Everybody almost die for say Baba. Me, I have injury because of say Baba. People trek from either from Lagos to Abuja when say Baba win. That is Buhari, but look at where it leaves us. Now we are saying Kai Baba. That is what we are calling before you go. So if you talk, they say no, Obi will be there. I don't understand how Obi will be there. Then we just turn Nigeria overnight to become a magic land. So I still want that to know, because I can remember that same Obi that Nnamdi Kanu said that he stole Anambra money and used it to go and build a shopping right in Abuja. He decided that same Obi, Nnamdi Kanu said he's sleeping with men. He decided that same Obi that he said, Nnamdi Kanu said he will release the hotel where he's sleeping with men. It is that same Obi that when he...
Hold on. You can't just use Nnamdi Kanu to slander. That is he said, she said.
That is not my word. Everybody see the video.
Okay. Go ahead now.
Wow,
that's a lot of accusations.
I'm just asking.
You just have to say what you are sure about, Mr.
Man. You can't just slander somebody like that, though.
That's very malicious.
Don't come here with your propaganda.
Let him win the book. This is the problem with people have in Nigeria.
Okay, we have a right to respond back, but to be fair, Niger man, something that is not substantiated, we can't just start making it like this is.
Let me respond to
that. If Obi now come, Nigeria will become Dubai overnight.
Nobody said that.
No, that's opinion. But when you start accusing somebody of things that are actually against the law, you accuse them of breaking the law.
You're going personal.
What you are saying is breaking the law, and you're going very personal, targeting Peter Obi himself, that he has broken the law in so many cases when there's no evidence to what you are saying. There's no court case, there's no arrest, there's no nothing. You said he used money to go and build Anambra money to go and build something in Abuja.
I say it's not me. I say Nnamdi Kanu said it.
Yeah, but that's not good now. Come on, you can't just use Nnamdi Kanu. Come on.
No, what make me to say it? That means you didn't listen when I started. I said that now they are not telling us every time you want to talk about Nigeria, they will say no. If it was Obi that is president, this would have happened. This would have happened. They are trying to make everybody to believe that if Obi is there, Nigeria will turn to Dubai overnight. But I'm not saying that this same Obi is the one that Nnamdi Kanu said this was like this. That's what I'm going through. I didn't say my word. I didn't say anything.
You know when they say, you go through somewhere and say this person say you are mad. You are the one saying that person is mad. No, don't be using Nnamdi Kanu as a cover to.
Well, that's not my word.
I can use anybody from Warahi to say that you can't just slander somebody like that. It doesn't seem fair. He's not here to defend himself. It doesn't seem fair that you are accusing somebody of those things.
That means automatically all these things you are saying they are attacking you. That means that you didn't have facts. You are just coming to be telling us.
No. If I say something, if you don't believe it, I will try to present you facts. If you have facts, present me facts.
This is not my word. I'm presenting you facts. Then you will go to
all these. I should go to DSS
and Niger man.
Go and search all
that. You're trying to tell me that we have to believe everything Nnamdi Kanu says.
Okay, God bless you. This is the question I wanted you to ask me.
Say that Obi is sleeping with men.
Okay, wait. Thank
you.
There's no evidence of that. And this is a man with a family, and you come online to malign him like this. It's not nice.
Why are you saying Tinubu is a criminal? Do you have any evidence to prove that?
God of mercy, there are some things.
There are evidence in court.
My brother. Never even talk about somebody's lifestyle if you are not sure of what you.
And they are not being in court to go and prove it.
You know how damaging this is. This is a man with a family that you are maligning like this.
When you're going to write an exam,
let us put the vote. He has won the book. It's over. He won the book.
Why did he win?
Yeah, give him the book and let him sign him up.
No, he doesn't deserve the book. He's not having
Nobody opinion must matter unless you people own.
No, your opinion matter, but don't malign people. This man has family at home, and you are saying things that are very, very damaging. We have to mind the kind of language
did you hear
we use for our own fellow Nigerians.
Man, that is malign.
That's not you want to win a book. That's too hard.
Yeah, just saying that kind of stuff. I don't understand why people do this kind of stuff.
You for that, honestly speaking, he can sue you for that.
You know, you
that is very serious, nasty attack. I've never had anybody attack Obi that viciously. Actually,
let's move on.
Vicious attack.
I mean, it's okay to attack him, but when you're not sure of what you're saying, please don't say it. Call him a criminal, call him anything, but don't come here and say that Nnamdi Kanu said that he's sleep. Didn't Nnamdi Kanu see him?
Imagine that.
Hearing this for the first time. Any evidence?
Please. What about imagine that's what I don't like now. Imagine the way they try to damage people.
Guys, how coincidentally that guy really looked like you.
It's all right. We all have them. We all have them.
The funny thing is, you know the worst part. There are a few people in the comment section that quite like what he said. They're clapping him on because they don't like Peter Obi. See the way
they don't care.
Anyway. Ike and San Antonio, you would rant, Paul will rant, and I think we'll have to stop it. Otherwise, this rant will never end. We'll just have to stop it there and let the people vote.
Yeah, too many people. I don't even know whether the people can even keep up with how many people that has ranted because some of them have disappeared. Ovia has disappeared. A lot of people have come and gone. I all of them.
We have already lost the rant discussion, so because they're not keeping up. I'm looking at the chat. Nobody's keeping up anymore.
No.
It's only my mind I see somebody.
They gave it to EP, so that's the most I've seen so far. But I think we have not tracked.
So they will vote after the people have ranted. They have to listen to everyone before they vote. So, Ikena, please keep it to 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. For Niger man, I'm sorry about whatever he said. Saying that Peter Obi stole Anambra State money. I'm from Anambra. What Peter Obi did in Anambra cannot be duplicated in any part of Nigeria. He did a lot for the people of Anambra. and we still hold him to highest esteem because we don't have him to. We don't have two of P2B in Nigeria. Even we don't have two of P2B in the world because of his belief system and how he handled things. The politicians, he's a politician, we know that, but he's an exceptional politician because he understands what governance means. You better your people, you better your environment. You cultivate your environment to be better than where they were when you started. It's unfortunate all of us went to Western world, we acquire knowledge, academics, do everything, see how system work. People that go to Nigeria, once you reach Nigeria, all of a sudden, those people that stand on the queue in the bank, in US, in the bank, in the line to go through TSA, all of a sudden, everybody go back. We are in Nigeria. Our behavior looks like a switch. You go, Tim, then everybody start misbehaving. For my rant, people say the youth wants to take their country back, and they elected P2B to be the flag bearer of that. Is it not the same youth that manipulated the election? Tinubu wasn't there to manipulate the election. Is it not the same youth that did everything? Is it not the same youth that carried ballot? Is it not the same youth that changed the result? Is it not the same youth that did all these things? Unfortunately, for me, I believe for Nigeria to change, it starts from family. Nigeria have to do away with what family is all about. Each of every one of us that live in Western world, you can't trust even your family member to just run an errand for you. Because when you send money to that your family member, it will cut it into two, put in the pocket. The remaining half, he or she will cut that one into two again. At the end, they take the money without accomplishing what you send them to do. And the next thing you're going to hear from your parents when you complain, they say, it's your brother now. We can't throw him away. It's your brother. Instead of your parents to say, your brother did wrong, and you told your son, you did wrong, and there's consequences for that. That is where it's supposed to start. We are talking about the convoy. Believe me, if it's an Hausa man that owns innocent motor, Nigeria will be ordering car from him. I guarantee you that. It's all about because it's an Igbo man that owns innocent motors. That is the reason why Nigeria, no governor, orders car from him. Let's do away from the Nigeria ordering car from him. Why can't governors order car from him? It's because he's an Igbo man. The question I have asked, and I have asked it in this platform, what have Igbo man do to Nigeria that we supposed to be second-hand citizen in Nigeria? And the Igbos have done everything to be one Nigeria, because it's only Igbo man we go to just build a home, build a market, establish over there. It's only Igbo man we go to Lagos, build a home, buy house, build land, do everything, establish his industry in Lagos. But his own state, nothing is there. So when we talk about what Nigeria stands for, it looks like all we talk about is the Hausas and the Yorubas, that Igbos don't belong. But I still blame the Igbos. If we would have go back in our hometown, in our home, and build. I have a very good friend here in US. Do you know what he produced? PVC pipe. He built it in his Mbudi town. The people that are working there is his own people. That is what we're supposed to be doing. Go and develop. Igbos say, we don't want to be in Nigeria again. Let's leave. Nigeria doesn't want Igbo to leave. So what do we do to belong in Igbo land? In America, in Nigeria, what should we do? Fuel subsidy. In that case, I was online before where we were talking about fuel subsidy, the money for fuel subsidy, what they're going to use it for. Which money? All of us understand that fuel subsidy is a scam. All of us understand that they are not even using 1/10 of what we are spending on fuel subsidy. Then my final thought, Christianity, religion. The worst thing that happened to Africa is religion. If me and you are dialoguing in a business and you call God into that conversation, I terminate that business, because everybody that have duped me in Nigeria was number one in the church and singing hallelujah and singing that they are in spirit and they are speaking in tongue. But 1 minute they want to rip me off. I went to market in Onitsha where the guy, they were praying, different line, pray every week. The guy was singing and praising and doing all these things. At the end, he wanted to sow Romanian gold as GL to me. But he was the one. But what is he praying for? For Mugu to come, and I will be the Mugu. That's what he's praying for. So Christianity, I'm sorry. I believe in God. I believe in God. But you see, Nigerian Christianity is rubbish. They use it to rip off. Somebody is suffering from neuropathy. You told them that when he went to village, he stepped into something. That is the reason why that neuropathy is happening. You're gonna give him olive oil. But you who have diabetes, that have neuropathy, you call me because I know about medicine. You call me to say, I don't want to take Nigerian medicine. I want to take the one you're coming home with. Every pastor I know call me as soon as I'm telling them that I'm coming in. They want me to buy this drug for them. One of them called me yesterday and said, hey, how about pneumonia shot? Can you make it happen? I said, no, I can't make it happen because by the time I get to Nigeria, it doesn't worth anything. But he's in the church telling the people, somebody who have a pneumonia, I'm going to give you olive oil, you're going to drink it, and you're going to spit out the pneumonia. That is the worst thing you can. When I do the stupid thing I do in the church, and I told the pastor, I will tell them what science says. You're gonna preach spirituality for them. I'm gonna preach them what their health is all about. If you have headache as an adult, the first thing you need to check is your blood pressure. Nobody give you okere. Nobody give voodoo on your head. You haven't taken any poison. Check your blood pressure. People are dying at the age of 40 because they have persistently have high blood pressure for many years. And all of a sudden they say, oh, is that uncle in the village that killed him? No, he didn't take care of himself.
Right,
I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I get pissed off on all these things, but that's my rant.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
agree with you 1,000%.
Now you see why they don't want the diasporans to vote or come back home. Because many of them don't believe you got anymore, clearly. That's why they don't want you guys back to Nigeria. So, who is
last
next?
rant, and people will vote.
Me.
Last rant, Paul. Keep it brief if you can. Let people vote. Let's move on. So Forefather can decide what topic we're doing after this.
It's me now. Sure.
Rant.
Okay. Mr. Shaw and Forefathers, when I was speaking, my audio was not clear. My internet was horrible.
We can just
it's not going to be
vote
fair
and
to me
now.
for you guys to vote, even though I've said I don't want the book.
Yeah, you said you didn't want it.
I don't want it, but my voice was my internet was not good, Mr. Shaw.
You want Paul, you want her to go first so that she can have
I
her
can
say.
go after Paul, I don't mind, as long as I get my voice heard.
Oh, you want
okay.
So you see me will be speaking twice. That's what means.
Three times.
Twice.
Three
No,
times.
no, I saw it. Wait. I saw when I watched it back, I saw how people were looking like what's going on, like it's a movie.
Don't worry, you get the chance to correct that. Paul, go for
I
your
have
rant.
to repeat.
Right now, your internet is still not good. Right now, your internet is still not good.
It's fiber optic, so they're giving to us in the UK. Imagine.
How do you know? It's somebody else that will tell you.
I know. I can tell. Please go. I will go after you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where will I start from?
It's a rant too.
Francis Bacon said something. When I quote these things, he said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." That is the true meaning of Nigeria. things are so bad. This religion has become big, big business. It has taken away a lot.
Yeah.
Just imagine, I eat in one plate in my house like my primary school uniform, one uniform. But let pastor come to the house now. That's when I remember that I have designers dishes that they will go bring from somewhere. That's where you remember that they serve me like this, bottled water. They'll go bring a fine glass cup to put water for daddy to drink. My parent only title, daddy and mommy. They don't use fowl to give them that title. They didn't use chicken or goat give them that title. Some of us today, we give it to our pastor. And we upgraded it. We call them big daddy, big papa, big mommy. This is so bad. And they use this advantage to destroy the home. They make everything. My sibling, son, that's my nephew. You know, they complain about school. Oh, school fees, that, this and that. But you carry money to go give church. When she came back again and asked me for school fees, I said, it's simple. Just get a good teacher, a local teacher to teach this boy. When the boy turns 16, let him go write GCE. Then we'll pray and fast. He's going to pass. That is O level. We don't need to pay school fees. We know the God that we serve. You understand? We all will pray together. We'll put hands together as a family. We'll pray like we prayed. Then this boy is going to pass. We don't need to pay school fees because the God that we serve doesn't sleep. People work tirelessly. You understand? People work tirelessly to do all type of things to raise their kids. You understand? Deny their kids. You know how many of us, our parents deny us so much because our parents are seeing our future before we see the future. They deny us and deny themselves. Somewhere along the line, the same parents who deny themselves will come back and say, it is the prayer that pastor pray that is making you do well. God, this is how far things can go with this religion thing. If he says something about husband and wife, if very many of us are not being careful, we would have lost our spouse. You understand? Because of these things. You understand? They raise eyebrow on you. They feel even though why they will not even talk to you, they go the extra mile. It is so painful. I don't know how much we can talk when it comes to the aspect of religion and the way we practice religion in our part of our world. It is only charade. Religion, like my big daddy would say, the Igbo basics would say. I see religion like just culture and tradition. Because everything religion tells us, our culture, our tradition tell us the same thing. Our culture tells us not to do things wrong. And our culture tells us to do things right. It is the same thing. Then when you come to religion again, even our culture still find a way of forgive us. But what did religion tell us? You're going to die. They're going to throw you to the pit of hell. You're going to roast. It's so barbaric. Remember, even when the colonial master came, when they are taking people from Africa to America, the vessel that they use, what is the name of the vessel? It's called Jesus of Lubeck.
Yep.
It's called
Transport
Jesus
the slaves.
This is conditioning. It's conditioning. When you right here, go here and go see the way religion practice in the West. It's a different ball game. I can go to Mormon Church. I can go to Jehovah's Witness. I can go to everywhere. Maybe I can go to Christ Embassy or Redeem. They won't give me anything. But if I tell them that I'm a nurse, Nigerian church like the word RON. Registered nurse. Man, they go give better food chop. You understand? Just tell them that you're RON in America, or just say you are Dr. Okoye. They're going to welcome you very well. You understand? But when you see what religion do here and what they do back home, it's a different ballgame. We need to borrow ourselves sense. We need to keep saying it and don't stop saying it because it's taking our loved ones from us. You understand? It's making us sometimes the thing that I want to do to my own siblings that it costs me nothing to do. But guess what? Sometimes it's just hard for me because I know where this fund is going. It's going the wrong place. Meanwhile, some other person may deserve it, but I just want that being bias of, oh, my loved one, let me give to the person. And it's just going somewhere else. You understand? They condition you, they tell you all type of thing. Just imagine my in-law will call my daughter and pray for my daughter every 12 a.m. You understand? Because my daughter is about to do her test. And my daughter said, Dad, I'm tired. I had to call her. I made her understand. Your 12 a.m. in Nigeria, 12 a.m. means a lot. It's 4 p.m. in the West Coast. It's 4 p.m. You understand? So we are not in 12 a.m.
Tell her to block grammar now.
You know, so when you think about this religion thing, it is so amazing. It's so barbaric. It's so evil. People don't have sympathy. The pastors, the big pastors, they come to the US. They go to Europe and treat themselves. The middle class ones that don't have anything, they say they are going to mountain. Then they Abuja goes specialist doctor. He's taking care of them. And other people will be praying. They say, Papa, go mountain. Papa, don't go see consultant doctor. You understand? You don't go see consultant doctor. This is so shirad. Then the other guy was talking something about convoy or no convoy. People should borrow themselves sense. The way we insist. We all understand that the governor is there, the NSA is there, and everything. But the president who called the shot can always say, come on now, this is too much. This is too much. I lost my mom. They are telling me about my mom deserves befitting burial. The people who are telling me that my mom deserves befitting burial, guess what? They don't even have 50,000 to contribute. And I've spent millions. They don't even have 50,000 to contribute. I said my mom deserves befitting burial. So on the day that we'll bury my mom so small, I'm going to pay for 20 people, children, school fees on that day, in the memory of my mom, and I will be doing it on that day. But guess what? That's the more reason why I need 20 people to come to my mom's burial, so that the other 20 people will gain. Then feed 2,000 people, and just go. You understand? And just go. It's. They say no. You not go understand. I said go sell land, and give your mom befitting burial.
But what you not understand is that people have been hungry, so the burial food is what people are coming for, the befitting burial.
My mom said it. My mom said it. It worried there. It is burial and marriage they use in surviving. That's why nobody use canned drink for burial or marriage. It will look like Jehovah's Witness thing. Everybody that come there with bag, they throw the whole canned drink inside. They're empty, nothing. Even my mom too. She said it too. You understand? But we can't continue like this. The convoy, the president can just tell his people, we don't need all this thing. I don't need it. Wole Soyinka said, my mother cannot suffer and bury me. You understand? Then I will spend money, waste money to bury my mother. My mother cannot suffer and train me. Then I will waste money to bury my mother. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. So the convoy thing, it is very, very wrong when they say 120. You don't need all those people. I said it the other time, and I will still say it again. They lose 40 billion naira. If the president is coming to Lagos and make it official, that is 40 billion naira. Anybody should go online and go check how many fleets Air Peace have. That is the biggest airline in West Africa. They don't have up to 25 aircraft, but they do quick turnaround. You see them everywhere. They don't have. So if you shut down Lagos airspace, the flight that is going to Benin, from Benin to Abuja, shut down. Somebody is affecting somebody's lifetime business that want to go cut that deal from Benin to Abuja, from Adamawa to Abuja, from year to year. You shut down Abuja, you shut down Lagos. You with me? You literally shut down the whole country. We cannot grow a nation like that. The president should understand that if you are coming to Lagos, come in secret. You don't need all these people to come. 1 month now, everything that you've done are all private visits. The only public one is just to go and hug the president of France. That is the only official one.
Hug and take picture.
Hug, no speech and everything. We can't grow a nation like that. My brother, I'm not saying you don't already tell me say you love me, so I need to fear again. My brother, this thing where Igbo man they suffer. All of us they suffer.
Yeah, it's true.
Ike, all of us they suffer. My both parents are from Warri. I come from an oil producing place from my mom's side precisely. Mom. Guess what? I went back when my parents relocated. They said I am not part of the struggle because I was born and raised in Lagos. Illustrious son of the land. You understand? But somewhere along the line again, they call you engineer. They say, "Oh, Robo people, what people they help themselves." Are you part of my struggle? Are you part of my struggle?
All right, Paul. If you
But Paul, you see why I keep saying let us go our separate ways. Because this thing is not working.
I keep maintaining I cannot do visa to go marry Anambra again. It's not possible. I don't agree that
it's your turn.
My brother don't apply for visa 7 times. I don't get to go Europe and America. You see one time they deny a visa to go Biafra. I don't agree. I don't agree.
I mean, let me say something to what Paul said. We are talking about this convoy. Listen, I live in Georgia here. If the president is coming, you will just hear it. The only thing they will tell you, avoid downtown if you're going this way. But yet you can never hear any siren. The only siren you can hear in this country, quote me, EK, and those of you who live here, is either a medical siren or the police. I think that's the only thing. I don't.
Or the fire service.
Or the fire service, yes. I included them. That is the only thing. You can never hear that the president, when he gets to stop sign, he has to stop at the stop sign. He has to obey all the rules. So somebody cannot come here to justify that the governor and that whoever, chief of staff. Let me tell you, the hospital when Governor Perdue was the governor of Georgia, do you know he came to the hospital to visit a friend in one of the hospitals I am working? I'm currently there, 2 people, no security. And, when the nursing station and somebody say, oh my God, look at the governor. He just say, hi, waved, and we waved. Imagine if this is a Nigerian governor. Imagine the security that will follow him. Okay. We are wasting money in the money we're supposed to invest in our economy. What kind of security? If you cannot provide the security for the citizens of Nigeria, what made you so special? What is special because you're president? Why are you so special?
Why can't they, by the way, why can't they get into one car? Why can't they all get into one car?
Guys, please chill. 1 second. This is a topic I know Forefather is very passionate about, so I think we can speak about it after. Let's listen to Isemiri finish her rant. She doesn't want the book.
Let me just leave.
No,
don't leave. In America, does not police. They don't have police security.
No, you don't rant.
For private security. Police don't even guard the governor in America.
Let Isemiri finish her rant. Now she will ask for 10 minutes. So let's hear from Isemiri. This convoy subject can be the next thing we discuss. I know Forefather has a slightly different opinion to most of us, and it'd be nice to hear him explain why he thinks that way. But let Isemiri finish. Then we'll start from the new guys who will be Augustine, AY, concerns. Then we'll circle it back, and we'll talk about this convoy. It seems to be a very big topic. But Isemiri, please, in 2 minutes. I'm literally going to time you in 2 minutes.
Did you time others?
You started now. You did like 5 minutes before.
No, me, I don't like while me. I'm
you spoke for like 5 minutes before.
Other
BT
people now
did you anyhow? Is it BT or Virgin Internet? Which one do you use?
Pardon? It's
useless
BT. Oh, useless BT. Yeah.
All right. So shoot.
Okay. Religion for me, it's personal. And I would say, particularly in Nigeria, a lot of people have been misled by religion. A lot of people have been rendered extremely poor. People that are very intelligent and bright that should have gone to school. One example, someone I know very well told me particularly that God told them that they saw God, and he gave them the power to command the lights. He said, light, go off, and the light went off. And he was actually trying to convince me that it was God that was speaking to him. And then he had to leave school. Very intelligent someone, very handsome guy.
Oh.
What he could have become in life. He's here for a purpose, but he could not fulfill it because of religion. Imagine if he was born here, probably he wouldn't meet that sort of religion that we practice in Nigeria. Likewise, some ladies who fell in love, but the pastor is saying, this is not your husband, this is the person you're supposed to marry. In the end, the person that the pastor asked them to marry was maltreating them and beating them. And the actual person that really loved them, that they could have married, went on a happy life, and it became a regret. Then it causes havoc between these ladies and their parents, because sometimes in African units, the parents do get involved in marriages and stuff like that, encouraging their daughters to go to church. Some of them go to pastors and listen to pastors. They've made pastors their gods. These pastors, most of them are 419. You go to church, especially here, Nigerian churches here in the UK is the worst than the churches in Nigeria. When you go to church, they will tell you, don't give £5. If you're giving less than £5 here, please don't give offering. That day I said, any Nigerian church in this country, I will never attend again in my life. Ever in my life. Ever. Some of them tell, maybe you guys didn't hear me. I went through hell before I got my papers. I've been here since 2002. I went through hell because I didn't just want to marry for the sake of marrying, just to have papers. Because of my culture from the Igbo side, you can't just, marry. When you marry, you have to produce baby, and then you're having babies here and there. It's not something that I really wanted to do. So it took me time to have my papers, but in the end, I got it. But I went from one church to the other because coming from Nigeria, a very religious person, I was jumping from one church to the other, fasting and crying all night, and then went to a church, and the pastor called me out to tell me that he's receiving a message that they're going to deport him, not me. I said, please take that message back. It's not for me, because there is power in the tongue. For the fact you're a pastor, you don't have the authority to speak to me anyhow. Do you know the anointing I'm carrying? Do you know who I am? Is it because I'm in your church and you see me as I'm in need? Especially if you're with a pastor and you let them, you are in need. They will control your destiny. They will control every aspect of your life. You've given them actually key to your life, that they will ruin you, asking you for money. And when something is about to happen, maybe there's a way, especially when you go to these pastors, there are things they will tell you. If you're a lady, they will talk about marriage. They know the key points of things that women need. And if it's a man, it's about money or wife. So those aspects, they will tell you, you're not married. The person you want to marry is not your wife, but I can make it happen. Bring so money. So if you're in Nigeria, I have an advice for you. You may think that we are crazy, especially when we've come to the West. Here, you need to put religion where it belongs. Practice your religion. This is spiritual, okay? When you are doing spiritual things, for me, I see religion that, okay, I believe in God. I still have my belief in Christ. I want to go to heaven, but that is going to be a personal relationship. I see it as a spiritual thing. I'm not even asking for material things as a Christian. I just want to make heaven. That is for me. You understand? But then the things of the earth, you do it here on earth. It's like somebody, you now whack me, slap. I say because I'm religious, I will turn the other cheek. I know the Bible say turn the other cheek, but as human, we have reflex. Me, I go don't woes you too. That's it. I believe in reality. So this thing of religion
like
that has turned a lot of us dummies and fools, it's true. Religion has ruined a lot of lives in especially in Africa. Every day I have people in Nigeria. Every day they go to church. They pray by 9 a.m., 12 noon, 3 p.m. in the evening, and then they be ringing me to send them money. Imagine that. You spend all your time in the church. Where will I get that money if I go to church like you? So please, if you're in Africa, plan your life well. Heaven help those that help them. So even God say you should work. If you don't work, you're not going to eat. Thank you.
Seminary. Thank you very much.
I've got reflexes. Nothing like thought the other side of the cheek.
You're getting
slap me and slap your attitude. You see why they don't want all these people to come back to Nigeria? They are troublemakers.
All of you don't open eye now. Your eyes are open. Right. Okay. So the people in the comment section, for those who've been following us, it's the time to vote for your favorite ranter for tonight, who's going to win the book.
So you don't want
so
to give AY a chance? Give AY a chance.
No. We can't. No. We already said it. I was going to stop. There's a deadline, 3 o'clock. All our guys are packing their stuff. They are leaving the polling center.
Yeah, the polling center is closed. It's closed.
Polling center is closed. 3 o'clock deadline.
Yeah.
So
I think it makes sense because there are still more people coming through. It's not going to end.
So this convoy discussion seems to be very, it's still going on. And, let's keep it brief. And when we say brief, don't let's mute you. When we say brief means brief. I was going to start with Augustine because it was the first of the new team, but he's on the phone. He's talking to his students. He's talking to them. He's telling the student how to pass their scientific exams. So, AY, good to have you on the show. We'll start with you. So, if 5 minutes. And when I say 5, I actually mean 5, not 5 that is 10. I don't want to say 2 minutes or whatever. So, in 5 minutes, you can start off with the convoy. What's your opinion? Do you think it was justified? Do you agree that, it's the NSA and the deputy governor? Do you think they all need to be there? Because at the end of the day, it's taxpayers' money, regardless of who they are. I've seen some people in the comment section say that, but Peter Obi used 200 cars during campaign. It's not the government's money. You understand? If he can afford 200 cars, that's good luck to him. If Tinubu private citizen is running 200 cars, nobody will complain. So where do you stand on this? Some people believe it deserves it. It needs all the accolades. Some people believe that at the time you're asking people to sacrifice, you should be, tone conscious or not tone deaf. So start us off while I keep an eye on the
on the
voting.
Good evening, everyone, from my end.
225.
The issue of the convoy of the president, first of all, I will call it madness. But you can't completely blame it on the president. What is happening is these guys, because he just, once you're a president, everybody is going to be around you. Especially now, they try to give out portfolios, appointments. You see governors from other states, some people with their personal cars, ministers, NSA. This has been the tradition. So when you hear people speaking, you need to cut down, the expense. However, this money is still coming from states, even if not from federal. What I mean is a governor from Rivers will move down all his convoy to Lagos State to wait for the president. Even outside this, like you see when they're in the office, every time you see our governor running to Abuja, each of those trips costs a lot of money. Some of them, they hire private jets. They move out. Some of the governors, they are living in Abuja. They live more in Abuja. Some governors are very lazy. They are not working. They are, okay, look at the governor of Yobe, for example. He was the APC chairman for almost 2 years. How can you be a governor and be an APC chairman? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing for your people? He left everything. He went to sit in Abuja. This was also getting me hungry. Like, even you with your little job, you are struggling with your job. You need time to do other stuff. A governor that really want to work, you need to work not less than 15 hours a day. A governor that is really ready. So also as the president, where do they have this time to be running around? So that's completely wrong. Like, yeah, the president, to be honest, it's not because it's Tinubu. Even if it was Peter Obi, they would still do the same thing. The only difference here, Peter Obi could have said, listen, they will do the same thing. The only difference is Peter Obi could have said, listen, I don't want this cover. I don't want it. You guys should stay in your various state. You could say yes. He would say something like this. So in general, some of them don't even know what they are doing. Okay, look at Buhari now, who's with him. Even if he comes back to Nigeria now, trust me, nobody is going there. It's done. They're done with him. When they were done with Goodluck Jonathan, they throw him away because that is what they do. They still coming around you. So you need a president that can stand his ground, say, listen, governor, stay in your state, work for your people, So it's really, I don't think it's something good. On the security side, if he says something, if you need to correct that, when you see the governor in Georgia or in any state moving around, they have serious silent security underground. So No, this is the honest truth. This is what I know. Even the president of America, before the president of America will visit any state or any place, trust me, 3 days before that day, CIA, FBI, they are everywhere.
Then we know, but not with the convoy. That's what we
No, not with the convoy. Yeah,
yeah, of course. Then we know. Oh
yeah,
yeah. But
I'm just talking convoy. Like, yeah, they have a lot of security. Even the president of America, sometimes it depends on the situation. They can have up close to 1,000 security around. You will not know. But the thing is, they don't make this noise. They don't not convoy disturbing the public. It's disturbance. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's gonna change. So even the common governors, they do the same thing in their state. You know, why are you running around with 25 cars, 100 cars, 50 cars? What are you doing with them? You know, people are suffering. Even let's say I'm a senator, for example. Why don't I take the money to my senatorial district and help the people? There's a lot of poverty. People are suffering because the rich, they say that they don't know what to do with their money. They do anything with it. Some of them, they hire to get private jets in Nigeria. It's a lot of money. So it's really like a lot of things are just wrong with the system. I don't believe one man will come and change the system. I just sincerely pray we have a system that will checkmate people. Because what you see in places like America is protocol. The president is one to move. There is number of cars you need to go with. Those cars, they are planned. There is a car that is purely weapons. Nobody is going there. There is a car that is. You see those cars moving with American president.
Right, in 30 seconds, 5 minutes is good.
They have their function because most of them are for security reasons. If anything is happening to the president today, you see how they're gonna. It's planned already. They don't just go there because they don't have nothing to do. President is going to the airport. Everybody is going to the airport. You know, it's really sad. And joblessness also causes it. Even the other pastor in what's it called? The Jasmine in Anambra, the co-pastor. He was coming from Europe. I saw people were coming from the airport.
I'm not be calling my pastor like that.
My pastor. Please round up in 30 seconds. 5 minutes is gone. Okay.
I just pray God help us. I'm sorry, your pastor.
All right.
Leave my brother alone. No.
I'm my pastor. Don't call my pastor like that.
All right. Thanks, why? So, Augustine, are you ready or you're still busy? Well, Augustine is still busy.
I'm not busy.
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought you were gonna go around for the convoy.
Yeah. So Augustine was meant to start. So the convoy.
But Augustine is in the meeting.
No.
I'm here. I can speak.
The convoy
now.
conversation was going to start with the new people that have not spoken. So Augustine, AY, Concerns, and Round. But because Augustine was talking to his students how they will pass this exam, we thought
I was not talking to my student.
I'm joking, of course.
To my
I'm joking.
And yeah, that's by the way. So for me, mainly I came here today is just to talk about the convoy stuff. Really, trust me, that convoy was too long. I was just looking at what was wasted in that whole thing. Please, I don't think that because the NSA, the governor, or this was there. Oh, go stay in your office and do your job. You have a job to do.
Oh, sorry. Augustine, 1 second. Let me just clarify this. So the people in the comment section, the ranting is over. The ranting stopped with Paul. So no one is ranting anymore because they're saying I'm doing Mahmoud Yakub, that I'm inviting everybody to come and rant so that, we're going to declare the results.
If in that case, we have won it, yeah.
If he won by, as in, the way Peter B won in Anambra, that's the way he won.
Landslide.
So, Peter Obi had 97%.
Yeah, that's the way if you want.
Is it not true?
I don't know what she did, but
they asked him that is it not true that you rigged the election in Anambra to have 97%. He replied by saying that he don't even know the 3% will no vote for him.
So if you want, so you contact Dr. Damages at gmail.com, or if you have his WhatsApp, drop him your address and he'll send it to the author of the book who would send you a signed copy. So next week is going to be someone from the comment section that's going to win. And
did you transmit with Beaver?
Hey, I transmit with people. And if you have to thank your campaign manager, Femi, there's someone in the comment section, Femi. He was your campaign manager, he was your polling unit agent. So Femi did a very wonderful job. You see, our own is transparent. Yakubu have a lot to learn from me. But sorry, Augustine, carry on.
So, Augustine, sorry. When we come here, I know a lot of us are here to have fun. Honestly, for me, I've said it 1001%. It's just a form of therapy because you don't know what people are going through. I haven't gone to work since Thursday because yesterday my friend was buried, the one I told you guys. And, I've been trying to, share up, just make it look as if it didn't happen. We are dealing with a lot of stuff in life. So when people come here, have fun, laugh, socialize, you don't know what part of therapy you are providing to the person. So I just don't want us to feel like we are here just to rant about Nigeria. For me, it's more than that. It's more than talking about Nigeria, because when I live here, I have a lot of stuff that I need to process. So thank you guys, for making this platform. For me, again, it's a form of therapy, working in a psychiatric hospital and, hearing all these things every day. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, Augustine.
I think you said it right.
Great acceptance speech, and she came ready. She very good. I hope now we are now good together. No more separation of the country anymore.
Yeah. I'm going to tribunal for her to get acceptance speech, which means she read this thing.
Augustine, sorry. Every time you want to speak.
No problem. It's okay. It's okay. So I think if he's very right, it's a form of therapy, because sometimes you have something in mind, you don't say the thing, will they give you high blood pressure. So the point I came here was the issue of the convoy. There are about 2 or 3 things that I came here to just say, because I didn't just want to just come around today because I had something doing. But the point is that the convoy is extremely long, that everybody has a job to do. Go to your office and work. There are things you need to do. And I will tell you the truth. We are, as I said, leaders are nothing without their subjects. A leader is nothing. If you are a leader, you must have followers for you to be called a leader. And sometimes I will slap instead the followers, because you go see people go they defend waiting are rubbish. I mean, the person who made that video was even hailing Baba.
Jagabanu.
Come on, let's try to be reasonable. Let's try to be reasonable. You are counting the cars up to 120, 130. The thing that comes to your mind is that how all these cars were with public money. They fire the car with public money. So why then is somebody spending, then telling you that you need to sacrifice? Which kind of sacrifice with that one? So trust me, us at the grassroots, now we the cause problem where they happen to Nigeria. Because by the time we keep on supporting those things over and over again, it now becomes normal, very okay, nice, and they don't see anything wrong with it. But trust me, it was bizarre. The second thing I wanted to clap was to clap for the EU with their reports on INEC. Was asked, one of the journalists asked a question. Compared to the 2019 election, do you think we made progress or we had a failure? Then I see that person for EU, he reply like person where he don't learn international relations at his peak. You know when somebody tell you that you have a poor score, but actually doesn't say the word. The man was able to bring out all the public relation, all that skills in him to have answered that question. He mentioned how America have their problems, Britain has their problems, this person, democracy is going through challenges, and we have given the report is like this, there are things you need to change. He just gave a lot of things to show that INEC una fuck up. But he knows still talk that very well to tell INEC that you failed. He also mentioned how the hopes were being raised that we are going to use the beavers, we'll do this, and at the end it was not done. So trust me, when I saw him speak, I had to evaluate every word that came out from that man's mouth. And I think, what came from my mind first? Abike. When Abike they talk anyhow, I just say, see, person where this white man just showed you how our public officials should talk. When I see those who represent us in Nigeria, and when you ask them, you see somebody will be calling this one Mr. 73 followers. he thought God will punish your mumu or God. I just say, look at people we see as our those who are supposed to represent us, but they can't even speak in public. But this man who spoke for the EU, when he answered that question, I was so much happy. I said, look, you answered the question, but you used the highest diplomacy I've ever seen. INEC should go back home, read that report, because what the EU read is exactly what happened in that election, and it was a disgrace to INEC. Then the next thing I wanted to talk about was the fact that a military man was interviewed, and he mentioned that Tinubu had to choose his service chief from 350 major generals in the army. And that is somehow bad. In a country, the major generals should be few. That the infantries, those at the field, are even less than those now who are in position of power. That there are some major generals in the army who do the work of colonels. Every establishment grows as a pyramid. There should be few major generals. There should be few brigade generals. Then if you go to the colonels and the rest, you start having many people right up to the infantries at the end. But it is somehow bad that we have a lot of politics in the army where people are appointed who are not skillful enough to get that position. In a country like Nigeria, you should have few major generals in such a way that if a president wants to choose who should be his chief of army staff or defense staff, you should have at least from 10 people, 15 people to select from. But in case you have 350 to choose from, you give the president hard time to choose. You don't even know who is qualified.
I suspect that the culture of the generals, the ones that are senior to whoever is appointed as service chief members resigning, may be part of the reasons why this culture exists. Because when they appoint service chief members, the people that's the officers that are over them in terms of rank or seniority, they all have to resign. So you have another set again come through. But and you have this mass retirement of these officers.
That man made a very important point that there are some major generals that may not come to work for 1 month and they will not even miss them. A major general should come to work, meaning if you know they should ask you, commander, there's something we need to do. What do we do? That's to tell you that they are surplus. And that's not how it's supposed to be. How many barracks do we have in Nigeria that each major general is supposed to be in charge at least of the barracks? But how many of them get barracks that they're in charge of? And he even had to mention that some of them do the works of colonels, which is not supposed to be like that. He's just trying to say that most of the appointments are based on, he mentioned something, that politicians force their way, chiefs force people to put this one, put this name, put this one, and at the end, you have a workforce where there are more people at the top than at the bottom. And as I said, in every establishment, like now there is one president, then there are 36 governors. So it therefore means that the governors are more. If you come now to the permanent secretaries or maybe something, there will be more, meaning the pyramid should come down. Not a case that the top is bloated, then the middle now is small. It doesn't work that way. Every establishment doesn't work that way. I think they should look into this whole issue very well, so that those who are being promoted to major generals should be few in such a way. If somebody wants to appoint any chief of staff, it's easier for you to select from the best, and they should be the best in their field. Because I know that when I served in the military barracks, they go to school, they send military men to school, so they should know their best and promote their best to be to the stage where if it comes to anything they need to do, maybe to plan their strategies, you have the best people to plan it. When I heard that on Arise TV, I was very disappointed in such a way that the way we do promotion is a chief's wife tell you to promote, you promote. They even mentioned that some people were supposed to promote at least 50 people. They end up promoting up to 100, making the thing too bloated. And if you ask
in 30 seconds, Augustine, it's been 7 minutes. But
okay, I'll just end up now. The last thing I don't always want to talk about is this issue of religion. Look, for me, I go to church and I do the right. I go to church and I try to do the right thing, no matter how small. But look, as San Antonio Ike said, if I want to buy anything from you, you just tell me to God or Makachuku, I'll just stop. I'm not buying anything from you. Get out. Because anytime somebody says that by the name of God, by the name of Allah, no say one lie. Even if that thing will benefit me, I'll tell you I'm not doing it again. Get out. Because we have used religion for a lot of evil than good.
All right.
So that's just what I was saying.
Thank you, Augustine. Uzo, I see you. I'll come off the platform. I'll stay in the background so I can bring Uzo up. But the way we'll do it, we'll go next to concerns. So concerns would get his time. Then after concerns, then we go around forefathers. You know, we can skip Uzo, go to Ifi. I don't know, however you want to do it, forefathers. But I can see Uzo, so I'll stay in the background and bring Uzo up so he can have his say. But concerns, it's your turn to speak on this convoy matter while I sort out the.
Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I want to comment about religion, and also the convoy, and also the system itself. The system, for me, is rotten. And that is anywhere the system is rotten, everything will be rotten. The religion we see today, it's not that religion is bad. It's not that the Christianity is bad. But the thing is this, I always tell people, read their Bible. When you read their Bible and understand the Bible, nobody can deceive you. No pastor can deceive you. The problem is that people are not reading their Bible and understanding their Bible. You see, I've read the Bible. Myself, I've read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. And what the Bible mostly talk about is love. The Bible also dwells so much on morality. You see, when you see I come here, I talk about morals, you know. The morals in the society are falling. Like somebody go to steal a mandate of somebody. You can't, that country cannot move forward. There's no way it can move forward. Because the person that you stole his mandate and those that voted will never be happy. So even if somebody stealing somebody's wife, somebody stealing somebody's child, it's something, that's what the Bible said. So, but I encourage everybody, if you don't want to go to church, read your Bible. When you read the Bible and do good things, what the Bible said, honestly, you must live long. And living long is not about somebody staying 100 years or 1 million years. No. It's about your happiness. When you read the Bible very well, you do the right thing. My honestly speaking, you'll be happy in life. And you have peace in life. That's one thing about religion. So, but again, the other religion, which you talk about, the other religion, the other people practice in Nigeria, the Muslim people, I think that one has become a cult. It's a cult because you can't tell me where in the Bible that is in the Quran also they said you must kill somebody, or if somebody anoints a God, you must kill him. God always fight for himself. Don't fight for God. So these people are using that they are using it to show that they are to put fears into the Christians. That's the problem. That's what they're doing, and beyond the leadership. They're using that religion to put fears into the South and other people who are Christians. Because when they kill, all of other people are afraid. The Quran, they never say kill somebody because of God. God fight for himself. That is about the religion, about the convoy. You see, this convoy issue, if Tinubu, some president, maybe in Africa, in West Africa also, you know, when you come to Africa itself, the worst leadership you can see in West Africa. And I think why we have that useless people there in that area is because of when you see, like for example, those ruling Nigeria, or those who are ruling Nigeria, those who ruled before, most of them are from Niger. Like say these are Fulanis that have ruled Nigeria. Some of them are from Niger. They are not really Nigerians. Abacha is coming from that place. Buhari is coming from that place. And when you see also Niger, you see Chad, you see all those kind of all those places, Burkina Faso, they never have good leadership. And that is how it's going to continue to be. So for me, Tinubu what he could have done is this. Most of those people, they could have given this bus they usually use, those high people, those politicians, they usually use it. They could put them on, most of them into that bus, that armored car bus, and they come to that distance. That's all. And they could have saved some money. I don't say that the man cannot go with convoy or what, but at least they should have limited the convoy. So that could have saved money for it. Because when you say people, you have removed the subsidy, people are suffering and you're not making things for yourself to see that people are seeing that what you're doing, that you're also trying to save money. It's not going to be healthy for the people. You know, the problem in Nigeria is this. Anybody who comes, he does whatever he likes and the people keep quiet. Buhari come and stole, people keep quiet. Babangida came and stole, people keep quiet. Abacha, the same thing. Obasanjo, the same thing. So the same thing continue to repeat each other, you know. So people, the same thing you see today is what you're gonna see again next 4 years. Next, what you're gonna see again next 8 years. Unless, for me, the country needs rejigging. For example, if there's new people now ruling the country, new people. If let me say now, let's say Showere, Obi, Dele Farotimi, or most of those people, you see them who have the heart of the people's mind. If those people come into that place now, you will see that there'll be new way of doing things. But with the same kind of people who are ruling that country, like Tinubu, Senate president, and so on and so forth, you are going to even to see the worst, because these people have been there, nothing happened to them. Even the governor of Kanu, all those governors, nothing happened to them. They do whatever they do, nothing happened to them. So how do you think that what they do now, something gonna happen to them? No, nothing gonna happen to them. But if you get new people, when these people come, they will put more new people into the system, and you will see that the things will change, because some of these people have the heart of the Nigerian people in their heart. But these wicked people who are ruling now, there's nothing that can change. But for me, if I'm to say, honestly, there's nothing bad in people ruling themselves. When we have regional leaders, when you have regional leaders, and that is why the Afenifere, all those blocks or groups that are calling for Obi to rule, because they believe that when Obi goes there, he will try to regionalize the country, so that people will be every region will take care of their things. But for now, Tinubu is not going to do that, because those that push Tinubu into that place are those core Islamists, and they don't want that country to go into regional system. They don't want it, and that is why they're pushing for Tinubu. Now on the what they call, okay, for example, when you look at who's that man, the representative, the House of Representative, you know how many aides he's taking? 36 aides. 36 media aides. So if for only him, then what of the Senate president? Senate president is going to take more than 50. So you see that, and the man at the helm of affairs is not saying anything. Instead of saying anything, instead of saying something, he bringing even criminals, bringing what did they call it? Somebody like what is that man's name? The man from River State or what? What is that his name? Bring to the villa where the coat is talking with the coat of arms in coat of arms.
We
understand. So when you see such people, when you see such a man,
that's Asari
Dokubo, coming to the villa, you see, insulting the army, insulting the whole region, the Igbos. If, for example, let's say an Igbo man or a Benin man that went to that villa and insult Yorubas or insult the Fulanis, do you think Nigeria has been peaceful today? No. So when all those kind of things are happening and the people are keeping quiet, my brother, we don't see Nigeria moving forward. We can't move forward, because these people that you're insulting, if they rise up today against you, you know what's going to happen. But that's by the way. And again, like this subsidy that Tinubu removed, why not, if that Tinubu has first of all build a refinery, let's build a refinery in the east. No, not in the east, in the south. Or even the worst. Why is Kiare still there at that with an NPC? Is there no Ijon man that's supposed to be there? Is there no Ijon man that is qualified to be there? All these oil wells that the Northerners have taken, where are the people that have these oil wells? This oil well is God bless the people of South. And today, the people that are taking these oil wells are the people of Sokoto, this, that, nonsense, all those nonsense names that they want taking these oil wells. Look at the other one the other day, the one from Lagos State. He doesn't know what to do with money. Then he went and bought, what they call it, how many cars for his children. expensive cars, because he doesn't know what to do with money. And the people who God bless with all these things are suffering. They are really suffering. And idiots are using it to... The other day, he had a yacht and be in the sea for how many days that he's making bad day, useless bad day, a stupid man. So when you show these kind of things, my brother, you see that the country cannot move forward. For me, it cannot move forward. If today the South, for example, let's have a South country. The South knows their people. They know who can rule them. If anybody does wrong, they go to his house. But today, when Wicked do something, he cannot go to his Wicked's house because Tinubu protect Wicked. All that Wicked did, nobody is arresting him. All that this governor of the what they call it kind of did, nobody's protecting. Instead now, the DSS are going around taking the fight. The DSS are going around taking the fights of these people so that they cannot be prosecuted. How can a country go run like that? And every day we come, even if you come here to conduct to talk, you can never, nothing will change because we are still in the hands of the criminals. Let the South, let them give the South. That's why you belong to the South. Let them give.
No, thank you. I think you've gone well past your this in allocated time. So yeah, thank you, Constance. I see that you want regionalism. Which quite a lot of people believe in that. Uzo, welcome. And since you just came in, we'll just let you contribute to what you have heard so far. I'm sure you've heard what we have been talking about. You're muted somehow. Even if you're not muted on your phone, it's still we can't hear you. Yeah. So my take on the this thing on this security convoy that a lot of people are concerned about is that Nigeria is not a very secure place for any leader to be. If I wanted to do something in Nigeria, I wanted to change Nigeria, I will be very, very conscious of security, especially when you are already high up there and you want to get things done. You have to be conscious of it because if something happens to that leader is responsible for over 200 million lives. And we don't know what could happen. After all, it took one person to be assassinated for the First World War to kick off. So we have to, like I always say, it's also tied to us valuing our own lives and our people's lives. And because the US president or the UK, people like to say, oh, well, they don't do that because they've spent a whole heap more for security. The UK's defense budget is 170 something billion pounds. That dwarfs our entire national budget. Like that's just for defense. They've spent all that. That's not for their security, MI5, not any of the others. So just defense alone.
Yeah, forefather, to add to that, the truth is security is a very expensive vector. The even the little guys you see like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, if they tell you how much they spend on security, it's a lot of money. But however, the issue is the convoy. The president can have a very solid security with like 5 cars, is fine, but not like this whole convoy of 100 cars going nowhere. Like they just wasting resources, and if somebody comes shooting, all of them, what are they gonna do? So the truth is, beef up your security, but not waste.
I think if you have, I don't know. I think before Tinubu even became president, he was very conscious of security. I remember when he was running, the way there was a massive convoy even before that. So I'm not even then he was doing it privately. So I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, the president of our country should not be secure because we know the country is not secure. So anybody can come in there, take him out, and we don't know who is our enemy. We don't know who wants us to start fighting each other. Then they will say another Abiola has happened again and all the rest. He just doesn't know. So you don't want to take chances. Better to spend that little extra money securing him, keeping him alive, than face the consequences of anything happening to him. So, and that's why I think that we have to really, really keep an eye on that. And the money we spend on defense or securing our country is nothing compared to what the others spend. That's why they can afford to walk on the streets, because they've spent a whole heap of money. They can even do picnic. They'll be fine. That's
Fofana, let me just say something little about the US president. The US president, that motorcade that he is using anywhere it's going, they'll fly the motor.
Yeah.
Use that same
Yeah.
motor.
Yes.
You understand?
Same.
That covers everything.
Yep.
You can invest in security more these days with technology, not with humans everywhere. You understand? You come on, you comb the area that you are going. You already comb the area. You already have access to
What
every
technology?
security.
We are saying that you should be buying innocent cars. Now we are saying
So
you want
then,
us to go and buy the
now that
technology from
now
overseas.
that you talk about innocent cars, because I won't jot it.
We need
I won't jot it
200
now.
innocent cars following him instead of going to buy the beast.
So no, forefather, no, that's not how it works. The innocent car that you are talking about, this same Tinubu buy the innocent cars for his senior staff in TVCs. So is it that he's cutting costs in his own private business and gives senior staffs innocent cars, but he cannot see that same reason when it comes to public sector because it's about money.
Hold on. How many people knew that Tinubu bought innocent cars for his staff? The CM know this. If he know this, I didn't know this. This is the first news. I don't, Paul. That's really solid. I didn't know that he did anything like that.
Let me say something right quick. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about what I don't know about. I just made a comment and I said, let us support innocent. That is all I said. Whether Tinubu bought the cars for this thing, most of the government in American this thing, they use the American American cars to function, to work in American government. So, I don't want us to, the forefathers, please, I don't want us to read too many meanings or feel that I'm attacking Tinubu. Let us grow our economy, support our own grown business. That's all I'm saying.
Forefather, let me add to that. The point Ife made she was very on point. The only one I have issue with was the guy left. I don't know, IK, right? He made a very, like this kind of statement are very dangerous. So he said,
yeah, you muted yourself somehow.
You mute yourself, AY.
How did I?
AY, you mute yourself. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
He said that, because Innocent was from the East, it's from Isibo, that's why they now buy his cars. To be honest, I beg to disagree. Now, charity begins at home. Apart from Peter Obi that I know then that was buying patronizing Innocent, how many Eastern governors patronize Innocent?
Hold on, AY.
Peter Obi,
Imo State governor, even though they had a problem.
Okay, good.
Yes.
How many Igbos? Anambra have to me, they have the highest, some of the highest number of billionaires in Nigeria. How many of them patronize Innocent? So, I mean, the point if he make is very good. Let us patronize our own. Like now, they're talking of dollar. They want naira to appreciate. Those are the kind of things that can make them appreciate. Even if the quality of the cars is making, they are not at that level the president will use. They can actually design better cars for the president. It's such a like the American president, the beast. They use years to build it. Yeah. They build it cautiously. Like they can give him more resources to do this job. The money is going to get into our economy. It's going to employ more people. That is very correct. Thank you.
Uzo, we still can't hear you. Your mouth is moving, but
It was me.
No, you, AY. It's Uzo.
Sorry, I wanted to address something Ify said. What I was trying to find out from Ify was that you approve that Tinubu is actually patronizing Innocent.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm not aware of that.
But do you agree with it? That it's a good idea?
Of course, it's a very good idea. Who is going to dispute? See, and again, let me make it clear. I don't hate Tinubu. And like AY said, Obi is not going to fix Nigeria. I don't even know if we have anybody that is going to fix Nigeria. I don't hate him. That's not, no. The only thing I'm just saying that the election was flawed and the way he came in. That is all I'm saying. All I care is that somebody that will come into this country called Nigeria and just do introduction. Let us start from somewhere. That is the only thing I have. If you're going to fix it, forefathers, off you go. If you show, I'm supporting you. Paul, Ngwa, all of you. I'm there to support you if you're going to fix that country. It doesn't matter who. But the only thing I'm just worried about is just the same people that are in the government when I was born, they are the same state of people that are still in the government. And nothing has changed since I was born up until now. And we keep expecting miracle to happen. Next week, we're going to come back here and talk about what is going to happen next week. And nothing is going to change. That's all I'm saying.
And this generation, the younger ones, they like to call themselves the youths, maybe even under 50s, they need to start standing up. Because if you remember, this generation that we are talking about, the Tinubu generation and the ones, Buhari and all of them, they started running the country since 1960 or so. They were in charge through that period. And sooner or later, there has to be another generation that stands up and say, you know what, we are going to take charge of our destiny and take it from these people that have run us to where we are right now. But that said, regarding the security matter, I just feel like when it comes to security, we have to always default to being cautious, because that's where we need to be. And many of us, the reason why we are not in Nigeria is because we don't feel safe. And or they don't have good health care. They don't have good education for the children to attend. So if we feel safe in our country, you will see. I know Nigerians, not like somebody needs to tell me. I know Nigerians that built houses in Ghana because they don't feel safe in Nigeria. That is no way to be. And because Nigerians refuse to do the right thing, and we the citizens, I wish electricity was here today. He says when he said that point, I thought that point was a very, very powerful point he made, that the population are supposed to hold the House of National Assembly accountable, because we don't seem to know our place. We think it's only during elections that we go and vote, and that's it. In the case of the next 4 years, we do it again. We are supposed to, in real time, hold the House of Assembly members accountable, set example with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Then the next time when you ask for something, they will listen to you. So, CM, welcome. What have you got to add to this debate? I'm sure you came in for something. You are back in time. He's gone back in time.
The what is it called? The on the issue of security, I rather say insecurity. The state of our insecurity or insecurity, we all know it's man-made. I mean, it wasn't because they want to get rid of Jonathan, then invited Boko Haram. Somehow the thing backfired, and look at where we are. However, I'm not entirely in support of retiring. I think they say it's over 100 generals they want to retire. I don't know the figure, but it's quite. I think it's a developing news. Say it's about. That many. I don't see the need. What purpose will it serve? Let me look at it from the economic point of view.
Can I ask you something, CM? Because you may know this. Because this tradition, they call it a tradition that whenever they appoint service chiefs, all the officers that are senior to them have to retire in Nigeria. Is that something that they do like in America or other countries?
But the question should have been, why should you appoint somebody below? So does it mean those people that you want to retire, none of them is fit? That's what I'm trying, because
no, that is true. Sometimes they prefer them, but why should you retire the senior ones that have something to offer the nation just because you appointed someone?
You see, I always feel that retirement comes with age, but if you must force somebody to retire early, it means the person has a bad record or maybe on health ground. Something like somebody that is continually sick, terminally. So, okay, now, the economic point of view, you spent I believe they are well trained. The resources went into them to be trained, expose them to different courses in the military. I don't know how more different aspects, for you to become a general ordinarily. Now, when you talk all those things away, the people coming up, you have to replace them. And then it's a security, apart from economics of it, it's a security risk. Supposing a country want to attack Nigeria now, and they feel that, they've retired about 100 generals, who gonna command them? This is the time to attack. So I don't really see, that's why I may be wrong, but I'm looking at it from this aspect. What really is the offense that you want to retire that number? Clear, maybe a whole cadre, a whole thing you retire them and you start promoting other people and start training. Is that what the thing is for? I don't really think so. You may retire a few. You feel that they've come ordinarily they are no longer productive, or because of bad record, or maybe health grant, so that people take early retirement because of health. There's a type of sickness you will have. Your employer will tell you it's better you retire so that you look after your health privately. You don't stress yourself in work. Or maybe you have a very bad record that they can't continue with you. They force you to retire rather than being sacked, because if they sack you, you lose your benefits. But if you force you to retire, you retire and go with your whatever it is. But retiring people, this type of something, I don't know. Somebody could come and maybe somebody in the army. I don't see the need it will serve to the national security. Look at the position we are now. I thought a country that like Nigeria, that is much vulnerable to even internal combustion, not to talk of external aggression, we should be talking of how to, bridge the gap. You know what I mean by professionalize the military, bridge the gap, make sure that we are well resourced, to do something. But trying to retire them, I don't know whether it's purely political or something like that. I don't know. But to me, I may be wrong. I do not see the logic behind doing that type of, especially given the number they want to retire. Nigerian news, some say it's over 100, some say 133, some say at least it's more about 100. These are top echelon of the army. When you retire them, they are going with experience. That is also wanted. Some of them must have been in the army, exposed to different types of combat, maybe or outside the country or wherever. They are going with experience. How are you gonna replace them? Or you start breeding as no. Well, I'm not in the position of authority. Maybe there are certain things I do not know properly. Maybe if I'm exposed to some more facts, my position may change. But on the surface now, I don't see the need for retiring that number. Maybe a few, okay, but not that number. It's like almost every aspect of the military will be involved. You retire, then they go home. Then who replaces them? It becomes much they retrain. No.
Did you see their retiring package? Did you see the package they gave them? Did anybody see the package they gave them?
Yes, I forgotten.
It was outrageous.
I forgot. I forgotten.
Outrageous.
I forgotten that. I forgot. I forgotten that aspect again, because so many things has to go with it. You see, the thing is that sometimes I believe part of our undoing as a people, as a government, is that we are too reckless with spending. That's what there's what they call waste. We are too reckless with spending. Somebody, I think we talk about a convoy. Why can't a president come with 5 cars? One for maybe intelligence and state security, because of sniper, people may like to do him. Maybe one that will come. I mean, even then, Lagos State, where he's visiting, we have their own DSS. I mean, those people could be mobilized. It's not that importing everything as if we are doing a carnival, as if the Queen of England, when she was alive, she doing a banquet. We are owing 77 trillion.
You live in a country where unknown gunmen carry out actions, and none of them have ever been stopped. So you have to worry a little bit. Those so-called unknown gunmen, I've never had one day security forces stop them. They decimate these security officials that are protecting the dignitaries and do whatever they want to do and get away with it. In Nigeria,
do you know they said the greatest shame is to catch a general in the battlefront. That is the greatest shame of any country, that your general was caught by the opponent. How can a president be coming? He's supposed to be having, let me say, the best of the state security. I mean, what are intelligence gathering for? Secret Service. Before he even stepped to, let's say tomorrow he want to go to Benue State, by this night they must have that's what they call sweeping. They must have swept Benue State in readiness, but you won't know. These are how they do things. This, by the time the president, because the president may not tell us, but before he announces it, maybe 24 hours or 48 hours to the time they announce, but a week before he must have known, the intelligence, the secret service must have gone to the place, swept it like a using broom. They know what in by sweeping. Intelligence, tax, the secret service, they go and sweep the place. They've already known that the man is coming. So that is the type of something we have, and not to be doing it like a Agbero style, whereby you see people you see people carrying gala, you start to harass them. These are no threat now. By the side, they are clapping, say, oh, move, if not, I should. All those ones are not, this is not the real security. What you do is, you do it internally, secretly. That's what, secret service. America is powerful because of their secret service. Most countries, this is how they do it. So Nigeria should develop, this is what they call the brain. That's why I'm saying, retiring all this general. I don't know to me, maybe in future I may have a better knowledge of why. But for now, I don't see what it will serve. These are the people. What if another country decide that now that Nigerian is sort of depleted in terms of general, because generally the people in battle, they are in charge of battalions or people like that, and they decide to strike, or there will be internal combustion inside. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the military, but from the books I've read, military is like another country, another nation inside the nation, because they are the people securing you. There are things even your brother who is in the armed forces won't tell you because of he won't even reveal it to the wife. A man won't even reveal certain secret of the job to even the children, to the wife. So it means that, particularly if you are in the armed forces and all these things, for you to get to the level of general, the president will even sort of, the life of even the president to anybody is in your hands. As a general, you know, even there's some movement you will make, you will withdraw. You will say, no, I know what these things mean, because you've been. So when you now retire then like this, mass retirement to go, of for what use? Who serve? Is this having the national
you know that
security very well?
in Chatham House last year, they were arguing, just last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were arguing about increasing the size of the military. So why you are talking about increasing the size of the military? That's how they got their mandate to. This is their manifesto. Now you are busy trying to retire the senior officers. So where are you going to recruit and retire the people that are supposed to lead the numbers you are going to recruit? So it just shows you, it just signals to you the direction they are looking to go.
Do you know, given the challenge of Boko Haram, Nigeria military should have devised, I don't know, but inside the military, by now they should have reviewed the training they give to their staff, to the military officers, review the training based on the challenge of Boko, because Boko Haram is an internal combustion, it's internal. They are with us. And all this one, they hearing bandit, all this. When they are even talking of unknown government, don't we have secret service? Don't we? Don't we have
not
secret
enough,
service,
clearly.
intelligence
We don't have
gathering?
enough. They're not well trained. That's the problem. They are supposed to be doing this, but they are not doing it. And I see, my own case is that what they are spending now, they might as well spend it to transition to a period when they don't need it anymore. Because we don't want anything to happen to him. No, the last thing I need is some people saying, "Oh, they did it to Abiola, now they don't need to him again." Nobody needs that. In Nigeria, they don't need it.
Godfather, for example, you retire these numbers of general, and you give them this elaborate security, you understand, overwhelming compensation. Who do you think? Do you think any company can employ all these people for private security purpose? No. These people will be so arrogant, they cannot even do business no more. This is how funny. When you see they retire all these people, guess what you see? I have 2 generals that live in my city. No, one live in my city. Another one live in where the rich of the rich, the 1% of the 1% in the state of Arizona live close near where Muhammad Ali lived before he died. What am I saying about that? They retired, all of them, they all bought properties here in the West. They just pack their baggage and packages. They come here, they come enjoy with maybe their new wife or their grandkids. They just relax and everything. This is how we lost those wealth of experience. How painful it is, some of them don't really have the experience because some of them, based on their region, push them to that level of general, all in the name of Federal Character Commission and the likes. Oh, if you give this one protest. This one calls governor. This one call is king. Call. That's why we have so many generals. So some don't really know their job. Some are more of being a politician than being somebody who you call a security expert.
Is it true that the number of generals we have is unusually high? Is that a fact?
It's too much. It's too much. When I watch the analysis, I concur to it. But guess what? It happened because of everybody keep protesting. You understand? So when you get these guys, you retire this one going to feel bad that, oh, you take from this place and you didn't take from this place. You're going to feel bad. So if like now 1 to 10, 1 to 20 generals all happen to come from Northwest, what do you think will happen? People will protest. Good percentage come from Northeast. What do you think will happen? People will protest. The same thing when it comes to promotion. Now, before you know, they just give people this general and they don't even have a battalion to manage. They don't have nothing to do. We need to restructure our system very well. And it's just wrong in everywhere. But so far, in as much as you want to cut any slack for the president, technology can do better with security than those convoys that you see.
And
Let me
that
tell you
is
something.
That is intelligent.
Technology is not going to come and defend you when a higher killer is coming to do what they want to do. They're not going to.
The president
that is
coming
intelligence gathering. It's intelligence. It's intelligence.
Apart from intelligence gathering, if the president is coming to my area, every marks around that area, you understand, has been technically hijacked. Any communication that is going on there, any email that is going on there, because you cannot do things without also sending signal. Any phone call, everything has been hacked. You understand? You come to your area, you see one little security thing will happen in the area. What do you see them do, Uzo? You understand? They walk to gas station, they walk to everybody, they come to you, they knock your door, private security. Can you give us footage of your camera? Can you give us this? They do all those things. Whether you give, whether you don't give, they already hack your system. They've already seen what they want to do. But maybe for you not to be so much expert to understand that they do all those things and you want to sue, they just come to your door and they knock whether you can be so friendly to them. So you can use technology to do a lot in this age and time. Now, putting all those vehicles, you shut down other people's business, abuse people on the road, and guess what? Other people will also see that same thing and think in that direction. Is that not why every one of us do the same thing? I'm going to Nigeria, they already tell me army that will lead me. They already give me Mopo that will guide me. Mopo will guide me in Nigeria. To
be fair, Mopo is a different thing from the head of state or people that
are because I'm coming from the US. You understand? Friends, family, I started telling you, oh, I'll link you to this, my Mopo friend. I'll link you to this, my army. We'll give you this car. We'll do
technology is important because those that will attack you will use technology. The modern warfare now, they use technology. I mean, nobody can just, before you even attack the area, you must have done a reconnaissance, something like gather facts about the area if you want to attack. Therefore, you, the person they want to attack, you should be able to. That's why when they're talking of Nigerian military or defense, I would like a situation whereby they would do more of secret service, intelligence gathering than mere security you see on the road, maybe on the way. Because what it means is that if you've gathered the intelligence about the area, you are in plain cloth civilian, nobody knows, but you know what you are doing. The gadgets inside your body, what you are hearing, this is the type of something you use to coordinate. Then you must have known that this area is safe for now because of the thing you are getting. You are trained, but people may not know. But Nigeria still feels that now.
But
I
you
don't
have
know
to
whether
ask
they
yourself, though, CM, you have to ask yourself, because from what I know so far of Tinubu as a human being, not to mention a politician, for how many years ago he finished as a governor in Lagos, he never really showed off. You know, he's not like a showy person, other than just for his security. He doesn't show off. Look at me, I'm so rich and all. So the idea, you must believe that the reason why he's doing it is for specific reasons. He's been doing it even before he became president. This is a guy, and if someone like him, he knows the value of security. He knows the importance already because he wields power. So if you want to wield power successfully, you have to understand security.
Was not right though. Tinubu attended every party you can think of, even when he was a president.
No.
When you see
Okay.
people went in the dark, it was just based on his health.
No, I mean that
public.
No, I mean that he often
So
brags
don't
that
say, Tinubu is, no. Tinubu is a party guy.
Tinubu is a street guy. Oh,
complete street guy. Don't say
No,
that.
I know of somebody that said that Ismiri wants to say something. Go ahead, please.
I just want to say that you guys have forgotten Igbo basics. Everyone was just barging in.
Oh, Igbo is an elder. If he wants to say something, he knows he can. He's always free to say whatever he
maybe
wants.
this is orderly. Is it that this?
No, it's not orderly. This is just a free flowing conversation. It's not orderly.
What happened was that
Let me put my point across, please.
Okay,
Dr. Davidi's session is different. So your one, is it free for all? So that
it's free flowing. Free flowing. Yeah, it's free flowing. You can say whatever at any time. You just come in and contribute.
Is it the person with the loudest voice? Because it seems like
not necessarily. We self-regulate, and when things try to get out of control, I keep it down a bit.
Mute up.
What happened was that when it came time for voting, forefathers rigged me out. It became whether forefathers.
What? I wasn't involved though. I wasn't involved at all.
Between him and Show, they put me in the back burner. So I said, no, wahala. God day. But I'm glad that
you fine. No, you have to pay
No.
Our elders, don't joke with them.
It's well. Yeah. It's well. You see, you don't tell where we come out this market. If a lizard stay for farm for too long, if you look that lizard, you go see the one where don't turn red. I haven't said that. I think I caught up with you talking about security of Nigeria. Then you talk about Tinubu. Have you seen the caste building that the man is building in Lagos, Ikoyi? I took a picture of that. I'm talking about a building that is being cast, not just with regular blocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, even normal governor, that's what they do, man.
So come on now. The point is this: so much waste. Talking about security, I have a friend, General David Jemibowo. They were retired. I'm not even sure they were up to 60-something years or 60 years old by then. David Jemibowo, go him. These were the straight shooters that Nigeria had. People like Commodore Amadi Ikweche. When these folks were retired, they were still in their youthful days of being useful to the country. So what am I trying to say is that it's do me, I do you, or not even do me, I do you. Look for those who you think are purely, their hands are clean, per se. Look for them. Get them out of the way because they will not agree with your jolo that you want to bring about and call it government. So I do have a question for us here. Is there any other country in the world that there is such a thing as presidency? Mr. Forefathers, please.
I thought the US has what they call presidency. Yeah, they do.
I beg your pardon?
The US is a presidential system of government, so the president occupies what they describe often as the presidential position, which is the presidency, if you want to call it that way. No. I've heard people refer to the US.
Let it go basic. What do you mean by presidency? What's your old definition of presidency?
Presidency. It's only in Nigeria that they said this presidency has spoken, not the president. They talk from the presidency. Check it again. Nigeria is the only place that I know about that talks about the presidency. They don't talk about president. In the United States, you talk about the president, he is Mr. Joe Biden.
Well, I've never seen such thing where they put out a statement that says presidency. He's gonna be the president.
I've actually heard about it in terms of the US when I'm following their politics, that they actually use those terms. Reporters can use the terms when let's say statement comes from the White House. They will say the White House and referring to the presidency at the same time. Yeah.
Yes. So in America they use White House. In Nigeria we use presidency when it's referring to the whole organization of the presidency.
Okay.
If you want to be specific, you refer to the president.
Okay. So that's the difference here. The president of a country is the leader of that country.
Mhm.
The presidency, as far as from my own perspective, are the people who go on and commit all kinds of blunder. That's a gang of people. Who is going to blame on is blamed on Mr. President. But indeed, it is that gang of people who are really holding the country down. That's the
Igbo
people
basic.
that call themselves presidents.
Igbo basic.
Go ahead.
I need to correct this. So I think it depends on the president. For example, during OBJ, you can't mess around and put it on OBJ. You can't do that. He's gonna fire you right away. During Buhari, because he was a very laid-back president, people do all sort of nonsense. I think Tinubu as well. Tinubu is not that easy. He's a hard man. He knows the game.
Not
The only
this time.
thing,
It's not healthy.
no, Tinubu is still a hard man.
No,
Trust me.
no.
Did you understand the question I'm asking here?
I understand what you say. Like people
Okay.
using the name of the presidency,
And
to
committing all
commit
kinds of
havoc.
crime.
Yeah. Like that's why I refer to Obasanjo. During Obasanjo, you are not able to do that. During Goodluck and Buhari, they have one thing in common. They are very laid back. They don't care. That's basic. If you watch Goodluck and Buhari, they have a very nonchalant attitude. That's why. But Goodluck they are not bad people. They don't care. That's how Goodluck was behaving. So also as Buhari. If you watch that Buhari picture where he was with toothpick, that is the definition of who Buhari is. He doesn't care. Like you guys.
Buhari was too protective of his Fulani people because of the atrocity they are committing.
No. I think AY has a point. I think AY has a point. Let me substantiate what you are saying.
The headsman.
CM, how we counter you on that? You know why? If you look at all the ministers, Buhari elected in 2015, 90% returned in 2019. Have you ever seen Buhari sack a minister? Go and check history of Obasanjo. Obasanjo was sacking minister every year, every 2 years.
Was it not? Listen. When the governor of Benue State went to him, not to anybody, he went to the president. Say, look at what I'm facing. The Fulani headsman, he said, go and make peace with them. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you hear it?
Yes, he said it.
So what does that tell you? Listen. The governor of Benue State, remember, it's an executive governor, has to say that the Fulani nationalist movement, also FUNAM, held a meeting, said they must target him because of the law he passed in Benue State that they should not allow open grazing. What did the president? No, listen. He went and reported that with the letter to the president. What did he say? That is what I'm saying. I know where I'm saying they are being overprotective. These are the public. I'm not.
Hold on, AY, hey, hold on. I think the truth is, Buhari. I think what AY is saying is that generally, Buhari is laid back, and you can see that in the way he appoints his service chiefs. He doesn't want to fire them. People that have done something wrong, he still leaves them in office. And look at the mess up that Emefiele did with the Naira note. This thing,
yeah,
he still left him in office.
He left him.
And I have to say there is also because what AY didn't complete was that Tinubu is somewhat like he doesn't take nonsense to an extent, because one thing Tinubu doesn't like is that somebody doing something that is not within his own agenda. You see what I mean? So it means whatever goes on under Tinubu's government, whatever goes on under Tinubu's government, he is also part of it. Because if you look at Ambode in Lagos, I was in Lagos. That was one of my biggest, one of the first reasons I disliked Tinubu, because I came to Nigeria. I was in Lagos, and everybody loved Ambode as a governor. And then during that time when I was in Nigeria, that's when they were doing the primaries in the APC or something. And I found out that they chucked Ambode out. I said, how is that possible? Everybody loved him on the street. But they say because Tinubu is not on his side. So this is what I mean. Tinubu is a kind of micromanager. Even when he's not in office, he still tries to manipulate people that are in office. So he tells you that when he's in office, he's not going to allow people to mess up around him. And get away. Even if they mess up, it's his own approval.
When a governor told you, when a governor come to make a report, direct report, a threat to his life, a threat to the people, a Benue State governor, What?
You
Then
see,
why do you? Why?
you see,
Why?
sometimes let's give credit and criticize when it's due. That governor of Benue State was as useless as anything. You know,
Forget about it. It's not. Listen.
Was it President Buhari that was holding his money while he was not paying salary? He was
Listen,
making
AY,
reckless statements.
listen, AY. So many governors are owing salaries, but they are not threatened by Fulani people. They will kill them. His own is different. Listen, wait. You don't know what it means for a group of people to see somewhere, hold a meeting, and then pronounce it, wrote a letter. Do you know that all these governors that went in solidarity with him, Ayo Adebanjo, Afenifere, or Haneze Ndigbo, Pan Niger Delta went. He showed them the letter. He said, "Look at it. What are we talking? Are you denying all this? Don't you know it?
Wait.
Don't make excuse. Hey, listen. There's a difference. I've waited for you. Hold on. You will make your point. There's a difference between a governor not performing. There are many. Abia didn't perform. Abia is as dirty as anything. It's in the southeast. There are many of them. But Abia State governor can never tell you that the Fulani people did a meeting and threatened to assassinate him unless he allowed them to have a ranch or rear their cattle. When a governor came to Aso Rock to come and report to you, this is what is happening. What did you tell him as a person? Don't make excuse for that. Don't make excuse.
Okay, let me reply. See, first of all, you need to realize that the governor of a state is the chief security officer of that state.
In name.
You see, wait, let me finish. Not only in name. These are stories.
In name.
Wait.
In name. A governor has no control over the police, even the CP, commissioner of police.
CM, to be fair though, in Rivers State, Wike will tell you face, not the fear face.
Wike,
if you go and mess up in Rivers State, you're going to have problems.
He was opposition.
So
He was not
governors do have an element of power. So maybe there is something to be said there.
Lots of people from in Rivers State.
Even
Rotimi Amechi, he cleaned up Rivers State with the militancy that was in Rivers State where Rotimi Amechi came in. He was fighting them. He cleaned them up, drove them away.
Okay,
that governor was very lazy.
If you are in Buhari's shoes and the Otom came to report to you a direct threat to him by Fulani people, what will you do?
I will give him any assistance he need. But
what type of assistance?
Any assistance, like security assistance, right? Like military or whatever. Let me tell you one thing. There is no wait. For your information, you need to be clear on this. There is no armed group that can stop Nigeria governor. If you try it that day, you will be wasted.
Listen,
see,
let me tell you.
Let me tell you. No government. How many governors they attack for South?
Listen.
You're taking away my point. You're taking away my point from what I'm discussing. What I'm discussing, what I put on the table.
But CM, governors are immune. The governor could go and hire killers to go and take care of it. Nobody's going to prosecute him. Yes,
folks, what I put on the table, there are two things. What I put on the table is that the age of retiring our professionals, the generals and stuff like that. And I'm saying that Nigeria is losing professional talents, experienced talents. We are losing when you come in and you just, how many retired? 300 and something, whatever. Whoa, you retire them. Nigeria stands at a loss. That's number one. And when you are talking about security, if the state, if the nation is not complicit in this thing you call security, tell me how on earth that one of the most fierce military in the world, the Nigerian military, from Congo to name it, the things that, is it not the same Nigerian military that rescued Liberia? Is it not the same country, Nigeria, that went after apartheid of South Africa and things happened? We're talking about Nigeria. But the fact is that we're making a mincemeat of that country. You talk about people like Aso Rock, You talk about unknown gunmen. You talk about Uzodinma and the rest of them. This is so-called powerful people. If the state is not complicit, is it not a slap on the face of Nigeria that something will happen in any of the states and you say unknown gunmen? Give me a break. You have satellites. You have the power of the state. You have whatever it takes. Is it not Nigerians that build drones for other countries? Is it not Nigerians that do so much intelligent things around the world? And yet, you come to Nigeria, security begins at home for every village, for every town. That's where the security starts.
The question that needs asking, the question that needs asking is, all we hear about, I think this DSS means State Security Service, state security, not like gathering intelligence. This is their job to get here. Why is it that only time we hear about SSS or DSS is when they go and they arrest? Don't they have their own how to gather intelligence and nip something in the bud or give police info? Then why are they not doing it? That is the real security. That is the real protection.
Hold on. There are two areas that things are happening. The northeast, the southeast. The south is a different kettle of tea.
No, not
politically,
west.
the south is being
not west, not west too. Something is
well,
happening.
I'm just taking the middle, those areas.
Finish.
I'm talking about the two areas where these things are happening. You're talking about the whole of southeast. It's not that the people don't know how to defend themselves, but the people have virtually been castigated. When you come out and you take away all their guns and stuff like that, what next? You're going to take away their machetes? These are people who are capable of manufacturing their own guns. I'm submitting that Nigeria should look inwardly before we continue ordering arms from other countries when they say we are spending money, when we can make our own arms in Nigeria. That is what I'm talking about. So we stop spending so much of this, so much the foreign exchange that we don't have, and they're giving us technical aid. I was talking to somebody today and said, look, during the Nigerian Biafra war, now you hear about AK-47. There were two kinds of guns that was popular during that time. One was a gun called Madison. The other one is called Shetima. Shetima was a Russian gun. Madison was a French gun. Those of you who are old enough have read about the guns of Nigeria and Biafra. Those two guns, it just occurred to me, say, what was happening? But yet, I am saying that Nigeria has so much, not only talents, not only raw materials, and if the leaders of Nigeria truly want that country to progress, they should go back inward and let us manufacture.
Yeah.
As crude as it may sound, Nigeria is capable of supplying ammunition.
Yeah.
These countries.
Igbo basic. I've read that too. I agree with you on that. But you know, security, they always consider the security challenges. I'm not sure, Forefather, you were here the last time, and I'm not sure we were discussing about having like different military in the country. What we said is not possible. That's not a good idea. You see what happened in Russia, right? So the moment you have two sets of security in a country, you are calling for war, and it's going to happen. Also, manufacturing of equipment, just like what Igbo Basic said, they would have used like a better method, get the people that have the skill, like the skills after the Biafra war, get them together to start producing the equipment. We can start selling weapons to other countries. Like if we do that for 50 years now, we would be able to be improving on it and selling manufacturing weapons.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question.
Before then, we have DIC in Kaduna. Have you forgotten?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Let me just ask this question. I wanted to clarify this. Do we have so we hear of DSS, but do we have something like SSS or a form of
SSS
CIA?
was converted. We have like CIA, I think NIA. Nigeria Intelligence Agency.
The D is actually department. The thing should have been SSS, should have been State Security Service.
They changed the
It's
name.
SSS. They just put D to department.
SSS to DSS.
So
D is for department.
Is DSS like FBI or C? Which one is our own CIA then?
So
It should be.
NIA.
It should.
NIA.
No. NIA is external, just like MI16 is for Britain external.
NIA is external,
MI5
you are
internal.
right.
SSS is internal. NIA is external.
SS is right.
DSS, you mean internal?
Yes.
It's internal.
Then NIA is the external one.
And one other point,
we never
this
hear about the
DSS
NIA one. We never really do hear about
DSS
it.
you see that are running around, they are not actually supposed to be arresting people around. They're supposed to sit down and be doing intelligence.
That is the thing. That's what I'm saying.
So now you see them, they go.
But to be fair, though, FBI arrest people everywhere in America.
But then that is based on intelligence. And even if you do it, you see, what SSS should have been doing. That's why sometimes when intelligence fails, people will just look at the physical one they're seeing. They really hold on. The real intelligence is that ability to preempt it before it happens. That is the moment something happened, intelligence has failed. That's why it happened. Then you are now doing sort of, what is it called? Damage limitation to see how you are going to avert it. But your job is to preempt that it is likely that this type of area is insecure. Every day, 24 hours around the clock, all your life, they are working. Gathering this intelligence, they want to give to police, they want to give to the army, they want to give to everything. That is their job.
CM, one of my other fear with the military, the DSS, the police, all these bodies, there is not corruption. There is a lot of corruption going on. So they are not as, even before Nigerian military, when you see Nigerian military, fear go enter your body now. But today,
okay, AY. Mopo.
Yeah.
The Nigerian Military Police. Do you know why they were established?
Why?
Okay. Do you know that the Nigerian Military Police, MPO, actually their job was to police the military? Because they have the ability, they are the ones that have the ability to arrest the military.
Oh,
that's why it's called military police.
I didn't even know that. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Okay. But you know what? They have almost been kind of rubbished. Who brought Mopo to Nigeria? Go and look at the history. It's people like Dr. M. Ayakbaraden. Those were the period where Mopo was established for purpose.
Now you hear me now?
Yeah, very loud, bro.
Somebody hacked into my mic and turned me off.
It's echoing crazy. I can hear myself.
I have to turn everything tunnable in my mic, letting echo. What's going on?
You need to find a way to kind of enable the noise cancellation or echo.
As I'm away, I try to fix it. If let's say everything went wrong, so I will enable that.
Do you have two systems going on at the same time? So your phone, your phone and your computer.
Talking like over to an hour now. I've been talking. Nobody's hearing me, so I went back to my setting, turning everything off and on. Maybe I turn something on that start echoing all over the place. Listen. I wanted to appreciate my sister then. If he vex you, maybe your own sister come. If you and Ismaila, there's Ibo Ada girls. They have been here. Like, I want to appreciate them. If I never marry, if you say that I'm allowed to marry 3 wives, I for marry 2 of them together, pay the bride price. All right, they have been outstanding on this platform. If na sister, maybe they are outstanding. Yeah, for real, and they're looking good, though. So that's also the right thing to do, you know.
Well, the only person who I think what's happening with you is that you may have entered with listening to the system, and then again. I hope I'm still being heard.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. The only person who is entitled to marry more than 4 wives at a time, is Chief Zebrudayo Okorigwemobe, alias Forta. I know the comment section is waiting for me to hear that. Okay? But he married those 4 wives.
Who was that?
None of them ever met one another. They never met each other, but yet they were his 4 wives. And the last one was Ovularia, alias G4. Okay? The comment section, the comment section will be waiting for me. Anyway, we are talking serious matters of state security. And I'm not saying they are complicit, but I'm just saying that if the state of Nigerian state is not complicit, it's a poke in their eyes that anything can happen in any of the states, be it Imo, be it Anambra, be it Rivers, or Sokoto or Meduguri, or wherever anything happens in Nigeria. It's on the head of the Nigerian intelligence.
It's true.
And if Nigeria itself is not encouraging something to happen in Enugu through Ebubago or through the bad cat named Sari the other day, let's look at what's happening in the background. If Nami send you a message, make you go do something in one state, and then commotion is happening there, you think, say, me, I go come say, oh, stop. I go say, I beg, my boy is doing his work.
It's very obvious. The other day, if you saw the new press conference of the NSA head and this in the police head too, they literally came on TV and said, you know, we can't protect the Nigerian border. We don't have enough people. So, and the police officer was like, we have to even get people from different regions to service other regions because we don't have enough men in some regions. It's like exposing our ineptitude, the fact that we don't have enough people in the military. Then when we don't even have enough people to even man the borders. He said all those things and he didn't suggest any solution and just went away.
So non-state actors.
Forefather, listen, forefather. I've been listening from the background. I want to tell you something. You guys, if you live in Nigeria, even if the man of war, man of war commandant is going, he's calling the convoy of 10, 15, a man of war commandant. I was in paramilitary. I know how it goes. All right. Even there's a Danfo, they will be on the same line. Nobody cross that Danfo. Just a man of war commandant going on Lagos streets. A Danfo will line up. Nobody cross. That's a convoy there. All right. Let's talk about convoy. Tinubu don't even know how many convoy he carry. If you NCO Lomo will come with 7 cars and be on the line. The governor will come out with 20 cars and be on the line. Everyone will put their cars and be on. Those cars you saw there. I'm not defending Tinubu in any way, but I'm telling you this. Tinubu don't even know the amount of car that is on his back. Utterly, he hears on the news. Everybody will contact. Even a man of war. I think a man of war will go ahead with a 3, 4, 5 cars.
Sorry to cut you. My for school, for university, where they form military general. The day where we do riot, where we deal with them for school, we nearly burn their house down.
Now, relax.
Hold on. You see this question Pansat is asking.
Let me what I'm saying is this.
Uzo, I will let you carry on. Sorry, I just wanted to address this question. Compansa seems to, just to stop him because he's going to carry on getting upset in the chat. I don't know why he doesn't come on. He will keep getting upset in the chat. He's asking who is invading us. We've already been invaded. Don't you get it? Why you were thinking of trying to kick them out or keep them out. Keep them out too. We've already been invaded. That is the problem. So he needs to understand that if you want to come in and challenge it, you can come in and challenge instead of being in the chat ranting and calling me all kinds of names in the chat.
Even my own suggestion is, at this point, we should have state police, to be honest. Let's have state police and have a federal body that will kind of regulate their activities. I don't know, because if you are picking police from Lagos State, the people that know the environment, the people from Lagos, you go to or your state, pick their own state police. Let each police supervise their own communities. I think this crime will go down because I'm supporting state police, to be honest. We can still have federal that we
you want to give wicked police. You want to give wicked police and then give Aero-5 police on top of it so that you can use it to massacre the southern Kaduna people. You want to give all these governors that don't pay their staff police.
That is the fear. That is why I said we should have federal.
Obaseki shut down House of Assembly in his state.
For
you want to give them police on top of it.
We are just here, all right? We are just here, just going around the circle. As I said, all right, in Nigeria, you see today, all right,
I can decide to have 15 convoy, 20, 30, 50, as much as I want, all right, without anybody challenging me on that. I told you I went through paramilitary in Nigeria, all right? If you are going on a meeting from Ocean to Yaba, all right, everybody that will be on the line. Nobody cross that line. If you cross that line, Nakoboko will follow you. Joy. Not be a joke. Ordinary
I know.
Ordinary
you see,
now,
you see,
how it goes is like this. Tinubu going now. If you have 5 governors in that or going with him, all those governors also come with their own convoy. They are all going to be on the same. Don't want to. You are seeing most governors, ministers, all of them. They are not only all of them. All their convoy will be on the same movement. Nobody cross. So let's leave that. That's our least problem. All right. But on the retirement of the generals, I say it back here. Listen, we had it as they say, okay, military going to take over. If Tinubu, all right, I will start to retire the general internal because people said it. Some of the pastors have already prophesied it that the military will do. Obasanjo did it already. Obasanjo did it. All right. First thing they will do, they retire the generals that come and put their own person there, their own people that are loyal to them that will not go behind them. That's a political way of it. We are looking at it from our own angle. But if I want to tell myself the truth, I said the truth, all right. What he did, I said this here months back, that Tinubu is going to retire the whole general because the rumor of the military taking over that is a military, this, that. Even Rufai said it, all right. So Tinubu led to take out the generals.
But see, listen, retiring generals doesn't stop coup. Major plan coup. Colonels, they plan coup and take over. Am I making it up? Haven't we had it in Nigeria?
You're right.
Majorca.
You're right.
So listen. If the idea is to retire generals so that they don't plan coup, he's making a mistake. I'm coming from the point of view that you invested resources to train these people to get to that level. Sending them away en masse. That's why I said, if there is a health issue, you can retire somebody.
Let me cut you short.
Hold on now. Wait. So, wait. Don't wait. You note it down. If there is a health issue, I can understand. If there's something like somebody has a case, maybe like a indiscipline or a bad record, you can. But to retire, what we read is about 100 or more. To clear them, I don't see the need.
I don't want to comment on this issue, but I don't think there's any problem.
Wait. Paul said something today. Paul said, is those generals, all right, did they merit to be a general? Paul was saying something like that. I remember, all right, they put all those people on regional appointments, all right? They will come to Southeast, all right? Even somebody that is not even liable to be a general, due to them, want somebody in Southeast to be a general, they promote to be a general, all right? I see that in custom, immigrations, so many of them.
Federal character.
So you mean are you trying to say that they are general in name only, but not real generals?
No real general in name only, not real general. So that's what I can do away with them whatever they wish.
My concern is the massive. Some are saying up to 300, some are saying over 100. That number is too much.
That is what
you can say you retire 35, 40, 50.
That we retire all the generals.
Okay, so one quick question. Did they take their guns away when they retired them?
Oh yes. They have to hand over their firearms. Everything. You become a civilian. And what I'm concerned, I think
when you say you become a civilian, are you telling me that a retired general does not have at least a pistol?
They may have firearms. Private citizens have firearms, but they are still civilians.
You know that here in the United States, most of the guys that went to Egypt, all over the place for service here, they retire with their guns.
So some of them, but the point CM was highlighting, I think that it's good that we also acknowledge is that there's a lot of resources that has been invested in training these officers,
in training them,
and to just
throw everything away. Like, it's just so wasteful. This is part of the wasteful culture we have.
I learned that when you are due for retirement as a general, there's a transition in which they are transitioning you to civilian life. There's a course, all those type of you are now in transition to civilian life because you will soon go. But if you now do it abrupt, that is what I'm saying. It's not that I know there is the nepotism and tribalism in the army, but when you do it this way, what then? Because it leaves our country vulnerable. Remember, a general commands all those things. If a country want to attack Nigeria, let's say anything, this is the time. Yes, this is they might try. Not that they may succeed. They may say, this is the time to hammer these people. Because they are generals, there's nobody, because generals command the battalion, they say. Or that one apart, Boko Haram that you are fighting, we've not finished them, and the bandits they call them. What is the fate when these generals are going? There's a way to do the thing.
But they've been there now. Boko Haram has still.
That's what I'm saying. They've been there.
Most of our country, we cannot even navigate most of our country. Like some parts of our country now, where they are doing all this mining, artisan mining, we have IDP camps all over the place. And to an extent, retiring all these generals is signaling something that I find a little bit uncomfortable. Because this is the same government that went to Chatham and said that they are going to be increasing the size of the military. And they made a serious argument, even in their manifesto, everything. Now, if you are retiring these much generals, how is that increasing the size of the military in any way? Because you need people to command the people that are going to be recruited.
You get fresh people in.
But you need generals to manage the people that are coming in. So if you are retiring generals, it means that you never intended to fulfill your promise.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question, please.
We said
Blackstone. Let's let the Blackstone talk.
Let me ask a question. Is this the first time that any new president retired the generals?
No.
So it is a trend. It was what
the number we are talking is the number. Is the number the population you are retiring?
How many did the Buhari retired?
Even Obasanjo retire more.
Because at that time,
Obasanjo cleared out everything.
In one fell swoop.
Because at that time,
Obasanjo, those people jailed him for crying out loud. They were the ones that put him in jail. Yes,
level of second lieutenant. He called out the second lieutenant.
Obasanjo kick everybody out.
All of them. Why would he leave them there?
Now, a question for us: the retirers, those who do the retiring, have they considered that they are leaving themselves vulnerable because the level of intelligence that you have?
That is what I'm saying. That is aspect. That is aspect we are not talking about.
Have they considered that if those who are retired, for one reason or the other, decide today that you know what, we have our network. Don't forget, if you retire Musa and retire Ayeni, they still have contact among themselves.
Mr. Ibo Basics, do they retire them with empty-handed?
Regardless.
No.
Whether you give them, even all those box you give them. I'm saying that.
Okay. Let me ask.
They are still being paid.
Let me ask.
It's not the issue. They are being paid. That's not the issue. The issue is this.
Let me ask a question.
Those retired generals decide that among themselves they are going to have a network of second fiddle. Don't you think that you are putting the country at risk? Or you think you're going to checkmate them at all times? Some kind of things that happened in Russia where there was a second layer.
Have you
considered that those people can actually do in who is the government?
You know one thing.
Have we considered the level of professionalism?
Wait first. We are discussing this thing because we have been so much interested in the politics of Nigeria. When Obasanjo did it, nobody talked about it. Jonathan did it. Buhari did it. It's because we are now all interested in what is going on in Nigeria or things like that, or because of the who's in power and things like that. That's why we are talking about it. So this thing has been there, it has been going on, and it will continue. It will continue.
No, we are saying it's wrong.
It's wrong. We know it's wrong.
And I didn't like it too. I thought it was a bad idea. Just retiring officers like that.
It wasn't this number of people. Jonathan never retired like all this we are hearing, over 100 general going.
But
Obasanjo did it in one. Obasanjo never did it in one phase. Go and check the record. Listen. Please.
Obasanjo was angry, man.
Obasanjo almost disbanded the whole military.
The guy had scores to settle, man. He had to.
Have we thought about
the democracy?
Please.
Survives,
have we thought about what this retirement, this type of massive, will do to the professionalism in the army? Remember, we are talking about Nigeria. Have we thought about what it will do to the professionalism in the army?
CM.
And what it has already done. This type of stuff is not good for the country.
No, excuse me. Even the generals, are actually professionals.
Osari Tokunbo, the Greek, the peak of the Greek,
professionals
came out to tell you. Wait.
Who is speaking? Who is
The Greek
speaking?
in the peak, Osari Tokunbo,
Carlo is speaking.
No,
you know?
the Greek in the peak, Osari Tokunbo, tell you that if not him, all right, if not him, who is taking charge of Abuja, Kaduna, security outfit, Nigeria will be a story. All right.
Is it because he said it? Where is the proof? Where is the proof?
No, it's true.
Where is the proof?
We are here talking about and the generals, nobody has think it's a lie.
Forget. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
They hire his men.
Mr. I started to just start to be irrelevant.
Not irrelevant. The guy was sitting in the seat
How
of
does he do it? How does he do it?
No, Mr.
Asari Dokubo is true.
The seat of power with a coat of arm on his back.
Yeah.
To be a government contractor that take care of security.
Hold on. Uzo Carlo, it looks like you want to sleep, but your head is up. It's confusing me a little bit. Are you about to lie down? Maybe you just sit up or something. It's like he wants to sleep, but it's like this at the same time. You don't get tired of saying like that. You don't get tired. My head will get tired if I did that.
What Asare Dokubo said is woolly. His man is in charge of Kaduna. Is he before the train robbery? I mean, the train hijacking, or after?
Yes,
after. So where we are there? Where we are there when it happened? Remember after that? Remember. Listen, one moment. Remember after the Kaduna, it happened in Edo State. After the Kaduna own, it happened in Edo State at what is it called? This Ikimi town. I've forgotten what it's called. Igweben.
Okay, CM. Let me. This is what I believe about this issue of Asari Dokubo came out when the government, when Buhari gave the contract of the pipeline protection to Tompolo. That's where the issue came up. Where we started. You understand me?
Yes.
Because it was sidelined.
Yep.
He was like, I want to have that contract. You understand me? For me, I don't have any single respect for Asari Dokubo, because if he can loot his own people in the name of Niger Delta
amnesty
program, amnesty,
amnesty.
For him to establish a university of his own.
No. Point of correction. Asari Dokubo did not participate in amnesty program. I'm telling you from 100%. No, he did not participate at all. Ask anybody if you know anybody in Rivers. Wait. Okay, now wait. So the head of militant group, Asari Dokubo, Tombolo, those guys, most of them were involved in Bokri, man. That's where they made money. He was not involved in Nigerian
problem. So it cannot be a part of Nigerian problem and say you are going to come and solve Nigerian problem.
So when a thief becomes an official,
I agree with you, but I agree with you. You are very right.
But you know what? Our guest on this program tomorrow, I believe Mazezoke, has said it right, that we should not feed to the ego of Asari Dokubo.
Agreed. I don't.
And that's why I summed it up. With all that is happening in the Southeast, as Aso Rock has pretty much owned up to some of their extrajudicial killings and stuff like that. One day, did you not listen to everything that he has pointed out, who he is,
That is
and everything else?
in Southeast?
The things that are happening in the South is where he's saying that they are in charge. But all I'm saying is that
he said it now. He said it.
If he's in charge, and that's why I was talking
he
about.
Said it. Go and listen to what he said. Listen to that his conference again. He said it's not a make. It's not being made up.
If the government, be it state government or federal government, have no clue of what's happening in its backyard, that's a poke in the eyes of the strongest military in Africa, which is Nigerian military. Logistics. What's going on is a failure of logistics. When you talk about convoys and all the rest of it, it's a failure of logistics. Massive waste of our resources. Massive waste of our resources. Massive waste of our resources. What's going on here? And somebody would have the guts to tell you that ex-service chiefs get 4 bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, 36. What is wrong with us?
Okay. Let me say this.
How much money does that equate to that you can use to help a whole state?
Let me say this thing.
So when somebody is an
ex-service, excuse me,
because he's the only governor in Nigeria that is not collecting retirement.
Exactly.
All these governors, former governors, they collect a lot of money, cars every 2 years, houses.
So
Abuja, Lagos, everywhere.
I have a question now.
That's what you are expecting in Peter Obi.
I have a question. What is the wisdom in retiring all these generals and you give them bulletproof car SUV again? Isn't it? Is that not what Igbo Basics read out now for Tato? What is the point? You retire them
out of Punch newspaper. Out of Punch. How much money that is being wasted? Those people don't need bulletproof cars. Those retired military, they are trained to be able to defend themselves.
You know what?
You can give them a few aids, but 4 bulletproof cars. Is that really true?
Excuse me. Why give them aids? Why give them a few aids? They are already retired. They become
civilians.
So there's nothing special about being a military man. That's special.
You've retired.
That is their job. That's what they signed for. That's what they paid for.
You see what they come with. Hear me out. Hear me out. You see what those retired people come with. They come with their vast network of ability to be able to reach out to the CPO, to the AAA, to whoever at any given point in time. That is intelligence that they do have. And what I'm saying is that submit to us again that what is happening is a failure of logistics in Nigeria. The same Nigeria, if the government have no clue about what is going on, how would the people come to? No, they came to Nigeria and captured the ex-Liberian head of state.
Igbo basis, it is a network of criminals. They all know themselves.
No, let's not even go there. What I'm saying is that those people, it's the waste of the funds of Nigeria. Let's start from the top.
They all know themselves.
Those people are not really begging for this.
No, excuse me.
You are abusing the country. You are abusing the people. You are abusing the intelligence of even the people that you are retiring. Yes, they need soccer and all that, but you can't just wholesale continue to drive the country. It's not even that you are paying them. You are paying them with borrowed money. And you continue to go to World Bank to go and borrow to come and do what? To come
bulletproof
my question is this: is this really true? That they are getting 4 bulletproof cars?
I'm not sure. I can't confirm that. I'm not sure.
But
I'm not sure what they are getting.
The Punch newspaper headline.
In the Punch, it's in the newspaper in the Punch.
Yes, in the Punch.
But if you give them 4 bulletproof cars, that's stupidity. I mean, you can give them one car.
One for the man, one for the wife, one for the first son, one for the first daughter. Complete.
Did you see what was about to happen in Abia State, where the first son was almost being referred to as His Excellency? And I got so furious and mad about
I saw that.
That he Bazo.
Igbo basis, the way I see these things, it is Nigerian mindset. It is the Nigerian mindset. And the people, the citizens, people on the streets also contribute to all these things. Because when you begin to praise and honor criminals, you give them the power and the authority to do more. This is what is because they have been so much brainwashed that they feel that anybody that has money is a king. And for me, I will always be saying that there are some things in Nigeria that should be scrapped. There are some things that should be scrapped because those titles give them feel that they are not above every other person, which is very wrong. This is Nigerian mindset. We have to work on Nigerian mindset. You know, look at Ghana.
So I've never had that. I've never had that somebody retired. They gave him bulletproof. Hey, yes.
No,
somebody
CM,
retired. They gave him bulletproof car.
CM, it might have been happening because we are not ready before. It might have been happening because it doesn't start just one day. It has been happening. That's why they have that. Yeah, it has been happening.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so it's not just. Bulletproof in Nigeria is nothing to them now.
But what we are saying is that they should stop the West.
Yeah,
the government should stop the West. Those people don't need it. Go and ask any of them. Do you really need a bulletproof car as a retired general?
Okay. Mr. Moses, you just said one thing just now that what Mr. Tinubu is building in Lagos is that not a waste?
That is the cast building.
Yes.
He may never live in it. I don't know if he has finished it.
That's his personal money, right?
This is personal money, yeah. Personal money.
No, it's not my personal money. That is not a president. It's not my personal. It's
money. Yeah, it's not a president.
No, but that's his property. That's his property.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not a Nigerian property.
You are talking about Nigeria. That money is not. It's just Lagos State money. Go and investigate it. That is Lagos State money.
Yeah, probably Lagos State are building a house for you. but the other thing I wanted to point out, so these governors and former governors, their houses are usually built with bulletproof blocks from Julius Berger. Like as I say, like 10 years ago, those blocks, they were 1,300 for one. Now maybe more.
No, my question is this: why are they afraid? No, why are they afraid?
They are afraid of everybody on the street
because they are not clean. So
you saw
look at Peter Obi.
You saw Rochas
alone.
You saw Rochas in Abuja when DSS visited his house. Was it DSS or EFCC? They were there for almost all day. The car breaking, even the doors, nothing. So they have to break it through one part of the ceiling before they were able to get in. These guys, they have stupid money. They just spend the money on this stuff. Like they waste the money actually.
You know what? I think they should go and ask those billionaires who went to see the Titanic.
Those that just died.
Yeah, they spent their money to go and see the Titanic.
No, they are still alive. They are still searching.
They are still alive?
They are still searching. That's worry.
No way. No way.
Because they have nothing to do with money now. That's why they have to go and sit at
$250,000.
When you have too much money, when you have too much money, you begin to. Do you realize that one of the days that I got really upset at those who visit from Nigeria was the day that a lady came here and bought a handbag for $29,000. Hello?
Igbo basic. Let me tell you this story. So when I was in school there in Canada, when I newly moved to Canada, I went to do my master's in Canada. So the house I was living, they were other nationalities. So this lady came to me and said, I saw her watching me every time, right? I just live my normal life, buy my normal stuff. She said to me, Nigerians, they have money. I said, no, I'm not among you. I really what Nigerians were doing. He said, my friend, we go to the shop. He said they spent $3,000. He said, one of my friends bought a bag of $3,000. I'm like, it's normal. Then, Nigeria student, honestly, former Accountant General of Akwa Ibom during Akpabio. The son, 22-year-old boy, bought a car of $80,000. Police have to look for these guys. They say his father gave him the money. They called the father back home. He said, yeah, I gave him the money. The kind of life they will live, I said, damn, Nigeria is dead. The money they spent, children, little children, and everybody knew them in school. Man, Nigeria, the wahala too much, Joe.
You know what? And there are some countries that are so given that privilege. Just anyway, if you come to Germany, you can't try it. You cannot buy a car cash in Germany. They will, like you said, the police will go after you.
They'll go after you.
Yeah,
because
do you know what they don't go to you come and buy houses? You cannot buy a house in Germany if you're not resident in Germany.
That's good.
It's very difficult now for you to come and pay cash.
Oh, Canada and US, they pop in a lot of money.
That's why they don't come to Germany, come and do all these things because they protect their economy. They fight against criminals.
I know, especially the Chinese.
For me though,
they have
sorry. For me, when we spend money for security, I tend to always defer to caution when we go against it because some of all these things may need to be done if we are going to get out of the mess we are in. One, like the former service chiefs, they have a lot of Nigerian secrets, and if somebody gets a hold of them, you know what could happen. And there are many countries out there. Some of them, you don't even need to torture them before they sell the country out.
Mr. Forefather, is there any country in the world whereby the service fee doesn't have access to information? Don't they also retire? If you are loyal to your country, you always protect your country. If you love your country, you always fight to protect your country. So the greatest problem we have in Nigeria, Nigerians does not love Nigeria. And
most countries, you can't kidnap their service chiefs like that without heavy repercussions. You can't kidnap former service chief or former head of NATO. You can't. If you do that, they will know that will raise red flags because that will lead to a lot of serious manhunt because they know that person has a lot of security. Those are people, they have a high level priority if something happens to them. And in the case of Nigeria, sometimes we have to remember that when people get a hold of our human beings, our people, they know us. When they take them, a lot of people will sell us out just without even being threatened. Not to mention the ones that have. Let's say you are a service chief and you've done some good work for Nigeria and you mean well for Nigeria, and they go and carry you away. You can see that one, you are a liability to Nigeria. They take you. And secondly,
let me ask a question first. Sorry, let me ask a question. You live in the UK, right?
Yeah.
How many of the services do you know? Did you hear their names?
No, we don't. We hardly hear their names. During the Iraq, we did hear about the defense chiefs.
What I'm trying to say is this: when you put yourself in the public domain, people always go. People that want to begin to investigate you, to watch after you, people are going to have interest on you to find who you are. Our military are like civilians. They do whatever they like. You see people measuring them for service chief, making fun with them and everything because they put their life, their way of life. If, for example, in the UK, you can't see a service chief go to a party now. The next day he'll be forced to resign. You understand me?
I think you are probably not.
Service chief. Great after prostitutes.
To be fair, it depends on the cycles you are hanging around. I agree that in the terms of the UK, you don't see even the military period. You don't often see them show up in public discourse or like every time they. You like in the US, you do see the US president call the service chiefs, joint chiefs. They call them in the US. They call the joint chiefs meeting regularly, and in the UK, you hardly see that. It's very interesting. They do call the Cobra meeting, where you have all these people coming there. So the Cobra meeting is a kind of the joint chiefs meeting that you have in the US, but you don't necessarily see the individuals as much as you do in the context of Nigeria. That said, Nigeria's situation is different, and the money sometimes we worry too much about the pennies, not worrying about the big ones. The big one is the one I'm worried about. if we don't secure our country so that the money, we start building our economy back up, we start having a stable this environment for business to actually prosper. All this one we are talking, the money we are talking about is little money. If you look at it, now, CM, you all know how much America spends on defense. We are not, all the money we spend in Nigeria is chicken change compared to what we should be having.
One of the greatest secrets of every country is their military intelligence. You understand me? But in Nigeria, our military intelligence are in the street, partying, talking to people, going to the news media, go and give me.
Where is NIA? Who is the head of NIA? I don't know who NIA is. I didn't know that we have NIA even. They are so quiet. Nobody hears about them.
Nah, you know now. Abi?
It's only DSS we hear about all the time. We don't know anything about NIA.
Now you know.
We have
Roberto, right? Now you know.
Even the,
in short,
even
there are some appointments that don't need to be in the press.
There's another one. We have a NIA, National Intelligence Agency, for external intelligence gathering between maybe Nigeria and the other countries, gathering and bringing in.
Yeah.
Then the State Security Service is for internal within the country. Then there's what they call National Guard because of our border control. You see, the thing is that we duplicate whatever the civilized world are doing. It's good to copy them, but we don't copy their standard. We only copy the name, and they have our own. We don't copy the standard. No, it's true now. It's true. We don't. We don't copy the standard.
See, let me ask you a question.
True.
If you take your paper now, the original copy, I put it in the copy machine, copy it. Does it look exactly what the original copy? There must be some scratches along with it now. So
this one is not small. This one is big. The whole thing has been completely missed the whole point.
Why I'm saying it is that if you're in the developed world, their security is different. I mean, in layers or whatever. Can you imagine if the NIA is working? The SSS internal is working, feeding police with vital information. The National Guard, the border, all our land border secured. What else do you need? Police is also there. You don't need all these.
That's not their job, but it's not to secure the border.
It's part of their national border control is part of their job. Some are everywhere.
National Guard.
Yes, national. Yes, some are
Yes.
everywhere.
They secure even the waterways and everything.
Yes, even water. Yes,
that's
what I'm
the
saying.
waterways and
I
everything.
think that's what Navy are doing now.
Yeah, but that's on the land. What do you do?
On the land, man,
they have to be on the land too.
So when you see all these things, we have it. But that's what I'm saying. We don't copy their standard. Okay, what else do you need? We don't really need all these vigilante. We don't really need all these vigilante. Maybe
CM and the rest of us. Has anybody actually ever threatened to attack Nigeria?
What of Boko Haram?
Why did they trying to attack Nigeria when they already own Nigeria? They already taking Nigeria. Why attack what you already have?
Is resident. Boko Haram is resident in.
That's something you don't control.
No, Sokoto. I saw a video from David Udain when he was talking about the origin of terrorism in Nigeria. He mentioned a very well-known corporation in Nigeria, NASCO.
Yeah.
That NASCO is one of the major sponsors.
Gadonasco, is it?
No, that company NASCO that produce all these serious biscuits and everything.
Yeah,
NASCO biscuit.
He said he came out with every documentation, said that is one of the major sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria.
Why were they doing that?
I think maybe I came across this video on YouTube, and then he brought out documents, history, how they have been sponsoring terrorism in collaboration with other countries. The guy that owns NASCO is from Egypt or from Egypt. Though the man is late and the son is not in charge, you understand me? So and the government knows it. the American government knows it, you know, that they are one of the major sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria, even, and they are even involved in money laundering and so on and so forth, right? There was a case he had with the U.S. government. He reached a deal. He paid them off and everything, and they're still doing it. So it was a very detailed explanation, you know, how
from what you described,
started in Nigeria.
From what you described, that somebody from Egypt is the one heading it.
No, not from Egypt. Honestly, from Egypt. He was a national of Egypt. Came to Nigeria to live in Nigeria. That's how he grew up and started the company NASCO. You understand me? So like a Nigerian citizen now, not more. Hence, that no, it wasn't from. It's not as living.
He's not from Egypt. He's from Eritrea.
Even if
Eritrea, not
Eritrea.
Not Egypt.
That's interesting. Eritrea is one of the few countries.
I know the documentary is referring to is from Eritrea.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for the correction.
But why? Okay, does he have any reason for why he's funding terror, or why they said NASCO is interested in funding terror?
No, it's alleged, right? Based on the document.
Yeah, it's alleged. We have to be careful about using those terms. To be fair, it has to be alleged. Did they state any reason why they allegedly want to do such things in the country?
If you ask me from a layman perspective, I just feel Nigeria, because they refuse to develop the country, the leaders, educate the people, build industry, let people be busy. That is why we fight all this insecurity. If the country was good, I think this would have just been better. People graduate from university, they go for service, no work to do, nothing to do. People are idle. Some don't even go to school at all. They are idle. They are just sitting there. These are time bomb, man. Like, I don't know.
Anyway, let me ask a question anyway. So maybe I don't know. Maybe I may be diverted to a different topic.
In the lighter mode, there was something I ran into. It's on the internet. 7 minutes and 39 seconds. It's about the Hotel Presidential Enugu, the state of that place now. Have any of you seen that documentary?
Sorry, repeat that.
I saw it.
What do you call it?
The Hotel Presidential Enugu.
Hotel Presidential. No.
Oh, okay.
It was built by the Eastern Region government of Emayo para 1960s or so.
You should see that, and that should bring a cry to the southeast. The same way the seaport that was approved in 1959, the same way that was abandoned. The one of the Hotel Presidential, I just saw it. Much as I was crying over the seaport that was abandoned, that was approved by the federal government, 1959, and it's been abandoned. The same way when I saw this, when I saw the Hotel Presidential issue, it reminded me of Enyimba hotels in Aba. I'm talking about monuments that are built in a way that not even an earthquake can put some of those down.
Igbo Basic, I have one question. My question is, you see, sometimes I'm not a fan of having this belief that, Igbo are discriminated in Nigeria. Because the question I usually ask myself is, I'm from Edo State. I ask myself, what am I gaining that an Igbo man is not gaining in the Southeast? So, like this federal project we have in the Southeast, even the Third Millard Bridge, right? The Second Niger Bridge. Yeah. The Southeasterners from 1999 till 2015, they were in power in different positions. Senate president, they were there for like 70% of the time. They were ministers. They were fully with PDP or Obasanjo government. Even Goodluck Jonathan. These leaders, what were they doing? When you have this kind of project, why can't you bring it up and say, listen, we have this project that was approved in the Southeast. What are you doing about it? Now, the same people are crying, they are discriminated against Southeast. What attempt do they make as leaders of the Southeast to say, okay, you have to build the second Niger Bridge, otherwise we will not support you? But Sometimes he just give me
The
headache.
same question I'm going to ask you. Wait. The same question I'm going to ask you. When Tony Anene was
exactly, that's what I'm
dealing
going
with PDP, when what's that other guys that were also Edo people, prominent Edo people, they were also in this. When Omo Agege was deputy senate president, what did he do for you?
Okay.
No, wait. Can I just say something? Nigeria has a design. It has a political design, which is the constitution. And the way it is designed, it is structured in such a way that, those who we send into legislative or government offices, the structure suggests to them that it is my turn to eat. So therefore, a whole President Jonathan can't even build a road to his village. It's not only the Igbo. Right?
Yeah, it's not only the Igbo.
Hold on. Let's not say that he cannot. No. I don't subscribe.
Sorry. Let me rephrase. He did not. I don't say he cannot.
Okay, yeah. Okay, if you say he cannot, because Wike is able to do it. He is the one that didn't do it. He didn't do a good job for his own
Let me ask
state.
one question.
Yeah.
Let me ask one question. Today, everyone talk about Peter Obi success in Anambra State. He was a governor, right? So all that he did, was it from the federal government from his own desire to perform and to change the state?
Okay, number one,
it is his own desire.
His performance is not supposed to be heralded as something unique. He is supposed to be there to do his job.
Yes.
Can we be very, very sane? I refuse to follow the bandwagon that somebody did an average job. Let's be honest. Because what is around is absolute nothing but mediocrity. Then somebody comes in and does an average job, and then it looks like he's eating. Howbeit, we have to give him kudos. But let's come to a real reality.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, go forward. Let me tell you something, right? To be frank and sincere, 8 years is not enough to have a high success when it comes to governorship or presidency in Nigeria.
I disagree.
Nigeria has been so much. The decision of Nigeria, you understand me? But the way they have destroyed Nigeria, for you to start building Nigeria to that standard we all expect or we all see in abroad, it cannot be 8 years. It's not possible in 8 years because first of all, before you settle down, at be to deal with the people that are around you, that you are fighting against, it will take you almost 5 years.
I just have a question. Is there a reason that a 2-kilometer road, 2 kilometers, that was started before 2005, and we are now in the year 2023, right?
Where was that?
And that 2-kilometer road has not been completed.
I tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Where was that? Where?
It is a rocky area. It is a rocky area. They are climbing one mountain. That's what has not been completed. They are trying to climb.
No, wait first. Let him answer. Where is that first? We need to know.
Where is the place?
The conditions.
It's in the village.
Where is the dam?
It's in his village.
It's in my village.
What I said
don't just want
why in the Malos?
No.
Because that's
what people have been suffering.
It's not only there that is happening. It's happening in other places across the country. That's what I'm asking about. Even in Imo State.
Why I side was because this thing when you say Igbere, we know Abia. Ojikalu put Abia in his pocket, so we know this. So when something like this crops up, it's part of the deal. But that's not what I'm saying. See, in terms of development,
are you brushing it aside? Gotto's Bridge.
I've told you. I've told you now. 2 kilometer road. 2 kilometer road in Igbere. Ojikalu couldn't tie it. The money is with EFCC or those things. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I mean, it's a 2 kilometer road.
And ask for the money?
Did anyone hear that that the current government has doubled the allocation to all the states to all the states. Now, if they double the allocation to
I've
all
not
the
heard.
states,
When was
I
that?
think it's quite recent. I think it's
No, when
maybe
was
even
that?
today. I think it's
I've-
today. It was today. It says states got double their normal allocation after
When they said they
subsidy
have no
removal.
money, no, when they said they have no money, so how did they get able to double their allocation to the states?
Subsidy removal now,
Subsidy
subsidy
regime.
removal, and I'm not sure that's such a good thing because now the money that they are supposed to target to stimulate the economy, they just want to hand it over to the states and repeat the same cycle again.
Let me tell you, Mr. Forefather, you understand me?
What allocation are they doubling?
All the allocations that the federal
Let me
government
say
allocates to the
something,
states, they say they doubled it.
Where do they get the money from?
Subsidy removal.
Subsidy.
Mr. Forefather.
That's what they claim.
No,
Yeah.
Forefather, let me ask you a question. Diesel, since Obasanjo they removed subsidy from diesel, right? They removed subsidy from kerosene. They removed subsidy from fertilizers. They removed subsidy from kerosene. Where has all this money be going to?
That is the money they are giving now. That's what Forefather is saying, that the allocation
They're
now.
not giving now.
That is from the subsidy.
CM.
That is,
If your
yes.
son is, if your child is crying, you want to pet his child, what do? You give the child a sweet for one.
No. It's not that I supported the move, but I'm trying to answer the question. Just to tell you where the money went to. But to me,
if they are doing it, it's just to make people feel that they are doing something. That's what it is. I don't believe that this will continue. It's just like make people to cease noise. Let them shut up. That they should not continue their cry. So they are increasing subsidy allocation to the states.
Okay,
so it's just like it's a strategy. You should know that Tinubu. Tinubu is a strategy man. He knows how to quench people's how will I put it? How to quench people's expectations or try to meet people's expectations. Say this is what we are doing.
See, okay, I've read State Getting all these is okay, National Gazette. You see, what is there is that my this thing is this. The hardship, because I judge every government based on the how responsive the people are to whatever policy. You know, I don't see the reason. Nigeria has no justification as an oil company, as an oil-rich country, not to have a refinery functional at any point in time. Nigeria has no justification. There is nothing that can justify it. Nothing.
True.
Yes, there is no way. There's no reason they can ever.
Other than sabotage,
there's no reason.
After over 60 years and several iterations of graduates in petroleum engineering.
But is it not Nigerians you should blame? Nigerians should know that they have been crazy. They are the ones that are supposed to hold their government accountable. That how is this possible?
Papa, do you also realize that Dangote has been given a license to import petroleum products? Dangote is building a refinery.
But I think they said it's finished now. That is the thing that is annoying me.
I heard it in this 10th assembly. The people were saying they should reject it. They have given me a license to be one of the so important of petroleum products.
You see, and that is what.
They said that that's not what they were doing. They cannot. Nigeria will blow up. They try that nonsense.
Go and check it.
No,
they approved it.
We know. No, they've never approved it. They've not. It came up for it. They've not.
There are certain things you can't do in Nigeria and expect to get away with it.
I had it. They raised it at the floor of the bed. They've not approved it. They won't approve. How can you do that type of thing?
Okay, yes, that's the first reading now. So.
Oh no, where there are so many things past the first reading, they kill it. They know it can't work.
Should even Dangote be considered for a license to import petroleum product if it's building a refinery?
Why shouldn't it be considered? It's the same like. Do you know that it's similar license that they use to import petrol, that they use to drill crude oil and all the rest of it? They are all linked. And it's just that some of them, instead of them to build refineries, they go and import petrol.
You see, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. A state like River State or Delta or Bayelsa Can they not build a refinery? I don't know. I'm just asking. Even Akwa Ibom.
They don't have the right. They don't have the right. They don't have the right.
No, CM, wait. During the war,
they have the right.
During the war, the civil war, how long did it actually take to refine oil?
Exactly.
Given the constraints that were there. So it's just, you are 100%. I'll give you 1,000,000%. Like, there is nobody can come out and justify why those refineries, other than outright lack
Sabotage.
of political will.
Maybe.
Sabotage.
Sabotage.
A traitor. It should, listen, this thing, those people involved should be
now.
treated on the same level as treason.
And the worst thing,
they should be treated.
And the worst thing, people are employed.
Investigation, chapter. They trace everybody involved. You know what they used to do? Why shoot them to die?
I'm telling you, it cannot be justified.
There are too many of them that have stolen Nigeria dry. They rob the country dry.
If you find out those who have been instrumental in this sabotage, you take them round the back of
because I believe as an oil rich country, we should have functional refineries providing job for our people, helping businesses, even making life a bit less stressful for our people. Nigeria has no business taking crude oil away and bringing refined fuel.
Let me remind you something. You know, there was a time that said that they want to use technology. They want to something via the pipelines. You know, something that in case of any
theft.
Any theft. Yeah, or trying to try to bust the pipeline.
Blackstone, let me tell you, Nigeria is always implementing something 1 million years behind. Saudi Arabia, the modern way, this contract they are giving to Mpula and Asare, that is manual. In NNPC, the equivalent of NNPC in Saudi Arabia, even Algeria, there's a sort of a dashboard. They see everything happening in the oil record. That is nothing new. Check out even Venezuela, they all have it. So that's what they are saying at the time. You don't need to be telling human being monitor pipeline. Everything
flows. Oil flows. You can. They said that. I think I heard that last week here that
Blackstone, please don't be annoyed. Google Earth, the technology that provides Google Earth.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse. Please don't.
They have no excuse.
I feel a little bad that you are preempting.
I think when somebody like
disgusting. This is shameful.
No, what I'm trying to say that they said
it is disgusting because the technology that creates Google Earth. Can you tell me, like, a oil producing country like Nigeria cannot go find out that same Israeli company that does it? If it means deploying to the orbits, I mean, you don't even need to cover the whole world. You are just only covering the area.
Nigeria. That's all.
How hard can it be to
wait. Tesla can raise money to cover the whole world and supply almost internet to the whole world, right? They've been able to raise money, but an entity like Nigeria, which has had oil for over 60 years, right? From Olubri, right, cannot afford to launch satellites, how be it through a contractor or something. You know what? There's no excuse.
They can do it. We can do it ourselves. I don't understand. They don't want to. They don't want to do it. That's the problem. They are standing us down. And when I keep saying this, and hold on, the Blackstone. You see how Mr. Scribe sounded a moment ago. He need to sound with the kind of righteous indignation that I used to have when I came on. Like he said Bagbu and all that stuff. Shoot. You see the kind of stuff he's talking now.
No, that is me being emotional. No. It was because when I was hearing CM say it, like it was like something like a dagger.
That's what I'm trying to highlight now. When this stuff starts sinking onto Nigerians, the level of traitorous behavior that we've seen from our Nigerian leaders you just want to just decimate all of them. And this is now, I'm beginning to, I keep saying it. This is why I keep understanding why all those nations did all those crazy things I used to watch on TV when I was younger, all those documentaries. You see how bad it is, how evil human beings were slaughtering each other. Now I'm beginning to understand it, why it happened. Because this is our traitorous, this is our traitorous behavior that make people go to the point whereby they say, enough, all of you will pay.
Remember Ukraine.
Remember Ukraine. So much,
remember what happened in Ukraine. Remember what happened in Ukraine, where they were throwing their politicians into dustbin. Nigerians have not done that.
Okay, yes, I think I saw. Yes, was it in Ukraine? Was it in Ukraine? Yes, I saw a politician in the dust by the train station.
They had with the guy that had ally with
by the train station. I saw it. A politician inside the dustbin.
This is what we need to be doing. These people are not. The problem is the worst thing is that the security.
Mr. Sky, you're talking about Ukraine. Did you see what the Senegalese did to their minister?
Okay, yes, I saw in Paris. Yes, I saw it in Paris.
Should we not be able to do that?
You guys are talking about Senegalese. Do you see how the IPO boy do to Premado?
No, that Premado own is even sectional. It doesn't work.
I'm talking about Nigerians. If any of these ministers
in Nigeria, we take everything for granted. When Amechi came out and said they are stealing because the people are not stealing us.
It's true.
That was what he said
exactly.
So
Nigeria should have capitalized on that to deal with them.
Literally, it's a literal something, just a speech, So that's what is and he said the truth. As he said the truth, until we take all these things into our hands,
keep quiet
and fight.
Because you see, if Nigeria, our refineries are working, this issue of subsidy or nothing, the crude oil is there.
How can they work with the corruption? How can they work with the corruption? An investor, a foreign investor left Nigeria. You know what he said? He left Nigeria. He said because every weekend, his own director, we call the accountant. Please, me and my family is going to London. We need some millions. The accountant will give you millions. They will buy private jet and his family and go to UK for a weekend and come back the next day or on Monday. This is a company that does not belong to you. You are a director. Company belongs to a foreign entity. When they saw it, they have to remove their investment. This is the attitude of Nigerians who are in power. I don't know if money shocked them. I don't know if it's maybe I don't know if they drink money as they.
So suggestions. How are we going to checkmate this situation?
Have you ever asked why Etisalat left Nigeria? Etisalat, why they left Nigeria? The same issue. Etisalat is the biggest network in the Middle East. They left Nigeria because of the same issue.
I went to somebody coming for a job one day. So I went there. The guy was into environmental pollution and cleanup. So the guy said, "Where are you from?" I said, "From Nigeria." He said, "Wow, from Nigeria." I said, "Yeah." He said he was in Ogoni for the
cleanup. For the cleanup.
Yeah. The guy said he was not going to clean up, but they have to run back to America here. So they have to run back. So the government have to, like 80% of the money they could have gotten, the government have to seize it. They cannot even have money to fund the cleanup. Yeah.
I don't know whether what you said now, whether it will corroborate what I had sometime. In those days, around 2003, 2004, when the white farmers in Zimbabwe were having a loggerhead with Mugabe, so they were driven out. They wanted to come to Nigeria, somewhere around Kwara State, but the bribe they were trying to take from them, they left. I had the story. I don't know. No, it's true.
No, it's true.
So I had it. That's what I'm saying. Somebody might corroborate it. So the issue of sometimes, most of these African countries or some countries developing, it's not really they do miracle or magic. Insofar as your legal judicial system, rule of law is okay, your defense and security is intact, you have fair, good, I mean, just a fair amount of infrastructure, and maybe just like civils, for the people will come because they need, we have the population, we have the market. Whatever you manufacture in Nigeria, you can easily sell it in Nigeria because the population is there. But what is there is that when they come, this is type of bureaucracy. You go to the ministry to go and make yourself known, fill this form. That is where they frustrate them. And they go back. Okay, it is salary left. Do you see how many jobs was lost? We are lost. Left Nigeria, it is salary.
It is salad? For you?
Yes.
Long time
Left
ago.
Ni-
Now, I just hearing it.
left Nigeria. So no job.
Almost 10
IPOB
years.
man.
Almost 10 years now since they left Nigeria. That's not what they call it nine mobile now.
So when you see this type of thing, that is why sometimes if your system is so corrupt and rotten like Nigeria, it does not only frustrate your citizens, it frustrates the foreigners that will come in. Okay, look at you went for job, they tell you I've been at Ogoni. Ogoni clean. Even they mention Ogoni is clean up,
Yeah,
know
they
Ogoni.
clean up. Yeah, they will get what
8 years since 2015 till now,
clean up.
nothing.
Yeah, the guys will
All what
clean
they are
up.
looking for is that when you come as a foreigner, you want to do something. The bribe, okay, I'm even saying Virgin Atlantic. What killed Virgin Atlantic? Richard Branson told the British public here in those days, he said you can't do business with Nigeria. The level of official corruption and bribery is too much. Virgin Atlantic, this man had Virgin Train in UK, had Virgin Airline that goes to all over the world. Then that of Nigeria, I call it Virgin Atlantic. He wanted to use it as our national carrier, and then it was working. But because of bribe and all these things, they killed it. The man pulled out. So look at AP's what he's facing. AP said he filled a form to run Lagos, London, and all those things. When he get to the British this thing for clearance, they have to contact Nigeria. They denied. That is what he said the minister for, what is it called? Minister for Aviation, Hadi Sirika did before they left.
He didn't bribe
So,
me.
you see,
He
there are
didn't see
things-
him before he left now.
there-
He didn't bribe me before he went to London. I've talked to him. They are meeting in one restaurant and they do some deed. It will be possible. That's Nigerian for you. You can't get anything free.
So, but
You can't
all
get
this,
anything.
but
So that's Nigeria for you.
but we cannot continue this way now, and that
Yes, that's
is
the
what is
problem.
killing. That's why sometimes when you look at our level of
Let me bust you guys bubble. So the money, according to Nasarawa State Governor Sule, he did an interview on Arise. He said the amount of money the federal government spent during Buhari tenure to repair our refinery is more than the total money Dangote used to build a new refinery and complete. And the refinery is not working till today. The amount of money, go and confirm this news, go on this thing, look for that interview and listen. That day I almost cried. Like, what is going on?
Yeah,
he said we would have.
He said that one of his friends told him that they told the president, said, President, we are tired of making money. Abi?
Yes,
and the three Nigerian refinery combined, Dangote capacity is bigger than them. So
yes,
this is,
but even if it's working, it's working at all, half bread is better than none because all it will take is they keep refining overnight, double their capacity
good.
and then they continue.
This is one of the reasons when I see Nigeria shouting tribe, oh, it's from Igbo, it's from Hausa, it's from Kanuri, it's from Yoruba, or shouting religion. I said the criminal gang in Nigeria, they don't care. They belong to all these tribes.
They have no tribe, they have no religion.
Who can tell me, oh, my tribe did not participate? Let me point out somebody for you. They don't care when they are doing all this evil. They only care. They don't look at religion. They don't look at if you are green, if you are black, they don't care if you are Igbo, Hausa. They do what they are doing. The masses that are suffering.
Probably what you said now reminded me of the lecture we gave at the platform. This Reverend Poju Ojemade also. He said, was telling the people, he said, if you know the level of wastage and stealing going on, you won't be here. I think he said, I remember that was his way. He said, you won't be here. You have to go and take over the country. Because that is the issue. Okay, now, all those money they wasted to repair refinery, nothing. And this Ogoni cleanup, they've released money, but nothing happened.
The more you look,
So
the
it's
less
like,
you see.
it's
They will
like,
share the money.
it's like they budget maybe say 100 naira. In the end, they share 99, and then only one naira will be left.
They
Because
are
that is
very,
all it
they
means.
are very
All this money has
difficult.
been appropriated.
Honestly,
let me ask you a question. How can you have a Mr. Integrity that surround himself with tips and with tips and everything, expecting to be an integrity man?
Bros, let me tell you, this cabal, they are very difficult. Do you know reliable source? People were saying that President Buhari was poisoned that period he went to London. They didn't want to disclose it. He was poisoned. Sorry, when Peter Obi was moving around, even Capello, you see him really tired because he was working tirelessly. I always feel sorry. I was telling my friend, I feel sorry for Peter Obi. If he had Peter Obi would have fight battles that they will stress you out. So, unlike Tinubu now, Tinubu is a capo. He know what is going on. He will carry big hammer. He will let some slide. He will let some slide.
But what of his health now? What of his health?
It's a part of the way. Excuse me, it's a part of them.
Yeah,
it's part of them now. Not them.
Not in them. That's what they call it. Underground. Maybe what they call them. A smooth operator. A smooth operator.
It's really a smooth operator.
What you're going to be hearing is a different thing. What is happening is a different thing. You understand me? So that's what it is. So it's going to. Okay, look at, for example, now. Everybody that is not appointed, you understand me? They are all his close friends. Who knows who he is? And those people are going to it's going to shut them up, one thing or the other. You understand me?
Me, I sincerely pray he's able to do something good for Nigeria, because me, I know to spare him. I go to fire every day.
Let me tell you, the best thing that rescue Nigeria is that any corrupt person you see, send it to fire his squad. Let them fire his squad for
Blackstone.
politicians.
The problem is that in Nigeria they are not taking anything serious.
Let them fire his squad for the politicians. Once you are
Blackstone, hold on, Jesus Christ,
politicians.
Only politicians. Am I not loud or something? Am I talking to myself? I don't know what this point going on about. Let me say something now. You people have been talking.
Yeah, the moderator now. Don't listen.
What are you going to say?
You've been talking. I need to be able to add something, because before, when all this stuff that they are doing, they keep thinking that they're going to get away with it. If they carry on the way they keep carrying on, sooner or later, because Nigeria is getting tired of this. I was talking to OVA, and he was like, hey, the way this is going, this thing could get out of control, because they are talking about increasing petrol to around 700. You know, they think life is not hard enough as it is already. They want to even look at increasing again.
If you get there,
electricity 40%.
Wait.
Electricity.
Forefather, you're taking official increment. Fuel is already like $600-700 naira already.
The amount I'm buying is for 540 so far.
Before the end of this month, you've got to 700. If
it goes up to that point, I think they are pushing Nigerians now too far.
But for as much as we are blaming government, all right?
Electricity. You've forgotten electricity. 40% increase is coming. Is there a line?
Electricity. They put it on hold.
As much as we are blaming Nigeria, I remember when I was in Nigeria, right? I used to go to Warri, this water side, with Steelways, do some work there. But do you know that I found out
some
Guguru side. I found out that as a professional that come to work, all right, the committee will tell you have to employ indigenes that don't even know about the work, 2 or 3. Sit down and water, you pay them every month.
Hey, bros.
You see, what do you call that? No, what do you call that? Are we getting the issue?
Wait, let me tell you my experience in Delta State.
Are we getting the issue?
Let me tell you my own experience. The crime in Nigeria is just too much. So I used to work with Globacom in Warri, right? So we were maintaining the fiber network from Benin to Warri. Even the one
that's already dead now.
No, wait now. So then that was like maybe 12, 11, 13 years ago. You know what community we are doing? They will dig your fiber cable. They will cut it. They will cover the place. Network is down. You are running at a scatter. You get there. You're looking for where there is a cut. You see them hanging around. Oh, you see a fresh place. You now know. You know what you are now doing in some community. You have to pay them the chairman first of every month. If you don't bring that money to you on the second, they dig and cut. Nothing you can do. If you bring military, it's gonna be worse. So you go there, you give them money, you settle with them. And if you are building new network, God, it's hard. Like there was a day they kidnapped our driver, kidnapped the workers. So you know what I was doing, because my schoolmate, classmate was from Warri, right? So because of him, and got to understand some villages. So if they come like this, I say, "Oh, Ose, Alpha." I say, "Where you be?" "I'm from this village." They will leave me and face the others. Now me go call the beg for background. Ose, I'm done now. We go. It was really bad.
As I just said, I'm not talking about war. This is everywhere, even Lagos State. All right, it's all over.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
So my experience in Agege Pen Cinema. During the time you are doing, Globacom, I was doing with Egypt Pro. You know Egypt Pro from the building towers. We are rating tower all over Nigeria then. My experience only, all right. Immediately my tower, the trader leave. Someone already called them. Hey, they're going to mount. They will wait for you at the junction. All right. Even a trader load of concrete, you will pay everything. End of the day, for you to enter the site, you're going to pay. All right. So the only way I move my way out was that I become, Ogogoro, Chasey. I always have Chasey in my car. Whenever I leave that place, I open one, I give the area boy, they be drinking with me. That's the only way
you will settle them. And in Warri, the area boy, they are so organized. So this area, they have their own chamber. Like the chairman around the Furu area, they are Furu runabout. I know the chairman was my friend.
So they are civilized area boys. Civilized.
Why we bring this topic is that the corruption is rooted to the root.
It's rooted
of
everybody.
Okay, I think from what Uzo just said now, I think I'm beginning to get to the point whereby I feel like Nigeria may seriously need a serious overhaul. If Tinubu doesn't do any of the things, if Tinubu doesn't do the things he said he's going to do, there has to be an overhaul. This is getting out of control because it's too deep now. Let me just read some of the things I'm just looking at on the stream that the Chinese had to do, which is crazy if you think about the things what I'm looking at right now. It says they attacked what they call the four olds. What they call the four olds: old culture, old ideology, old customs, old tradition. Basically, they were attacking everything.
Yeah, we need to do that.
They went after everything in their country. Professors, the traditional leaders, even statues of their kings, their monarchy, everything, destroyed everything, brought everything down.
They need to.
We need to do that.
Forefathers, do you know why that was possible?
How?
Because they have fresh blood of people in government.
It's the young ones that did it too. Young people in China that did it.
If the government does not support them, it will not work.
Oh yeah, the head.
Blastone.
Let me finish.
When the Magic Bankole was
this has what happened?
Speaker.
What happened? What did he do?
See, forefather, on this issue of old people, young people, I'm really different because
it's
when
mentality.
you take statistics, the governors, Nigerian governors, the average age of a Nigerian governor is 45 years.
Look at Bello.
These guys are
Bello,
making what's it called? Even former governor of Cross River, Donald Duke. Most of these guys are less than 40.
From Ogun State,
the so-called Buhari, when he was the head of state, Buhari was less than 40. Obasanjo was less than 40. Most of them. So
let me say something. You know one thing, when we destroy our cultural values, we destroy our society.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? If you go back to the early 80s, let me say from that from 1960 to that early 90s, you understand me? Or even before, even let me say ending at the time of IBB, you see Nigerians at that time can see the cultural differences. You understand me?
No, Blaston. Hold on, let me ask you something. Do you know of a company called Dumez? Dumez.
Dumez, of course. Dumez was one of the major companies that was
what killed Dumez? Dumez was killed years back, 80s.
Yes.
What killed Dumez? Dumez built the whole major road in Nigeria, even Lagos or Benin Express.
Oh wait, not even them. I was a child when my father was a principal in one area. The road that went to that place, it was Dumez that constructed it at that time. No,
what killed Dumez?
Even in the night, they won't sleep because they are working. And those roads today, some of them are still in existence.
Like when I was growing up, there is a road that passed my place. We call that a road, Aman Dumez, when we are little. I don't know what it means. But when I grow up, I say, what is Aman Dumez for? Because the construction company that was building that place was Dumez. So people call it Dumez Road, all right? Then when I grew up, I come to read it was Dumez. How he died. Nigeria to kill.
This company. They also came from Germany now. There's also a German company at that time.
Company. 80s. Yes. They keep Dumez. They keep G Kappa. Only who does buy a Kappa on the battle that survive right now.
Let me tell you something. Did you know why? Julius Berger is still in Nigeria? Julius Berger, Julius Berger in Germany is not using that name, Julius Berger.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that is a different name, and you don't even hear the name Julius Berger here. They are just in one state. They have a lot of office in one state. You understand me? So for that reason, the European, the German government cannot persecute them for corruption. So they know how to deal with Nigerians, how to deal with Nigerian government. You understand me? So that is why they are willing to pay anything to get what they want. Look at Lagos Ibadan Expressway. For how many years are they been working on it? How many kilometers? Because the longer it takes, the more money they make from the government.
So the corruption is deep rooted. Not now. It has been started in the 70s. It grow up every day.
Deep rooted.
One thing I know. The Blackstone. Hold on. The Blackstone, you said something about if you attack your culture, you destroy the people. That's not necessarily accurate.
I say if the moral, the culture and the moral, the moral culture of a country is destroyed, you destroy the country. Remember
the moral culture we have right now is the one that has given us. What has it given us? This is what the Chinese do.
Let me explain, Mr.
Are you seeing the list? What they call them before olds? These are the things they went after.
Wait. No, wait. Let me explain. You understand me? Do you realize one time when America was telling China that they don't have human rights? Do you know what China replied to them? They said human rights is based on their culture. Human rights is based on culture, not what American idea of human rights. They have their own human rights based on their own culture. Do you understand me? Morals come from your culture. when we are growing up, we will not be disciplined. Let us assume at least let me say at least in the 90s, we are still in Nigeria now. You understand me? At that time, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. This is a life story. My junior brother, he was sick. He went to the hospital. You understand me? So one of the doctors that was treating him, they asked, "Where are you from?" He said, "It's Nigeria." He said that he came to do his husbandship in Nigeria, in an hospital in Benin City, St. Philomena. This is a German doctor. He came to Nigeria to do his own husbandship in St. Philomena.
In the 70s, the American professors come to Nigeria, to teach.
So then what happened? How do
Even
we
in
get
the
where we are
80s.
today?
Let's ask Loco how we get here.
Even I heard the
Let's ask Loco how we
the king
get
of
here.
Saudi used to
Look,
come
I've
to
not been
Nigeria.
spoken since.
Those days, Indians come to teach us in the school, secondary school, even the university. They come to teach us science.
I hear say they are looking for local now. That then cause all this all this million. Where we they here?
So when I said that
they said they look for local run on UK. He said them finish Nigeria. Local
people.
Local. I hear them. They look for you.
Corruption.
We don't see you here. We don't see you for the television show.
The corruption is too much.
So they are looking for local in Nigeria.
Do you know?
Do
you know that you might even understand that the effect of social media, what we are copying from foreign countries that we don't even know how they do their things, is really killing us. Look at our school curriculum. Everything is either programmed towards the British curriculum or American curriculum. The private
British most times.
Yes, even the private schools are even worse.
Blastone. Let's tell the truth, Blastone.
That's what they call perversion.
Without social media,
that's what they,
Nigeria, like
that's what they call
poverty in Nigeria with the huge. Social media have given almost 30% of the youth work to do.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. No, I'm not saying it's bad.
There's something they call perversion. There's something. Blackstone, one moment, Blackstone. There's something they call perversion. If you copy Canadian style, do it like the way they do it in Canada, you will achieve the same result like them.
Yes.
You copy British style. You do it the way you copy German style. German, they are using their style, it's working for them. If you copy it to bring it to Nigeria, do it with the discipline, the way Germans do it, you get the same result. But our own is that we say we want to copy, we go and pervert it, perversion to put corruption where it's not. In the end, we blame that system. British system is good, it's working for them. German system is good, it's working for them. American system, Canadian, Brazilian is working for them. If we copy anyone, let us copy the discipline and do it the way they are doing it there. Not when we copy, we pervert it.
You are very right. You know why I say you are very right. You see this election they just finished.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if we are disciplined, what we have, that beavers, that is supposed to work good. Like we're gonna elect the right people, but
here
is my conclusion in Nigeria. Yeah, but people they mess it up. Here is my conclusion in Nigeria. No matter the system, because of the way we think, no matter the system you bring to Nigeria, they will look for a way to pervert it.
Okay,
they will look for a way to
Can I say something? Let's be sincere here. Assume. Let me tell. I want to point one person. Assume Asai Tokumbo was in America, and he made that statement. I sold Igbo as a slave. I'll say them again. By now, where was Tokumbo be?
They'll pick it up. They'll pick him up.
Right? By now, he's off.
At least they will question.
You can't find him anymore. But in Nigeria, we say it's normal.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell something.
Yeah, the
there are two organs of government that changes a nation. There are two organs of the government changing the nation: the judiciary and the executive. And if this organ is corrupt, that nation is finished. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. the judiciary is corrupt, the executive is corrupt. Under the executive, you have the police, you have every parastatals and everything. You understand me? So if the police is corrupt, what do you expect? You expect also the nation to be corrupt, because everyone can buy their own way. CM.
Yes.
Can you argue with the British police and say take this thing now?
No. No. You don't. You cannot.
Even the
first question they will even ask you if they stop you. Like, I've been stopped 1 or 2 times when I'm driving. He said, "Do you know why we stopped you?" In a friendly way, I will say, "Yes, I forgot to put my headlight when I was coming out." He said, "Okay, can I see your license?" I said, "I don't have it here with me, it's at home." He said, "Okay, make sure within 1 week you take it to the nearest police station near to you. But they check the car, everything is your own postcode, that they leave you to go." So the thing is that one thing with Nigeria is that let us always agree. That is my always starting point, that we are responsible for our condition. That is my starting point. We are. Because 90%. If you like that's why we say, if you like, go and bring any copy from anywhere. If you copy, do the way it is done. Do it the way they do it there. You get the same result like them. But when we do our own, look at police. Look at our police. I once told somebody that, is there no offense? Let's just say, police might say, let them try it. They stop people like, they stop you. Oga, where is your particulars? You didn't renew it. They said, Oga, your particulars have expired. He said, yes. He said, no bribe. Try and go and renew it. I give you, if within 2 weeks you apply this road again, you didn't renew it, then I will charge you to court for this thing. That day, that person, when he's driving off, he will say, police don't change you. They no take bribe. So take my paper, this. And they still want me to go and renew. Listen, if you do it to some people, if you do it to 10 people that day, maybe 8 may say, okay, yeah, I will do it, but they won't do. 2 may go out of their way to go and renew. That is changing the society. Do you see? Because that day, when he goes off, he say, I never see this kind of police. You see my paper, it's not even, he said, yes. He said, go and renew it. I give you within 2 weeks. If I see you on this road again, I will stop you. If you didn't renew it, that type of thing. When you do it, the person will shock. Because of that, he will say, is this a police officer? No, I'm coming. But that is how you change the system. Probably the man may miss it. All you need to do is you take the number of the whatever. The man may be stupid enough. He couldn't go to renew it. And then when you catch him, he said, look, you've done it before. And he will blame himself. But it takes 2 to tango. Try and tell those people at the office that they should not frustrate anybody who comes to renew. That is another thing. Tell those people in the office, in the licensing authority or whatever, do not frustrate anybody. Make sure whoever comes here does you renew the. Don't go say you frustrate the person so that if he didn't give you bribe, he goes back again. Because some people will tell you, officer, I want to renew, but when I go there, then they frustrate me. They no go. They go. They do. You see, that is another thing again. So there's a way to change the society. It's not that we Nigerians are really that bad. But because of the fact that we are not encouraged. We are not encouraged to change.
Wait. Do you know that in Lagos State, there's a website that if you have any traffic offense, your name will be put on that website for you to go and pay. Do you know that website, that portal exists in Lagos?
Okay, Blackstone. Let me tell you.
Another thing. Wait first. Another thing. Another thing should end in Nigeria. This I beg you, sir. I beg. Let that beg be a crime.
Let me tell you something. Nigeria have a long way to go.
we say most of the people that rule us, they live in a Western world, and they don't copy what Western world does. All right, in a way that in a particular road, all right, you see a VIO, road safety, about 4 different paramilitary and police on the simple checkmating for your license. Now, VIO, you go and register license in VIO. Road safety will catch you. They say the thing is fake because it's registered by the VIO. They will charge you for that. All right. We say we'll copy the Westerners. I can't see like I can't see even like my inspection. All right. Like only police that can even like I go to the office and make my payment. Police only stop me. Hey, go to the office and make your payment. When you go there, you meet the vehicle inspection people in the office checkmating you. But in Nigeria, everyone is on the road. One month to another, giving tickets, giving license. They will tell you that the coat of arm, on your ticket is bent. But that is not original. You have to see that. They tell the coat of arm in your the coat of arm they give you, the coat of arm is bent somehow. For that, it's not original. It's also bent.
You know why? Why? It's all because of money collecting of money. That's
which
all.
way are we going from there?
So I'm trying to say. So you know
for
what?
me,
Wait, excuse me. You know what? Excuse me. You know, like we are talking about all the time technology. There are many things that are so easy to solve. There's so many Nigerian problem issues that can be solved by using technology.
Technology. Yes, I agree.
Let me give you an example. Let me give an example. Like the issue of a clearing of goods in Nigeria. If Nigeria want to solve that problem, clearing of goods in Nigeria, they can start from the point of this of departure.
It's true. From abroad.
If they have an agent in every country of the world that you are going to ship, that agent has to inspect what you are carrying. This will be a foreign people, not Nigerians. So you understand me? They be a company, contract them, pay them. They will inspect what you are loading. I put off your loading. They have to be there to see what you are loading to your container. They will certify it. You understand me? And then go to the portal and enter what you are having your container into the portal. You understand me? And then the airline, the shipping lines, you also have to hold the responsible. But any shipping line that bringing a contraband good in Nigeria will be fined. Before airlines that they are carrying people who are not having visa or that, that what stop it? That if you are caught, if any illegal person and you fly any illegal person who has no visa or nothing, the airline will be fined. That's what brought it down. So there are many ways we can stop these things.
A similar thing. A similar thing is what happened then. Okonjo-Iweala wrote in her book. He said when she came back as Minister for Finance under Jonathan, so every day, because Jonathan made her Minister for Finance and the coordinating minister for the whole economy. He said so many checks, so many vouchers on her table, for approval, fuel subsidy, importers. So at a time, the woman did an audit. See, look at all the money waiting, that their ship is waiting, do more rage, all this. Only what the woman did was to contact, because in this world, it doesn't pass Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean. The world don't finish. These are the oceans that surround the world.
Yeah.
And the highest insurance company that deals with maritime, for shipping, maritime, I said, is Lloyd's of London. Okonjo-Iweala just contacted them and said, let them give her the audit of the ship where they high sea carrying petrol to Nigeria. They said there's none. Yeah. They say, the woman's mother was kidnapped. You people had this story. So I'm telling you what she wrote in her book. Because the check was too much. Everything. He said, okay. He checked again. They said there's no ship. In fact, there's no ship on high sea taking any cargo. We call it cargo to Nigeria. And the check, so many vouchers where they raise, by bribing, they have to bribe. You start to bribe your way from the junior officer. They go up before you reach minister. Otherwise, your voucher, then go say, there. Then they look for her. So before he got to the minister, they've bribed all their way through with millions. The woman looked at it, called Jonathan. He said he did an audit that none of this thing is true. So he confronted those people. So they said what they said. He said no, they can't pay. That's what they said. This subsidy theft. That was when Jonathan said they want to remove the subsidy so that nobody will come again say subsidy for payment. He said he want to abolish it. That was January 2012. So it was then that those people said, okay, so this woman go leave World Bank, come here, come put sand for our gari. They planned and kidnapped the mom. So what I'm trying to tell you is that if all these things we are doing, we are responsible, our corruption can easily be stopped if the people that are there are willing to stop it. Because when somebody, that's what P2B was saying, if I don't take, my wife and children are not taking, I prevent my friends around those near me from taking. He said, you that is distant, you can't take because I will approve what you will take. So that was how that oil subsidy time, Jonathan said they want to remove it. Because if he say he removes it, no need coming again for payment. So nobody is want to put them out of job. That's why they organized all those short Nigeria, then brought a lie that if they remove it, heaven will fall. But they didn't say that it is because of the fake dot check. Somebody to come and bring a lot of 250 million naira. I mean, $250 million, $85 million. Like everywhere, from every angle. The woman look and say, no. He said there's no ship at all. If you go to wharf, a paper wharf, nothing. Even in high sea, no one is coming.
Nigeria, the corruption is too much.
It was too much. But
they will kill you.
You
saw what they did to Dora Akuyele. Dora Akuyele was blocked even before her death.
Yeah, that's what they did to her.
The thing is, if you want to fight these guys, they will fight back.
Dora Akonyele, only that Dora Akonyele, if he had known, should have written a book like Okonjo. Dora Akonyele, this fake drug.
Her signal was sudden now.
Exactly.
I really felt for her.
Exactly. He went to India. When they are bringing this fake drug from India, Dora left Nigeria and went to India with those drugs.
Dora fought
because he went to India. Tell the company, say, look at what people are manufacturing and giving us. Can you do it in your country? Those people said, Nigeria say make we reduce the quality that they want it like that.
Yeah. First of all,
this present woman now, that's what she's saying, that the drugs that India has produced in Nigeria are
substandard.
The substandard products. See now, that's what they're doing. But all these things, what I believe in all these things, you understand me? And all this corruption can be stopped even from the state, can start from the state level.
Yes.
It's just ideas, you understand me? There's ideas, there's some ideas you implement that don't even affect the so-called cabals. You will do it before they know it. Already, it's already in existence. Like, for example, when this guy, Oshomole, became first time the governorship of Edo State. So, I wrote a proposal how to digitally collect revenue in the state. Very simple ways of collecting revenue. You understand me? What did I do? I said, you register, put every vehicle into categories: private, commercial, lorries, buses, and everything, and give them different tariffs, different payment, different dues or fee that we pay yearly. You understand me? So let them come and register. When they register, you create a simple database for them, right? And then give them a barcode to track who owns that vehicle.
Yes.
You understand me? So once you register, you're going to be paying the bank. Don't pay to anybody.
Yeah.
There. Pay in the bank. Once you pay in the bank, Yes, pay in the bank. Bring your receipt. Bring your receipt. We confirm it. The payment is there. You have your sticker. That your sticker contains all your details. When you paid, till when your payment will be expiring.
So you know what? Make a backer no top again, Abi.
Kabaka for 5 years. Any vehicle you see, just scan that barcode. You see every details.
It is that system that Soludo is using in Anambra State, and is not finding it easy because you are taking Agberos out of work. And all those people, they collect almost hundreds or even billion every month. It doesn't go to government purse.
Yes,
so
now,
Soludo said they will use technology. Anything they can get through technology, they will forget about it. If you can, he said anywhere that technology could not cover, they forget it. But anything technology,
I went to the extent that every shop will be registered. Every single shop, every business person of a shop will be registered. You understand me? In the market, this is a simple thing that we do that we help these people. Because, for example, if you are registered, you have a barcode. If they say you're not paying or something, you bribe somebody. It is at your own risk.
It's at your own risk, yes.
Yes, you come again, you're not paying, you find that person or lock the shop down, you go and pay. Even said if he says he pay to somebody, for it to pay to somebody, fine him up. You understand?
Wait a minute. Have you owned a shop in Nigeria before?
Me?
Yes.
I have a shop in Nigeria.
Now, if you own a shop in Nigeria, especially Lagos, you will pay. You will pay more than 15 taxes in one shop.
I've heard in Abuja too.
Extension.
I've
you want
heard
to extend anything? Extension, gutter, canopy. If they cut that for you, where is this money going to?
No,
where is this money going to?
It is the government that, it is the government that because of all these things. The government, the person in
it's
power.
the government, yeah.
It's the person in power is the cause of all these things. You understand me? Okay, for example, look at the election in Lagos. All the Agbeus, all of them, they supported Tinubu and everything. So you expect Tinubu to
that's Tinubu structure in Lagos.
Can I say something? Blackstone, if you're an Agro in Lagos, let me show you an example. Will you support Obi to win?
Good question. Good question.
If I'm Agbo, how would I support him? But remember one thing.
No, that's the rule. If an Agbo in Lagos, you can't support.
No, Uzo, let me also say something. You can do this thing and also give them job. You can employ them to be people who will monitor these things. Give them the scanners. Let them go out.
That one won't pay. Listen.
Okay.
That one only salary. That one only salary. That one is salary only.
You know why I laugh? Not Lagos, so Binio, Aboro have no religion. They have no tribe. They have nowhere it come from.
No, Mr. Ozo, you know what? If you use some people to show example.
Let me just land. Let me tell you this. The Aboro, I use Lagos where I live as an example. They have no religion. They have no tribe. They have nowhere it come from. All right. As far as Owomida is concerned, Yoruba, they call money for Yoruba hand, Igbo hand, Hausa hand, everybody hand. Owomida, Igbo guy, when they come for Yoruba, you don't have to Owomida.
Yeah.
You call money for everybody hand. Kogi, Igbira guys, they're going to Owomida. Yoruba. In short, let me tell you something. Even the 70% of Agboros in Lagos, guy, if you count them, they are not Yorubas, speaker Yorubas. They
even have a lot of Bini self.
Ibini, Igbo, all right?
Once we join them,
to date, the highest Agboro ever known during Tinubu regime was Uguta boy, Bomboy of Oshodi, with Austin in brother. Highest Agboro ever known in history of mankind is Bomboy.
But
those guys, they get convoy.
Who know Bomboy? Never
come. Mr. Ozo, but all these things, it can be dealt with. It's
exactly.
It doesn't have boundary.
No, wait.
Most guys on the streets. Let
me finish.
It can be dealt with.
It can be dealt when you are afraid.
It can be dealt with.
They are afraid of
Nobody is
us.
bigger than the state.
Just take one,
No,
two,
but
three,
the state created them. How can you do with what state created?
So
No,
when you
let
have
me
a
say something. Can I blow your mind? Can I blow your mind? He just said it right now. It's only solution that tackle it the other way around. Now, if an Abro make 15,000 in between Brown Street, let me tell you, Gladstone. If an Abro make 15,000 between Brown Street to Oshodi Bridge, all right, that 15,000, Abro only have 2,000 out of it. He will submit the money to the Agwalagba. Agwalagba will remove 2,000 from it to
forget that story.
get to the government level.
Forget that story. Wait, if maybe now you create a regulation, create a rule, you understand me? And if any Agbe will now go and require money for somebody to pay, and they are reported, you understand me? And they are arrested. If you kill one, kill two, kill three, kill four, they will go underground.
Who want credit rule? They go to the National Union of Road Transport, give them green and white uniform.
Wait, excuse me.
Wait. You know, so they created, Lagos State government created the National Union of Road Transport. Give them uniform with ID card. They are boys, so they just
also what Blackstone is saying is that if the government had the will say this way, say this thing, he said they want this thing to stop, it will stop.
Yes. But they can't stop
it instantly.
Even
the Boko Haram today.
Listen, if the government said, look, if the government said, do you know, okay, let me give you an example. Soludo came in on March 17th last year. He said on the 18th when he went to Boko, he said from now on, anybody coming to ask you for money, if you pay the person, you are paying the person for nothing. That they are not collecting any money until May because they want to put a new system in place. So throughout April or even till June, he gave them up to 2 months because he want to implement technology. And when he started it, Agbero phased out. It's as simple as that. When he started it, Agbero phased out. And before he started collecting the money, he had a meeting with road transport workers. They agreed how much they will pay. Keke na pay 25,000 every month. People were shouting. They said it's even cheaper for them because what they pay is like every month, in a week, they pay up to 20,000 to all this Agbero without doing anything. So for government to now give them card with a barcoded, you don't need to go to bank. You can transfer it the way you do it in your mobile phone. You pay.
Of course.
It will read that you paid.
Then
your sticker. Then the sticker is on your motor. That's all.
No. If you watch Soludo, you forget. Soludo have nothing to lose. Soludo is not a regular politician.
AY Blastone. There is 2 cities who have the highest Agbero in Nigeria so far. On a Agbero, Opiweka to all those places. Those Agbero, they are private companies. Don't mess with those guys there.
But they are no more there now.
See, Lagos Agbero,
by the government. No, it is a power. Let me tell you something. In Italy, there was what they call it Italian mafia.
Mafias.
Yes.
Who today, we don't have Italian mafia. There was one time we call Russian mafia. You understand me? Let me tell you, it is okay. For example, in 1990, the skinhead, which was Nazis, spring up in Germany.
In Germany.
Again, when they united, they spring up. The police was watching them. If you are a black man, there are places you cannot go to. If you go, you are not coming back. They will ask you, are you an American or not American? If you say you are an American, they say, show your ID. If you don't have ID, they will deal with you. They will even kill the person. You understand me? The person are watching. Then they went to court. They court that given an order that they should deal with them. Later, they traced them to KKK in the US. When they start arresting them, dealing with them, but today, no more skinhead again, Nazis.
Yeah, to me,
anywhere now in James, that's no fear.
They can be stopped. It's just
exactly. So we were able to stop them. All right, it's different from one in Lagos State. All right, the only way to stop with Lagos State is change of government.
all right? Because Abro in Lagos State are
Yeah,
part of
it's change of government.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with
Abro
you.
Lagos State contributes the tax collection that Lagos State exists today. So you can't take them out. What they do? They give them uniform.
It's because
and give them cards.
it's because the
ID card.
government have
they
interest.
change Oluomo you're talking about. Oluomo become park manager. He's working under the government.
And the other team, the Agbero in Lagos, they are part of Tinubu political structure. So he's not going to let
Exactly.
you
The difference between Abro and Lagos
they are part of his
and Abro
structure.
and Onitsha because Onitsha Abro are private companies. They're own private on their own. But Lagos State, they give their return to the government.
You said what that fall in line, say a change of government. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
Because
change of government.
Exactly.
Do you know that? Do you know that was the same team? That was something that Tinubu wanted to do in all the Yoruba states in Lagos. The same team wanted to do.
But
all the states will be under his control, but he failed.
Yes, that's what he wanted. All the Southwest. He wanted to, like people like Akere Dolu of Ondo State, he
he
refused.
controlled them for some time. He's still in charge of some. Yeah. He's still in charge of few. The thing is, for Lagos, you go wait, make Tinubu die before you collect Lagos. So
he goes soon die. I don't know when he goes soon die now.
Nah,
Where they go? Where they go? Then they have the yet to them from where they come.
Wait. Now during the governorship election, we were having this discussion. I said, "Why now they make noise? That is saying that we collect Lagos from Tinubu. Tinubu is the only politician that can change." He will change APC. We enter another party within 2 weeks. He will win the election in Lagos.
Now, if the tribunal in Lagos are really sincere themselves, they're supposed to unify that election.
So you actually believe Labour Party won Lagos?
No, not winning.
Yes.
Okay, for example, how can somebody vote who has no who was not
Who has no voter's card?
But
Was not.
Yeah, I know this.
And then it's school certificate. No, so there are controversies on all these things now. So
the only time I believe Tinubu would have lost Lagos, which I was really keen about, was Fashola's second tenure. Fashola was so popular. Tinubu never wanted, just like what he did to Abode, he never wanted Fashola to go for second tenure. PDP and I wish Fashola. Federal government was PDP.
Let me tell you something. Those days,
he would have been able to collect Lagos.
That was not election those days. Let me tell you something. My neighbor in Edo State, he was trying to study people in his own house to vote, give them vote. Card. So at that time, that was no voting.
Those were during the era of incident form. Incident form. That was during the time of incident form.
I said my neighbor.
On a good night.
Do you know when the laws have changed? It's 2019 when Abode left APC. People were, as me, went to another party and run against Olu.
It would have
they don't get mind. People are begging him. He don't get mind.
No, Abode na woman now. Abode no get Abode care.
He had the crowd on him. People see it coming. That this guy is the camp. That's a problem.
He cannot. Let me tell you why he cannot even fight Tinubu in Lagos. Abode was just too small because the federal government was APC. During Fashola, the game was different. The federal government was PDP.
But Ambode had the people. That's why the Oba have to tell you.
I want to sleep. On a good night.
Because Ambode mostly.
Good night.
Good night.
You know that, yeah.
Who was with Ambode?
You know, it was Ambode. The boss were threatening Lagos by the Oba of Lagos State.
To be honest, Lagos policy is very difficult. You need to
better men. The people
only Igbo will not make you a governor in Lagos.
The Brits were favoring Ambode after he was removed. He was favoring him, but you don't have that mind, man. You don't have
Bros, make I tell you the truth. You might not like Tinubu. Tinubu kind of politics is very dangerous. I've never seen a politician like that. You know what? Tinubu, he know, like, he just hold. You see Oba of Lagos, if not because he's Oba, he would have been wearing APC shirt and go and campaign on the street. Man, you don't know how strong this man is. He's so committed. You didn't see what he did in 2023, despite what happened. Like, Tinubu is everywhere in that country. The bad thing about Tinubu is he play politics with different parties. Like he sponsor PDP, he sponsor all the different parties. He can send you now, okay, they don't want to give you ticket, or yeah, move to Labour Party, or move to SCN. He can tell you anything. He will follow up. He will give you money.
Let's not exaggerate now like he's everywhere in the country. Remember, he won 37% of the vote. Let's not overstate it now.
Forefather, I'm telling you, Tinubu is everywhere in the country.
He's everywhere, but he's not dominating. He's not dominating every part of the country. He didn't even win his candidate. Didn't win Edo State.
So it's not dominating every part of the country. I'm just telling you, he put his hand everywhere all over the country.
Yeah, well, sometimes I feel like some people exaggerate things too much. You just say he's everywhere.
What I'm saying, I'm not exaggerating. Even you see, go ask people that know the contribution of Bola Tinubu to Igige to become governor of Anambra. People don't know some things. These guys play politics all over.
Come on, man, stop it. Just stop it. This thing that people do, if Tinubu touches his finger on anything that goes to become successful, it's Tinubu that did it. Even if the people that did most of the lifting is 99% the other don't do
that. You didn't even understand where he's saying, where he's coming from. Where is he coming from? He does a game. A chess. He played chess with the Paris.
Right? I think you are falling for the narrative yourself. Who's your Carlo? No wonder. You are falling for the narrative, Carlo. How can you say that somebody this is how they say this is why? No, we shouldn't. I'm not going to show my face. Yeah, let me see. You are just making stuff up. How can you just say?
No, we all know that Tinubu is a chess player. He plays chess.
He's a chess player.
Yeah, but he's a chess player, but he's not dominating every part of the country. That's the point. You can't just say he's dominating all parts of the country.
When AY played dominant, AY remove the word dominant. Remove the word dominant. Don't put the word dominant. Yeah,
he can't dominate
every part of the country.
So look at the Senate presidency, for example, when they were doing that election. Go out if you know any senator, call them. A night to that election, Tinubu was moving around people's houses in Abuja. I'm telling you.
That's why he didn't win Abuja. That's why he didn't win Abuja. See, hold on.
No, I mean the Senate president, Akpabio.
Okay, you are highlighting the Senate president, but you didn't highlight the fact that he didn't win Abuja.
He didn't win Lagos now. Did he win Lagos?
That is not what
exactly.
I'm saying when they contested the Senate president, Akpabio and Yari, that night, Tinubu was, after he became the president, he was moving around people's houses to talk to them, to make sure they deliver Akpabio. Akpabio was in hot seat. Yari
what is he supposed to do? Sit by the side and let his candidate lose? Isn't that what everybody does?
Around? No, it's not everybody.
I put it to you. If
I don't know.
I put it to you. If you are Tinubu, will you allow somebody that doesn't believe in your ideology to win Senate president?
Never.
Good.
Nobody is a politician. He's protecting his interest.
He spent 20 years. If he was like a genius, he will rise very, very fast to the where he wants to go to. Tinubu is a patient person that took his time. I think sometimes people overstate the way he did it. If anybody, other politician was this patient, just patience, they would have done similar stuff. It's just that Tinubu did what he did in such a patient way. Because given how powerful he is, he exercised a lot of restraint not to have become run for president before now.
The breeze was against him.
Exactly what Forefather is saying. This is my problem with Nigerians. They are unable. We are unable to filter out, because our system is so poor. We're unable to see things for what they really are. Like what Tinubu is doing, is that really rocket science? It's textbook stuff. That's what he did. Delayed gratification. A lot of politicians want it right now. What he did, he had a long-term vision. He was patient. He continued building bridges. Does that really make him as good as people really make him? That is debatable.
It's not everybody that can do that. It's not everybody that can do that.
And he's not as ruthless as people think. If he was as ruthless, he would have been up there a long time ago. He's not as ruthless as people think he is. He would have been there a long time ago because now he's basically walking around this old infirm, and that's when he's in office.
Let me let the dog let it rest. Would in 2011? Let me ask you. Tinubu have the peace was against.
God bless you. Blackstone, you say the right thing. He knows when to strike. He took his chances. That was what he did. Simple.
The only thing you can say, he didn't have a choice. If he didn't go now, he's done for. And secondly, he didn't go at his luxury at time of his luxury. He tried to go
when he was having his personal party, you know that he cannot win. That's why he met with Buhari.
Yes.
And the first of all, you have to push.
There was no chance now. There was no chance for him to win now.
Wait, waiting. That's why he pushed Buhari in order to buy the support of the Northerners.
Exactly.
You understand me?
But wait, isn't that what Ladoke and Kintola did when he was at loggerheads with Awolowo? You see, you people are my point, and maybe Fopoda's point. I don't know if he agrees with me, but we shouldn't blow these things out of proportion and make them look as if we should be copying such things. Like this is the best thing since
legendary leader. It took 20 years
there's
to become president.
There's nothing that, I'm not trying to demean it, but sometimes the way they blow it up, it seems like there's no other person in Nigeria capable, if put in that position or if put on that trajectory, who's not capable of doing it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. It does not make sense. You need to understand that Tinubu understood the political design of Nigeria.
Yes.
I'm just trying to rephrase what you're saying, right? Tinubu understood the political design of Nigeria and leveraged it. I think that's a better way of saying that, other than saying that he's the best thing since sliced bread. That's what you people are saying. You say that he understood the political design of Nigeria. By understanding the political design of Nigeria, he allowed...
Let me just add something. One thing people forget is that he's from the Southwest. He doesn't have too much of a choice. Southwest, they may be making it to become president into the presidency, but it's a relatively smaller region of the country. And personally, in my mind, the South and the Southeast are a bigger group.
Let me tell you something.
You don't understand
the best person that already broke the highs was Peter Obi, the first Igbo man that came out for presidency since 1999. And look at his own performance. The first time it came out, you understand?
No, I know that. No, let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I was making. The idea is that. Can I finish the point I was making? Can I just finish the point I was making? The idea is that the Southeast and the South, I look at them as the same, and that region in the South, that the political South that we like to refer to as the South, is a bigger region compared to the Southwest. The Southwest can't just come out and say, "Oh, I just want to be president." And Tinubu is not forming alliances with the Southeast or the South. So what else? What do you want him to do? He has to form alliances with the Northwest. That's why he had to wait. He had no choice. He had to wait with the North for Buhari to become president first.
Also, do you know also the impact of of religion it played in this election?
Everything.
Of course, religions. It depends. We don't know the results completely yet. But this current results,
we all know that the Muslims will always support their person.
You don't let somebody talk. See, religion plays a role. If this result is what they said it is, of course, religion plays a role. You see it in America all the time. So most of those people that voted for Trump, you think they care about this thing. They care about his lifestyle. They know that his lifestyle is not good for them. But those religious people voted for him because they wanted the Supreme Court judge that is going to remove abortion. That is how, because when these northern people see Shetima and Tinubu Muslim ticket, they don't care about anything else. You can say there are at least 5%, 10% of northerners that will vote for him just for that alone. You see what I mean? And that is a significant chunk of vote that he's going to get that he may not have gotten before. So yeah, religion did definitely play a role in this election.
See, that is why the other time, like the game changer in this election, what would have been the game changer for Tinubu was if the Northern governors go against him overnight, the APC governor specifically. That's one. The second one is if Kwankwaso had declared support for Peter Obi or Atiku, it would have been a game changer. Kwankwaso would be a game changer. I was telling people this, like the Nigeria politics, because Kwankwaso, once he directs his supporters, they will move. I'm telling you anything.
Can I state some definitions I've been researching? Okay, religion. Do we agree that religion is a control mechanism?
Of course it is.
It is.
Yes. Okay, wait. I want to settle this point about how he leveraged northern Muslim votes and all that. So now religion is also religion is an interest. Do we agree that? Do we agree? It's an interest, right? People of a certain ilk and religion have interest aligned with their religious beliefs, right? Wait, Mo build something. Just answer that question. Interests aligned to ideologies. Now, let me read a definition by Jordan Peterson, what he says ideology is. Ideology is an expression of internal structures that regulate emotions. Let that sink in. Ideology is an expression of internal structures that regulate emotions. So now, if you are now coming to now say what you're saying in terms of like how he did a masterful thing of getting Muslim together. I remember when people were shouting Muslim together is the most evil thing. I was the only person that was saying, what is wrong with it? Constitutionally, there's nothing wrong with it. You cannot tell someone to not express himself by association. How many lawyers would felt comfortable to take it to a court of competent jurisdiction to do such a thing? But they use that as a facade. And what's that guy's name? Former SGF, in my opinion, he disgraced himself. Like wasting our time and holding that Muslim narrative. But let me say it. Isn't he better off now by taking that decision and doing it? Hasn't he achieved his goal?
So yes.
My point there is now, like, what is it now that you people are seeing that is that special? That somebody sat down, understood the political design of Nigeria, and leveraged it.
Scribe. That is key. You are talking like a programmer.
Yeah, he's talking like he's talking like a programmer.
Okay.
Scribe. What you are focusing on,
I give up.
So
that one is sending me to sleep.
So that what Tinubu did there, that alone is a skill on its own. One. Secondly, you see the Muslim ticket, to be honest, it was just political. There is nothing attached. It's just that the way Nigeria is set up now, there is a lot of fight back when you make this kind of decision. Today, the Senate president is a Christian. All the service chief, I think they are all Christian.
Forget that
So,
Christianity.
It doesn't matter. Religion doesn't matter in those equations. Politicians have played their game. That's what it is.
Why was there that much trouble? Because of the lack of trust.
Yes, because of lack of trust.
Between
because forefather
and also the what Buhari the rumor that they go to Islamatize Nigeria.
This one
was the major cause.
Let me tell you, in this election, it's just that sometimes we are not ready for this discussion. To be honest with you, the only politician that really used religion was Peter Obi. He actually used religion to his advantage, but we are not ready to hear the truth. I'm not saying he's a bigot, but he used
Even
religious.
even
Even if he didn't say anything, they will vote for him by default because the other side is Muslim.
Let me something. Even that religion said you so it does not even favor him.
No, I think it's unfair.
Yeah,
You cannot label P2B alone as being religious. What then did Bola Tinubu do? Sorry.
Wait.
Both of them. I agree that I agree that P2B was more latent. Wait. P2B was more latent in his approach on leveraging religion. I agree on that. He was very masterful, very intentional with his words, and leveraged that. But you cannot say that the opposite, the other people did not do the same.
Okay, wait. Let me.
Wait. Ross, wait. It is the psyche. It is the composition. It is the design or the way Nigeria is.
Scribe.
So what
Scribe, please answer this question for me.
Wait first, please. I agree with you. You know why? It's what you believe, it's what you follow. Because all of us were not following what the Muslims were doing in their mosque, how they were preaching to them and everything. And these things we're not following it in social media. So we don't even know what they were saying. Because I know Tinubu was not going from mosque to mosque, and Peter B was visiting churches. You understand me? And I don't think he was doing this simply because of the politics. You understand me? Peter B is known to most pastors or most people in Nigeria because of his ideology. The Christians need to support him. But in the same way, the Muslims, the imams who were preaching, was also talking to their members concerning
Blackstone. I go back to the definition of ideology as espoused by Jordan Peterson. An ideology is because I don't have it off head. It says an ideology, an expression of internal structures that regulate emotions.
So
an expression of internal structures.
Hello? That seems like a strange definition of ideology.
Excuse me, Scribe.
No. It is not a
political ideology or what?
Hello?
No. It is a view. So if you follow the work
or
of
religious ideology,
Jordan Peterson is a psychologist. Anybody, right? It's just like the isms. Anybody can come up with an ism. This is his own definition and viewpoint as espoused by him. It's not in your dictionary meaning, but when you break it down, it is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. He's hitting, in my opinion, he's hitting the nail on the head. In my humble opinion.
Can you explain what that definition means then? Because
so it's an
for me, I find it a little bit odd.
Okay, so wait. So ideology and expression of internal structures that regulate emotions. Now, if you know anything about neuroscience, there's something called Hebb's law. Hebb's law says that neurons that fire together wire together. Neurons are as a experience. If you study neuroplasticity, you will know that the more you practice, let's say you want to learn piano, for example, the more you practice, the more your neuro this thing masters it, right? So now that is an example of internal structures. When we were born, depending on our environment and this thing, we begin. Let's say you take the two twins from the same mother, and you put one in you put one. Let's look for two extremes. You put one in a socialist enclave, and you put one in a capitalist enclave, right? They will grow up with internal structures that will drive their own emotions that would espouse capitalist vis-a-vis socialist ideals. You see where he's coming from.
So
it's an expression when an ideology is being an ideology is that expression of the internal structures which is influenced by environment, ideals. Environment breeds ideals, basically. Somebody from Mushi will look at things different. Okay, if you ask somebody from Mushi to do conductor job, ask somebody from Ikoyi to do conductor job, He will say, where am I too? You know, I can't do it very well, but you do it in a certain way. But if he asks somebody from Ikoyi to do it, you say, please, sir, we're going to Mile 2. Are you going? I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Please repeat the definition again so that I can see whether it's tied to your explanation.
Jordan Peterson's
Come on, hold on. AY, hold on. Repeat the definition again so that I will see whether it ties closely to your explanation.
Okay, he said it's an expression of internal structures that regulate emotions. Remember, I started with Hebb's law. I started with Hebb's law as an example. There are many examples of how we can build.
Look at what I see. Look at what I see as ideology. See, ideology refers to a set of beliefs, values, ideas, and principles that form the basis of a particular worldview or system.
Exactly. Exactly.
It is a comprehensive and coherent framework that guides an individual or group's understanding of the world, society, and relationship between individuals and institutions. I think emotions, it seems to be only a very, very limited aspect of what people.
No, that regulate emotion. Things that you feel.
Beliefs is not based on emotion. And that's when you believe in an ideology.
No. You are like digging it from. You are digging a dead body from the leg.
But you say it regulates emotions.
Yes, it does. Yes, the internal structures don't regulate the way you
the Blackstone will support anything. Wait. Blackstone, explain it to me now. Let me hear it.
No, I've just studied.
I'm not catching it yet.
No, I've just studied the power of your emotions. Your emotions. If you don't know how to control your emotions, it will either destroy you or make you better. That's what. That's why today we have what's called your emotional intelligence. You understand me? So when people start talking to you, start building the ideology into you. You understand me? It begins to take root in your emotions. That's why people today they have a belief that sometimes you cannot change, because that ideology has been established in their way of thinking and their emotions. You understand me? That is why today, if you
beliefs are not necessarily based on ideology. This is my concern. I think when somebody has a belief system, a religious system, religious is not. It's not the same as ideology.
Okay. Let me give another step. An ideology is a worldview, literally. We agree that.
Yeah, it depends.
A worldview is biased, based and directly linked to an environment that the person lives in. Do we agree that? Okay. Yes. So how do you then build from? Let's take a toddler. How do you then build a toddler? Like, okay, say for example, you know this thing they say about racism, right? Where if a white child is it grows up in a black neighborhood, he feels comfortable amongst black, but if he grows up in a white neighborhood or he's with racist parents, technically you're building up a racist child, right? It is a known open theory. That is the same thing. It's a worldview. It's based on what he was fed from his environment. But now, when he becomes mature and is isolated away from the environment, like me, when I was in Nigeria, the way my worldview was, and when I left Nigeria, it's polar apart.
Yes.
Polar apart, because I changed environments.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with regulating your emotions.
No, it does. It's now regulating emotion, because I now see that some things I would have been emotional and stupid or not uncritical about. Let me put it that way, right? Or less critical about. I don't care. Okay.
You could have, if that been easy,
I grew up in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria that adopted a presidential system of government. I didn't even know parliament. I was a science student all through. Like my government
even now.
So parliamentary system of government. Sorry, sir. A parliamentary system of government was literally, it's just a word. It literally meant nothing. I just knew such a word existed until I moved to the UK, lived sometimes, evolved. My internal structures begin to evolve towards parliamentary system. Then I begin to understand it. I begin to
That is
understand
not
it.
emotions, though. Emotion
And
is
then
different.
now,
Emotion is
okay,
your
now,
reaction to this thing, the way you react this thing based on feelings to things.
Yes.
It's not a belief system. A belief system is different from emotions. That is
no,
what I
believe,
find. That's why I felt
no,
using the term emotions.
Belief system is
Listen to
different from
it's an expression of internal structures. Wait, hold on, because I don't want to misquote it. An expression of internal structures that regulates emotions.
That is crazy.
That internal structures are the experiences, the beliefs, and then through that, okay, say for example, go to northern.
Regulate emotion.
Okay, wait, bro, wait.
Hold on. It's
Go
like
to
a
Kanu,
crazy guy that is
Kanu,
very, very
go to
angry.
Kanu, go to
doesn't
Kanu
know how
on
to.
the street,
won't let
and
me talk.
approach a girl and say, hey, you know all this stuff they do on social media. Have you ever seen anybody go? You just go there and you start doing all those stuff you see on social media where they're like, oh, can you remove your undies or something like that? She will scream, and people will come there and they will put petrol on you. They will do it. You see how that internal structures regulates emotions.
No,
You know,
I get.
how,
You can make that argument. I think there's some argument there, but it's a very, very tenuous one because in actuality, it's the belief system that regulates the emotion. When you have changed your belief, let's say you say a woman exposing herself too much is something you don't believe in some religions. So now when you see that, it regulates the way you respond to that. But to say that the ideology itself is what regulates the emotion,
no.
It's a belief that changes.
No. It's an ideology. It's the outcome. It's an expression of how internal structures regulates emotions. Listen to the definition. That's what he says ideology.
That too is very, very wrong.
Wait. Internal structures need to change. When your internal structures need to change, you need to change your belief.
Somebody just said CRT, critical race theory. I don't know much about critical race theory. So I don't know much about it. If you can come on and explain critical race theory, I don't
to say ideology is the expression of how internal structures regulate our emotions. It seems like it's not an ideology then. It's a kind of you can say that your environment can also affect the way, and your environment and beliefs can go on to affect your emotions. It's a different thing. But to just go and say ideology itself that is based on the belief system.
Wait. Hebb's law says neurons that fire together wire together. So that's the basic fundamental premise of neuroscience and plasticity in the brain.
Yes.
Right? So now, if you continue to do something or continue to, like they say, if a wrong, if there's this saying that say if a wrong isn't chastised, it becomes an ethic. Right?
Good night.
So I have
Thank you for coming in the Blackstone.
Scribe, I'm not sure where you are reading from.
Good night.
Now, wait, let me read from Chat.
I said it's the definition of a man called Jordan Peterson. I'm not saying I got it from.
Let me read
why is going to ChatGPT?
Yeah, because what you are saying is very wrong. This is what I'm doing.
I don't know the kind of people.
So wait. So forefather, we are right. So he said emotions are complex psychological and physiological responses that arise in humans and animals in response to specific situations. They involve a range of subjective experience such as feelings, sensation, and thoughts, often accompanied by physiological changes and behavioral responses. Emotion play a crucial role in our lives.
You just made my point.
Influencing our perception, decision making, and social interaction.
I rest my case.
So that is not ideology, though.
That's not ideology.
No, wait now. Did I say emotions is ideology? Where have I said that? I said
that's what you say is the expression
an expression of internal structures that regulates emotion, regulates how you respond to topics, to things of interest. That's what
it doesn't make sense. You said ideology is the expression of it. What is internal structures? Internal structures are what? What is it? The environment,
The
or
human
the
body
this the
now, the
political
skeleton.
environment, the political
Okay, wait.
no, ideology is different from that.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Let us.
It's okay.
Let us.
Let it slide.
No, I'm not letting it slide. Though.
Regulate emotion. That guy is dead. Get me the guy's name. Let's you find that a lot of people will call that definition. They will disagree with that definition.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson. He's very, very popular. He's a very popular psychologist. Hold on.
All right, so Scribe, good. Mr. Scribe, good night for others.
Thank you for coming in, the Blackstone.
We'll see maybe tomorrow, later in the day.
Yeah, we'll jam you now. We'll jam you. You know, you have come here to jam everybody. You've been jamming AY.
I'll be following you guys on the background. You guys on the background, you know. So that was throughout the way you're talking about religion and everything. When Mr. Paul was accusing the pastor of his mother's death and everything, I left a comment there now. All these things we should not blame people for our own mistakes. And that's what I believe. Like what the scribe is saying, as an ideology, you believe it, you follow it. You don't believe it, you leave it. It's a choice.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Okay, can I go deeper?
Jordan Peterson?
Can I go deeper? Wait. I just pulled up some of his. So okay, fine. First of all, let me establish something. That Jordan Peterson's interpretation of ideology places strong emphasis on the psychological aspect of ideology, not holistically what ideology is. Let me establish
that is what I was saying.
From his paper. Now, he suggests that the ideologies are expressions of the internal structures that regulates emotion. This can mean that, from what I've just briefly read now, quickly, is that our belief systems, which is the ideologies, are a reflection of our mental, emotional frameworks that we have internalized or built up it's the make of the sense of the world that we live in. Now, Jordan Peterson is a clinical psychologist and professor of psychology, as and he explores all these intersections of psychology, philosophy, and belief systems in his work. His perspectives on ideology it stems from it's an interdisciplinary. So that definition is more interdisciplinary in order to give a sort of like a psychological perspective of it. Now, this definition was given as part of his lecture series. So remember, you people kind of looked at it a little bit. Remember, when I started, I said, as espoused, the definition is as espoused by Jordan Peterson. But when I thought, he was popular enough, but when I listen to you guys, I begin to understand that, okay, actually, people here don't actually know Jordan Peterson and his work. So it will really pay if you look into his work, because you see that he might be what he's suggesting is that ideologies are shaped by and in turn by our emotional states and responses. In other words, the way we interpret and respond emotionally to the world around us is deeply intertwined in our ideological frameworks, and that is wholly from an arm of ideology.
See, the last statement you made just now is very different from the actual definition, which I agree with. The one you just made.
Because I went into the paper
based on our ideology.
So read. I know. I've just quickly scanned through the paper and went in.
I think. Let me try to a kind of interpret it the way I think the way what he's trying to do, and this is my issue with the way he is going about it. That's why I said it was a little bit tenuous, because when he's tying ideology and the manifestation of internal structures, expression of internal structures from where he said to regulate emotions, he doesn't take into account that there are so many other things that regulate emotion, not only based on ideology.
It's a psychological concept.
So there are so many other aspects that regulate emotions.
This topic, we can research it later.
He does bring. To an extent, I was a little bit fascinated. That's why I went back to it, because it seems like he was trying to link something, and he might be onto something. Maybe there's a little bit of a cleanup, because he's trying to link the way, even what we believe, even our own ideology, to things that are within our environment, which is true. To be fair, we all know
that's
kind of where you are born. So maybe he's trying to link it to our emotion, which is very, very tricky to do.
What Scribe is saying, like he's saying the correct thing, but so initially I thought he was defining emotion. It's actually defining the ideology. Now, what he says is just more like different culture, right? You see, some people think their culture is the best because there are people that are dogmatic. For example, if I'm from the Yorubas, I'm used to some certain food, used to the culture. I think if I'm dogmatic, I think everything, my culture is the best. When I see other people culture, I can't take it because I don't have the open mind to assess it. Oh, what they are doing, I think is best. But if you have open mind, you can actually see that, I prefer the way they do it, their stuff. No, I think our
and the reason why you believe that, is it based on ideology or just culture, or culture can be described as ideology?
It's ideology. Yeah, culture is also an ideology, kind of. So
let's confirm that
they
again.
are interconnected. Yeah.
No, that's admitted now. Your culture.
Anyways, I think
you see now we are beginning to get somewhere, isn't it? We are beginning to get somewhere now.
Yeah.
Because culture is a kind of ideology.
Yeah, it's a kind of ideology.
Economic ideologies, they have a social ideology.
Culture is a belief system. Anything that guides your interest is an ideology. A belief system.
So that's just the way, like this thing they are. But for me, that's why, like, when I'm assessing issues, even if I grow up with that thing, I tend to actually look at it. Is it the right thing? It's just like the culture, the tradition. I try to criticize our tradition and culture. Is it right? Because it was people that sat down and make these laws, for example. Sometimes you can even be better than them. Most times, even now with education and everything. So I try to criticize some stuff.
So can you say that we have moved the position now to an extent that we are beginning to converge with where Scribe started from? Is Mr. Scribe started from?
So
I'm getting closer to his position to an extent.
Yes, we are getting close now. Exactly. There is a convergence somewhere. Because what Scribe was actually going. We were not on the same page initially. We were actually focused on that emotions, defining emotions.
Yeah, that emotional aspect.
Scribe was defining more than emotions.
I gave my own. Okay, so I'm not a psychologist, obviously. So I gave I think where maybe I didn't do a good job was the way I understood it, or the way I've consumed it, without going back to the paper that I read.
Yes.
First of all, would have put you off. But I don't think, if you agree with me, Hebb's law is still in line with it, right? In the sense that it's a theory that is espoused by neuroscientists that tells you how people form beliefs and characters, the neural network and everything, right? So maybe I shouldn't have started with that one. Maybe that was a little bit very abstract away from the topic. But when I went in and then started, just quickly went back to my notes about how I did, and then it kind of became more.
Yeah, you see, that's why I asked, because when you said it, I felt like it sounds crazy, but there's also somewhere in the back of my mind that there's a link somewhere that maybe has not been fleshed out. And I think the way AI put it just now made it easier for me to understand it, and you read it, and I also read it just now. Found out that there is cultural ideology, economic, religious. Because sometimes when we think about ideology, we think about political only.
No, it's not only one. Yeah.
We tend to think about political only. Actually, political is really, really down the ladder, because you begin to espouse what we call political ideology from your sort of like, not in your infancy per se, because it's not fully formed. But with the first ideology that you this thing is taste, because your mother's breast milk, that's your first ideology. Exactly. You
Oh, you
begin
see,
to
this
expand.
guy has started. Like, you see now, he started again now. Eh?
No,
What kind
it's
of?
fake.
He just started another
No. This
trouble
is
again now.
neuroscience. This is what neuroscience says.
Can you just go? You see now, we are not going to beat grass again now. Now you just started again now. Eh? Feeding the child is ideology again. What kind of? You see, he started. What just when I started agreeing with you, that he started another wahala again. Eh?
Hey,
You
but
brought this
am I
one
not?
now.
No. But are we here to agree? Why are
So,
you to bump
so
heads
eating
now?
now,
How about-
eating now. So
No.
that's
See, seriously.
an ideology now. To eat food is ideology.
Forefathers. If I always come here and we are there singing Jugu Bell every day, I won't come here. It's because you force me. You force me because you guys were like challenging what I was saying. I had to go back again, go and find my notes where I kept it, and I started, becoming more concrete and closer to what the person who
I
expired
learned something from it.
So,
Question thing.
so it's not a bad thing that maybe I say something that
Put them with that baby
it
stuff, man. You're going
it
too
feels
far.
like it feels like it is so far,
Mr. Papadas.
Yes.
Who's the guy beside you there?
It's not a girl, though. It's two young African children playing some kind of game, and it's like a chess they were playing. And if you see, okay, let's see whether you can see the bigger picture, so you can get the kind of narrative of what's going on there. You can't see the entire picture though. There's a hand. There's another hand coming in to influence the chess game.
Copy it, and then put it on what's it called? Screen. Share your screen, and then we can see it in full. Glory.
Let's see.
I remember. This is the Benin artifact.
No, it's not. I don't think it's a Benin artifact. It looks like it. I think it looks like it. It's part of the art.
It looks like something from Benin.
You just say no be Oba artifact with that.
This guy is just he's so he just wants to keep his identity, his foundation.
Oh, his forefather from
Benin.
Benin.
Forefather has Benin roots. I genuinely believe so.
Oh yeah.
Is it from Benin?
I don't know, but I just have a very strong suspicion.
From the southwest, though.
He's yet to declare his. He's not an
Rivers.
What do we call? There's a. He's not only more. He's not.
but forefather is very open though. He's very open.
But anyways, Papa is a Nigerian, so
yeah, he's very open. He's very Nigerian. Unlike a lot of people here, man. A lot of people here, when you come here and discuss with them, you're gonna be so frustrated how people live this tribe.
Mr. Scribes.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes when I listen to people discussing here, most people that are always
somebody has exposed Mr. Forefather. He say you are from Auchi.
Yeah, I think I know that person that always says that. I don't know what okay, so that's the image there. So as you can see, when you look at it, you just see two boys playing, isn't it? But it's not necessarily
it looks very much like Benin artifact.
It looks like a Benin
it looks like Benin artifact.
Inspired by Benin.
You see, did you see another hand there? A hand that doesn't belong to the children?
Yeah.
Where is that?
That's the unseen hand.
Yeah, I see.
So it's an interesting message that it is trying to send out there.
Don't let Oba Benin look for you. Return.
Return. Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Where are you from? Where are you from in Nigeria yourself?
I'm from Nigeria. I don't know how you are confused. We are forming a new tribe called Nigeria. Somebody was asking me the other day to find a name for Nigeria. Does anyone have a name? If we want to change this Oyibo name that they gave the country, what name do you think we should name Nigeria?
It's very simple. We should look at the commonality or the commonality of the word village. Somebody did a research on that long time ago. On the word village or the word community.
Yeah, village, isn't it? Yeah, just find out. But
we should look
which
at
language would you use? Which
language would you use at the microcosm at the most basic level? So there are two words. There are two words Nigeria should be based on: family or village. Like the smallest form of our existence, or our cultural existence.
Now all
that
languages
time.
are going to accept.
Exactly.
Hey,
That's
God,
how to name Nigeria. That is
that's
how
going to be a tough one.
No, forefathers, no sex rhymes.
Yes.
We should form a single language, which I believe the best should be a pidgin English. Let's develop pidgin English.
No. Pidgin English still brings you back to colonial thing. Remember, pidgin English has a lot of pidgin English is developed out of frustration. You know the beginning of pidgin English when people had to go to courts. When people had to go to the courts of white people or this and court clerks would be trying to interpret. And then the false interpretation of it, that's the formation of pidgin English.
Exactly. You know, although South Africa does have multiple languages, so we could do multiple national languages. So
exactly. I would argue.
But the problem, if you want to do multiple languages,
they use seven languages.
Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, we say it's just 3 languages.
No. It's not going to be. You have to have others too, like Benin, Ijaw. They are going to. All of them will have their own because Zimbabwe has so many national languages. It's crazy. Over 10. Zimbabwe has over 10.
It would be a big problem.
Yeah.
Why would it be a big problem?
I think the way we have Nigeria now, I think it's fine. Like,
hold on, why would it be a big problem? Zimbabwe is a multi language official language country. Even smaller, that's even the problem. That should tell you something. It's even a smaller population, but they have multiple languages. If they can cope with that, why can't we cope with less up to 10?
Still like this. You understand me? If at this time we still have issues with ourselves, with our languages, the Yoruba don't agree with the Igbo. Igbo doesn't agree with the Hausa, and others agree with any of them. So how are we? So because Nigeria we Nigerians, we are very complicated people.
Very complicated.
They're very complicated people. You understand me?
No, we are not as complicated as you make it sound on this. Somebody kicks us in the backside.
Wait. You know what? Do you know the biggest problem we have in Nigeria? That the biggest one team that caused the biggest problem in Nigeria is these politicians. They take advantage.
They take advantage
to destroy the people and get into power.
Yeah.
You understand me? Okay, look at, for example, when they said the 6 geopolitical region, it was for the good of Nigeria. But the politicians, they took it.
They took advantage.
They destroyed it. I used for their own advantage.
But I like the geopolitical region, though. I really love it. It was a good idea.
It's also the best thing. You understand me? Okay, look at the religion. You know, okay, we were talking about time of Abiola, when the campaign, nobody know about the Muslims, the Christians, or so on and so forth. Everybody voted. You understand me? What changes it? Because of the ideology that people start preaching, start talking, start embedding in the people's mind. You understand me? And you know, today, Nigeria is so porous that anything you do is against me, against my religion, against my belief, against my tribe. You know?
So I tell you,
I think we should just pick one. And if there's one, the most dominant language in Nigeria, to be fair, is if I'm not mistaken, Hausa is the most dominant one. And so maybe we'll have to consider just picking one and get out. The only reason why I'm a bit against Hausa is because Afro Asiatic language. See,
you know one thing?
It doesn't matter. You can still have like all the other languages as national languages. But if you want to displace English, you have to find a way to displace English. We can't just keep speaking English as if it's our language.
That's why I said the best thing for us is pidgin English.
Pidgin English is still English.
Wait. The American English and the British English, are they the same?
Yes, they're not exactly the same, but they are still English.
Wait, man. Forefather, wait. Even you're in the UK, what they call United Kingdom, the Scottish, the Queen's English, the Wales, are they speaking the same English?
The Welsh don't speak English. By the way,
Welsh don't speak English.
The Scottish speak English.
Speak Gaelic.
I don't think you know how complicated Nigeria is.
And the way they speak it is quite different.
I do. We have so many tribes and everything.
You see when they come here to talk now, that is what is it. It's few percentage of Nigeria that have clean mind and address issues. Some people, if you want the country to be divided today, they will say, "Oh yeah, let's go." The truth is, with due respect to my Igbo people, right? I see that more with Igbo because of the history what happened in the Biafra War. they still have that thing is still in some people, not all of them. You see a lot of people that really want to be Nigerians completely, but especially the Kanu followers, man, they don't want to hear you. They don't want to hear you.
Why do you? Let me ask you a question. Why do you think?
If you're not experienced war, you won't know what war is.
Absolutely,
that's the truth.
Yeah.
You understand me?
There's something you are missing. There's something you are missing with this Biafra thing. Yeah.
Germany caused 2 World War.
Like for example, like for example, myself, the first book I read I was 7 years old when I read Requiem Biafra by Joe Achuzie. I mean, I cannot remember everything about that book, but you know the reason why my parents asked me to. All through my life, like there's always been that element when I was a kid up to when I was like, I started, like thinking on my own, like 17, 16, right? I remember when Abiola problem started. Remember, a lot of Easterners thought it was going to be a reprisal of the Biafran War. Remember, we in Igbo land we actually have it as a milestone in our history. We call it also Abiola, right? Do you know why? Because of the trauma of the Civil War. So when that thing started happening, you see, it begins. That generation was still alive very much. They were in their 40s. The generation that the core generation
you are very right.
At that time were in their 40s. That's my
40,
last.
50s.
They were in their 40s, right?
Yeah.
They were, late 40s, mid 40s, and they were now like, hey, what is going to happen?
Another
You
crisis.
understand what I'm saying? That it may not happen. It may not be there in other tribes, but in Igbo tribe, there is something. There's a stage in Nigerian political history that Igbo people call distinctively also Abiola. Aibal also Abiola. So we ran for our lives during Abiola when that Abiola pandemic, and a lot of people, if you recall, a lot of people died on that Benin road because at that time it was very, very bad. They were packing their loads in droves.
Exactly. People forget that when they say, "Oh, last
why
year,"
did Igbo
there's not
people
going to be election.
why did Igbo people
How
react
the
like
country
that?
during that time
It
was
was
heavy.
trauma
People were
from
traveling home.
Let me tell you, based on that alone, you have no right to criticize those who are following Nnamdi Kanu because that trauma has not been sat down, just like the Rwandan genocide was dealt with. Nobody has sat down to quench that trauma. So now when you're in Nnamdi, there's a vacuum in most of us. Apart from those, like you said, there are some people who are able to think Nigeria, or those who are able to think critically and question the likes of Nnamdi Kanu. Those are the ones that are able to be strong enough. Not that they are not traumatized. Don't be
I get your point.
Don't be fooled that the average Igbo man is not agreeing with or is not leaning towards Nnamdi Kanu. He only tries to put his business interest above. He's trying to put his business interest above what Nnamdi Kanu is espousing. He's putting his own personal interest above that. That is the reason why you see some of us are maybe saying Nigeria or something like that. But are we fool? We're not. We know what is up. We know that what he's saying.
I pray we don't have another civil war.
Okay, but then this is where I try to bring some sense into it. When you look at it from the wider context of Nigeria and everything, Zango Kataf War, all the riots that have happened, everything, it's not only the Igbos that have suffered. The Southern Kaduna, are you going to say that's unfair? So when you look at it, you kind of see that every Nigerian is a Biafran. And the Biafran question is a question of citizenship rights. Because if we are treated as citizens, just like Rwanda after the genocide, say, you know what, there's no other Tutsi, there's no other Hutu, you are all now Rwandans. And then they attach a meaning to what it means to be a Rwandan. A rallying call. What it means to be Nigeria does not exist.
But you know one thing I'm against.
So how are you going to okay, Southern Kaduna people, they are traumatized right now. Every other place in Nigeria, even the people in Western Nigeria that have left their homes, they are refugees, they have moved into Benin Republic. Are they not traumatized?
Mr. Scribe, let me say something.
Yes, sir.
We try to make reference to this Rwanda. Let me say one thing. Do you know why Nigeria today we are still talking about Biafra wars? I say one thing: if the Biafra war was fought around the whole Nigeria, the war, not the effect of the war took place in every part of Nigeria, we won't be talking about war today.
I agree with you.
Because that war was like a regional war.
Yeah, it was regional.
Yes. So the other part of Nigeria never felt it. They never had the experience of what it is to suffer in wartime. I wish that war went through the whole Nigeria. We'll be talking about war, talking about all this things today.
War no good.
Well, normally, people that have been through conflict, they are the ones that want to talk conflict
There's
down.
something many people don't know about.
Somehow in the Southeast, they tend to produce people that want to trigger conflict. So I don't understand that, because generally, like if you look at the countries that were defeated in the Second World War, they tend to want to stand back from conflict. They don't want to. They are not very quick to jump into another one.
It is
the Southeast is demonstrating the opposite tendency.
Yes,
no, because no. I beg to differ a little bit. When remedies were in those countries, if you look critically into them, when remedies were not put in place, the US, the Allied forces that destroyed Germany, they were made to pay to rebuild Germany.
Yeah, because the first one, to support your point, the First World War resulted in the loss. Germany lost it, and they penalized Germany. In other words, they didn't try to do the right thing by Germany.
No. My point is that there was a sitting round at the table to compensate, to balance the equation on every side.
Yes, after the second one, but the first one, they didn't do that. Hold on. This is important, because I'm trying to tie it to what's happening in Nigeria. Maybe where the South is at is where the Germans were after the First World War.
I want you to use that word immediately after the First World War.
So let me ask this question.
After the First World War, the Germans were not satisfied.
But then when Allied forces now committed resources to rehabilitating, reconstructing them concretely.
No, they were not actually. Why do you think the Germans were upset?
Isn't that a way of bringing them out? And remember, Germany.
No.
Wait.
Are you telling me that after the First World War, the Allied forces, that's the Allied nations, tried to rebuild Germany? They didn't try to. Germany was paying debts.
Wait.
That's what the Germans were crossed.
You people forget one other thing. Right? Germany was the aggressor.
Yes.
Germany was
they took another country. They took another country that they thought
Germany was the one attacking. By the way,
they were not attacking the UK.
Okay, wait. Okay, let me espouse this point that I have in mind. I, if you don't mind, what I'm trying to say is, like, look, there is a trauma that most people don't understand. There is a research in Eastern Nigeria after the war. There was a phenomenon, or like a trend, that most people ignore now. They call it in our language Ikwega. A lot of families, a lot of those soldiers that came back home, now we know it as ADHD. And when these people were being confined and they were struggling with ADHD, they would say, no, this one is limited. Do you know what the remedies were? Shamefully, a lot of these white garment churches were at the time on the rise. And these white garment churches, as you know, would feed on PTSD. Thank you very much. Sorry, not ADHD. Sorry, thank you. PTSD. So post-trauma something. Yeah. So these people, in order to buttress their interests and their points, would leverage on some of these things. And then a majority of these young men who were not properly catered for, most of us don't. If you do a research, people have done this research. A lot of them became ministers in those churches, and from there they would fight. They would separate. They'll go and open their own church. Yeah. Now most people don't know about this part of Eastern Nigeria. This is where the Messianic Jewish this context of Judaism, that is where it snowballed, and it's now part of the core of beliefs of those who are espousing the this thing. So technically, in those iterations and those years through the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, what do you think those traumatized people were telling their congregants? They were espousing ideas and the desire of that nation, whether directly or indirectly. You know what I mean? Using Bible
Scribe,
sounds
I
and
think
everything.
you are going very far. Let me ask this question.
Wait. Let me land now, bros. No verse. No.
All
I'm
right,
trying to
everybody,
explain
good
some
night.
things that people don't actually see
Good morning.
that are
Have a
very
wonderful
latent
day. See you later.
in how
But
when
thank
you
you.
look at it.
You have actually stayed longer than you intended to, and because this guy started telling us about ideology.
Yeah.
And,
Anyway, if you want to end, maybe one day I'll break it down.
Yeah.
It's 5 a.m. now over here.
Scribe. My whole question is, I have a question. So
Sorry, I can't hear you well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? So
I can hear you.
When I hear Nnamdi Kanu talk, for example, I said, to me, Nnamdi Kanu is not somebody you can sit down to have discussion with. And to be honest,
you're
if
wrong.
I was
You're wrong. I'm sorry.
Let me finish. Let me finish. If I was the president of Nigeria, I will never invite Nnamdi Kanu to discuss about Southeastern issues, Igbo issues. I would call the leaders in the South, in the Southeast, like the governors, the leaders, all these old men, like Dan Onuayamu, all those old politicians, experienced people, come to the round table and have this discussion. I can't see the president of Nigeria sitting down with just because Nnamdi Kanu, if you give him power in the Southeast, you think he's gonna be a just leader? He's gonna be behaving. I see how he behaved on this thing. So for me, I will call them to the table. But my question is, what do you think should be done in Nigeria to down these Biafra issues?
I've already said it. You are making me repeat myself.
Did you?
There is a trauma that hasn't been settled. Simple.
So how do you settle it?
Do exactly what Burundi did. Do exactly what Rwanda did. The 31st of May every year should be known and espoused as Biafra or Biafran Day or something like that. When you start from there, and then on those days you make lectures, you do things like that. You bring in from a what would I put from from a counter point. You begin to address and say that look, it was, yes, we understood that Aburi was the thing that gave birth, the imbalance in the nation and everything was part of what the reasons that led Ojukwu to declare Biafra. But today, those citizenship rights and equality do exist. By the time you start espousing those ideas,
forefathers, you share the same idea?
No, every Nigerian should share that idea.
What ideas? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Like, how do you think the issue to down the Biafra agitation? What do you think the federal government should do to like calm this issue down and let everybody be happy? I can't hear you. Can you hear you?
I can't hear you.
You can hear me. Hold on. I think
you're good now. You're good now.
No, we can't hear you. Can't hear you.
We can't hear you again.
We can't hear you. We can't. We just see your mouth shaking.
We can't hear you. Yeah, I think he's having a problem with his stuff. But to me, I don't. It's just
yeah. You can hear me now.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so I think the federal government just needs to run the country better, and then people will start moving on. Because when I spoke to, Jude was he's very adamant. Jude is one of those people you know. He really wants that. He's like he gets angry. He wants to break up the country. So when I asked him, what would the federal government do to make you consider staying within Nigeria? And he went on calmly to and give reasons, the things the federal government needs to do. It turns out that is, I told him, this is just listed are things that all Nigerians want.
Exactly.
It's really odd. So if the Nigerian government does what they need to do, fix the country, take care of every part of the country, including the southeast, you're going to find out all this goes away.
Honestly, I think so.
See. Equity, justice is what we need. Now, I'm a big fan of history. 1789, the French Revolution, when Napoleon now gave the idea of liberté, égalité, fraternité. It's exactly what Nigerians are looking for. Liberty to espouse, liberty, equality to espouse, and have egalitarian ideals. That's equality, right? And fraternity to to belong to the state of Nigeria. The sense of belonging. It's not rocket science. What every Nigerian is asking for, not just the Biafran.
Yeah.
The Biafran is just another outlet of espousing.
I think Mr. Scribe, you're really coming into your own these days. I think you said many. No, I have to admit, because almost everything he said today is on point. Even the one that I was drifting away. Apart from that baby one, we're all good. I think he's very, very correct that, like, some of what we are seeing in Biafra, like other people manifest the same symptom, different symptoms from the same issues.
The same issue.
From the same issue. While in the southeast,
but I don't understand why you're saying that today I'm a little different. There's a video of me out there where I said the Biafran ideology is a metaphor for citizenship, right?
I'm talking about including everything else you said today. Everything else you said today, not just only this one. Almost all the contribution you give today, I think they are like.
But maybe we've been talking together for a long time.
Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening.
You're beginning to
understand you.
You place your internal structures to regulate your emotions.
The one that cracked me up though, is when Nnamdi Kanu will say from Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Edo, Delta, they are all Biafra, Kogi. I'm like, Baba, this one no go work. If you work collect Biafra, South will not join. I can't put my.
I need to address AY though on one point that he raised about you said you will never talk to Nnamdi Kanu.
As a president, Nnamdi Kanu is too small for Nigeria president to be talking to.
It's not.
Okay,
it's
I might be wrong,
he has made himself, with the greatest respect, he
can be part of the team, like part of the group.
Now, wait first. If you allow me, I'm going to go back to 1945. Nnamdi Azikiwe made a speech. He was invited by the Igbo Union. Then Ohaneze, or what Ohaneze as metaphor was in its infancy. It was called the Igbo Union. And before that, Nnamdi Azikiwe, remember, he's born in Zungeru. He's to Igbo parents. He was more or less not very close to his Igbo-ness, right?
He was a nationalist.
He was a nationalist. Exactly. He's the embodiment of a nationalist.
That's the best way to describe it.
He was mentored. And let me give you background. He was mentored by